O immortal Mingyun, Jishin, your subjects beseech your mercy. All is dedicated to destiny, all shall obey destiny, all follow your will, may our fates remain ever enduring. The street bustled with revelry, the air filled with joyous spirit. Crowds wandered clutching white bouquets and adorning themselves with white garlands on their heads or wrists. They exchanged greetings and chanted sacred hymns in adoration of Mingyun Jishin. In this remote little town such liveliness had not been witnessed for a long time. It was the annual day of divine descent. It was said that on this day the deity and sayer guardian of destiny would descend to earth to bestow blessings upon his devotees, while the Mingyun Jiaoding would hold a grand celebration to welcome his arrival. Tengmu, you are sneaking food again. Watch out, or I'll beat you to death. A corpulent woman glared furiously at the boy stuffing snacks into his clothes as she snatched her shoe and hurled it at him. The frail boy continued to clasp the snacks on the table close to his chest, deftly evading the incoming attack with agile movements. The mud-stained shoe in its stray arc sent the remaining fruits and snacks along with the plate crashing off the table, shattering into fragments. We're doomed. These were meant for His Holiness the Pope, cried the rotund woman in panic as she surveyed the mess on the floor. You wretched scoundrel, I shall drag you to the Knight Commander and lock you up in the dungeon. Oh dear, what shall we do now? The rotund woman murmured, regretting her previous indulgence of the boy's thievery rather than handing him over to the church. The boy pursed his lips and hesitantly retrieved from his bosom the snacks he had just pilfered. There were still about 5 or 6 pieces, looking enticing despite a light dusting of dust. Aunt Jennifer, I'm sorry. I did not know these were for the Pope. The celebration is about to commence, and if they are not delivered on time, we would surely be punished. The boy said with a tinge of guilt. He was well aware that had he not stolen food in previous instances, he might have starved long ago, yet he never expected that today's snacks would be so precious. The rotund woman took the remaining 5 snacks and arranged them on a plate. Even though they might have been tainted, there was no time to prepare new ones. These treats had been crafted from fate flowers gathered at midnight, and making another batch would take a whole day. By tradition, the Pope must consume these snacks before the celebration commences to demonstrate his loyalty and purity before the deity. Jennifer shot him a disapproving look. This is the only way to deliver them. I hope Mingyun Jishin will not hold us accountable. And never let me see you in the kitchen again. She then pointed at the disarray on the floor. Clean this up immediately. I must deliver the snacks to His Holiness. The boy gave her a grateful glance, a hint of hesitation in his eyes, as Jennifer walked away. Jennifer walked nervously toward the palace, though her expression remained composed. At the palace entrance stood an elderly man clad in a white robe, the hem of which was embroidered with a golden fate flower, signifying that he was one of the 3 chief bishops of the church. These are the snacks prepared for His Holiness. May divine peace be with you, Jennifer said with a smile. The bishop looked at the exquisite plate, where 5 solitary snacks lay, a trace of surprise flickering in his eyes, but he merely said, proceed inside. Upon entering the palace, one found the interior teeming with busy attendants, and at its center sat His Holiness the Pope. At that moment the Pope appeared to be resting with closed eyes, as Jennifer could discern his finely chiseled youthful features and a cascade of distinctive gray hair belonging to the Goulet family. This Pope, though merely 23 years old, had already held his position at the Mingyun Jiaoding for 4 years. Jennifer carefully placed the plate upon the table, an act that seemed to rouse the Pope. He opened his eyes with a chilling glare, his ice-blue gaze startling her into a half-kneel. Your Holiness, these are your snacks, she stammered. The Pope nodded and began to consume the snacks. She exhaled with relief and withdrew. As Jennifer walked briskly away, onlookers marveled at how her considerable frame moved with uncanny agility. She thought to herself that having completed her morning duty, she would first return to prepare her appearance and then cheerfully attend the celebration. At 10 in the morning, the celebration commenced punctually. For this city, governed by the Mingyun Jiaoding, the annual divine descent held profound significance. Pure white sacred fate petals cascaded through the air, while nobles and dignitaries stood in reverence. Amid a chorus of cheers, the Pope, accompanied by church dignitaries and ordinary devotees, approached the statue of Mingyun Jishin. Fei Goulet surrounded by the crowd and listening to repeated praises for Mingyun Jishin, and the Pope felt a surge of panic, mainly because he had no inkling of how the celebration was to be conducted. He had only recently traversed from Earth. Why, after a mere sleep, did he awaken seated in a magnificent palace, now assuming the role of the Pope of the Mingyun Jiaoding Fei Goulet? The only information he possessed was the name and identity inscribed upon this body, and that he was to preside over the divine descent celebration. Upon approaching the statue of Mingyun Jishin, Fei Goulet was struck with awe at the sight of the over 5-meter turtle effigy. He marveled at how the sculptor had so faithfully captured the deity's true visage and grace, as if the true God had been resurrected before his eyes. A ceaseless stream of sacred hymns echoed in his ears, and Fei Goulet heard 3 elderly men in white in unison from behind exclaim, His Holiness, please invite the divine descent. Fei Goulet gritted his teeth, utterly clueless about how to proceed. What should he do? Would he be exposed as not the original host? In the throes of panic, a sharp pain seized his stomach and his vision began to blur. Moments before slipping into unconsciousness, he recalled the black fingertip mark upon the pastry he had just consumed. Damn it, hadn't he ingested something unclean, risking food poisoning? Oh no, the Pope has fainted. What happened? Hurry and help His Holiness to his feet. With Fei Goulet's collapse, a cascade of piercing screams erupted around him, plunging the celebration into chaos. Yet none of this mattered to Fay Goulet, for he had fallen into a deep slumber. He heard a voice calling his name from earth, but he was too weak to respond until the sound gradually faded into nothingness. After an indeterminate span of sleep, he began to hear voices conversing. This divine descent celebration appears to have failed. Could it be, after all, the design of Mingyun Jishun? Even had the Pope not fainted, success would have been elusive. In truth, I believe Mingyun Jishun has long forsaken us. It has been years since a successful divine descent, and he no longer cares for us devotees. Hush, speak softly. Are you in cahoots with them? Who? You mean those apostates who claim that destiny is wielded by themselves rather than by the deity? I'm no fool. We must continue to live in this city. Offending the church brings no good end. Perhaps it is precisely because of these people that the deity has become wrathful and turns away from us. But such people seem to be increasing in number. Fay Goulet listened in silence. The speakers appeared to be two janitorial servants, and though they spoke in a language unfamiliar to Earth, he understood their meaning clearly. Once the two servants fell silent, he cleared his throat, feigning that he had just awakened. What is wrong with me? One servant in panic rushed outside, shouting, Lord Weird, the Pope has awakened. A man clad in black entered. The figure appeared to be a young man wearing a mask adorned with black patterns beneath, which his brown pupils glimmered, exuding a cold, austere demeanor. Fay Goulet felt a surge of astonishment. This was the sole individual in the Mingyun Jiaoding adorned in black, for it seemed that the sect favored pristine white, much like the hue of fate flowers. Your Holiness, you are awake, Weird said as he slightly bowed. How long have you been unconscious? And how did the divine descent ceremony fare? Fay Goulet inquired cautiously. You have been unconscious for 3 days. The 3 bishops have declared the divine descent ceremony temporarily cancelled. As for the cause of your coma, it is related to the snacks you consumed prior to the ceremony, which were laced with potent poison. Though members of the Shengming Jiahui, who attended the celebration, managed to neutralize the toxin for you. On that day, the cook was being interrogated by the church. According to her confession, a boy had come into contact with those snacks. However, his whereabouts are now unknown, leading the bishops to suspect that operatives from another church, or apostates, might be responsible. Weird replied. Fay Goulet nodded and tentatively inquired, does this poison also affect memory? I feel as if many things have become hazy to me. Weird's brown eyes flickered with surprise as he scrutinized the Pope before him. The Pope's complexion had paled, and his once imperious, indifferent ice-blue eyes were now filled with bewilderment. The poison you ingested is a common toxin used by the Ziyas, and it does not ordinarily cause memory loss. It should not in theory impair your recollection. But I truly cannot recall anything. I only remember that I am the Pope of the Mingyun Jiaoding, and that I was presiding over the divine descent ceremony before I collapsed. Fay Goulet rubbed his temples and said innocently. After a brief silence, Weird's lips curled into a slight smile as he fixed a piercing gaze upon him. Incidents of poisoning leading to memory loss are rare, whether in the Mingyun Jiaoding or in other churches. However, some from the Wangzhe, Jiahui, deliberately possess others' bodies, often using memory loss as a pretext, you understand. Phil Gray's heart tightened, yet he forced himself to calm down. He met Weird's gaze with composed eyes. Of course I do not know, he said evenly. I can only say that I have even forgotten what this so-called Church of the Dead you mentioned is. But I can state with certainty that I am who I am, the Pope of the Church of Destiny. Besides, how can you be sure that my loss of memory is not the will of the God of Destiny? He sought to imply that this might be an arrangement of the deity. Weird let out a soft chuckle and bowed slightly. It seems I have overthought matters. The God of Destiny indeed never ceases to bring us unexpected happenings. I beg your forgiveness for my discourtesy. However, your Holiness, do you still recall who I am? Phil Gray shook his head. I do not, he replied. If possible, please explain the current basic situation to me again. I do not wish my amnesia to bring trouble upon the church. At the very least, the church must continue to function as it always has. You are as ever deeply concerned for the church, and your faithful, came the gentle reply. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am your personal knight Lucian Weird, entrusted with safeguarding your life. I was personally hired for you by your father, the former pope. However, I only signed a 10-year contract, and ever since you ascended to the papal throne, I have remained by your side. As for the church, the deity our Church of Destiny venerates is the God of Destiny, Ansayer. Ansayer is one of the 6 chief deities, and the emblem of our church is 2 intertwined flowers of destiny. The Church of Destiny once basked in a period of splendor. We established churches and temples on both continents. However, for several centuries, Ansayer has not manifested any miracles, and combined with the suppression from other churches, the number of believers has gradually dwindled. 100 years ago, the churches in the eastern continent also relocated to the western continent. At present, the church has about 860,000 believers, mainly concentrated in the western regions of the Puna Kingdom, where the papal seat is located. What else would you like to know? Weird concluded. It seemed that this world housed many gods and churches worshipped by the people. The God of Destiny and the Church of Destiny were merely among them. Yet Phil Gray did not know whether these gods truly existed or, as on Earth, were nothing more than symbols of spiritual faith. As Pope, what do I usually do? Phil Gray asked next. Previously, each morning you would spend 3 hours in the Great Hall praying to the God of Destiny. In the afternoons, you would attend to various matters in your study, came the answer. However, the day-to-day affairs of the church are each managed by 3 bishops. You are responsible only for presiding over major ceremonies, making important appointments, and deciding upon exceptional matters. Lucian Weird explained in detail. Very well. I do have some faint impressions of these things. If I can recall a bit more, perhaps my memories will return, Phil Gray said. Phil Gray feigned a slightly troubled expression. My beloved God of destiny, why must you play such a jest upon your most faithful believer? He murmured. Your study contains a great variety of books, Lucian Weird suggested considerately. You used to enjoy reading very much. If you spend more time there, you will surely recover part of your memory. Lucian Weird's suggestion was genuinely thoughtful. Very well, I shall go have a look this afternoon. However, I still hope you will not tell anyone about my amnesia. If those with ulterior motives were to learn of it, they might use this matter to harm the church, Phil Gray said. Now I would like to rest for a while. If there are other matters, I must trouble you to handle them in my stead. With that, Phil Gray lay down, adopting a weak and exhausted posture. Lucian Weird nodded and turned to leave. After walking out of the papal bedchamber, he removed his black mask. The face beneath was an abnormal shade of ashen white. How very interesting, he murmured. Phil Gray gazed at his reflection in the bronze mirror. The visage he now wore resembled his appearance on Earth by scarcely 3 parts in 10. Even his hair color and eye color had changed. As a pure son of Huaxia, he had never imagined that one day he would possess gray hair and blue eyes. The change filled him with intense discomfort. He sighed helplessly. He truly could not fathom why he had crossed over to this place. Though he told himself to adapt to where fate had cast him, he knew nothing of the original owner of this body and had no understanding of this world. Although he used amnesia as an excuse, that servant who had followed the original pope for 4 long years would find it difficult not to notice something amiss. The man had almost certainly realized that he was not the original, yet for some unknown reason had chosen not to expose him. After resting for a while and feeling his body recover somewhat, Phil Gray stepped out of the bedchamber. 2 servants were standing outside the door. I am going to the study to bring back some books. I will need your help, he said. Yes, your holiness, the 2 servants responded. From their voices, they seemed to be the same pair who had been speaking earlier. Phil Gray deliberately slowed his pace. He had no idea where the study was, yet the 2 servants appeared unwilling to overstep their station and merely followed behind him. Phil Gray coughed lightly and suddenly came to a halt. My body is still rather weak. Could you support me on the way? He asked. Of course, that would be our honor, they replied, their excitement plain on their faces. Before long, they arrived at the study. Phil Gray could not help but praise it inwardly. It was worthy of being called the Pope's study, lavish beyond measure with shelves of books stretching as far as the eye could see. Rather than a study, it was more akin to a vast library. He walked to the most prominent table at the center. Upon it lay a thick tome spread open, undoubtedly what the former Pope had been reading. He picked it up carefully. On the cover were written the words Encyclopedia of the Weird World. It seemed to be precisely what he needed. If it was not something the former Pope had been reading, could Weird have placed it here? Or was this truly the arrangement of the God of Destiny? Phil Gray was filled with doubt, yet he set those thoughts aside for now and walked toward the shelves. The first few shelves held histories of the Church of Destiny and poetic hymns in praise of the God of Destiny. He took down a volume titled A Brief History of the Church of Destiny. Further back, he found shelves filled with introductions to other religions. At a glance, it appeared that this world harbored numerous faiths, at least a dozen different religions. After a moment's thought, he selected a book titled An Overview of Religions in the Weird World. After roughly half an hour, he had chosen 4 or 5 more books from the shelves behind, each looking highly useful. Although the number of books was not large, every volume was thick and weighty. He turned to the 2 servants still waiting at the door. Thank you for your trouble. Please carry these back to the bedchamber for me, he said. On the way back, Phil Gray saw one of the bishops from the day of the divine descent ceremony walking toward him. Your Holiness, the bishop said angrily, according to the investigation from the Knight Commander, the one who poisoned you that day was a boy. He has already escaped, and it seems there were plague bearers assisting him. Those despicable followers of the plague god were involved in the plot to murder you. Phil Gray nodded. He had already learned the general situation from Weird shortly after awakening. It appeared that Weird had not deceived him. Continue the pursuit. The authority of the Pope and the Church cannot be offended, Phil Gray said in a deep voice, his brow slightly furrowed. After bowing, he departed. Phil Gray watched his retreating figure lost in thought and casually inquired of the 2 servants beside him, what do you think of the bishop just now? The 2 servants exchanged glances, and one of them, a young man with golden wavy hair, spoke. First, Bishop Dominic has quite a bad temper. Anyone who provokes him faces severe punishment. The other servant with short brown hair nodded in agreement. Indeed. I once saw him arguing with Bishop Wendell. Bishop Wendell is always friendly and has never had a dispute with anyone, yet he is constantly targeted by Bishop Dominic. At this point, his expression showed some indignation. The golden-haired servant continued, Oh right, Milo, I remember the last time you brought your sister to the church for a job. Bishop Dominic scolded you, and it was Bishop Wendell who came to your defense. Yes, Milo replied, looking somewhat shy. Phil Gray smiled, there at least he had learned the names and general personalities of the 2 bishops. As they chatted while walking, Phil Gray also discovered that the golden-haired servant was named Cain and had a cheerful personality, while Milo was rather honest. They soon arrived at the Pope's chamber. Phil Gray instructed them to place the books on the table before sending them out. Strangely, the dialect and writing here were completely different from those on Earth, yet he could understand it, and even spoke just like the locals, clearly grasping the meaning of the writings. Opening the Encyclopedia of the Veil World, he discovered a hidden letter inside. Shocked, he opened it. Greetings, guest from another world. I am Phil Gray, the Pope of the Church of Destiny. However, from now on, this name and identity will belong to you, accompanying you as you embark on a path of unprecedented glory. At every place where the god of destiny has once dwelled, both I and the god have prepared a generous gift for you. This is your reward and a gift from destiny. The god has chosen you, and I believe you will restore the glory of the church and spread the grace of the god of destiny throughout the entire Vale world. Your unfamiliar friend Phil Gray. He put down the letter, his emotions unable to settle for a long time. So his crossing over was the arrangement of the god of destiny. In other words, the deities of this world truly exist. Yes, this event of crossing over should have shattered his materialistic worldview. But why him? He would prefer to enjoy life on Earth rather than live in this perilous world playing the role of a stranger. Feeling somewhat gloomy, he sighed deeply and thought, where did the original Phil Gray go? God of destiny, if you truly exist, please tell me why you chose me. Phil Gray gazed at the intricately carved flower of destiny on the table and questioned it. However, after a long time, there was no response. Phil Gray could only try to calm his emotions. For now, he had to accept this matter. Perhaps exploring a magical world would be an interesting experience for someone with a strong curiosity like him. He chuckled self-deprecatingly and then began to read the encyclopedia. After spending about 2 hours, he had a general understanding of the world called Vale. The first part of the book discusses geography. The Vale world originally has 2 continents separated by an ocean with vast oceans to the north and south, and no one has ever crossed the northern and southern seas. This means we cannot ascertain how vast this world truly is, Phil Gray pondered. The second part discusses nations. The Vale world has 12 major countries, and the country I am currently in is the Puna Kingdom with nearby Baro Tesu Kingdom and Taz Duchy. The current geopolitical situation has remained stable for nearly 200 years. The third part covers religion. There are many religions with several major ones and dozens of smaller folk religions. Since this is a world filled with gods, every country has its own religion where ecclesiastical power surpasses royal authority. The main religions in the Puna Kingdom are the Church of Destiny and the Church of Life, along with a religion known as the Worship of Disease, which venerates the god of disease Eni. Is there really someone who believes in such a deity? Phil Gray felt somewhat puzzled. Regarding the deities, the book provided a detailed introduction distinguishing between main gods and demigods. There are 6 main gods: the god of life, the god of death, the child of night, the prophet of day, the god of destiny, and the god of time and space. In addition to the main gods, there are also some demigods who belong to the main gods, such as the god of fertility, and the god of harvest and food under the god of life, and the god of disease, and the god of disaster under the god of death. Some demigods even have more followers than their corresponding main gods. Phil Gray found this very interesting, and then took out the book Overview of Religions in the Vale World, which introduced religions in even greater detail, providing information on various sects and their distributions. Your Holiness, your lunch has arrived. Kane knocked on the door, pulling Phil Gray's thoughts back from the book. Come in. Kane set the food on the table, starting with a beautiful bowl containing a thick substance that emitted a fragrant aroma, followed by a plate filled with white block-like objects resembling rice cakes, and a fruit salad, finishing with a dish holding 3 or 4 small legs, seemingly bird legs. Your Holiness, your body has not yet recovered, so the kitchen prepared light food for you. The last cook is still locked up, and I wonder if this temporary replacement meets your taste, Kane explained. Phil Gray smiled. Thank you, I will enjoy it. Kane scratched his head. It's my honor to serve you. I will take my leave now. After bowing, Kane left the chamber. For some reason, he felt that the character of the Pope had changed after being poisoned, becoming much kinder and gentler. The previous Pope had never said thank you to them servants. In any case, as a servant, he was certainly more than happy to accept such a change in his master. Phil Gray looked at the food on the table, feeling a bit nostalgic for the cuisine of Huaxia. However, having been unconscious for several days made him extremely hungry, and he almost devoured the food on the table. Nevertheless, the taste seemed quite good. Although the fruits here were unlike any he had seen on Earth, they were still delicious. Your Holiness, the Grand Knight wishes to see you. Before he could call for a servant to clear the table, he heard another unfamiliar voice knocking on the door to report. Come in. Phil Gray tidied himself up and stood up. Entering was a man in his 30s or 40s, stout, wearing golden armor with a long knife at his waist, short golden hair, and a rugged face. This must be the Grand Knight of the Church of Destiny. Phil Gray's expression turned cold as he sat at the table, maintaining the dignity of the Pope. After the Grand Knight bowed, he asked, is there something you need, Grand Knight? The Knight Commander Vokdod nodded. Yes, Your Holiness, it is as such. Phil Gray walked slowly in front of him, quietly listening to his report. He was still speaking about the pursuit of the poisoner, seemingly requesting to send someone to negotiate with the district of the plague doctor. However, he was completely unaware of the situation now. What plague doctor, what heretic? He could only nod along, erratically pretending to look worried. After the Knight Commander finished his report, Phil Gray patted him on the shoulder. You have worked hard on these matters. My health is currently poor, and I need to rest for a few more days. As long as it does not harm the interests of the church, you may decide on these matters yourself, my knight. May the god of fate always bless you. A hint of surprise flashed in Vokdod's eyes, but he said nothing more, only half kneeling before him. I will protect you with my life and honor, you can rest assured. What was he saying? What did I say that made him suspicious? Phil Gray's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't know much about the original persona's character or where the problem lay, so he could only speak as little as possible to avoid exposing himself. All right, you may leave now. Yes. The late autumn weather was somewhat chilly, especially in this vast hall. To pretend to be the previous Pope, Phil Gray had to kneel here every morning praying to the god of fate. However, the previous pope truly demonstrated his piety to the divine, while for someone like him, who could not even sing hymns, he could only sit here in a daze. His mind raced to sort out the current situation. He had been in this world for almost a week, and aside from the knight Lucian Weirder, who was responsible for protecting him, and likely knew he wasn't the original, no one else should have noticed. This was mainly because the original hardly interacted with others. As for the original's parents, relatives, friends, Phil Gray knew nothing. Moreover, the original pope was indeed very idle, delegating almost all matters to the 3 bishops. He also roughly understood the composition of personnel under the God of Fate's governance. Beneath him, the pope, were 3 cardinal bishops responsible for managing the daily affairs of the church, while each city within the church's jurisdiction had a cardinal bishop and a sub-bishop for each district. The church also had numerous knight orders, with the main one at the headquarters being the Knights of Fate, primarily led by Knight Commander Vogdod. Each city also had its own knight order, named after the city itself. After organizing the current situation, Phil Gray began to zone out again, feeling somewhat drowsy. Realizing he was the only one in the entire hall, he decisively stood up and lay down on a nearby chair. The God of Fate surely wouldn't blame me, right? The original was his believer, I am not. Although aware that many deities might exist in this world, it is difficult for a former materialist to quickly believe in a god, especially since he harbored some resentment towards the God of Fate for choosing him to traverse. Lost in thought, he unexpectedly fell asleep. Listen to the whispers of fate. Listen to the whispers of fate. What? Phil Gray found himself in a half-dream and half-awake state. He heard an unknown voice echoing in his mind. Listen to the whispers of fate. Phil Gray suddenly sat up, only to find the voice had vanished. Is this a dream? Phil Gray rubbed his head. The hall was very quiet without any other sounds. Perhaps it was just a dream. Phil Gray thought no further. After praying for the entire morning and having a simple lunch at noon, in the afternoon Lucian Weird mentioned that 2 city lords would be visiting, so he took a short nap before heading to the study. To his surprise, the 2 city lords were already waiting there. These 2 lords were from the cities of Nuasi and Jiasha, under the jurisdiction of the Church of Destiny, both around 40 years old, one with a kind appearance and the other somewhat imposing. The Lord of Nuasi asked, Your Holiness, how is your health now? I am fine now, Phil Gray replied, but may I ask what brings the 2 lords here? We are here both to visit you, and I have given your knight the gifts. On the other hand, it concerns the follow-up to the divine descent ceremony that day, replied the Lord of Nuasi. Thank you both. I regret that such events occurred on that day. However, as believers of the God of Destiny, we should trust that everything happens according to fate's arrangement, and we can only go with the flow. Phil Gray earnestly crafted the words that a devout believer should express, quietly, giving himself a nod of approval. The 2 lords nodded, and the Lord of Jiasha spoke. Yes, however, those heretics are exploiting this situation to spread the notion that our deity has abandoned us, tarnishing our church's name, and some citizens have been swayed by them joining the heretics. They have been causing disturbances in many urban areas these days, disrupting the normal order. I understand. First, you should reassure the citizens and provide some benefits. As for the heretics, continue to investigate rigorously and publicly judge them once captured. Phil Gray pondered for a moment and proposed a countermeasure. In truth, he somewhat agreed with some of the heretics' assertions, such as that fate is in one's own hands rather than determined by the God of Destiny. He still preferred his original world without deities, where one could inadvertently offend a god for unknown reasons, inviting disaster. However, as the Pope of the Church of Destiny, he could only act in accordance with his identity and position. After all, there is a saying in the original world, one's position determines one's perspective. After the 2 lords left, Lucian Weird mentioned that Bishop Wendell was waiting outside, seemingly with something to discuss. Phil Gray recalled that this Bishop Wendell was described by the 2 servants as having a relatively kind temperament. All right, please let him in. Yes. As he gazed at Lucian Weird's back, he fell into contemplation. Phil Gray felt that Lucian Weird was somewhat strange, not only because he might know his true identity, but also because he always wore that black mask. Especially these days, seeing that mask gave him a vague sense of unease. Perhaps it was his subconscious belief that the man could expose him, which led to such feelings. Phil Gray chose not to dwell on this matter for the time being. Bishop Wendell entered, an elderly man with a kind face who from appearances could easily win people's affection. Your Holiness, I have been dealing with matters related to the divine descent ceremony these past few days. The nobles and citizens attending the ceremony have expressed concern for your health, wishing for your recovery. Meanwhile, some heretics have been spreading malicious rumors. There have been quite a few such matters, which is why I could only come to see you today. Bishop Wendell looked at him with deep regret. It's all right, thank you for your hard work, Phil Gray replied. I also heard about the heretics from the 2 city lords earlier. They are misleading the citizens and creating turmoil. I even suspect that your poisoning might have their shadow behind it, Bishop Wendell expressed with concern. That is difficult to ascertain, but I believe the God of Destiny will guide us. Your Holiness, I feel it is more important for us to let the believers feel the blessings of the deity and the mercy of the church at this moment. It is indeed about winning people's hearts, Phil Gray thought. What ideas do you have, Bishop? Winter is approaching, and some impoverished believers may freeze to death this winter. Our church has a considerable reserve of white stones, which we can distribute freely to these believers. Bishop Wendell stated. White stones. This was the first time Phil Gray had heard of such a thing, and it sounded like something for warmth. Then let the bishop arrange it. Wendell nodded. However, it might require your presence to demonstrate your care and compassion for the believers. That's fine. Indeed, if the Pope were present, the motivational effect would be doubled. Phil Gray had nothing pressing to attend to, so it would be good to go and take a look. At dinner, Fayer Gallet informed Lucien Weird that the bishop had arranged a distribution of white stone in the outskirts in 2 days' time, and that he must be present in person, which might take an entire day. Why the outskirts? Could it not be done in the square? Lucien Weird asked, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. There are distributions in the square as well, but those are mainly for the slums of Nuosi City, overseen by Bishop Dominique. Bishop Windier and I will go to the outskirts. It takes about a morning to reach the outskirts from the main city. Beyond the walls are farmers, and Bishop Windier said it would be arduous for them to come into the city and return with the white stone, so a collection point was set up there. And to show that I care for them, it is better that I go myself, Fayer Gallet explained. Very well, I will accompany you. Lucien Weird bowed. Fayer Gallet did not know how harsh the winter here would be, but the autumn chill already rivaled a northern temperate winter on Earth. Surely winter would be colder still. But what was the white stone used for? Was it like coal? 2 days passed quickly. Fayer Gallet boarded the carriage early. The driver was Lucien Weird. Bishop Windier rode in another carriage, and they were escorted by a dozen or so knights of the Mingyan Chishirtuan. He lifted the curtain now and then to peer outside. The streets of this world were tidy, lined with shops and bustling at first, but as they left the city center, dilapidated houses began to appear. Whenever they passed, pedestrians stopped and praised the greatness of the god of fate, and the church, many also hailing him as the Pope. Fayer Gallet could not help but marvel. He had never received such treatment before. Though curious, he could not keep the curtain raised. Such familiarity would undermine the Pope's dignity. Sitting in the carriage grew tedious, but he had brought a book, A Brief History of the Church of Fate, to occupy himself. Fayer Gallet seized every opportunity to learn about this world, for though he now bore the title of Pope, that very identity made it harder to conceal himself. If discovered, being burned would likely be the mildest end. Just as he had finished reading the glowing deeds of past popes, Lucien Weird told him they had arrived. He stepped down and saw Bishop Windier wearing the same benign smile. Your Holiness, the convoy carrying the white stone is already here and distribution has begun. Very well. Fayer Gallet approached. Priests had set up 5 or 6 tables, and behind them on the open ground lay a large heap of pale stones. Could these be the white stones? The white stones were not only large, but abundant, stretching perhaps 10 meters or more. He wondered how they had been transported, for there were no cargo wagons to be seen, and he had not noticed a mass of transport carriages. He dared not ask, and stifled his curiosity. A long line of people had come to collect them, a queue stretching beyond sight. Old and young, raggedly clothed, some carrying tools and baskets. When Fayer Gallet walked past, they knelt in uneven ranks, some repeatedly bowing their heads, weeping as they thanked the church and the Pope. These were surely followers of the god of fate, though whether they truly believed mattered little. The church would not interrogate their motives. The point was to display mercy and compassion. The deity sat high in the heavens while they lived in hardship. The incumbent Pope from Earth had never witnessed such a scene. Fayer Gallet almost lost his smile. He hurriedly bade them rise, extolling the god of fate, and telling them that the deity watched over them, and that those in need could seek aid directly from the church. Once more came a chorus of praise and gratitude. Fayer Gallet felt increasingly uneasy. He spoke one thing with his lips while his heart lacked true faith in the god of fate. A cold wind blew on the outskirts. After the Pope personally handed out a few white stones, Bishop Windier had tents set up and urged Fayer Gallet to rest. Fayer Gallet still recalled the texture of the white stone, smooth like a pebble, though he did not know its hardness. From what a few arriving farmers said, it was indeed for burning. It seemed the white stone served as this world's energy source. Inside the tent with Lucien Weird, Fayer Gallet sat admiring its comforts. Carpet, table and chairs, and even some food on the table. They remained until near dusk. As Fayer Gallet was about to inspect whether the distribution had finished, a woman's cries came from outside. He faintly heard her shout, "Your Holiness, please let me see the Pope. Save my child." Lucien Weird went out and returned with a disheveled woman clutching a child, her face streaked with tears. She fell to her knees and begged, "Please, Your Holiness, save my child." Fayer Gallet signaled Weird to help her up and asked, "What is wrong with your child?" She answered hoarsely, "My family is cursed. Every week a member breaks out in red blotches and then bleeds to death overnight. My husband is dead, my eldest son and daughter are dead. Only this little one remains. Please save us." Such horror. Fayer Gallet frowned, but as a false pope he had no knowledge of how to lift a curse, and it sounded perhaps more like an infectious disease than a spell. "Have you sought a physician?" The woman and Lucien Weird were momentarily stunned, as though not understanding. Weird then clarified, "His Holiness asks whether you have sought the church's priests or anyone from the Shengming Church." It turned out this world had no doctors. Fayer Gallet felt both astonished and embarrassed, grateful that Weird was there to help. "We have sought the church's priests, but they said the curse is too strong and that only the Pope can lift it. Only you can change this child's fate. Please, I beg you." The woman began to kowtow repeatedly, and the child in her arms started to wail. All right, let me see," Fayer Gallet said, half doubtfully, fixing his gaze on the child. The infant was covered in red blotches, the skin bruised purple, looking near death. "Please," the priest said, "that if someone favored by the deity touches his brow and sings the hymns of praise to the god of fate, pleading for the child to be allowed to live, the child may be saved," the woman implored bitterly. Fayer Gallet's eyes showed a flash of surprise. What could that accomplish? Besides, he could not sing the sacred hymns that placed him in an awkward position. Nevertheless, he accepted the child from the woman. If it were contagious, what then? He hesitated inwardly. He did not much wish to place his hand on the infant. Before he could dwell further on it, the baby's face in his arms contorted into a hideous snarl, then became a maw of blood and lunged toward his neck with startling speed. He screamed. The imagined pain did not come. Phil Gray saw the flash of Weirder's sword, and the infant was struck down to the ground. The swaddling that wrapped him had already torn, revealing his deformed, writhing body. Weirder's sword had cleaved half of his face, yet the remaining body on the ground twisted and even crawled towards Phil Gray. What kind of monster is this? Phil Gray, terrified, jumped onto the table, while Lucy and Weirder had already engaged in a struggle with the woman. The woman's face exhibited folds like toad skin, her hands transformed into claws swinging towards Weirder. What the hell is this? Phil Gray recalled the knights who were supposed to escort him outside. He hurriedly shouted, "Help! Someone is trying to assassinate the Pope." Knights indeed entered, more than 10 of them, but their swords were pointed at him. What are you doing? I am the Pope. Without time to ponder why the knights had turned against him, Phil Gray swiftly dodged their attacks, but alone he was no match for 10 trained knights. Just as he was about to be caught, Lucy and Weirder conjured a black bell in his other hand, surrounded by eerie mist. As the bell rang, white hands broke through the earth, followed by dozens of skeletons emerging from the ground, engaging in battle with the knights. Phil Gray stared in shock at the scene before him. Although he knew that deities existed in this world, he still thought that the human realm should be like Earth. He never expected that people here could possess such strange abilities. Lucy and Weirder simply discarded his sword, replacing it with a black staff adorned with spikes, striking decisively at the monstrous woman. The woman had completely transformed into a monster, intermittently spewing green slime at Weirder. Whenever Weirder's staff struck her, it elicited her wailing shrieks like a siren. Phil Gray's heart raced. The tent had been torn apart, yet the surroundings were empty. Those who had collected their items had likely already returned home, but there was still no sign of Bishop Wendell. He wanted to leave first, but was afraid that doing so would lead to greater danger. He could only pray that Weirder would resolve the monster quickly. The skeletons, devoid of life, charged fearlessly at the knights. The bones that were struck produced a clang, leaving no trace even of the swords. Impressive, Phil Gray exclaimed. Soon the skeletons had dealt with the knights and the writhing infant, rushing to assist Weirder in defeating the monstrous woman. Though the monstrous woman was terrifying, she did not seem to be Weirder's opponent. With the help of many skeletons, she quickly began to falter. Who sent you? Lucy and Weirder asked in a deep voice. The woman continued to emit strange cries, struggling to pounce at him. In the end, she was pierced through the heart by Weirder. Phil Gray finally sighed in relief as he approached Weirder, watching him ring the bell again, causing the skeletons to crawl back underground. Thank you, Phil Gray expressed his heartfelt gratitude. It was merely my duty, Weirder replied. What kind of monster was that woman? She is a divine favored, likely a follower of disease worship or a pestilence conjurer. Phil Gray pondered, recalling from his reading of an overview of religious beliefs in the Veil world that disease worship is a church that venerates the god of diseases, while pestilence conjurers are a group that worships the god of plagues. But what is a divine favored? Phil Gray asked. Since Weirder already knew he was a fraud, he thought it wise to push his luck for more information, lest he remain completely in the dark in this world. Lucy and Weirder explained divine favored are those who can utilize certain abilities of deities. They are ranked into 7 levels based on their degree of divine favor: listening, blessing, attention, divine indication, divine descent, divine path, and semi-divine. The first 3 levels still belong to the realm of mortals. Listening means the divine favored can hear the divine's insights. Blessing allows them to pray to the deity for their requests, and attention means the deity's gaze will linger upon you. The latter 4 levels transcend mortal confines. Divine indication means the deity will respond to your requests. Divine descent allows one to invite the deity to descend into their body, while divine path enables one to utilize the power of belief like a deity. Semi-divine indicates one possesses the qualifications to become a deity, mastering certain laws of power. At the levels of divine path and semi-divine, there will be no limits on lifespan. That woman just now should be at the blessing level. This must be the extraordinary system of this world. Phil Gray's eyes lit up. So how can one become a divine favored? Lucy and Weirder glanced at him and smiled. Whether one can become a divine favored is predetermined at birth. Your Majesty surely has forgotten you are the first pope in history not to be a divine favored in the Church of Destiny. This has caused much discontent, and it was the former pope and the Gray family who pushed against the tide for you to become pope. Phil Gray felt somewhat embarrassed, as if his heart had shattered. He also did not know if he was like the previous host, lacking the qualification to become a divine favored. Weirder continued. To become a divine favored, one must be sufficiently devout to the deity, continuously pray to the deity, and during prayer they have the chance to hear the divine's insights. By following the guidance of the insights and fulfilling the corresponding tasks, one can gain a certain ability from the deity, and their soul will be strengthened, thus rising a level. Every ecclesiastical court has many divine favored because it is easy to become a priest, but positions above bishop must be held by divine favored, and only those at the level of divine indication or above can serve as cardinal bishops. Phil Gray suddenly recalled a phrase he had heard half asleep a few days ago: listen to the whispers of fate. Could it be that it wasn't a dream, but rather a divine insight given to him? His heart raced with excitement, but he did not show it. Instead, with a smile, he asked, you are definitely not a divine favored of the Church of Destiny, right? Though he knew little, the ability of a divine favorite of the Church of Destiny should not be summoning skeletons. Lucian Weirder chuckled lightly. You are indeed clever. I am a man of the Church of the Dead worshipping the god of death Vino. But now is not the time to discuss this. It is more important for us to return to the ecclesiastical court quickly. Then his expression turned serious. It seems someone is coming. He transformed with Phil Gray into a shadow. Phil Gray marveled at his prowess, and then saw that the incoming figures were Bishop Wendell and Knight Commander Vokdod. He was about to greet them when he suddenly hesitated, recalling the rebellious knights. Turning back, he noticed Lucian Weirder also fixated intently on the two. They approached closer, and he could hear their conversation. They are all dead. Your knights can't even capture a single ordinary person. Wendell's voice. Did you not say that the pestilence conjurer you summoned has never missed? How can a blessing-level pestilence conjurer not kill a mere ordinary person? Knight Commander Vokdod's voice. Damn it. Phil Gray gritted his teeth. These two bastards had betrayed him. Wendell sighed. If I had known, I would have acted myself. I only wanted to take the opportunity to frame the plague creator. There were people from the Church of the Dead involved. Vokdod examined the corpses of the fallen knight and female monster. That knight beside the Pope is no simple character. Indeed, the former Pope's loyalists are not so easily dealt with. A flash of white light passed through Wendell's hand, and the corpses and traces of the fight vanished, leaving the place as if no one had ever been there. Has the bishop broken through to the divine descent? Vokdod asked. Not so easily. Oh, I've only recently touched upon some thresholds. Wendell sounded somewhat proud. Haha, no wonder the bishop chose this time to strike against the Pope. Vokdod laughed heartily. Finding the Pope is the priority. The voice grew fainter as Phil Gray and Wilder watched their figures completely disappear, waiting a moment before revealing themselves. Lucian Wilder spat out a mouthful of blood. Phil Gray quickly supported him, shivering upon touching Wilder's body, as if he had touched a corpse. What happened to you? Lucian Wilder waved his hand, refusing his assistance. My level is still only at the observation stage, not their match. What should we do? Phil Gray asked. Returning to the church would be walking into a trap. Go to the Gray family. The current patriarch is your uncle. The Gray family is one of the old distinguished families of the Church of Fate, having produced many popes, and there are quite a few high-level divine favored ones in the family. He will help you. As Wilder spoke, he shook his bell, and immediately a skeletal horse crawled out of the ground. Phil Gray barely had time to admire it before Wilder yanked him onto the horse. The skeletal horse galloped wildly, its speed akin to flight, leaving Phil Gray dizzy as he clutched the horse's bones tightly. Are you okay? Wilder asked. Phil Gray struggled to speak due to his discomfort. Who would have thought there was such a thing as horse sickness? Wilder laughed. Since your final speed up. Phil Gray rolled his eyes with effort. The skeletal horse leaped into the air, galloping through the sky. Fortunately, it was already dark and there was no moonlight. The people below should not be able to see this scene. This is too incredible, Phil Gray thought, feeling both unwell and amazed. On the way, Phil Gray felt very anxious. He didn't know what the relationship between the Gray family and the original owner was, nor whether that so-called uncle would recognize that he was not the original owner. We're almost there, Lucian Wilder said. So soon. Phil Gray had just begun to adapt to the skeletal horse's speed when the horse jumped down, causing him to be jolted and nearly vomit. However, at that moment, a flash of sword light passed, slicing the skeletal horse in half. Phil Gray fell to the ground while Wilder nimbly jumped down. Standing before them was Vokdod. I knew you would come here. Phil Gray's heart tightened. He disregarded his aching body and hurriedly ran behind Wilder. It's over, just one step away. Am I to meet my end here? Are you from the Church of the Dead? Do not interfere with the affairs of my Church of Fate. Vokdod pointed his sword directly at Wilder. Wilder said nothing and instead summoned a dozen skeletons with his bell. Why did you betray me? Phil Gray asked angrily. What right does an ordinary person have to become Pope? For years ago, we thought your father had left a backup plan and dared not act hastily, but now we have no such concerns. Vokdod laughed heartily at his appearance. Aren't you afraid of the Gray family? The Church of Fate is not just the Gray family. Other families have long been dissatisfied with you as Pope. If they were already dissatisfied, why wait until I crossed over to take action? Phil Gray lamented inwardly. Aren't you afraid of the god of fate delivering divine punishment? He stared intently at Vokdod. You are not even a divine favored one. How could the god of fate punish us devout divine favored ones for your sake? Vokdod sneered, seemingly feeling confident of victory, and continued. An ordinary person becoming Pope has made our divine church a laughingstock among other churches. The former Pope was indeed formidable, but he should not have regarded the divine church as his own, allowing his son, who is not even a divine favored one, to become Pope. As he spoke, he swung his sword. A dozen skeletons surrounded him, but in the face of Vokdod, these skeletons were like tofu, quickly sliced into pieces. Lucian Wilder spat out another mouthful of blood, but he still brandished his staff and charged forward. You are overestimating yourself. Vokdod scoffed. Fate's shackles. Lucian Wilder's body was instantly bound by a white chain, and he frowned. His body gradually became enveloped in black mist, his skin began to decay, and then his entire body transformed into chunks of corpse wrenching free from the chains. You have some skill, but there is a qualitative difference between the observation level and the divine revelation level. Vokdod's great sword swung towards Wilder. Just as Wilder's body recovered from its decayed state, he was struck by Vokdod's sword on his shoulder, severing one of his arms. Phil Gray was alarmed, but as an ordinary person, he had no way to help. Lucian Wilder paid no mind to his severed arm. He raised his other hand with the black staff, and another row of skeletons appeared to surround Vokdod. He retreated to Phil Gray's side, handed him something, and whispered, "In a moment, I will summon a magic circle, and you must stand on it immediately. Oh, I will teleport you to a safe place." Okay. Phil Gray took it, and it turned out to be a blue gemstone bracelet. What is this? Before he could ask, Wilder charged at Vokdod again. At this moment, the skeletons that had just been summoned were already dealt with by him. He seemed to want a quick resolution, his moves becoming fiercer as flashes of white light flickered, accompanied by his maniacal laughter. Spear of Destiny. A white spear pierced through Wilder's chest, the blood-stained iron tip protruding from his back. Can he still live? Brother, hold on. Phil Gray felt like crying without tears. Could it be that he was destined to perish just after crossing over? Is there a more tragic transmigrated than him? Just then he saw Wilder wink at him. Then he pulled out the spear, blood gushing forth. He shouted, "God of death above, I summon the passage to the realm of the dead with my life as the guide." The dripping blood mingled with black mist appeared, hauntingly eerie. As the blood and black mist fell to the ground, a sinister and eerie magic circle appeared. Remembering the earlier instruction, Phil Gray could not worry about Wilder anymore and hurriedly stepped onto it. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Vokdod had no time to intervene, and the magic circle activated instantly. With a flash of black light, Phil Gray disappeared before his eyes. "Damn it, where did you send the Pope?" Vokdod cursed angrily. He swung his great sword at Weirder's body in a fit of rage, but instead of dodging, Weirder advanced toward him, and strangely no blood flowed out. Vokdod was somewhat surprised. Weirder stared at him intently, saying, "I remember you." His body collapsed, and at the moment of contact with the ground, he transformed into a decaying corpse. No matter how Vokdod hacked at the rotting corpse, there was no response. Is he dead? Vokdod squinted his eyes. The Reaper's Passage of the Dead Church indeed required a life to be sacrificed to activate, but those blessed by the god of death might have other means of resurrection. Thinking of this, he called over several knights, saying, "Take his corpse back to the church." Yes. In a moment, Phil Gray's consciousness blurred, and when he regained awareness, everything around him was dark. He felt an intense chill within this formation, not the kind of cold that was physical, but a bone-deep cold that penetrated the soul. Could this be the aura of death? Phil Gray thought, wondering whether Weirder could escape. What did his last words about life as a guide mean? Was it an attempt to save himself? Before he could ponder too much, his consciousness blurred again, plunging him into unconsciousness. Listen to the whispers of fate. Listen to the teachings of the dead. Listen to the whispers of fate. Two different voices intertwined in his mind, causing his spirit to become chaotic until the final deep and eerie voice grew weaker, leaving only one phrase echoing in his mind. Listen to the whispers of fate. This phrase grew increasingly bright, causing his head to buzz. All right, I will listen. He suddenly sat up, finding a large face staring at him with a simple smile that startled him. Who are you?" Phil Gray asked. He surveyed his surroundings. It was a small room that could barely accommodate the bed he lay on and a chair in front of him. The room was somewhat dilapidated, the light dim, and he could see a candle-like object in the corner emitting a faint glow. Having grown accustomed to the luxurious palace of the church, he felt a bit out of place. "Hello, I'm glad to meet you. My name is Barry." Barry grinned foolishly, reaching out to shake hands with him. Hello, my name is." Phil Gray paused. He couldn't reveal his true name. After thinking for a moment, he said, "My name is Kane." "I'm sorry, my dear servant, I'll borrow your name for now." "Hello, Kane, how old are you this year?" Barry asked again. However, his tone sounded a bit childish, like a little kid. Phil Gray looked at him in confusion. 23. Great. Barry is 20 this year. Can I call you brother? Could he be a fool? Before Phil Gray could respond, he heard an old woman's voice call out, "Barry, stop fooling around and bring the guest over. I have something to say." "All right." Barry nodded, looking aggrieved. It turned out this room was connected to another one. Pushing the door open, they entered a slightly larger room where on the east side was a stove and a worn-out cabinet, while on the west side was a bed with an old woman sitting on it. The old woman smiled, kindly saying, "My son had a head injury when he was young and is a bit slow. Please don't mind him." "Oh, it's fine. Where's this place? How did I end up here?" "My silly son went out for a stroll and happened to see you lying at my door, so he carried you back. From your attire and demeanor, you must be a noble, right?" Phil Gray glanced at his outfit, the Pope's luxurious robe and the silver crown inlaid with jewels. It was too conspicuous. "I was once a prominent noble, but I was betrayed by others in my family. My wealth was taken by them, and now I am penniless and homeless. In despair, I wandered around, and in the end, I didn't even know where I had gone before fainting from exhaustion." Phil Gray said sadly, concealing part of the truth. The old woman sighed. "What a pity, dear child. This is the lower district of Cow City, what you nobles would call a slum." Cow City. The headquarters of the church where he resided was in No City, and Cow City was a city far from No City. Although it was still within the jurisdiction of the Fate Church, it was already close to the boundary of the jurisdiction. Weirder's teleportation was quite impressive. However, the bishop and the knight commander have now taken control of the church. If they utilize the church's power, it's only a matter of time before they find me. However, the current issue to solve should be hiding and finding shelter. I have nowhere to go at the moment. I wonder if you can shelter me for a while." Phil Gray asked sincerely. He was unfamiliar with this place, and for now he could only rely on these two kind-hearted people. "No problem." The old woman smiled. "It's just that my place is too poor, and I worry you won't be accustomed to it." "It's fine, thank you for your kindness." Phil Gray expressed his gratitude. Great. If you live in my house, I can play with you. Barry clapped happily by the side. Phil Gray looked at his attire, which clashed with the room, and asked, I wonder if you have any spare clothes. My outfit is too conspicuous. Yes, Barry, go get the clothes I sewed for you a few days ago. My lower body is paralyzed, so I can't move. I can only count on my silly son. The old woman instructed her son before explaining to Phil Gray. Barry nodded and pulled out a brown coarse cloth shirt from under the bed in the inner room. Here, brother Kane, Barry is giving you new clothes. Phil Gray almost didn't react, then remembered that Kane was indeed his alias. Thank you. One paralyzed, one with a mental deficiency, yet they could take in this stranger and give him clothes that were extremely precious to the poor. Phil Gray was moved by the kindness of this mother and son. After changing into the coarse cloth shirt in the inner room, he stored away the luxurious clothing, hiding it under the bed. He planned to burn it tomorrow. The Pope's clothes must not be exposed. As for the crown, he needed to find an opportunity to bury it outside, and perhaps later when he could return to the church, he could have someone dig it up. He stayed in the inner room, while Barry set up a bed made of wooden planks in the outer room, living together with his mother. By the time everything was settled, it was almost dawn. After a day of twists and turns, Phil Gray lay in bed exhausted and quickly fell into a deep sleep. It was already noon when Phil Gray opened his eyes, stretching lazily, just about to push the door open to go outside, when he heard an old woman outside seemingly engaged in conversation with someone. Faintly, he could hear the words Holy See and Pope mentioned in their discussion. Phil Gray was startled. Before he could listen closely, the other person took their leave. Phil Gray furrowed his brows and could only step out of the inner room. The old woman looked at him with a smile and asked, You're up. Barry went to work this morning. He'll bring back some food later. Phil Gray smiled, sitting on the rickety stool, and casually asked, Thank you. By the way, I just heard you discussing matters regarding the Holy See. What's going on? I have difficulty walking away. It was the aunt next door who said that this morning people from the Holy See posted a notice in the square saying that the Pope was attacked by his knight, who seems to be an undercover agent sent by the Church of the Dead. The Pope is now missing. What? The Pope is missing? Phil Gray asked in surprise. She said the streets are filled with people looking for the Pope, some from the Holy See, some from the Lord's Manor. It's quite chaotic. The old woman put down the clothing she was mending. Why are they looking for him in Cow City? Isn't the Pope in North City? Phil Gray wondered. Perhaps other cities are looking for him too, we don't know. Phil Gray frowned. Those two traitors had framed Weirder and used the power of the Holy See to pretend to search for him. If they found him, there would definitely be no good outcome. His features were too distinctive. Since he arrived in this world, he had yet to see anyone with the same gray hair as his. He pressed his lips together, lost in thought, unsure of what to do. The voice of the old woman broke through his contemplation. By the way, could you check if there's any hair dye left in that cabinet over there? Last time Barry insisted that I dye my white hair because he was afraid I would look old. Why do you have white hair at such a young age? Golden hair looks younger. Gray, not white. Just as he was about to retort, Phil Gray's heart skipped a beat as he turned to look at the old woman. She still wore a kind smile, but her eyes were very wise. Sighing, Phil Gray helplessly said, Do you know my identity? She nodded, a nostalgic expression appearing on her face. When I was young, I was also a faithful follower of the God of Fate. About 5 days before the Divine Descent celebration, I would ride with Barry's father on our little pony to North City. I participated in many celebrations and saw many nobles at the celebrations, knowing that the Gray family is characterized by their gray hair. Phil Gray responded, That makes sense. I am too recognizable. Yes, Phil Gray said helplessly, but please do not reveal my whereabouts. They are not looking for me to save me, but to kill me. I know. You know? Phil Gray asked in surprise. Yes, if you thought they were trustworthy upon hearing they were looking for you, you would have gone straight to find them. Yet you were still hiding. When I thought about what you said yesterday about your estate being usurped, I guessed it was because someone had taken control of the Holy See, wanting to eliminate you, forcing you to hide. The old woman explained slowly. Truly a wise person among the common folk, Phil Gray sighed. You are really clever. So have you decided to help me? Phil Gray took out a bottle of golden hair dye from the cabinet. Yes, helping you hide could indeed involve great risk, but I am old and Barry has the intelligence of only a 7 or 8-year-old child. I am afraid that after I die, he won't be able to live on his own. The old woman sighed. She looked at Phil Gray with hope. I only hope that when you return to the position of the Pope, you can properly take care of my son, allowing him to live a carefree life. Thank you. I promise that if I survive and eliminate those traitors, I will give you and Barry a lot of money and send someone to take care of you. Phil Gray said firmly. All right, when Barry comes back, let him dye your hair. Luckily, I didn't dye much last time, and there's still a large bottle left. It should be enough for you. The old woman said with a smile. Yes. Don't worry too much. Cow City is too far from North City, and not many people come here for the Divine Descent celebration, so no one can remember what the current Pope looks like. That's good. Before long, Barry returned with a paper bag containing a few buns. The old woman first handed one to Phil Gray, saying Barry's intelligence is limited. He can only do physical labor. He helps the Lord plant some farmland outside the city, and the captain of the farming team knows our situation and lets him bring back more lunch. So that's how it is, thank you. Phil Gray took the bun, his last meal being from yesterday at noon, and he was now starving. Barry, you will help Kane dye his hair later. Huh? Why? Barry asked, puzzled. Because I owe a lot of money to others and am afraid of being recognized, so I need to hide it. Don't tell anyone. Phil Gray said with concern. Okay, I'll help you dye it, but if you have money, you must pay them back early. All right. After cutting his hair short and dyeing it golden, he burned his clothes and buried the crown, letting out a long breath. Touching the golden dye on his hands, he really looked somewhat like Cain now. He gazed at the azure sky. Suddenly he thought that perhaps he could just leave, directly depart from the domain of the god of fate, without becoming a pope. After all, Weirder, who was the only one likely to know he was not the original owner, should already be dead. If he went to a place where no one knew Phil Gray, he wouldn't have to pretend to be the original owner and could live freely. Becoming the pope was never his choice. Phil Gray stood frozen in place. His eyes unconsciously looked at the blue gemstone bracelet on his wrist. If he just left, wouldn't Weirder have died in vain? Thinking of the tragic scene when he sent him off, shouldn't he take revenge for him? He clenched his fists, realizing that escaping alone might not be safe either. What if other Holy See members also recognized the original owner or colluded with those two traitors to search for him? He would be in constant danger. However, hiding here also carried the risk of being discovered. He should think of a way to contact the Gray family. The Gray family was in North City, and he was in Cow City. How could he contact them? The church members and knights here were also untrustworthy. He didn't know if they had sided with those two traitors. Thinking this, he walked back into the house and looked at the old woman who was sewing clothes and talking to Barry, expressing his troubles. Cow City is the boundary of the domain of the god of fate, and members of the Gray family seldom come here. It might be a bit difficult to contact them without being discovered by the Holy See. The old woman shook her head. Phil Gray showed a disappointed expression. Gray, are you looking for young Master Gray? In a few days, Sister Edith is getting married. We can go find him. Barry suddenly clapped his hands. What? Phil Gray and the old woman both looked at Barry. Barry looked at the two people staring at him, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. Previously, when we were at the City Lord's mansion, young Master Gray said he wanted to pursue Sister Edith and asked me to send her flowers every day. But young Master Gray left just a month ago, and Sister Edith is already getting married to someone else. Young Master Gray will definitely come to snatch the bride, he said, revealing an excited smile. This kid must have heard too many stories about bride snatching. However, who is Sister Edith that you mentioned? Phil Gray asked. She is the daughter of the City Lord of Cow City, the old woman explained. Is this young Master Gray from the Gray family? Phil Gray asked again. Barry scratched his head. He is the only one who doesn't want me to call him brother. I don't really like him. He said he is the son of the head of the Gray family and wants me to call him young master. Phil Gray's eyes lit up. Since he dared to pursue the City Lord's daughter, this guy must not be a fake. Barry, you certainly know a lot of people. Yes, Barry has many good friends. I love making friends the most. Besides Sister Edith, Barry has many friends from the City Lord's mansion, such as... The old woman pulled Barry, stopping his incessant chatter. If what Barry said was correct, then this young Master Gray might really attend the wedding in 3 days. But how am I going to enter the City Lord's mansion on that day? Phil Gray rubbed his temples deep in thought. However, the only thing troubling him was also resolved. After discussing how to sneak into the City Lord's mansion, Barry said that due to the wedding preparations, the City Lord's mansion was short-staffed and would be hiring temporary workers in the coming days. If he wanted to go to the City Lord's mansion, he could take this opportunity. That's great. Phil Gray couldn't help but clap his hands like Barry did, but he restrained his impulse. After all, there was someone present who knew about his identity as a pope, and he had to maintain decorum. Phil Gray coughed. Then he'll go try applying. You should first go to that house behind the alley. Their daughter works at the City Lord's mansion and seems to be a supervisor. Go ask her first. If they ask about your identity, just say you are a distant relative of my family, the old woman suggested. Let Barry take you, he knows her. All right, let's go introduce the new friend to the old friends. Barry cheered. After walking for a while, they arrived at the place mentioned. This family's house was larger and tidier than those of others on the street. Barry knocked on the door. Barry is here, Lisa, open the door. After a while, a woman opened the door and came out. She appeared a bit short with a graceful figure and wavy hair tied with a red ribbon. Barry, are you here for something? Then she widened her eyes, staring directly at Phil Gray, so handsome. Hello, my name is Lisa. Are you Barry's friend? Yes, I heard that the City Lord's mansion is hiring temporary workers, and I want to give it a try, Phil Gray replied with a smile. In Lisa's eyes, this person seemed to be glowing. All right, I'm the deputy supervisor of the kitchen. He'll recommend you to help in the kitchen later. Quickly come in, and let's talk. Lisa invited them into the house. Then he'll trouble you with this. Phil Gray expressed his gratitude. Barry, how did you meet such a handsome brother? Lisa poured them a glass of water. Before he could respond, Phil Gray quickly said, I am his distant cousin, just came from outside the city. Oh, but I see that your appearance and demeanor resemble that of a noble, Lisa marveled. Not at all, my family is very poor, which is why I came to find you. I hope to earn some money at the City Lord's mansion to change my family's situation, Phil Gray explained, smiling at the woman before him. Yes, we can change our destiny through our own efforts. Don't believe what the church preaches about fate being predetermined. As long as you work hard, one day you'll be able to enjoy life like those noble lords. Lisa encouraged. It seemed this guy had a rather poor opinion of the church. I also believe that destiny is in our own hands, not decided by the gods. Only the timid blame everything on divine arrangements, Phil Gray said calmly. Lisa's eyes widened. Well said. I actually think you have the potential to be calm. You know what I mean. She left out a few words in between. Phil Gray was puzzled about what she was trying to say. If you're interested, tonight at midnight, go to the red door in the middle of the first alley, knock 3 times, wait a moment, then knock twice more, and I will recommend you then, Lisa whispered in Phil Gray's ear. What are you two talking about? Is there something you can't let Barry hear? Barry asked, feeling a bit wronged. It's nothing, Barry. I just need to get some vegetables for you to take back to your mother. Lisa waved her hand and ran to get the vegetables. What? Phil Gray hadn't even reacted yet. Did Lisa just say that he still needed to go to the city lord's mansion at midnight? Or was it to become something else? He felt a bit curious. After Lisa brought out the vegetables, they took their leave. Soon it was night. Phil Gray took a nap, and at midnight he quietly stepped out of the house. There was still no moon tonight, and it was pitch dark. Phil Gray took the lantern that Barry gave him and walked to the place Lisa mentioned, knocking on the door. After waiting for a moment, he heard a deep voice coming from inside. "Come in." The door was surprisingly unlocked, and he pushed it open and walked in. Before him stood an old man with white hair who said in a low voice, "Follow me." He followed the old man to a tree in the yard where the old man lifted a wooden board under the tree, revealing a passage. "Go in." Phil Gray walked down, but the old man did not follow. He could only carry the lantern and walk deeper inside. Soon he reached the end of the passage, which was quite bright because there were about a dozen other people holding lanterns as well. Were they all here to apply for temporary work at the city lord's mansion? Phil Gray's mouth twitched. "Hey, handsome, over here." Phil Gray was just lost in thought when he saw Lisa waving at him. He smiled and walked over. "You actually came? After the opening, Inzil introduced you to the leader." "All right." Phil Gray nodded. He also sensed something was off. This was definitely not some recruitment for temporary workers, but probably a gathering of a mysterious organization. He surveyed the people around him. They all looked like ordinary citizens chatting quietly in pairs, with some glancing at him as if by accident. Before long, a middle-aged woman came down the passage. She looked very kind with her face covered in gauze. As she walked, she loudly shouted, "Is everyone here? The god of fate has long abandoned us. We must take control of our own destiny. The church says we are heretics, but we laugh at them as puppets manipulated by that damned fate. It is the weak." Instantly, the passage echoed with voices as everyone shouted, "Take control of your own destiny. Break free from the manipulation of fate." Lisa also shouted along. Phil Gray's smile instantly froze. "Traitors to the faith. These people are actually traitors." Everyone else was shouting loudly. No wonder they had to gather underground, as such noise above would surely attract the attention of the church. Seeing that Phil Gray did not shout, a few people turned their eyes toward him. Phil Gray quickly cried out, "Take control of your own destiny." Inside, he felt a bit awkward. As the Pope of the Church of Destiny, it was indeed strange for him to shout slogans alongside traitors. The few people then turned back. After shouting for a while, the veiled woman raised her hand, signaling them to stop. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Her voice was deep and flowing. "I know many of you are unfortunate souls abandoned by the god of destiny. We once devotedly believed in him, yet when we faced tribulations, he offered no protection to his followers. Instead, he toyed with our fates." She pulled down her veil, revealing a face marred by scars left from burns. Which deity would descend upon his followers with merciless flames while they pray for him in the temple? "I once thought this was a test from the deity, but when I returned home enduring the pain, I found my family taken by the church due to the bishop's slander, and that bishop was clearly coveting our wealth. I pleaded with the deity, yet he continued to toy with my fate. It was only when my family's bodies were brought out branded with the crime of disrespecting the deity that I realized we were merely toys in the hands of the god of destiny. He and his lapdog church only take pleasure in our suffering to display their superiority. Our fates should not be determined by others. We must take control of our own destinies." As she spoke passionately, tears streamed down her face. The crowd bowed their heads, and a few occasionally let out sobs. It seemed these traitors were all individuals who had undergone significant changes in their lives and no longer believed in the god of destiny, as well as those who had been persecuted by the corrupt within the church. Truly, a single rat droppings can spoil a whole pot of soup. The actions of that bishop tarnished the church's image, dragging the deity down with it. The god of destiny should be renamed the god of blame, as he must bear the responsibility for the church's actions, and any time people face misfortunes, they can attribute it to the arrangements of the god of destiny. Phil Gray sighed inwardly. However, he did not wish to stand up for justice, as he had also caused his own reincarnation, hadn't he? The woman wiped away her tears. "These discussions are futile. We are not cowardly whiners, but determined warriors. Only by overthrowing the church can we prevent others from suffering our pain and no longer be deceived by that vile god of destiny. Everyone here may have just joined us in the past few days and may not be familiar with our customs. Our meeting times are uncertain, but as long as you see our symbol on the streets, it means we are gathering." "What symbol?" as someone in front of Phil Gray asked out loud, seemingly a newcomer as well. "It is a fist crushing a flower of destiny," the woman replied. This symbol was indeed direct and bold. Phil Gray felt helpless. The woman coughed lightly. "The purpose of today's gathering is primarily to address two matters. The first is the disappearance of the Pope, which I believe you all are aware of. This is our opportunity. If we can find the Pope before them and eliminate this leader among the lapdogs, we will have succeeded in more than half of our plan to overthrow the church." Phil Gray swallowed hard. "The Pope you are looking for is right in front of you. Isn't the Pope in no city?" someone asked. The woman shook her head. "Not necessarily. Several cities under the god of destiny are searching, so the Pope could be anywhere. The second matter is that we need to continue to give the church trouble. Whether it is smashing their things or exposing their misdeeds in the streets, we need to let more people see their true colors." The woman smiled slightly again. "Everyone can also observe whether there are others around who have been deceived by the god of destiny and tormented by the church and who no longer trust the god of destiny. The more members we have, the better." It felt like a hint of a cult, Phil Gray thought. "I have also prepared small gifts for everyone." The woman waved her delicate fingers, and a pile of bottles and white beads resembling pearls appeared on the ground. Could this woman still be a favored one of the gods? There were sounds of astonishment around. This bottle contains a transformation adhesive. Simply apply it on your face to temporarily change your appearance. However, the new face will be stiff and unable to express any emotions lasting for 4 hours each time. It is meant for use when causing trouble with the church. The amount in the bottle can be used 3 times and is very precious. Please use it wisely. The woman explained further. The white beads, when bitten and thrown on the ground, will emit thick smoke to be used for escape. So they are smoke bombs. However, he was very interested in that transformation adhesive, as applying it would give him greater confidence when going to the Lord Mayor's residence. Truly marvelous. Phil Gray saw Lisa excitedly gazing at the items on the ground. This lively girl did not seem like someone tormented by fate. How did she end up joining the traders and so boldly brought in the current pope along? Everyone come forward to receive one each, the woman said. When it was Phil Gray's turn, the woman's gaze remained fixed on him, making him feel a bit nervous. Did she discover something? Unexpectedly, the woman patted his shoulder and said meaningfully, "You have a good-looking face. You must also rely on your efforts to protect yourself and avoid being toyed with by fate." What does that mean? Phil Gray's lips twitched as he relaxed. He took the items and wanted to leave, saying, "Yes, thank you for the reminder." Lisa excitedly stepped forward. "Leader, this is the newcomer I developed." Good. What is your name?" "Kane." Phil Gray answered. "Not bad, Lisa, keep it up. Once you introduce a few more people, it'll give you access to the headquarters. The headquarters offers opportunities to learn abilities like mine and has everything one could wish for." The woman encouraged. "I will." Lisa clenched her fists. The headquarters of the traders, could it be that they are all favored ones of the gods? How could those who abandon the god of destiny become favored ones? Could it be that they worship other deities? Phil Gray sank into deep curiosity. However, he was not interested in exploring these matters, merely looking with great interest at the transformation adhesive he had received. It was indeed a good item. He imagined the church must have many more such miraculous things. He could not help but sigh. Fate was indeed marvelous. "I believe you will not disappoint me." After the others received their items, the woman gave a few instructions and left while the others gradually exited the passage. Phil Gray and Lisa stepped out through the red door. "These items should have been crafted by the Creation God sect. I truly admire them." Lisa excitedly examined the bottle in her hand, passing the lantern to Phil Gray to hold. He reasonably suspected that this girl joined the traders just for these items. She had just met him and quickly brought him into the group, probably to gain access to the headquarters sooner. Phil Gray reluctantly took it, as he understood that the Creation God sect was a church composed of craftsmen worshipping the deity known as the craftsman guardian Percy. They invented many things, forcibly illuminating the technological tree in this world filled with deities. For instance, this world even has trains invented by this group of craftsmen, referred to as the Great Train, connecting various cities and countries. However, tickets for the Great Train are extremely expensive, only affordable for the nobility. Soon they arrived at Lisa's home. "You can go back now. I will introduce you to the supervisor for work tomorrow morning. However, it is not very busy, and we in the kitchen will likely only need extra hands on the day of the city lord's daughter's wedding, so you might only be hired for 1 day." Lisa playfully winked as she took the lantern from Phil Gray. "All right, thank you, Miss Lisa." Phil Gray nodded. Back at home, Barry and the old woman were still sound asleep. He gently pushed open the door to the inner room, lay on the bed, and immediately fell into a deep slumber. The next afternoon, Lisa came to inform him that everything was in order. He just needed to go to the city lord's mansion a bit earlier the day after tomorrow. His task was to serve dishes, and Lisa had negotiated him double the usual pay. Phil Gray smiled in gratitude. Now everything was prepared, just waiting for that day to arrive. He hoped that young Master Gray would indeed come. Soon it was the day of the city lord's daughter's wedding. Barry got up early, saying that today was Sister Edith's wedding and their farming team had a day off, so he planned to go watch the ceremony. Phil Gray was in the inner room. He took out the bottle of transformation adhesive distributed by the traders and opened the cap, revealing a viscous liquid inside. He poured a third of it onto his hand and then spread it over his face that felt like smearing glue all over. Just as he finished applying it, a burning sensation emerged on his face. He quickly found a tattered mirror from under the bed and saw his face twisting in the reflection, soon transforming into another appearance. The face in the mirror had become extremely ordinary, appearing very stiff, even evoking a sense of terror. It looked like the faces seen in zombie movies from his past life. However, his eyes had not changed, still looking as they originally did, which seemed somewhat awkward against this face. Phil Gray tried to smile, but found that his face did not respond in kind. Looking at his golden short hair, he happily remarked, "Not bad, not bad. Even if Wendell stood before me, he probably wouldn't recognize me." He pushed the door open and walked out. Barry's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "Who are you? Why are you wearing the clothes I gave to Kane?" Phil Gray smiled slightly, though to Barry his face showed no expression. "I am Kane. I just dressed up a bit." "Oh." Hearing the voice that indeed belonged to Kane, he sighed in relief and asked Kane, "Why do you look like this?" "It's so ugly." "Ugly? It's just an ordinary face. Today at the city lord's mansion there might be people who recognize me, and I'm afraid they will ask me for money." Phil Gray fabricated. "Oh, okay. I'm off now. I have to go to work," Phil Gray said, waving to Barry. "All right, once I finish cooking for Mom, I'll go watch the wedding too." Barry's honest face showed an excited expression. The layout of this city is similar to North City, The upper district houses numerous noble families. The middle district, also known as the main district, is mainly occupied by members of the church, while the lower district is home to the common folk. There are also some dilapidated houses from before the city's renovation inhabited by the poorer residents. Barry's home is located here. The city lord's mansion, of course, is situated in the upper district. Although all are in the same city, it is still somewhat distant, so Phil Gray hired a carriage at the street corner. The money was borrowed from Lisa. In this world, currency is divided into copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. Even though it was early morning, there were already many people on the road. There were hurried pedestrians as well as vendors selling goods, and many shops had already opened. Since coming to this world, Phil Gray had not truly experienced the local customs and scenery. Thinking of this made him feel somewhat regretful. As someone who loved adventure and travel in his past life, he was accustomed to the feeling of freedom, but after coming to this world, even though he became the Pope, he was restricted in many ways. There will always be opportunities. Phil Gray boarded the carriage. The carriages rented by the common people at the alleyway are certainly not as comfortable as the Pope's carriage, but they were sufficient for the journey. After nearly an hour, Phil Gray arrived at the city lord's mansion. Guards stood at the entrance clad in golden armor, exuding great authority. Following Lisa's instructions, he arrived at the side entrance, which was open with a few people entering one after another. A man in his 40s stood at the entrance, and Phil Gray spoke up. "I am the temporary worker for the kitchen today." "What is your name? Who recommended you?" The man asked. "My name is Kane, recommended by Lisa. You can go in, and after you enter, go straight until you reach the end, then turn left. The kitchen is behind there." "Okay." The security check at the city lord's mansion is rather lax. If someone with ill intentions were to come, it would be effortless for them to cause trouble. Phil Gray shook his head. Upon entering the kitchen, a person who seemed to be a supervisor approached him and began to question him. "Who are you? What are you here for?" "Kane, recommended by Lisa to serve dishes." The man widened his eyes, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "No way," Lisa said. She found a particularly handsome worker, saying that serving dishes to guests would be pleasing to the eyes and would bring glory to the city lord's mansion, and she even asked me for double the pay. She said, "This is the look of that handsome worker." The supervisor displayed a doubtful expression and shouted into the kitchen, "Lisa, come here." Phil Gray stifled a laugh, his face still rigid, appearing quite strange. Lisa hurried over upon hearing and seeing his appearance. She was visibly surprised. Fortunately, she recognized his hairstyle and clothing, but still uncertainly asked Kane. Phil Gray nodded. "Is he the handsome worker you mentioned?" "Yes, isn't he handsome like this?" Lisa laughed awkwardly. The supervisor looked as if he was watching a fool, but still helplessly said, Fine, you go teach him the tasks for today." All right. After the supervisor left, Lisa shot him a fierce glare and whispered, "Why are you using transformation adhesive at this time?" Of course, this is the right time to use it, Phil Gray thought. You shouldn't just listen to the leader's words. With our limited abilities, if we provoke the church, we won't be able to escape. She just wants us to be cannon fodder. Lisa spoke earnestly, indicating that she misunderstood his use of disguise as an attempt to cause trouble. No, I'm not here to cause trouble. It's just that I offended some people from the church due to certain matters, and I'm afraid someone from there might recognize me at the wedding today," Phil Gray explained. However, the girl was quite clever, seeing through the so-called leader's intentions. "Oh, I see. Then I can relax. The church people will indeed come today. After all, it's the city lord's daughter getting married. Just try to stay hidden. There are about 10 people serving dishes, and he'll take you over. The banquet hasn't started yet, so you can rest for a while." After Lisa took him to the place, she went off to attend to other matters. The kitchen supervisor was giving detailed instructions, saying, "In a while, when the dishes are ready, you'll be responsible for this area, and you over there." As the banquet began, he and the other servants brought abundant fruits and pastries to the reception hall of the city lord's mansion. He also saw the city lord sitting at the center along with a church representative beside him, a venerable old man in a bishop's robe holding a staff. He should be the bishop of the Church of Destiny in Cow City. Miss Edith and her groom have gone to pray before the statue of the God of Destiny and will return shortly. I can't wait to see her beautiful appearance." The closest servant whispered. Was he talking to him? "Me too," Phil Gray casually replied, his gaze sweeping across the guest seating. The guests on both sides were nobles dressed lavishly and adorned with exquisite jewelry. But which one was young Master Gray? Did he even come? He hurriedly lowered his head to place the items down, and as he stepped out of the hall, he heard an extremely arrogant voice. "The Gray family sends 10 boxes of blue crystals to congratulate the city lord's daughter on her wedding." So those guests weren't the one he was looking for. He had arrived late. Phil Gray paused, looking at the young man who had just entered. He had short gray hair, appeared to be of similar age, and had blue eyes somewhat resembling Phil, with an outstanding aura. There was no mistake, but had to be him. But how could he approach him and reveal his identity without being discovered by the church? Seeing Phil Gray frozen in place, the servant tugged at his sleeve, saying, "We should go now. What are you dawdling for?" As they stepped out of the hall, the servant spoke. "You know that young Master Gray is pursuing Our Lady, right? He fell in love with her at first sight during his previous visit to our city and has been visiting her almost every month. Unfortunately, he had to leave suddenly last month, not expecting his beloved to marry someone else now." The servant clicked his tongue and continued gossiping. "He must be feeling very frustrated right now. Would he try to steal the bride?" Phil Gray found himself having the same suspicion as Barry. He better not, or how could he contact him for help later when everyone's attention is on him? "I have a bit of a stomachache and need to use the restroom. Can you tell the supervisor for me while I go?" Phil Gray suddenly clutched his stomach and said, All right. The servant looked at him as if he suspected he was trying to slack off, but still agreed. Phil Gray watched as the servants left, and he found a corner outside the door hoping to see young Master Gray come out. It shouldn't take too long. Since young Master Gray liked Miss Edith, he certainly wouldn't just sit quietly at the banquet. He would either try to steal the bride or leave early, otherwise would he really stay there watching his beloved with someone else. As expected, after a while he saw young Master Gray stumbling out heading straight for the backyard. He quietly followed. The city lord's mansion was quite large. Behind it was a big garden with stone tables and chairs and a fountain. He saw young Master Gray sitting at a stone table holding a wine jug he had taken from the banquet. I came here to drown his sorrows in wine. Looking around, there were only young Master Gray and a servant beside him. Phil Gray rubbed his hands excitedly. This was perfect. He walked up to young Master Gray, and just as the servant was about to stop him, he said, "I have something important to discuss with young Master Gray." The servant looked at his master, who was still pouring wine down his throat. "I don't want to hear it." After a long pause, he replied faintly. This brat. Phil Gray suppressed the urge to hit him. He suddenly rushed forward, forcibly pinning young Master Gray down, and whispered quickly in his ear, "I am Phil Gray. The church has betrayed me and is trying to kill me." Young Master Gray instinctively threw Phil Gray aside, but still listened to the words spoken in his ear. His drunkenness instantly faded as he looked at Phil Gray, who was on the ground, and stood up. Phil Gray rubbed his sore arm, slowly getting up, a fierce look in his eyes, deciding he would make young Master Gray pay later. Young Master Gray instructed his nearby servant to leave first. "You say you're my cousin. How do you prove it?" "How to prove it?" Phil Gray was taken aback. Indeed, he had applied a facial-altering ointment. "I used a facial-altering ointment effective for 4 hours. It's already been 3.5 hours. Oh, just wait a little longer, and it will naturally prove itself. I can hear your voice really does sound like my cousin, but there's no need to wait. Just place your hand here." Young Master Gray took out a red gemstone. "This is the bloodline stone of the Gray family. If you're a member of the Gray family, it will light up on its own. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Phil Gray shot him a glance, placed his hand on it, and sure enough, the gemstone emitted a red glow. "You really are my cousin." Young Master Gray's eyes widened in surprise, and he muttered, "Don't blame me. I haven't seen you since you became the Pope, and I've completely forgotten what your voice sounds like." Phil Gray smiled. "Yes, I've forgotten your name too. Which cousin are you?" "Cough, cough, cousin. Don't joke around him. Definitely Patrick, your only cousin." "Enough of this. I need to go back and say goodbye first, then we'll hurry back to the family while the bishop is at the wedding," Phil Gray said. "All right." Patrick first called the servant and pretended to be drunk as he left the city lord's mansion. Phil Gray lowered his head, continuing to act like a servant, and left the city lord's mansion as well. "I need to go to the lower city to say goodbye first." Phil Gray got into Patrick's carriage and said, "Okay." Patrick instructed, and the servant drove the carriage towards the lower city. "Cousin, my father has been sending people looking for you. He has also been in communication with the Church of the Dead, inquiring about your whereabouts, not expecting that someone within the church has betrayed him while they pretended to search for you," Patrick said angrily. "Bishop Wendell and Knight Commander Vogdod have already taken control of the church. I don't know if the other 2 bishops have sided with them now. Bishop Dominic should not be involved, but the other Bishop Blake has always been friendly with Wendell, so he has likely joined their ranks." Patrick replied, pulling a paper crane from his pocket. "Cousin, I must inform my father first, or I fear he might be deceived by those from the church about the truth." As he spoke, he bit his finger and dripped blood onto the paper crane. The crane emitted a white light and began to fly, circling around the carriage. "Father, can you hear me? It's Patrick." The paper crane continued to circle in the air, but soon a middle-aged man's voice came through. "Patrick, what is it?" "I found my cousin. He was betrayed by Bishop Wendell and Knight Commander Varkdot of the church, and the church is under their control. You must be careful not to be deceived by them," Patrick said anxiously. "I understand. Protect your cousin first, and as soon as possible." But the voice suddenly cut off, and the paper crane fell onto Patrick's lap. "What happened?" Phil Gray asked. "I don't know. The communication was suddenly cut off." Patrick anxiously dripped more blood on the paper crane, which wobbled and flew up again. "Father, what's going on there?" Patrick asked cautiously. After a long silence, Phil Gray finally heard a woman's voice. "Patrick, you and His Holiness must leave the territory of the Fate Church and go elsewhere. Protect His Holiness, and once your father finishes his business here, he will come to retrieve you. You must ensure His Holiness' safety." "Mother!" Patrick exclaimed in surprise. "Have they targeted our family?" Yet there was no reply, and the paper crane lost its white light, falling once more. No matter how much blood Patrick dripped, there was no further response. "Damn it, they must have allied with other families to attack ours," Patrick said angrily. "It's definitely unsafe to return to North City now. Oh, let's follow your mother's advice and hide in another place for a while," Phil Gray replied. "Yes, we are almost to the lower city. Soon I will go to bid farewell with you. I will have a servant buy tickets to Dula, and we will depart as soon as possible." All right. From what he understood, Dula was a city within the jurisdiction of the Church of Life. After instructing the servant, Patrick and Phil Gray got off the carriage and walked toward the alley where the Bari family lived. However, just as they reached the mouth of the alley, they saw a crowd of people gathered there. As they approached, they discovered many knights wielding long swords moving in and out of the alley. "What's going on?" Phil Gray hurriedly pulled Patrick back, abandoning the idea of going in, and took off his outer coat to cover Patrick's head. "Stay hidden." "Cousin, my hairstyle." Phil Gray hid behind the wall, keeping a close watch on the movements of the knights, until he saw 2 knights carrying Bari's mother out. The elderly woman looked pale, evidently having been greatly frightened. Her legs hung weakly as she was dragged out of the alley and stopped in an open area at the street. Damn it, she is the one who sheltered me these days, Phil Gray said anxiously. Cousin. Patrick grabbed Phil Gray tightly. Don't act impulsively, let's assess the situation first. After the knights threw the elderly woman to the ground, another knight looking like a commander emerged holding a long sword. That's the commander of the Cow City Knight Order, Patrick said in a low voice. The commander drew his sword, pointing it at the elderly woman, a smirk on his face, his eyes cold. Heretic, where have you hidden his holiness? I am not a heretic, you are. I have served the god of fate for over 40 years. How could I betray my god, much less harm his holiness? The elderly woman raised her head, her wrinkled face filled with disdain for the commander. The commander scoffed. But someone reported seeing your son carry a man with gray hair and a crown of the church back. Does he have evidence? When would we have the opportunity to contact his holiness? Perhaps someone is slandering me, this poor old woman and my foolish son. As the elderly woman spoke, tears began to flow down her cheeks. The onlookers started to murmur. Yes, I know her, as she used to pray at the cathedral every day in her youth, a faithful follower of the god of fate. Right then her husband died, and she became paralyzed, yet she still sent her foolish son to the church to offer flowers. The commander fell silent and instructed the knights beside him, disperse the crowd. Yes. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only the elderly woman sitting on the ground. The commander grabbed her by the collar. I will ask you again, where has his holiness gone? I truly don't know. Aren't you afraid I will take your son away? The commander threatened viciously. After seeing you come, I let my son escape. He has been playing in this city for 20 years, you cannot catch him. The elderly woman laughed bitterly, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Her gaze began to drift aimlessly, sweeping over the fierce-faced knights. It shouldn't be like this. She shook her head. Memories of her experiences going to the church in her youth flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. She saw the pure flower of fate dancing above her and her husband, and saw the former, his holiness, smiling as he blessed all the worshippers along with those radiant priests and knights who had kissed her child's forehead time and again. God above, may fate endure. I will not give you the chance to threaten my son and his holiness. She closed her eyes, using all her strength to charge straight at the commander's sword. Praise the god of fate. As soon as she finished speaking, the long sword sliced through the elderly woman's neck and blood instantly gushed forth. Her body collapsed in a pool of blood, her eyes still staring at the commander, filled with resentment, confusion, and nostalgia. The commander frowned and took a step back, pulling out a white silk cloth from his chest to gently wipe his sword. He then casually tossed the bloodstained cloth over the elderly woman. Let's go, the lead is broken. Find someone to clean this up, and I will report back to the knight commander. He instructed the knights behind him in a calm manner. Phil Gray bit his lip tightly, wanting to rush over, but Patrick pulled him away from the scene. She died so you wouldn't be caught. Don't let your impulsiveness betray her intentions. Patrick held tightly onto his shirt. Phil Gray leaned weakly against the wall, tears streaming down, unknowingly hating his own powerlessness. Why does everyone who helps him end up dying so tragically? God, where are you now? Why do those who believe in you die for their faith, while those who betray their loyalty hold power? What meaning does his crossing over have? Cousin, we must leave quickly, Patrick said softly. Phil Gray followed Patrick, lost in thought. Soon the servant returned with 3 tickets. They boarded the carriage and headed out of the city. Meanwhile, news spread in Cow City about a heretic having taken the Pope hostage, and members of the Knight Order were searching the streets for traces of the heretic. They know I have come to Cow City. They will surely guess I will meet with you. We must leave the city before they do. Patrick sighed helplessly as he saw Phil Gray still trapped in sorrow. Fortunately, the carriage was fast, and they soon arrived at the city gate. The Lord has just issued an order that no one is allowed to leave the city today. The guard at the city gate stopped their carriage. Don't you recognize me? I am the eldest son of the Gray family. Your lord ordered me to pursue the heretic outside the city. Patrick said, pulling a token from his pocket. This is the Lord's order. Right, I just received a request from your lord. He even specially gave me this token. No one else is to be let out except me, not even those from the church, without a token. Patrick specifically instructed. The guard nodded and opened the city gate. The carriage shot forth like an arrow, disappearing in an instant. Soon the carriage arrived at a wide open space not far from which stood a large train resembling those on Earth. However, this train had only 3 carriages, unlike the many compartments of a typical train. On the flat ground stood some nobles neatly dressed, carrying luggage, accompanied by male and female servants. A man in a blue robe called out, "Please hand your tickets to me, gentlemen and ladies, and board the train in order." Upon boarding, they found the interior surprisingly spacious, with many compartments in each carriage, each equipped with sofas and tables beautifully decorated. They entered one of the compartments. This must have utilized some form of spatial folding ability. Phil Gray's expression shifted slightly as Patrick said, "Cousin, ever since you became the Pope, you've been in North City and haven't taken a train since. You used to love traveling around." Phil Gray sat down. Seeing Phil Gray no longer looking sorrowful, but still somewhat gloomy, Patrick spoke. "Cousin, I know you're not feeling well. You've always been so compassionate. But it's not your fault. You should pull yourself together, and when you return to the church, deal with those traitors and take revenge for them." "I know." Phil Gray forced a smile. "I just hate my powerlessness. As the Pope, I can't protect my own believers, and instead I put them in danger." "Don't say that. Patrick said anxiously, "You've done remarkably well maintaining the church as an ordinary person for 4 years. Actually, I never understood why Uncle made you pope, and even killed the former son and daughter of God, which led to much discontent among many families. For all these years, only the chosen of God could become pope. However, I feel that Uncle and Father are hiding something from us." Patrick frowned. "Why do you say that?" "Cousin, although our family hasn't existed as long as the church, we have a history of over 2,000 years producing dozens of popes closely linked with the fake God. For all these years, the direct descendants of the family have always been chosen of the fake God, never ordinary people. Yet you are an exception. In this context, Uncle still appointed you as pope. I really can't understand, isn't he putting you in danger?" But Father didn't oppose it either. After Uncle died, he supported you in ascending to the papacy with the family's high-ranking chosen. Patrick explained, "I believe they must have a compelling reason for making you pope." Phil Gray fell into contemplation, pondering the mystery behind his reincarnation and the original owner's inexplicable rise to the papacy. Or what exactly the fate God intended. Regardless, he needed to quickly enhance his strength to return to the church and eliminate the traitors. Thinking of the scenes before Weirder and the old woman died, Phil Gray felt a pang in his heart. Could the childlike Barry take care of himself while on the run? Fate is unpredictable. Not long ago, he had been walking on eggshells pretending to be a stranger pope, yet today, he became a fugitive fleeing from place to place. He stood still as the voice he almost overlooked echoed in his ears again. "Listen to the whispers of fate." Listen to the whispers of fate. Phil Gray uttered those words with a self-deprecating smile. He was already caught in the fake God's game. How else could he listen? Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation in his body, as if basking in the spring sun or lying in his mother's embrace, a comfort that resonated with his soul. He closed his eyes, cherishing the moment, but this feeling quickly faded. Then he heard the same whispers near his ear, but this time the content was, "Fate grants you the eye of insight to glimpse the ebb and flow of life." What is this? Before he could comprehend, he heard Patrick's astonished voice, "Cousin, did you break through to the listening level?" "What?" He opened his eyes. "What?" "Just now I saw a white divine light flash around you, which only appears when a chosen breaks through." "I think I indeed heard the voice of God just now." Phil Gray brushed his eyes. "I feel like my eyes have changed." "That must be the ability you gained. Each time a chosen breaks through a level, not only does their physical quality improve due to divine power infusion, but they also gain an ability bestowed by a deity. The higher the breakthrough level, the stronger the ability, but it's all random, related to how one completes the divine precept and one's own nature. All these are uncertain." "I was excited," Patrick said. "The ability I gained at the listening level is called Forgetting Fate, which allows people to temporarily forget certain things, but after a while they will remember. It works much better on ordinary people, but for more powerful chosen, it's less effective." "But cousin, how did you suddenly become a chosen?" "Uncle and Father tried various methods before, but couldn't make you a chosen." "I'm not sure." Phil Gray shook his head, naturally unable to reveal that he was no longer the original owner. "Regardless, this is a good thing." Patrick smiled. "What level are you now?" "I'm still at the blessing level. I'm still figuring out how to complete the divine precept. However, the chosen of the fate God differs from those of other deities. Their divine precepts are easy to understand, but fate itself is too mysterious, making our promotions more difficult." "Oh." Phil Gray experienced it carefully. He felt divine power slowly flowing within him, but it was still quite weak. At the same time, he sensed improvements in both his physical strength and agility. He concentrated the divine power in his eyes and looked at Patrick. "I have fate," he whispered softly. Instantly, a haze enveloped his vision, and a scene began to unfold. He saw Patrick hiding behind a stone table, somewhat familiar. It seemed like the back garden of the city lord's mansion. Then a young girl approached the fountain, tall and wearing a fitted red dress with golden hair tied in a ponytail and a faint smile on her face. Meanwhile, Patrick was hiding behind the stone table, gazing at the girl with admiration. "This must be Edith, the daughter of the Lord of Cow City." Phil Gray smiled. The scene before him began to dissipate, and he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, but it quickly recovered. It seems that the effect of the Eye of Fate might be to see certain past scenes of specific individuals. However, this might be the initial effect, and given that Patrick was one level higher than him, being able to see a past scene was already remarkable. Patrick looked at his cousin, who was staring at him, feeling a bit uneasy. "Cousin, what's wrong?" "It is nothing. I only suddenly recalled the reason you came to Ka-Ao Chung." Pate Liku clasped his chest and wailed for his EDC. Fayer Goulet asked why Miss EDC would marry another. Pate Liku replied that he did not know, only that she had never shown any fondness for him and had never returned his affections despite his pursuit. Pate Liku wore a rueful expression. Fayer Goulet offered comfort, saying that he would meet a better girl in time. Pate Liku protested, saying that the moment he first saw her, he was utterly undone. The sunlight upon her made her appear divine. Pate Liku sank into memory, adding that she had once given him a Chengju Ling, and without that token, they would not have been able to leave the city. Fayer Goulet forcibly pulled his cousin from reminiscence and asked whether the church might pursue them on this grand convoy. Pate Liku was surprised. Fayer Goulet explained that the grand convoy was constructed by Chuangwu Xinjiao and Yongheng Church. It links cities and nations and is reserved for nobility, so all the churches jointly maintain it. Even if pursuers came, they would not dare act aboard the convoy. He added bluntly that although Mingyun Xinjiao remained influential in their district, it had declined and was now inferior to many other churches it once surpassed. Pate Liku blinked, and suddenly realized that the man before him was in fact the Pope of Mingyun Xinjiao. Fei Gulei hastened to add that once they eradicated the traitors they would revive the church and restore Mingyun Xinjiao to its former glory. Fei Gulei sighed. Removing the traitors would not be so simple. They had reached the level of divine omens and were on the verge of a godly ascension, while he himself had only recently become a god-favored. The grand convoy bore its noble passengers steadily across plains and valleys. Fei Gulei gazed from the window as the landscape shifted, catching sight of scattered villages and the estates of great houses. Only when he saw flakes of snow drifting down did he realize that the wire world had already slipped into winter. An announcement echoed through the carriage informing them that they were about to enter Du Ercheng within the jurisdiction of the Shengming Church, and that guests who wished to disembark should prepare themselves. After a day and a night, Fei Gulei heard the voice reverberate through the compartment. He shook the still sleeping Pa Te Li Ku awake and found that his servant had already packed their belongings. Pa Te Li Ku peered out and asked if they had arrived. The city before them was distinct from those under Mingyun jurisdiction, brimming with life. Though cloaked in snow, its streets were lush with verdure. Pa Te Li Ku was about to step down when Fei Gulei stopped him and gestured at his gray-cropped hair, advising that it would be better to disguise it. Pa Te Li Ku reassured him not to worry, saying that the Shengming Church district counted many gray-haired families, and that the Jier Bote and Xiuxi households among others were known for gray hair. Covering his head to avoid Fei Gulei tugging a garment over it, Pa Te Li Ku listened as his cousin suggested precautions and asked whether he had any hair dye or disguises anything like the morphing salve Fei Gulei used. Pa Te Li Ku scoffed that who would bring such things to a wedding, checked his pockets, and asked his servant, who shook his head. There was nothing. Fei Gulei decided they would find lodgings first, and then procure what they needed. After they alighted, the grand convoy continued through the city to deliver its other distinguished passengers farther afield. Du Ercheng was far larger and more bustling than Ka Aocheng. They found an inn along the street and took rooms. Fei Gulei asked if Pa Te Li Ku had enough money. Pa Te Li Ku admitted he did not have much. He had come only for Sis' wedding and produced a pouch on the table that contained 50 gold coins. Pa Te Li Ku then mentioned that once Fei Gulei became a god-favored, he would be able to use space stones like himself. He explained that Chuangwu Xinjiao produced many space stones in which one could place all manner of things and retrieve them unchanged. Taking a necklace from his neck, he showed a small blue gem, and with some pride said that it was a space stone, a solitary piece given to him by his father as an adult gift. Fei Gulei glanced at it, and then revealed his left wrist. He asked Pa Te Li Ku to tell him whether the gem on his wrist was an ordinary sapphire or a space stone. It was the very bracelet Wired had handed him that day. Pa Te Li Ku tentatively funneled a trace of divine power into it, and the gem emitted a faint azure glow. Pa Te Li Ku exclaimed that it was indeed a space stone and an impressively large one. He then asked whether it was a relic of the church, assuming his cousin, though outwardly a layman, would possess many treasures as pope. Fei Gulei replied that it was not a church relic but a gift from a former knight, and he asked how it was used, puzzled as to Wired's motive in giving it to him. Pa Te Li Ku explained that one channels divine power into the stone and concentrates the will upon the item one wishes to store or retrieve, and the stone will obey. Fei Gulei concentrated, and the pouch of coins vanished from sight. Pa Te Li Ku cried out at the loss of his money. Fei Gulei reassured him that he had not meant to keep the money and produced the pouch again. He had already noticed that the space stone contained a spacious pocket of some 20 cubic meters, though it currently held nothing. A servant announced that supper had arrived, knocking and bringing plates in. From below, they heard a ripple of commotion. The inn had 3 floors, the second and third for lodging, and the ground floor serving as a tavern. Pa Te Li Ku asked Jian what was happening downstairs. Jian answered that a gentleman below was performing magic, producing many flowers, and that he was likely a god-favored as well. Intrigued, Pa Te Li Ku suggested they go down to watch. They descended to find a well-dressed man producing vivid blossoms and handing them one by one to the ladies seated at the tavern tables. He had golden hair, a prominent nose, and deep, compelling eyes. He smiled and said that flowers and beauty must not be neglected, drawing many bashful smiles. Fei Gulei found an empty table to sit at. When the flowers were distributed and he had captured the audience's attention, the man cleared his throat, bowed gracefully, and announced that Du Ercheng's flower exhibition would be held in a few days. He claimed to specialize in cultivating rare blooms and asked for financial backing to buy seeds and growth serum, promising to return triple the investment if he won first place. A young lady in a blue gown was the first to instruct her maid to hand him 3 gold coins, and he presented her with a blue iris in thanks. Suddenly a voice cut in, questioning whether he truly expected to win the flower exhibition or if he was merely using the excuse to swindle young women of their coin. Phil Gray looked over to see a fat man speaking, gnawing on the meat on his plate, his mouth greasy, and a disdainful expression on his face. "Oh really? Let me see. Indeed, you are more suited to win first place at the flower exhibition, as you yourself are the best nourishment for the flowers." The man in the suit examined him up and down, revealing a charming smile, yet with an air of danger. He casually snapped his fingers. Suddenly red flowers began to bloom on the man's face and arms, tearing through his skin as blood flowed down. What is happening?" The fat man fell to the ground in pain, letting out a scream like that of a slaughtered pig. The tavern stirred, and the previously affectionate ladies were left only with fear. "It's just a little magic, everyone need not be afraid." The man in the suit snapped his fingers again, and the flowers on the man's face and arms had vanished. The fat man struggled to get up and staggered out of the tavern, pushing the door open. I wonder who might be willing to lend me a little support. The man in the suit smiled. The ladies remained silent, with some guests even leaving quietly. Is he also a favored one of the gods? Phil Gray whispered, is he a? He seems to be a favored one of the god of life. I can't see his level, he should be higher than me. However, favored ones generally shouldn't use their powers in front of ordinary people. I wonder how he dares to use them so openly. Patrick's expression turned serious. Wasn't he performing magic? Phil Gray replied with a smile. But he quickly stopped smiling as his divine power automatically concentrated in his eyes, his gaze still fixed on the man in the suit. A glint of white light flashed in his ice-blue eyes, and the eye of fate activated on its own. The river of fate began to flow, and a scene unfolded before his eyes. The man in the suit stood on a platform surrounded by blooming flowers with a colorful backdrop behind him that read, Dual City God-Favored Flower Exhibition. Next, an old man in a light green robe holding a scepter handed him a pot of flowers which appeared strange, hazy, even in this scene. Then he seemed entranced as he cradled the pot of flowers, chanting something loudly with a mad expression. In an instant his body bled, turning into a pool of blood, and the old man in the light green robe was also taken aback. His body began to bleed as he staggered off the stage. Amidst the chaotic crowd, struggling screams, and an overwhelming tide of blood. Uffed. Phil Gray spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling utterly drained. Cousin, what happened to you? The man in the suit approached, smiling and asking. Phil Gray's vision began to blur, and he fainted. Cousin, they shouldn't have such a fate. The familiar divine voice echoed in his ears clearer than before. The sound was incredibly melodious, making him lose himself in it. Until he heard two people arguing, what did you do to my cousin? How could you accuse me? It was he who wanted to use divine power on me. I didn't do anything. Then why were you at our doorstep? I just wanted to know what he saw. Phil Gray opened his eyes to see Patrick and the man in the suit. Finally awake. Otherwise I'd have no way to defend myself. Your cousin is quite adept at framing people, the man in the suit mocked. Do you still want to live? What do you mean? His expression changed. I am a favored one of the god of destiny, and I just saw your fate. I know, but peeking into someone else's fate without permission. No wonder you followers of the god of destiny are not well liked. If you don't care about your life and death, then consider it as if I never said anything. Alright, I don't mind you using divine power on me earlier, just tell me what exactly did you see? The man in the suit conjured a white flower in his hand, the flower of fate. Here, flowers for the beauty. He winked. I expended my life force to see your future fate, and you think a flower will suffice to dismiss me? What do you want? I want you to sign a contract. As long as I truly change your doomed fate, you will work for me for 5 years afterward, Phil Gray stated. Work for you? A distinguished favored one working for this mere listener. Believe it or not, what I saw regarding the flower exhibition, you must be attending it for a pot of flowers, right? Moreover, it is a favored one exhibition. The man in the suit's expression finally turned serious. Yes, what exactly did you see? To sacrifice 5 years of freedom, or to sacrifice a life, you should know which is lighter and which is heavier. Phil Gray retorted. The man in the suit chuckled. Fine, I agree to your terms. Patrick's eyes sparkled. Here I happen to have a contract paper. This is a premium product made by the Eternal Church. If the contract is violated, one will be punished by the god of time and space. I am naturally not a person of broken promises, but am curious about what you can see. Both sides signed their names, with the name on the man in the suit side written as Elijah. Mr. Elijah, I saw you. After receiving the contract, Phil Gray detailed what he had seen. Elijah's expression gradually worsened. He got up, pushed the door open, his figure somewhat swaying, leaving behind only one sentence. If what you said is true, I will come find you to fulfill the contract. Cousin, how is your body? Patrick inquired with concern. I'm fine, I've already recovered. Oh, what I said about expending life force was just a ruse. Cousin, you are so powerful. Oh, very few in the church possess the ability to directly see others' future fates, and you can even see through a favored 1-2 levels higher than you. Really am so envious. The skills we gain should all be actively used right. But I also don't understand why when I looked at him the eye of fate activated on its own. Phil Gray furrowed his brows. I've never seen anything like this either. Perhaps it's the arrangement of the gods. Patrick pondered and guessed. That might be it. By the way, do we need to complete another oracle of the gods to level up? Phil Gray asked. Yes, cousin, but the oracle of the gods doesn't come quickly. You need to pray devoutly, letting the gods feel your gratitude for the abilities they bestow upon you, so that they can sense your intentions and will only listen at a certain moment. I waited almost 2 years to hear it back then, Patrick recalled. But I just heard it. What? They shouldn't have such a fate. Who is it? Phil Gray pondered. Moreover, he wasn't particularly devout to the god of fate, was he? Let alone daily prayers, he couldn't even sing hymns in praise of the god of fate. Is this divine intervention a form of compensation for his crossing over? At that moment he recalled another voice echoing in his mind. Listen to the teachings of the dead. If listen to the whispers of fate is the admonition of the god of fate, then the teachings of the dead must belong to the god of death. After all, he had entered the death passage used by Weirder, thus absorbing the aura of the god of death. So does the god of death wish for him to become one of his favored? Phil Gray rubbed his temples. Patrick, do you think it's possible for a person to be favored by 2 gods? How could that be? Can a person truly love 2 individuals at the same time? Not necessarily. Some people can fragment their hearts with each shard harboring a different person. Faith is the same. True devotion can only be offered to one deity. I see. Phil Gray pondered, but according to the ascension path of the favored, as long as he heard and fulfilled the deity's admonition, he could gain the powers bestowed by that deity. He had already heard the admonition of the god of death. If he fulfills this admonition, will he be able to obtain the powers of the god of death? Perhaps it's worth a try. However, the last time he listened to the whispers of fate, it was due to his perception of fate's impermanence and the shock of the old woman's death that he completed it. How could he listen to the teachings of the dead? Setting aside these thoughts, Phil Gray looked at the sky. It was already night. Do you know where I can buy something for disguise? We should prepare something more suitable. Patrick contemplated for a moment. If we want to buy transformation liquids, we can't go to regular stores. We need to find the trading fair for the favored. The trading fair is organized by the commercial church, and there are representatives of the commercial church in every city. Surely there are some in Dewar City as well. The night fair is held in the evening. Cousin, shall we go take a look? All right, but we need to disguise ourselves first. Phil Gray took out the remaining transformation liquid, just enough for 2 more uses. He and Patrick donned their disguises and stepped onto the street. Dewar City was a bit cold at night with strong winds. The recently fallen snow blanketed the roads like a layer of pristine white carpet illuminated by the moonlight, making the entire city as bright as during the day. Cousin, are you cold? Let's buy a winter coat first. Patrick sneezed. Even at night, many shops remained open. They casually found a store, spent 3 silver coins, and changed into regular cotton clothes. After all, to conceal their identities, they couldn't dress too extravagantly. Their 2 rows of footprints were left on the pristine white snow. After walking for a while, Patrick pointed to a corner shop and said, "This is the one. Look, the shop sign has a pocket filled with gold coins, which is the emblem of the commercial church." The commercial church is a relatively powerful religion composed of followers who worship the god of wealth, Jishis. Unlike other churches, it has no pope, and the leader is merely a president. Members of the commercial church pursue wealth as their goal, and their presence can be found in various cities across the eastern and western continents. Their headquarters is located in the southeastern corner of the western continent, which also falls within the territory of the Puna Kingdom. Welcome, gentlemen. A woman resembling a proprietress stepped out, her face adorned with a sly smile and fiery red lips. "Would like to enter the night trading fair," Patrick said. The proprietress nodded. "All right, gentlemen, follow me." The front area was filled with shelves of everyday goods, and the proprietress led them to a large oil painting. The painting depicted a woman with curly short hair, the lines exquisite and the colors vibrant, presumably a masterpiece. The proprietress gently pushed, revealing that the oil painting was a door leading to another room. The room was large, illuminated brightly by exquisite chandeliers with tables and chairs arranged in 2 semicircles. Many people sat at both semicircles, and the tables in front of each were filled with goods. In the middle, customers moved back and forth, stopping at various stalls to browse and purchase. To sell things here, one must pay some money to the commercial church, which grants you a seat. Patrick explained in a low voice. Phil Gray watched the peculiar goods on display with great interest. Some items were quite bizarre, including a skull of a dead person that looked eerie. Interested? They'll sell it to you for 300 gold coins. The owner of this skull was a person of divine descent when alive. I wouldn't sell it if I weren't short on money lately. The stall owner was a figure draped in a black cloak, his face obscured. He spoke in a hoarse voice. Phil Gray quickly shook his head and moved on. That person must be a favorite of the god of death. For them, such items are likely rare materials. After walking for a bit, Patrick stopped. "How much for this mask?" "Sir, 10 gold coins each. These masks are of high quality and can last for a year without issue." Patrick was about to pull out some gold coins when Phil Gray stopped him. 20 gold coins for 3. Phil Gray declared, and Patrick looked at his cousin in surprise, clearly not expecting his cousin the Pope to haggle. The stall owner was reluctant, but after some back and forth bargaining, they successfully purchased 3 masks for 25 gold coins. With the items in hand, they exited the shop. "Cousin, I truly admire you. Our gold coins are running low. We must save where we can. I can't expect you to earn money for me." Phil Gray smiled, but his face, now disguised, still bore a poker face. "However, we do need to think of ways to make money." Phil Gray was quite envious of the goods he had just seen at the trading fair. Patrick nodded. "This is still a low-tier trading fair. If we had more money, we could participate in a high-tier trading fair where we might encounter sacred artifacts. Sacred artifacts can greatly enhance the abilities of the favored." Sacred artifacts? Yes, sacred artifacts refer to items left behind by deities or those they have come into contact with. Apart from this avenue, quasi-divine level favored individuals also have a chance to form sacred artifacts after death. Oh, Phil Gray was contemplating how to quickly acquire some gold coins when he inadvertently noticed a familiar emblem painted on a wall ahead on the street. What was that? A fist tightly grasping a flower of fate with broken petals scattered below. Are there heretics of the Church of Fate in Dewar Parish as well? Phil Gray was surprised for a moment, then smiled at Patrick. "I'll take you to attend a gathering." The moon hung high in the sky, occasionally obscured by dark floating clouds, and even on this bright snowy night 1 or 2 hurried figures could be seen. Phil Gray turned the corner with Patrick, making their way into the depths of an alley where the houses stood in silent slumber. Only a large red door at the end had just admitted a few stealthy shadows. Indeed, this is the place. Watching someone enter, Phil Gray came to a stop. After the last meeting, he had seized the opportunity to ask Lisa, who informed him that the location of the heretics' gathering was generally not far from where the sign appeared, or in the deep alley ahead, always marked by a large red door. Just as expected, Phil Gray put on the mask he had just purchased, and Patrick followed suit. The mask felt indistinguishable from human skin, fitting snugly against his face without revealing any flaws. He attempted a smile, and the mask mirrored a natural grin. Now he had no worries about being recognized. He could join in the fun since he was already a newcomer among the heretics in Cow City, wasn't he? Phil Gray thought to himself. Investigating what the heretics planned to do in Dewar City would indeed benefit their next move. Moreover, he might even catch wind of some news from the church. He did not want to miss any opportunity to enhance his strength. What kind of gathering is this? So mysterious, Patrick whispered, clearly unable to fathom what kind of assembly would be held in the dead of night. It's a gathering of the heretics of the Church of Fate. What? Patrick exclaimed in disbelief. Are we really going to attend their gathering? Yes. Phil Gray briefly explained to Patrick, instructing him to remain quiet lest this devoted follower of the God of Fate get into trouble with the heretics. Everything was no different from the gathering in Cow City. Passing through the dark underground passage, 7 or 8 people were already waiting. Phil Gray and Patrick found a corner and quietly awaited the arrival of the regional leader. The people around them were conversing, discussing nothing more than the Pope's disappearance and the church's actions. However, the information they had was still only surface level, lacking anything truly useful. Among the heretics were some ordinary people, while others exhibited faint traces of divine power, suggesting they were at most first-order divine chosen or at the listening level. Patrick curiously scrutinized these heretics, his previous identity and stance destined to be at odds with them. In his conventional understanding, these heretics maliciously provoked the church and blasphemed the deities, deserving to be sent to the gallows in the square. He truly could not comprehend how he, as the cousin of His Holiness the Pope, would wish to associate with such individuals. Could it be that he was here to act as an undercover agent? Just as he was bored and letting his imagination run wild, a middle-aged man walked down. His face was resolute, dressed in somewhat thin linen garments, yet he exuded a unique aura. He effortlessly drew the attention of the crowd, and Patrick felt a strong resonance of divine power from him. Was he a high-ranking divine chosen of the God of Fate? At least of the divine revelation level. Such favor from the deity, and yet you betrayed him. Patrick felt a surge of anger, but remembering Phil Gray's earlier warning, he could only suppress his emotions and display admiration like the others. Phil Gray was also observing the middle-aged man, the familiarity of the divine energy, suggesting that this gentleman should also be a divine chosen of no low caliber. This must be the leader of the heretics in Dewar City. The arrival of the middle-aged man silenced the previously chattering crowd. Unlike the veiled woman who deliberately incited emotions, this leader seemed less eloquent. After scanning the crowd, he slowly addressed Phil Gray and Patrick, saying, "You two seem a bit unfamiliar. We were originally from Cow City, but we could no longer endure the oppression of the Church of Fate there, so we moved to live in Dewar City." Phil Gray's voice carried a tone of accusation, seemingly very displeased with the church. Patrick was greatly shocked, clearly not expecting his cousin to possess such acting talent. "Oh, who was your previous leader?" "A woman in a veil." The leader nodded, ending the inquiry. He slowly walked up to the platform in the center, speaking in a deep voice. "I have gathered you all today because the headquarters has assigned us a new task. According to reliable information, a disgraced knight of the Fate Knights, Ernest, may have sought refuge in Dewar City, and everyone is to make every effort to locate him in the coming days." The leader fell silent, but the crowd began to murmur. "A disgraced knight? Yes, I seem to have heard of this Ernest. It was about 10 years ago when he slaughtered the inhabitants of a village and was subsequently expelled. It was later clarified that he had been manipulated by people from the Dreaming God Church. Although he was also a victim, hundreds of people in that village ultimately died by his hand, leading to his expulsion from the Knights." Patrick explained, though he only learned of this through others' discussions, as he had been less than 10 years old at the time. The others similarly had little knowledge of this knight, coming to an understanding only after hearing Patrick's explanation. "So is our purpose to persuade him to join us?" The questioner was a woman wearing a black veil topped with a hat adorned with velvet, her demeanor elegant, likely a noble lady. "We'll find him first, and then see," the leader replied. After a pause, he concluded with, "Today's gathering is over," and hurriedly left. "Is that it?" Phil Gray felt somewhat disappointed, thinking he would uncover more information. "Yes, our leader only informs us of the headquarters arrangements during each gathering and leaves never exceeding 10 minutes. The noblewoman responded to his question with a smile. "Moreover, he never checks whether we have completed our tasks, as if they are optional for us." A man dressed in a long black coat and knee-high boots approached, seemingly young, yet his emerald eyes bore a hint of weariness. "Mr. Allen, are you still busy these days?" The noblewoman greeted him. "Not too bad, lady. Dean, you seem even more charming than before." The heretical nobility in Dewar City seemed quite high in quantity, though Phil Gray and Patrick saw nothing worthy of staying for and left together. "Cousin, that leader is a high-ranking divine chosen, at least of the divine revelation level," Patrick remarked. "Is he on the same level as Wendell and Walkdod?" "Yes," Phil Gray frowned. "That's already the level of a knight commander in the church. How could he join the heretics?" "At first I was angry when I saw him, but then I thought perhaps he might have been trapped by someone like Wendell and had no choice but to join the heretics. Just like us attending the gathering," Patrick said, then huffed. "But whatever the reason, it doesn't justify his betrayal of the deity." I'm actually curious, if he betrayed the deity, how can he still retain his divine power? Phil Gray inquired. Our deity has not descended for a long time. Though it pains me to admit the doubters among us are not entirely unjustified in suspecting that the deity has abandoned us. It seems indifferent to whether its followers betray it. Patrick's expression was somewhat sorrowful. Are you referring to the Divine Descent Festival? I heard that in the past it was possible to invite the god of fate to come down during that festival. Yes, you know that once the blessed reach the level of divine descent, they can request the deity to descend into their body. The so-called Divine Descent Festival is when a pope at that level requests the deity's presence. However, it is unclear when it was that the deity last descended after the festival. At that time, the church was still in its glorious period and many blessed individuals had reached the level of divine descent. Yet despite their day and night prayers, they could no longer summon the deity. Several elder blessed ones at the level of divine descent also eventually succumbed to their despair. As time went on, the Church of Fate gradually declined. Those who could not break through to the divine path level eventually left this world due to the limitations of their lifespan. The younger generation has seen fewer and fewer reach the level of divine descent. Over the past decades, only your father has achieved that level, which is why he became our pope. Now the Divine Descent Festival is merely an annual celebration for everyone. The rituals serve only as a form of consolation, and the so-called arrival of Ancile remains a distant memory. Nonetheless, I will not forsake my deity. I believe that one day I will once again witness its descent into the world. Phil Gray comforted him with a hug. The deity has not abandoned us. The very fact that we can become blessed and hear its words of wisdom is the best proof, isn't it? Perhaps it is just preoccupied with other matters in the heavens. Patrick gently shook his head. The words of the deity and the power gained from fulfilling them seem to be predetermined, stemming from its laws and authority. Certainly the deity would not personally whisper in the ears of its followers. If it gazes upon them, how could its attention linger on so many at once? In essence, blessed ones resemble players in a game, while the deity's words function like predetermined quests. Completing these quests yields rewards. The only difference is that to become a blessed one must maintain unwavering devotion to the deity. Am I merely an exception granted by the god of fate? Or is this a bug in the quest system? Phil, you were an ordinary person before and may not have known about the blessed ones. We have not mentioned it to you, but the Church of Fate is currently in a very precarious situation. I am not referring to the betrayal of Wendell and the Knight Commander, but rather the threats from other churches. Our high-level blessed ones are dwindling, but other churches are not in the same situation. They can still call upon their deities, and they have many high-level blessed individuals. You know that under the oppression of certain churches, the Church of Fate has lost its foothold in the Eastern continent, barely managing to survive in the remote cities of the Western continent. Were it not for the help of the Church of Life, the remaining areas would have long been devoured by them. Which churches are targeting ours? Patrick forced a smile. There are far too many to count on one hand. The larger churches are coveting us, and even some smaller churches want to take a share of the pie. Just like that knight mentioned at the recent gathering, there are ties to the Church of Dreams behind this matter, as well as the plague bearers, the Night God Church, and the Blood Calamity, all of whom have previously acted against us. The Church of Life has assisted us. Yes, our diocese borders that of the Church of Life. We have had interactions with them over the years and received considerable help. Oh, and the Church of the Undead has also helped us before. Phil Gray nodded. Weirder is a blessed one of the god of death, and he saved my life. However, cousin, you have been pope for 4 years. You should know about the blessed ones. How could you be unaware of these things? I was merely a figurehead of a pope. The church was manipulated by those bishops, and my power has been gradually usurped without my notice. While this is to cover his identity, much of it is still based on the true circumstances. The original host's apparent idleness as pope may very well be due to his power being overshadowed by Bishop Wendell and the Knight Commander, and their current betrayal was likely premeditated. Oh, cousin, you have it rough. I was envious of you before. It was already late at night, and the streets were devoid of pedestrians. Under the dark night, snowflakes danced down once more. It was snowing again. Phil Gray and Patrick walked side by side, both feeling a weight in their hearts. The surroundings were eerily silent save for the crunching sounds of their boots on the snow. With the church still embroiled in internal strife, and the Pope missing, the rival churches would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Phil Gray thought to himself, it is not that I do not want to help you, but the situation you have presented me with is too challenging. He recalled the letter the original host had given him. The original host mentioned in the letter that it was the god of fate who chose him, indicating that the original host was aware of the deity's intentions. How could an ordinary person like him have a connection with a deity when it has not descended for years? As they walked and pondered, they quickly arrived at the inn where they were staying. The door was already closed, but not locked, presumably to facilitate guest entry. Compared to the howling cold wind outside, the inn was much warmer. The tavern on the ground floor had only 2 or 3 patrons slumped over the tables, seemingly quite drunk. Good night, cousin. Good night. The morning sun dispelled the layers of gloom, and the snowy morning was particularly cold, with the white stones in the fireplace crackling as they burned. The tavern was already filled with a variety of people: drunken drunkards, priests in green robes, sorrowful young women, and garrulous merchants. Phil Gray and Patrick sat across from each other, and Jean ordered them some breakfast. I originally planned to eat inside, but it's too cold down here. Yet you said we might overhear some news, but it seems there's nothing useful after all. Patrick, having grown accustomed to the lavish lifestyle of the Gray family, found it unbearable to endure the simplicity and chill of the tavern. Not to mention the crude words and drunken boasts he had to listen to. No, there is indeed a useful piece of information. Phil Gray shook his head, looking at the face before him that bore a resemblance to his own. There is a cemetery in the White Chrysanthemum district of Dewar City. The division of Dewar City reflects the characteristics of the Church of Life particularly well, with areas of the city named after different plants. A cemetery? What use is that? A question mark floated in Patrick's mind. Just moments ago, two priests from the Church of Life sat down beside them, discussing the upcoming renovations of the cemetery in the White Chrysanthemum district this year, mentioning it was arranged by some noble. For them, the Church of Life is primarily concerned with the living. The idea of renovating a cemetery is quite absurd. It is of great use. I plan to visit the cemetery shortly. You need not follow me. Phil Gray said. Huh, cousin, I must protect your safety. No need. If I wear a mask, no one will recognize me. Surely no one would deliberately harm an ordinary citizen, right? But you, before I return, dye your hair a different color. Huh. Patrick's face fell. He looked at his cousin's retreating figure, realizing he found him increasingly difficult to understand. But after all, he was the Pope. He must have some secrets, right? Phil Gray intended to visit the cemetery to test whether he could fulfill the death god's maxim, listen to the teachings of the deceased. If there is a place most abundant with the dead, it must be the cemetery. After a night of snow, there were pitifully few carriages at the street corner, all seized by passengers with quick reflexes. Phil Gray had no choice but to wait a little longer. Sir, where do you wish to go? Phil Gray looked up to see a carriage far more luxurious than the previous ones. Two handsome white horses pulled it, and the canopy was embroidered with gold thread. The seats were quite spacious. Although it was not as grand as the one he rode at the church, it was clear that this was not meant for common folk. Looking at the person who spoke, he recognized Mr. Allen from the previous night. Good morning, Mr. Allen. I would like to go to the cemetery in the White Chrysanthemum district. It is quite far, so I won't trouble you. Phil Gray greeted him with a smile. No need to be polite. I happen to be passing by there. Let me give you a ride. Phil Gray did not want to refuse his kindness, thanked him, and boarded the carriage. I forgot to formally introduce myself yesterday. I am Alan Charles. What do you go by? I am Kane. As they chatted about their backgrounds and the customs of Dull City, Phil Gray learned that Mr. Allen had once been a count in the Puna Kingdom, but had fallen on hard times due to certain circumstances. Now he ran a business akin to a clinic, mainly providing medical care to nobles. I am a first-tier divine favorite of the god of life, capable of healing some complex ailments. If I am not mistaken, you must also be a favorite of a deity, right? In this world, there is no profession called doctor. Healing the sick relies entirely on the priests of their respective parishes, and for more complicated illnesses, one must call upon the priests of the Church of Life, or the favorite of the god of life. Thus, the Church of Life is actually the most popular church in this world, welcomed by people in every city. Yes, I am a first-tier favorite of the god of fate, Phil Gray replied. Mr. Allen's fall from grace might be due to the Fate Church, otherwise he would not have associated with heretics. It was unclear how he felt about the favorite of the god of fate, but was not their leader also a high-ranking favorite of the god of fate? Oh, Mr. Allen nodded, showing no other emotions. You are going to the cemetery? Yes, there is an elder I know who rests there, and I wish to pay my respects. Phil Gray said. Yes, but the area around the cemetery is quite desolate. If you want to buy flowers, you should do so here in advance. There is a flower shop not far ahead. I'll have the driver stop for you. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Phil Gray expressed his gratitude. It was indeed better to bring flowers. After getting out of the carriage, it wasn't long before Phil Gray returned holding a large bouquet of flowers. In fact, this was just a portion. He had more stored in his spatial bracelet. Mr. Allen looked a bit surprised, then smiled. The carriage soon arrived in the White Chrysanthemum district, which indeed was very desolate. Even in winter, the vibrant trees and flowers of Dull City had vanished here, with yellowed branches covered in thick white snow, creating a bleak and desolate scene. Perhaps this was how winter should look. There were no other buildings in the White Chrysanthemum district. All that could be seen was the cemetery. We have arrived, Mr. Kane. Oh, there really are not many people here. Yes, you know, those who worship the god of life tend to be a bit superstitious about these matters. All right, thank you once again, Mr. Allen. Farewell. Farewell. Watching Mr. Allen's carriage disappear from sight, Phil Gray stored the flowers in his spatial bracelet, and then turned his gaze toward his destination. The iron gate and fence were already rusted and dilapidated. The snow at the entrance had piled up thickly, smooth and clean like a freshly washed plate, with not a single footprint. It seemed that Phil Gray might be the first to step into this place in days. The gate was not locked. Phil Gray easily pushed it open. The snow inside had not been cleared, and he could only laboriously leave deep footprints one after another. After walking for a while, he saw rows of neatly arranged tombstones. However, they were all covered with a layer of snow. Perhaps he had chosen a less than ideal time. He should wait for a sunny day. But how should one listen to the teachings of the deceased? Perhaps there is an epitaph on these tombstones. Phil Gray thought, wiping the snow off the first tombstone with his sleeve, revealing the inscription, though it was already blurred and faint, indicating it had been there for quite a while. He could vaguely make out the words "Tomb of Duke Otis Huntington." Beneath it were a few lines in italics. After examining them closely, Phil Gray could finally discern the text. Here lies a noble duke who was stingy in offering gold to the priest, who could have healed him, thus becoming the first guest of the cemetery. Phil Gray placed a white carnation, saying, "May you love life more than wealth in your next life." At the second grave he again wiped away the snow with his sleeve. This tombstone had no name, only 2 lines of epitaph. Here lies a benevolent bishop who shall return to the embrace of the divine. Phil Gray placed a white chrysanthemum. As he walked past one after another, Phil Gray discovered that among those lying here were dukes and bishops, as well as ordinary clockmakers, coachmen, and courtesans. Life is so equal in the face of death. Regardless of the ups and downs of one's life, in the end only a tombstone remains, along with a few concise strokes summarizing a lifetime. He placed a flower at each tombstone. His sleeves were already soaked, and as the cold wind blew, his hands turned a deep shade of red. It was almost noon, and just as Phil Gray was thinking of taking a break, he heard footsteps approaching from behind, particularly noticeable in the silence of the cemetery. He turned around to see an elderly man leaning on a cane walking toward him. The old man wore a deep brown robe, his hair white, and his face gaunt. Could he be the gravekeeper? "You are an outsider to Dull City, aren't you?" the old man inquired. "Yes, how did you know?" Phil Gray asked curiously. "Haha, because the residents of the Church of Life only come to this cemetery for death, or to bury the deceased, let alone to offer flowers and pay respects to strangers." "I see. No wonder it was so desolate here." The people of the Church of Life respect life and value it above all else, but for as much as they love life, they loathe death equally. The dead and the cemetery are their taboos. Phil Gray nodded. "Are you the keeper of this cemetery?" "Gravekeeper, that is one way to understand it." The old man smiled gently and continued, "But they are narrow-minded. Life and death complement each other. The end of life is death, and the end of death is not necessarily life." "Indeed, isn't that a dialectic perspective?" Phil Gray, with memories of Earth, smiled knowingly. "Yes, life and death have not only opposing sides, but also a unified aspect." The old man showed an appreciative look. "Young man, you are quite good, and you carry the essence of someone I know." "Is that so?" Phil Gray wanted to ask further, but suddenly a bone-chilling sensation swept over him, and the enveloping black mist surrounded him. The figure before him gradually blurred, leaving only the resounding maxim in his ears: "Listen to the teachings of the deceased." But soon after, the content of the voice changed to: "The deceased grant you the right hand. The accumulation of experience should not be left in the grave." He felt a different divine power within him flowing throughout his body with a cold sensation. Instead of rejecting it, it merged with his previous divine power, settling into a state of tranquility. He looked at his right hand, where black letters materialized: "Right hand of the deceased." How did he suddenly fulfill the oracle of the god of death? Listen to the teachings of the dead. He had merely brought some flowers and glanced at the tombstone. Teachings of the dead. Suddenly Phil Gray recalled something and hurriedly looked ahead, only to find that the old man had vanished. On the snow-covered ground, there were only his footprints. He anxiously glanced around, but the entire graveyard remained eerily silent, devoid of any trace of the old man's visit. It turned out he was not the gravekeeper, but rather one of the deceased in this graveyard. "Thank you," Phil Gray shouted. He then continued his work, placing a flower at each tombstone, until he arrived at a tombstone where there was no snow. He looked at the inscription: "Here lies a follower of the god of life." He welcomed death under the gaze of the god of life. The characters at the were severely worn, making them unreadable. They were likely the words follower or believer. Phil Gray smiled as he offered the flowers and bowed. The evening sun dimmed and the temperature dropped. He tightened his coat and left the graveyard, closing the gate behind him. There were certainly no carriages nearby, and now he had to rely on his own legs to exit the White Chrysanthemum district. Fortunately, breaking through to become a follower of 2 deities greatly enhanced his stamina and endurance. He felt invigorated rather than fatigued after a day of work. After half an hour of walking, he finally boarded a carriage midway. On the carriage, Phil Gray reflected on the skill he had acquired after his recent breakthrough: right hand of the dead. The method of use was etched in his mind by the deity. With the right hand of the dead, he could transform the right hand of the deceased into a glove. After putting on this glove, he could access some abilities of the hand's former owner, powers manifested through the right hand. If the owner of the right hand had been a knight in life, he could skillfully wield the knight's long sword after donning the glove. This skill was incredibly powerful. However, there were some limitations, such as being able to wear the glove only once a day for no more than 3 hours, and the deceased's right hand had to be very intact with skin remaining. He could not seek out skeletons that had been dead for thousands of years. Phil Gray was extremely excited and could hardly wait to find a deceased person's right hand to test it out. However, in the god of life's domain, it might not be easy to find. Moreover, he had successfully become a follower of the god of death, which proved that a single person could be a follower of 2 deities. This would surely shock the entire world of Vale. He suppressed his excitement and decided to keep it a secret, and he couldn't tell his cousin Patrick, or else he would question his devotion to the god of fate. Fortunately, after merging the divine powers of the god of death with his previous divine abilities, he no longer felt that cold, eerie sensation. Even the aura of the god of fate was nearly imperceptible, and others should not be able to tell he was a follower of the god of death. He now appeared more like an ordinary person. Having become a follower of 2 deities, could he possibly become a third? Phil Gray had a sudden thought, but this required opportunity. The oracle of the deities was not so easily heard and fulfilled. He could only wait for another chance. While pondering, he calmed his emotions and looked into the distance. He saw 3 or 5 people kicking and beating a homeless man in the street corner, grinning maliciously. After one kicked him, another quickly followed up with a kick, and one even pretended to unzip his pants to urinate on him, but perhaps feeling the cold, he abandoned the action. The homeless man did not resist, merely huddled his head, allowing them to bully him. Blood stained the white snow on the ground, appearing bright and jarring. Phil Gray wrestled with his thoughts for a moment, and just as he was about to lose sight of the perpetrators, he finally shouted to the carriage driver, "Stop for a moment." He rushed towards the group, and with the strength of a divine follower, he easily subdued the bullies, who fell to the ground, groaning softly. "You little punk. What does it have to do with you?" One of them, fierce-faced, spat out vulgar words, but the middle part was likely a local dialect he did not understand. Phil Gray did not respond. He simply kicked a few times at the man's face, knocking him back to the ground. The others lying on the ground, seeing this, groaned and quickly pulled away the man who had just fallen. A chorus of curses faded into the air. Phil Gray looked at the homeless man, still sitting in the corner. His clothes were tattered and his skin was red from the cold wind. Fortunately, he did not have severe injuries. Some wounds were bleeding, but they were not deep. However, just as he was about to take a breath of relief, he noticed that the homeless man seemed to have only one leg. Truly pitiful. He approached the homeless man. "Are you okay?" The homeless man did not respond, his gaze fixed on the corner, his expression dazed. Sighing, he took out 2 silver coins from his pocket. "Here, buy some clothes and food." The homeless man still showed no reaction. Phil could only place the coins in front of his eyes and then leave. He had thought that in this respect for Life District such things would not happen, but it seemed that there were always exceptions. Not everyone respected the rules or revered the deities. Once back on the carriage, the ride was calm, and he quickly returned to the inn. As soon as he entered the ground floor tavern, he heard a cheerful voice calling him, "Cousin, come quickly." He looked towards the voice. That was Patrick, but his hair had been dyed red. His fiery hair was incredibly frizzy, resembling a burning flame, but more like a frizzy red rooster. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Cousin, how do you like my hairstyle? I really should have listened to you and changed my hairstyle sooner. Now I feel much more handsome than before. What do you think?" Patrick said with delight. "It does look very lively." He hadn't expected Patrick to dye it red, but as long as it covered his gray hair, it didn't make much difference. "Cousin, did anything special happen on your way?" "No, I just went to the graveyard to take a look at an ancestor I had read about in a certain book who rests there." "I see." As night fell, groups of guests entered the tavern. The tavern became lively, particularly warm on a winter night, the scent of white stone burning mingling with the aroma of barbecue, suggesting the owner was serving new dishes tonight. Phil Gray smiled. As the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, Phil Gray was already seated by the fire in the tavern with Patrick. The owner was particularly generous today, adding more white stones to the fireplace, for only such a warm flame could resist the biting cold of the outside winter. "Cousin, when do you think we can go back?" "I just contacted them again, but there was no response," Patrick said, lifting his glass with a look of frustration. "Our current strength is of no use in returning. It would only cause them more trouble. A god of fate above, please let your devout follower triumph over those evil forces soon." Patrick closed his eyes in prayer. "The snow outside has stopped," Phil Gray remarked as he approached the tavern's entrance, gazing at the streets and houses buried under the heavy snow until a weary merchant bumped into him. "I apologize, sir," the merchant with a nose reddened by the cold hurriedly said. "It's all right. It's so cold outside, it's truly unbearable." The merchant complained a bit, casually finding a table to sit at, and flashed a smile towards Phil Gray, who nodded in acknowledgement. He heard the merchant continue, "During winter one should go to the cities in the south, at least it wouldn't be so cold." Phil Gray kept smiling, not responding. "I wonder how many people will freeze to death this winter. I just saw a homeless man curled up at the door. I don't even know if he's still alive." "A homeless man?" "Yes, I was just focused on myself earlier, but now that it's warmer I'm worried about that homeless man and want to take a look." The merchant stood up, shivering from the cold. "He'll go check you, rest for a bit." Phil Gray suddenly thought of the homeless man from yesterday. Could it be him? "Thank you, sir, you seem like a kind person. The god of life will bless you." Upon exiting the tavern, he indeed saw a homeless man lying by the wall at the entrance. His clothes were tattered, his hair and beard stuck with snowflakes, and one leg was wrapped in rags. It was indeed the same homeless man from yesterday. "Hello, would you like to come into the tavern to warm up?" Phil Gray asked, but as before there was no response. "Cousin." Patrick approached, his fiery red hair standing out in the white world. "Come help me bring him into the tavern," Phil Gray said. Patrick frowned. "He's filthy, you'll call Jean to help." "That's fine." When Jean arrived, he was indeed a professional servant, effortlessly moving the homeless man to a seat in the tavern, drawing the attention of many patrons. "I've ordered some bread and hot water," the merchant said, placing the plate down. However, the homeless man still showed no reaction, leading them to suspect something was wrong with him. After sitting down, Patrick kept staring at him, occasionally tugging at his own hair, muttering to himself. "What's wrong?" Phil Gray set down his breakfast and asked, "Don't you think he looks a bit familiar?" "Where does he look familiar?" Phil Gray tried to find a familiar outline in the dirty, bearded face, but he was unsuccessful. "He looks a lot like Duke Sari." Patrick hesitantly whispered, "His eyes are very similar, and so is his nose." "Duke Sari. Isn't he the Grand Duke of the Puna Kingdom?" A few days ago they had heard discussions about the issue of succession. Duke Sari currently had only one daughter, but there was also an illegitimate son, and the question of who the title should pass to was contentious. "Illegitimate sons don't have inheritance rights, do they?" the merchant interjected, eagerly, surprisingly sensitive to such news. "But I heard that this illegitimate son is the prince's child," the merchant whispered. Many patrons in the tavern subtly perked up their ears. Phil Gray keenly caught the fleeting strange color in the homeless man's bewildered eyes. He thought, could this homeless man really be related to Duke Sari whom they were discussing? Curiosity surging within him, he lowered his head slightly, casting a discreet glance at the homeless man, his lips moving silently. Eye of fate. The real world before him gradually blurred, while another scene began to sharpen in clarity. He saw a noble youth with brown short hair possessing the same black eyes as the homeless man, engaged in a sparring match with an older man who bore a striking resemblance to him, presumably his father. They wielded long swords, their moves constantly shifting, and the youth ultimately triumphed over his father. The scene shifted again, and the noble youth clad in the silver armor of the Knights of Fate knelt half on the ground, his eyes shimmering with confidence, while a figure in white papal robes raised a sword and lightly tapped it on his shoulder several times. Phil Gray stared at the Pope in the scene, momentarily lost in thought. He recognized the Pope because the white robe he wore was one he had donned many times before, having burned it himself in the courtyard of the Bari family. The Pope in the scene also had gray long hair and icy blue eyes, the only difference being that he was now middle-aged and appeared more mature and composed. Could he be the original owner's father, the former Pope? No time to ponder further as the scene changed again. He saw a now mature young man holding a long sword walking down an empty road with a bewildered expression. He seemed to have aged significantly, dressed in tattered clothing, staggering as he walked. He stopped again, squatting by the road and crying, clutching something in his hand. Phil Gray squinted, examining closely. It seemed to be a somewhat wilted fate flower. Suddenly the scene ended and Phil Gray was a bit taken aback, his mind still somewhat foggy, but it was much better than the last time when he had coughed up blood. Moreover, he had successfully glimpsed the changes in the fate of the homeless man. This must be the true power of the Eye of Fate. As his divine power increased after breaking through to the first tier of the God of Death's followers, the effect of the Eye of Fate also improved. The information he gained this time was astonishing. If he was not mistaken, this homeless man was not only the son of Duke Sari, but also the exiled knight that the heretics had been searching for. Cousin, what's wrong? Nothing. So who do you think the inheritance will go to? Princess Sani is no pushover. Patrick noticed the merchant had already plunged into a heated discussion with the tavern patrons, temporarily forgetting about them, and leaned over to whisper in Phil Gray's ear, "She used to pursue your father. This has nothing to do with us. You go book a room with the owner, then call Jean to help this gentleman inside." "Of course it does. Princess Sani has a favorable view of our church because of your father. If her son inherits the title, wouldn't the donations to our church increase every year?" Patrick continued to chatter on, but upon hearing Phil Gray's instructions, he was momentarily surprised. "Book him a room." "Cousin, are you being too merciful?" "No. He must be the very knight sought by the heretics," explained Phil Gray. "Off." Patrick's eyes widened, then he whispered, "Cousin, did you use the Eye of Fate?" Once Jean had helped the vagrant onto the bed, the two stood outside the door, staring at each other in silence. "Cousin, what do we do now?" "I'm not sure how he fell so far," Phil Gray replied, recounting in meticulous detail all he had witnessed. "Alas, Fate Knights swear absolute loyalty to the church and the pontiff. Once exiled, his spirit must have shattered utterly. It is hardly surprising he gradually lost his wits." "Loyalty? Then why does the Fate Knights order now turn its blade against me?" "Ah, but the church today is no longer the church of yore. Undoubtedly, the current knight commander has replaced every loyal knight with his own cronies. And you back then were but an ordinary man, not a divine chosen. So your presence stirred deep resentment within the Holy See. In truth, Wendell and the knight commander bear the blame." As he spoke, a wistful gleam flickered in Patrick's glacial blue eyes. Those days truly were golden. "Though I seldom met my uncle, your father, he was a magnificent pontiff, revered and beloved by countless faithful. The name Dalcy Gray shall forever be inscribed in the annals of the Church of Fate." No sooner had Patrick finished speaking than the door burst open with a thunderous crash. The two leapt back in alarm. There stood the vagrant, supposedly confined to bed, erect before them. Though balanced on a single leg, his posture was unervingly steady, his obsidian eyes pierced sharply, fixed unblinkingly upon Phil Gray and Patrick. "Who are you?" Patrick swallowed hard, awestruck by the vagrant's commanding aura. You wouldn't raise your hand against a servant of the church, would you?" "Wait, I've nothing to fear. You only have one leg left." The vagrant paid Patrick no heed, his gaze locked solely on Phil Gray. With a weary sigh, Phil Gray stepped aside into the room and removed his mask, revealing a face uncannily reminiscent of the late pontiff. "You must have overheard me earlier. I am Phil Gray, the current pontiff." The vagrant froze in place. Phil Gray watched his body tremble violently, tears carved clean paths through the grime on his cheeks, yet those black eyes remained unwavering, fixed upon him. Time itself seemed to still in that suspended breath, until with a sharp crack of knee meeting floor, the one-legged knight knelt. "Earnest sorry, at your service, your holiness." Phil Gray reached out to lift him, but the knight recoiled, fearing his soiled frame might defile the pontiff, then struggled upright with grim determination. "How did this happen to you? I knew you were cast out from the knight's order, but the fault was never yours. Even without the order, your noble lineage should never have led you to such destitution. Though I was enthralled by the dream cult, I truly believed I had slain those villagers with my own hands. They had shown me such kindness, and yet I brought them only death. Night after night, I relived that scene, trapped beyond redemption." His expression twisted with unbearable anguish. "I wandered dazed across distant dioceses, hunting the dream cult for vengeance, until at last I found the one who had controlled me. We fought to the death. He perished, and I lost a leg. Yet after his death, I discovered the memories of those murders were false, fabricated by him. He slaughtered the villagers himself, though only when he died did those illusions shatter. Is that not cause for relief? Should you not finally be freed from that burden? No, I should have seen through those lies long ago. A mere touch of my divine power would have revealed the truth. Ernest's voice cracked with manic despair as he slammed his fist upon the table. By the time I dragged myself back to the Holy See on one leg, I learned of Pontiff Dulce's passing. It was all too late. The sovereign I served, the faith I cherished, the years I squandered, all irrevocably lost. He cradled his head, sobbing softly. His grief filled the chamber, silence thick with sorrow. Phil Gray pressed his lips together at a loss for words to comfort him. The power of fate is unfathomable, yet its cruelest paradox lies in reducing a proud noble youth, a knight of unyielding honor, to a broken beggar, shattering all beauty beyond repair. For a knight sworn to the god of fate, such a fate is doubly cruel. No, it is not too late, Ernest. Tell me, what is the most sacred virtue of a knight? Phil Gray spoke slowly, deliberately. It is indomitable perseverance, the refusal to yield no matter the odds. So long as breath remains, the sword may be raised once more, for faith, for duty, for truth. And you? Look at yourself now, broken, defeated. No, I am no longer a knight. Ernest shook his head, clenching his fists tightly. You are? By authority of the pontiff, I hereby appoint you Knight Commander of the Fate Knights Order. What? Both Ernest and Patrick stared at him, stunned. The former Knight Commander Volk Dodd betrayed me, forcing me into exile. Now, Ernest, sorry. I ask you, will you take up your sword once more and stand as my knight? Will you fight for me? Phil Gray's glacial blue eyes held Ernest's gaze, calm, unwavering, eternal. Gazing into those familiar eyes, that same noble face, Ernest was swept back to an afternoon over a decade past, sunlight blazing, the pontiff standing tall, with sword in hand, gently clapping his shoulder. Those blue eyes shimmered with encouragement, his smile tender and warm. Henceforth you are one of the Fate Knights, my dear knight. Fight for me. That gaze, transcending time and ruin, now settled once more upon his ragged, broken form, as if none of the suffering had ever been. Yet it had happened, irrevocably. Oceans had shifted, mountains crumbled, all things changed, except the unwavering weight before him. Reality reasserted itself. Phil Gray still stood there patiently, awaiting his answer, steadfast, endless. A faint smile curved Ernest's lips, yet his cheeks trembled uncontrollably. Tears streamed down both sides of his face as his voice, raw and solemn, rang out. Ernest Sorry swears eternal fealty to your holiness, and will fight for you until his last breath. Well said. A look of quiet pride softened Phil Gray's features. After 10 long years in exile, this wandering knight had reclaimed his faith and found redemption beneath the gaze of fate itself. With Jean's help, Ernest took a bath, changed into clean clothes, and even trimmed his hair and shaved his beard. At this moment they could see Ernest's appearance more clearly. He had a long, thin face with a straight nose and thick eyebrows, and the contours of his face were highly three-dimensional. At a glance it was evident that he was a righteous man, which matched what Phil Gray had seen with the eye of destiny, only now he seemed more mature and weathered, with an additional scar at the corner of his eye. I told you I wasn't mistaken, he looks just like Duke Sorry, Patrick remarked, surveying him with a sense of wonder. Phil Gray briefly explained their current situation to Ernest, stating that their return to the church depended on the circumstances of the Gray family. For now they could only protect themselves and strive to enhance their strength. What level are you now? I am at the observant level, but due to my leg I can only exert the power of a blessing level. Ernest seemed somewhat ashamed and frustrated. Over the past decade he had made almost no progress, while the knight captain who had betrayed the king had already reached the divine revelation level. It's all right, you are already the strongest among us, Patrick comforted him, hesitatingly adding, and maybe your leg can grow back. Grow back? Phil Gray asked curiously. Yes, high-level devotees of the God of Life, that is those at the divine revelation level or above, can regenerate severed limbs. Well, perhaps even observant level devotees can give it a try, Patrick explained. I know. However, Ernest did not seem as excited as one might expect. He calmly replied, but high-level devotees of the God of Life are mostly the upper echelons of the Church of Life. Given our current situation, it would be difficult to get them to intervene. I have money. We will eventually return to the church, and at that time getting them to help will be a matter of a word from my cousin. Patrick glanced at the 20 coins that remained in their inventory and altered his statement. Ernest shook his head and said nothing. But both Phil Gray and Patrick understood that what this knight wanted most was to ensure their safety before they returned to the church, and after their return, perhaps his role would no longer be as significant. Don't be so pessimistic. Don't forget we have a future teammate who is an observant level devotee of the God of Life. Perhaps he has a way. Phil Gray said with a smile. Right, tomorrow is the flower exhibition. I need to reserve a room for our new teammate in advance. Patrick also laughed, pulling out the contract from the space stone. Influenced by them, a faint smile appeared on Ernest's face. The flower exhibition arrived on time. For other cities, holding a flower exhibition in winter was simply unbelievable. However, for the vibrant Dur City, winter was the most suitable time. They needed the lively colors and vibrant flowers to dispel the bone-chilling cold of winter and the pervasive white snow, and most importantly, to showcase the miracle of life. Guests at the tavern walked out together. Let's wait for the sun to rise a bit higher before we go, Phil Gray said, looking at Patrick, who was shivering. Patrick shook his head. The cold was not enough to extinguish the fire within him. No, 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 I can't wait to see how my future teammate performs. Ernest leaned on a cane. Jean wanted to assist him, but was refused. He stood tall like a sharp sword. Oh, it's you all. Are you also going to the flower exhibition? They turned around to see a man tightly wrapped in a coat. It was the merchant from yesterday. He wore a friendly smile. Yes, such a coincidence. I've traveled through many cities, and only the flower exhibition in Dur City is the most beautiful. There are some flowers I've never heard of before. The merchant remarked with nostalgia, then remembered something, and asked, by the way, what happened to that homeless man from yesterday? I saw you bring him to the inn upstairs. How is he now? Phil Gray and Patrick did not answer, but looked at Ernest. The merchant, confused, also looked at him, feeling that this disabled man looked somewhat familiar. I am the homeless man from yesterday. Oh. The merchant looked at the man before him in disbelief. I apologize, sir, for the offense. It's all right. They walked together into the square where the snow had been cleared and colorful flowers lined the path, forming a symbol of the Church of Life, a budding sprout. There were many visitors, even crowded, as they looked toward the center of the square, where a freshly built stage stood, and behind the stage was a row of seats occupied by beautiful noble ladies, the Lord of Dur City, and priests of the Church of Life. They are the judges for this flower exhibition. Each participant can showcase one flower they have collected or cultivated. The more unique and rare, the higher the score, and the first place can win a prize of 1,000 gold coins provided by the Church of Life and the Lord's Mansion. The merchant introduced them. So this is how the flower exhibition works, Patrick said, appearing quite interested. Phil Gray frowned slightly, as this seemed a bit different from what he had seen that day with the Eye of Destiny. This was an ordinary flower exhibition, while he had seen scenes of a divine devotee's exhibition. Thinking of this, he subtly asked, is there another flower exhibition? The merchant looked surprised and lowered his voice, saying, indeed, there is another flower exhibition which is attended by divine devotees held at the Great Cathedral of Life. How do you know about it? This merchant indeed had keen information. Although he was an ordinary person, he knew of the existence of divine devotees. However, since he knew some details, there was no need to hide it. We are divine devotees. One of our friends is also a divine devotee, and he is going to participate in that flower exhibition. We want to go and see. You are actually divine devotees. The merchant almost exclaimed, but managed to control himself. In that case, I'm quite curious. Why don't we go together? His eyes lit up, for he had always been very curious about these matters. Of course. They quickly rented a very spacious carriage in the square and headed straight to the Great Cathedral of Life in Dur City. In the carriage, Phil Gray learned that the merchant's name was Ron, and he bought and sold various food items across the Western continent. Since learning that they were divine devotees, the merchant seemed quite excited, but he did not bombard them with questions. Instead, he continued to share his understanding of divine devotees and various miraculous events he had heard of before. Soon they arrived at the Great Cathedral of Life. There are far more people here today than usual. It seems they all came to attend the divine devotee flower exhibition. The merchant observed the crowd and looked on with curiosity and inquiry. Phil Gray stepped down from the carriage and immediately spotted a massive statue similar to that of the Church of Fate. Standing tall was the statue of the god of life, Casa. Beneath the statue, several priests dressed in light green robes were engaged in prayer. Having already delayed quite a bit, they did not have time for further observations and headed straight into the cathedral. The atmosphere here was filled with the breath of life. One could almost smell a faint floral fragrance in the air and hear the distant chirping of birds. Anyone entering this place would feel a sense of serenity and marvel at the greatness of life. Praise the God of life. The merchant couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The decorations within the cathedral were refreshing and natural, quite different from other churches that pursued opulence and grandeur. Are you here for the flower exhibition? The priest at the entrance asked with a smile, seemingly sensing the divine energy fluctuations surrounding them. Yes. It's on the second floor, and it's already underway. We are currently on the 8th contestant, the priest explained as he guided them upstairs. The second floor featured an extraordinarily spacious exhibition hall, and indeed the setup was exactly as Phil Gray had seen in the scene at the Eye of Fate. It was not as crowded as the square, and the audience had their own seats. They arrived late, and could only sit in the last row. Phil Gray also noticed the elderly man in a light green robe, holding a scepter, seated in the front row. In the scene he had seen, this old man would present the award to Eli and grant him that strange flower. Perhaps he was the Archbishop of the Church of Life in Dur City. The flower exhibition on stage continued as a girl stepped forward. Dressed in a white long gown with a head of golden hair, she held a purple flower that resembled a rose, cheerfully introducing. This is the purple phantom rose I cultivated, who just consuming a petal can conceal your divine energy fluctuations for a day. The girl promptly plucked a petal and placed it in her mouth to demonstrate its effect. The judges in the front row nodded and exchanged a few words before giving their scores. Then it was the next contestant's turn. The merchant watched with great interest. Indeed, the flower exhibition of the divine favorites was different from an ordinary one. The flowers they cultivated or collected carried special effects and were much more precious. Phil Gray was equally intrigued, observing the audience in front of him. Most of them seemed to be devotees of the god of life, radiating a strong aura of vitality. A variety of colors and types of flowers were showcased on stage. Some could heal the sick with their fragrance, others could induce hallucinations when consumed, and there were even flowers that could be used as weapons. It was a splendid display. However, as noon approached, Eli had yet to appear. He wouldn't be skipping his turn, would he? If so, that would mean you can't prove the authenticity of what you witnessed, and he wouldn't have to fulfill the contract. Patrick whispered, clearly not having anticipated this possibility. Let's wait a bit longer. Fortunately, as the event neared its conclusion, Eli finally appeared, still wearing that black suit and exuding charm. Ladies and gentlemen, the flower I bring today will undoubtedly astonish you. I dare say even high-level divine favorites would be captivated by it. A white flower appeared in Ella's hand seemingly out of nowhere. It had only 3 petals and looked rather ordinary compared to the previous vivid flowers. This flower is called Rejuvenate Youth. Ladies, do you wish to return to your youthful days? Delicate skin as soft as milk, rosy cherry lips, sunshine like golden hair. Isn't the most beautiful flower truly yourselves? Eli described passionately. Some female devotees in the audience seemed intrigued. But we all know that only divine and semi-divine level devotees can transcend the limits of time and life, and those 2 levels are so far beyond our reach. Ella's voice lowered. Yet my flower can truly rejuvenate youth. Simply consume a petal, and you can return to your most beautiful moment for 3 days. This is the miracle gifted to us by the God of Life. Which lady wishes to be my demonstration subject? Several female devotees raised their hands. How about this lady? He casually pointed. It was a noble woman in her 40s, dressed in a black lace gown, with long gray hair exuding elegance. Despite some signs of age on her face, it was evident she must have been very pretty in her youth. Thank you. Surprised that she was chosen, she stepped onto the stage. Eli kissed the back of her hand and plucked a petal from the threpetaled flower. Beautiful lady, please relive your youthful beauty. The audience held their breath, staring at the lady. White mist began to envelop her, an intensely rich aura of life that even Phil Gray and the others in the last row could feel. In less than a moment, the white mist dissipated, revealing a beautiful young lady in her place. One could vaguely recognize her as the noblewoman's younger self. She still had gray hair, but now appeared to be in her 20s, her emerald green eyes sparkling like jade, the tips of her eyes slightly upturned, exuding a playful charm. Her skin on her face and neck was fair and tender, resembling freshly made milk pudding. She looked at the mirror in Ella's hand in disbelief, expressing surprise, which further transformed her into a vibrant young girl. How is this possible? Oh my, praise the God of Life. The audience of divine devotees erupted in excitement, buzzing with chatter. Ladies and gentlemen, only flowers and beauties should not be neglected. Eli slowly bowed and stepped off the stage, reminiscent of his performance in the tavern that day. Wow, that lady was truly beautiful in her youth. Patrick's eyes widened in astonishment. This is truly unbelievable. By the God of Life, how did he accomplish this? The merchant was equally amazed. It seemed Eli would indeed claim first place, thus that pot of flowers likely meant as a reward should be appearing soon. What kind of flower could cause such deaths, especially with an audience of divine devotees? Phil Gray fell into deep thought. The commotion sparked by Eli quickly subsided. Moments later, the elderly man, presumably the bishop of the Church of Life, stepped onto the stage, announcing with a smile, the contestant with the highest score, as you all have likely guessed, is Mr. Eli. Now I shall present him with the unique glory of first place. Here it comes. Phil Gray fixed his gaze on the stage, holding his breath. After hearing the announcement, Eli walked up with a solemn expression. The bishop, on the other hand, stepped down to whisper a few words to the surrounding priests. He carefully took a pot of flowers from the hands of a nearby priest and slowly walked up to the stage. The pot was made of marble, adorned with intricate carvings, exquisitely beautiful. The flowers were also quite stunning, with bright red short petals interspersed with a few long white ones and delicate white stamens in the center, the leaves glistening a vivid green. However, Phil Gray felt something sinister about the flowers. The bishop looked at the flowers with intense heat in his gaze, saying with a hint of reverence, "This is the reward for our first place, the life flower, nourished by the divine power of the God of Life. Only 3 of these flowers bloom each year, and this is one of them. The life flower comes from the 23rd Pope, who used all his divine power to save a nation plagued by disease, preventing the deaths of tens of millions. However, the consumption of divine power left him regressed to a level of mere blessing, constantly facing the threat of death. At that moment, the God of Life descended, bestowing the life flower upon the Pope. The vitality contained in this flower not only extends life by 10 years, but also allows the blessed to bypass the teachings and directly break through one level, of course, only for levels below that of the divine. This is the gift of the God of Life. He tells us to boldly save lives. This flower is also typically bestowed upon those who make significant contributions. This year, I shamelessly requested it from the Holy See to serve as the prize for our Divine Blessing Flower exhibition." The bishop smiled. The blessed below looked at the flower with intense longing, and Phil Gray could hear their heavy breathing. If Alay's flower, which revived youth, attracted the attention of female blessed, then this life flower would captivate any blessed individual. To bypass teachings and directly break through is equivalent to saving years of time, offering a fatal allure to the blessed. No wonder Alay was so eager to participate. Breaking through to the divine manifestation level is extremely difficult, but with this flower, he could do so directly. But why did something go wrong? Cousin, do you think this flower is useful for the believers of our God of Fate? Patrick suddenly asked. It won't help with breaking through, but it can still extend our lives by 10 years. Once an important figure in our Holy See, nearing the end of his life, sought a life flower from the Church of Life. I see. Ernest replied first. The way to use the life flower is to infuse it with divine power and sing the hymn praising the God of Life. The bishop said as he handed the pot of flowers to Alay. Phil Gray felt his heart race at the sight. This time Eli did not directly infuse divine power. Instead, he frowned and stared intently at the life flower, as if he wanted to destroy it. His gaze swept over every vein of the leaves, the color of each petal, and even he dug out a small root and sniffed it. Seeing Eli's frenzied actions, there was quite a stir below. What is he doing? Stop. Are you blaspheming the divine? Oh my, what is he doing? The bishop was also extremely displeased, angrily asking, what are you doing? But Eli snorted coldly and threw the flower directly to the ground, shattering the pot and burying the delicate flowers in the scattered soil. Before the bishop and the blessed below could explode with rage at wanting to kill him, he revealed a mocking expression. This is not the life flower at all, but a flower of calamity. Do you know what you were saying? Of course I do. A mere illusion has deceived you, bishop, and so many of the blessed below. The mastermind behind this is truly remarkable. What do you mean? The blessed below asked aloud. The bishop crouched down to look at the flower lying on the ground, a green light flashing in his hand, and the flower completely transformed. The petals were still red, but now they were a dark red resembling congealed blood, while the leaves were a sickly yellow, utterly bizarre. How can this be? The bishop sat down in disbelief. Oh my, what kind of flower is this? Questions and screams erupted in chorus. This is the nether flower of blood calamity. An elderly blessed below answered in shock. Yes, this flower last appeared 100 years ago, during which the blood calamity helped the nation invade others and caused the deaths of tens of thousands in its army. The bishop stood up slowly, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. The nether flower can react to specific incantations during its cultivation, awakening the flower and devouring human lives. If I am not mistaken, this blood calamity has set the incantation to the hymn praising the God of life. Once I infuse it with divine power and sing the hymn, the flower will awaken, and everyone present in this exhibition will become its nourishment. Eli laughed loudly. The last time Phil Gray heard about the blood calamity was when Patrick introduced it to him regarding the Church of the God of Fate. Later, he learned in more detail that the blood calamity is also a church that worships the God of disaster, just who thrives on creating disasters everywhere, sacrificing countless lives to the God of disaster. Of course, the blood calamity had been repeatedly besieged by many churches, but each time there were always some who slipped through the net, and due to the existence of the God of disaster, they could never completely eliminate the believers of this deity, as there would always be some who would worship him. Are they really targeting our Church of Life? I thought they had settled down considerably. Yet it has been a long time since we last saw them, I didn't expect them to show up this time. The blessed below discussed in whispers. Everyone, this time, it is a mistake on our part in the Church of Life. Please leave in an orderly manner. At the entrance I have arranged for some growth liquid, so each person can take a bottle as compensation for the scare you received today. The bishop said heavily. What about the flower? Yes, now at the Church of Life, it's inevitable that someone below will start singing the hymn. Some blessed below showed expressions of fear. I have reported this to the Holy See. His Holiness will send someone to investigate and handle it, and once we have the results we will inform you all. The bishop bowed. How did they manage to swap this flower right under the nose of the Church of Life? Phil Gray pondered, stroking his chin. Creating illusions is the ability of the Dream God sect. They must be involved. Ernest mentioned the Dream God sect, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Cousin, I have obtained 4 vials, but I am unsure of the purpose of this growth liquid. Patrick approached, examining the small bottles in his hands as they stood at the entrance of the Cathedral of Life. The merchant excitedly accepted 1 vial, not expecting such a gain. Although he didn't know what it was, items from the divine favored ones must be treasures. The other divine favored ones had already left. The cathedral had emptied all those who came to pray, hanging a sign at the entrance announcing it was closed for a week. This growth liquid is actually made from their divine power, mixed with some special liquids. It can shorten the growth cycle of plants and small animals. A concentrated growth liquid can make a seed bloom and bear fruit within an hour. Ernest explained. That is indeed important for those who enjoy cultivating exotic flowers and plants, but it is of little use to us. Patrick said, disappointed. The merchant also wore a look of disappointment, but still carefully cradled the vial in his hands. Is Eli still inside? Phil Gray asked. Yes, I saw him still talking with that bishop. Then let's wait a bit longer. Time flowed slowly until the sun began to set. Gentlemen, I think I must take my leave now. I have some business to attend to today. Farewell. The merchant offered an apologetic smile. All right, Mr. Ron, farewell. Phil Gray and the others watched him board the carriage. Not long after the merchant left, Eli emerged, and Patrick rushed to him. You're finally out. Who are you? Eli frowned. What? Are you trying to avoid paying your debts? Patrick appeared somewhat angry. Phil Gray pulled him behind and removed his mask. Patrick then realized and also took off his mask. Eli paused upon seeing Phil Gray and the others, then smiled. What's wrong? Afraid I would run away. No, we are here to personally welcome our teammate. A grand welcome for you joining us. Patrick excitedly clapped. I am certainly not a man of my word, but if I am to work for you, all my living expenses over the past 5 years must be covered by you, plus 20 gold coins each month. What? Patrick glared at him. In the past, he would not have cared about such gold coins, but now they didn't have much money. Of course, welcome aboard. Phil Gray smiled kindly. Eli said nothing further and naturally followed behind them. What compensation did the bishop give you in the end? You were supposed to receive that fate flower. Phil Gray rented a carriage and casually asked. The 3 fate flowers are allocated in advance each year. I missed out this year. He promised to give me 1 next year along with 30 vials of growth liquid. Is that it? You should have extorted them heavily. After all, you nearly lost your life and exposed the blood calamities conspiracy. Patrick said somewhat speechlessly. What do you know? This vial of growth liquid is worth 10 gold coins. Sometimes you can't even buy it with money. Eli looked at Patrick disdainfully. That only amounts to 300 gold coins. Patrick muttered. Only. Do you have a lot of gold coins? Eli asked curiously. Patrick was left speechless. Eli's gaze shifted to Ernest. He did not pay much attention to him having only one leg, merely curious about which deity he believed in, as the thick divine energy showed. He was also a divine favored one. Divine favored ones of the same origin can naturally sense each other, even judging each other's rank based on the thickness of their divine energy. However, if they are not favored by the same god, they usually can only sense the presence of divine energy, but cannot know the deity they worship or their rank. Of course, there are exceptions among divine favored ones. For instance, followers of the god of life carry a strong life aura, making them well received by most, so they do not need to hide. Moreover, believers of the god of knowledge and wisdom are mostly scholars, while followers of the artisan guardian Percy are mostly craftsmen, allowing them to be recognized by their unique identities. He smiled and said, this is someone you haven't met before. Oh, I forgot to introduce. He just joined us. His name is Ernest. Phil Gray introduced. All right, Phil, what is this poor fellow's name? What poor fellow? I am not a poor fellow. Patrick retorted angrily. Ernest also looked at him with displeasure, evidently upset, not by being called a poor fellow, but by his casual mention of the name of His Holiness the Pope. Phil Gray sighed helplessly. His name is Patrick, my cousin. Furthermore, given my special status, it's better if you don't call me by my name. Oh, just call me. He hadn't finished when Eli interjected, boss. That works too. Phil Gray couldn't think of another title at the moment. The carriage fell into silence. Special status. Ellis' mind raced through countless thoughts. He felt he had heard the name Phil Gray somewhere before, but where exactly? He squinted. Finally arriving at the inn, they disembarked from the carriage. It was already close to evening, and having not eaten since noon, they were quite hungry. When Jean saw his young master and His Holiness the Pope return, he kindly ordered dinner and drinks for them. Does this tavern remind you of anything? Patrick grinned and winked at Eli. What? Eli wiped the table before sitting down, seeming to have some cleanliness obsession. You promised to return the lattice gold coins threefold. Patrick reminded him kindly. Of course I remember, but I must wait for that lady to return to this tavern. I have no idea where she lives. Eli took only a bite before putting down his knife and fork. This peaceful time is likely coming to an end. The blood calamity won't just strike once. This failure will only drive them to act like madmen again. However, this is not something we should be concerned about. Eli smiled as he began to hum a tune. Phil Gray, however, appeared somewhat worried about the current situation of the church and the threat of the blood calamity. What should they do? What's the matter? Boss, are you troubled by something? Eli crossed his legs, but then thought it unbecoming of a gentleman, so he put them down. Phil Gray shook his head, not ready to share yet. Eli, do you know how to make his leg grow back? After Patrick finished wolfing down his food, he finally freed his mouth and pointed at Ernest, asking, Can it grow back? Eli stood up. Well, other divine favored ones might not be able to achieve this at the attention level, but fortunately I can. Really? Patrick and Ernest looked at him in surprise. Of course, as you all know, I am a person who loves flowers, and have cultivated quite a few. Eli conjured a white fate flower in his hand, and placed it on the table. Actually, this is all due to a special ability granted to me by the god of life, floral tribute. When I cultivate flowers using this ability, I can randomly bestow a unique effect upon the flowers. For example, the flower I used in the competition that rejuvenated youth. Of course, such high-quality special effects are rare. Most flowers come with very limited effects. Eli shrugged. What does this have to do with healing his leg? Patrick asked, confused. Eli wore an expression of not wanting to deal with a fool. 2 years ago, I just happened to cultivate a flower that could regenerate severed limbs. Due to the astonishing effect, I had to rest for a few days as my divine power was exhausted. Is the flower still around? Phil Gray asked. Of course, a flower with such an effect must be carried with me just in case it's needed one day. Eli leaned on the table, speaking with pride. That's wonderful. Hurry, let's go back to the room to heal his leg. Patrick excitedly stood up, drawing the attention of those around him. While using flowers for healing is certainly fine, but Eli looked Patrick up and down, smirking. You need to fulfill one of my requests. What request? Patrick looked at him warily, sensing a hint of mischief in his gaze. Go stand over there and shout 3 times, I am a miser. I am a fool. Eli gleefully pointed at the tavern's entrance. How childish. Patrick felt somewhat speechless, but he saw Phil Gray and Ernest looking at him eagerly. All right, I really have to hand it to you. God of fate above, let this guy's fate be more tumultuous. Patrick mumbled as he slowly walked towards the tavern's entrance. After shouting 3 times as Eli instructed, the patrons in the tavern burst into laughter, and even people outside came to watch the commotion. Patrick awkwardly covered his face, but suddenly remembered he was wearing a mask. It seemed he came to terms with it, and proudly put his hands behind his back, tilting his head up. Phil Gray sighed, Mr. Eli, can we treat him now? Of course. They made their way to Ernest's room. Eli produced a white box in his hand and opened it to reveal a bright yellow flower. This is the one. Eat this flower, and your leg will regrow. Oh, but it will take time. Maybe 3 days, maybe 5. During this time, you must lie in bed and not move around. However, Ernest hesitated, but I need to protect the church. Considering Eli didn't know the identity of the Pope, he glanced at Phil Gray. Phil Gray patted his shoulder. Just call me boss like Eli does. It's fine, we're safe for now, so don't worry. Eli raised an eyebrow. Although I don't know your level, isn't this just causing trouble for the boss? Besides, the boss has me protecting him now. Though Eli's words were somewhat harsh, they were indeed reasonable. Moreover, only by regaining his strength could he protect the Pope. Ernest nodded and took the flower. The life force required to grow a leg is immense. This flower alone is not enough. You also need the growth liquid to assist. Didn't you receive a few bottles of growth liquid the other day? Just drink 1 bottle a day. If it's not enough, come find me again. Isn't the growth liquid only for planting flowers? Patrick asked curiously. Of course not, it has many uses and you'll learn that later. Eli shook his head. Watching Ernest consume the flower and drink the growth liquid, they finally left and returned to their respective rooms. Cousin, don't worry. I've had Jean take care of him these past few days. His skills as a professional level butler are beyond doubt, Patrick said with a grin. Phil Gray ruffled his fluffy red hair. Good. How about it? Can you contact the family? Still can't. I contact them every day, but it's of no use. Patrick sighed dejectedly. Phil Gray pulled his right hand and looked at the damaged mark on his index finger. Don't rush. You should be aware of the Gray family's power. They might be in a stalemate right now. We'll get news when things settle down. I know, but I'm still a bit worried. Wendell is backed by the Holmes family and his brother is the head of the Holmes family, so he will definitely help him. Vaughn Dodd and the Foster family have always been on good terms. They will surely unite against our family. Phil Gray, still unaware of the family forces behind the Church of Fate, learned a bit from Patrick's words. However, that's not what we should be concerned with now. Trust your father. Once their situation stabilizes, we will surely receive news. I still want to visit the trading fair in a bit. I'll go alone. You don't need to tag along. Oh, why? You're going out by yourself again. Patrick felt somewhat dissatisfied, mainly worried about his cousin's safety. It's a secret. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. I'm going to that trading fair from last time. If I'm not back before dawn, then you can come look for me. Phil Gray mainly wanted to check if that seller of skulls had any remains of the dead, as that person was a favored one of the god of death and would surely know how to collect such things. After all, he was currently only able to find this one favored by the god of death. And all of this certainly couldn't let Patrick know. Following the same route as last time, Phil Gray quickly arrived at the store opened by the business church. He pushed the door open and the proprietress was talking to another person. That person wore a black cloak, making their face hard to discern. He raised his hand, and the sleeve cuff was embroidered with a pink bubble-like pattern. Phil Gray was a bit curious and wanted to take a closer look, but when that person saw him enter, they left. The proprietress walked over with a smile. Welcome. Is there anything you need? I want to participate in the night trading fair. All right, please follow me. Just like last time, Phil Gray entered the trading fair. Tonight's trading fair was somewhat bleak, with not many people around. He immediately spotted the skull on the table, surprised that it hadn't been sold yet. Hello, do you have the right hand of the deceased? Phil Gray stepped forward and asked directly. The right hand of the dead. This favored one of the god of death pondered for a moment. I don't have it right now, but I can get it for you. This guy wouldn't suggest killing someone on the spot for a hand, would he? Well, I need the hand of someone who was also a favored one of the gods during their life, preferably of a decent level or an ordinary person with some special skills, as I need it for a skill that requires hands. Phil Gray added the hand must be intact with skin and flesh. It can't just be bones. Of course, no problem. You're a favored one of the god of death, aren't you? Sort of. Then what do you think about this skull? He was a divine level character when alive. If I weren't short on money, I wouldn't be selling it. He began to pitch his skull. Oh no thanks. How many days will it take for you to get it? A few days. Perhaps 10 or so, the man replied after a moment's thought. So long. Phil Gray furrowed his brow. Yes, this region is now under the Life Church's jurisdiction. I must return to the domain of the dead church to procure supplies. The round trip alone will take considerable time. Do you imagine corpses of divine cherished beings are found lying about everywhere? Very well. Have your gold ready. I can secure more for you. Meet me here again in 10 days. Agreed. Phil Gray stepped out of the bazaar, deeply disappointed. He had only wished to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible. Among the abilities he currently possessed, the Eye of Fate served merely as an auxiliary tool. True combat prowess would hinge upon his newly acquired right hand of the dead. Yet 10 days felt interminable. Within that span, who knew what calamities might unfold? It was already late at night when he returned to the inn. The tavern on the ground floor was nearly deserted, yet there sat Ellie pouring himself another drink. Why the glum expression? Did you fail to acquire what you sought? Ellie set down his goblet and watched as Phil Gray seated himself across the table. Did Patrick speak with you? He mentioned you'd gone to the bazaar. Do you know where else one might procure relics tied to divine cherished beings? Phil Gray asked. Take a look at this. A large sheet of parchment materialized upon the tabletop before them, dense with fine script. Fortunately, the other patrons were too deep in drunken stupor, slumped over their tables, to notice the arcane phenomenon. Phil Gray surmised Ellie must possess a spatial stone. What is this? He picked up the paper. The layout stirred a strange familiarity within him. Was it not? The Life Church's internal gazette, Ellie answered. The Divine Cherished Flower exhibition in Durrell City concluded successfully. Its champion, astonishingly, was him. The front page headline bore this bold proclamation. Evidently, no matter the world, such sensationalism remained the universal lure for attention. The accompanying article recounted the exhibition's proceedings, particularly extolling Ellie in glowing, reverent terms, and addressed the unforeseen incident that followed, offering formal apologies to those who had attended. Phil Gray smiled faintly. No wonder Ellie kept this gazette. You're not meant to read that. Ellie snatched the paper back. Look here. He pointed to a small corner on the far right. Neatly arranged therein were classified advertisements. Seeking sap of the tree of life, 500 gold coins. Seeking merfolk scales, 80 gold coins. Seeking leads to sacred relics of the god of life, 100 sapphire crystals. If you wish to place a request, you may either visit the Life Church's Gazette office in person or send a letter. They'll publish it for you, though a modest fee of several gold coins applies. Ellie explained. And if someone possesses what I seek, how shall they contact me? They may dispatch the item directly to the Gazette office, or arrange a meeting through the office, specifying time and location for an in-person exchange. Remarkable, it functions thus. Phil Gray studied the Gazette intently. Is this publication accessible only to members of the Life Church? The Gazette is run by Life Church priests. Subscriptions are granted exclusively to devout followers of the God of Life, or to other divine cherished beings formally recognized by the Church. Ellie yawned. Anything else you wish to ask? Phil Gray sighed. Given these constraints, what I seek cannot possibly be advertised herein. And what is it you seek? A dead man's right hand. Indeed, they hold such things in profound aversion. Yet are you not a divine cherished being of the God of fate? Yes, but my purpose is distinct. Ellie regarded him with sudden keen interest. His drowsiness entirely vanished. Do you harbor some unusual predilection? Not at all. Phil Gray shot him a wry glance, then pressed on. By what means may divine cherished beings earn coin? Oh, numerous avenues exist. In Durrell City, the most reputable path is fulfilling commissions issued by the Life Church. The Church's domain sprawled vast, and countless events unfolded daily, yet its roster of divine cherished agents remained limited. Thus, it regularly outsourced tasks to civilian divine cherished individuals, offering generous remuneration for each completed assignment. Where does one accept such commissions? Ellie spread his hands. Not presently. Commissions are dispensed at the Grand Cathedral of Life. But as you witnessed yourself, the cathedral remains closed for a full week. Very well. Phil Gray ascended the staircase. Cousin, over here. Before he reached his chamber, Patrick drew him aside. You're still awake. What is it? Cousin, we now have 2 additional guests plus my servant, 5 souls in total. Lodging and sustenance at this and drain our coffers rapidly. My reserves dwindle fast. And just look at that fellow downstairs. He ordered rare vintages tonight and demanded 20 gold coins monthly as wages. Patrick grimaced with petulant disdain. Fear not. Have you heard the saying? The wool comes from the sheep. Rest assured. Phil Gray clapped Patrick's shoulder reassuringly. Very well. Should funds run dry, I'd sell myself into servitude before letting my cousin starve. How ironic. That Phil Gray, the prodigal scion famed for lavish expenditure, should find himself fretting over coin, even mocked as a pauper. Such was the capriciousness of fate. Phil Gray smiled faintly and retreated to his room. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During that span, Phil Gray first visited the city's central bookstore, acquiring volumes on regional customs, folklore, and travelogues. His knowledge of this world remained profoundly scant. Terms like the Tree of Life or merfolk scales casually referenced in the Life Church's Gazette were utterly unfamiliar to him. He also revisited the cemetery, hoping to encounter once more the spectral figure of the dead he'd met previously, or perhaps trigger the next tier of the death god's sacred dictum. The life god's pronouncement, they ought not suffer such a fate, remained maddeningly abstract, yielding no insight. Thus he turned his focus toward the death god's domain. Yet this second pilgrimage to the cemetery bore no fruit. At dawn, Phil Gray sat reading in his chamber after breakfast. Cousin, Jean told me Ernest's leg has fully regenerated. Patrick burst exuberantly at the door, rapping sharply upon it. Phil Gray lowered his book and opened the door. Is that so? I'll go see for myself. He recalled visiting Ernest the previous day. Only the calf had regrown then, and the excruciating pain of rapid regeneration had left the stoic knight drenched in sweat. Patrick, witnessing it, had wept openly. Perhaps no need, Patrick said, grinning. Phil Gray saw Ernest approaching, both legs straight and whole, though he moved with tentative, unsteady grace. Ernest dropped to one knee. Your Holiness Pope, thank you for awakening me from despair and restoring my leg. With my life and honor, I swear eternal fealty and protection. Rise. Have you regained your former prowess? The level deemed remarkable. Phil Gray extended a hand to help him up. This time, Ernest accepted without hesitation. I've recovered some strength, but it's been many years since I last wielded my abilities. They feel stiff, unpracticed. Full restoration will require time. Patience. Take your time. Well, what's happening at your door? Impressive. Fully healed in 3 days. You possess exceptional constitution. Ellie's chamber lay diagonally across the hall. He appeared to have heard the commotion and emerged, pushing open his door. Whether he'd overheard the title Your Holiness remained uncertain. One more piece of good news, sir. The Grand Cathedral of Life has reopened ahead of schedule. Great. We can go there to take on a task now. Phil Gray had heard Patrick complaining a lot over the past 3 days. As far as he knew, they had less than 10 gold coins left, and if this continued, they would soon be homeless. Moreover, he needed more gold coins to pay for the right hand of the deceased that the man would bring in 7 days. Shall we set off now? Of course, no problem. You or the boss will follow your lead. Eli raised an eyebrow. Naturally, Patrick and Ernest had no objections. The winter sun was particularly warm, and the snow had almost melted away. The green trees and grass on the streets made Dull City look like spring, with only the still cold air reminding them that it was winter. They rode in a rented carriage towards the Cathedral of Life. If we bought a carriage, we wouldn't have to spend money on renting. Patrick said, we won't be staying in Dull City for long. Buying a carriage would be a waste. Do you remember the carriage you left in Cow City? Phil Gray shook his head. After chatting for a while, they arrived at the Cathedral of Life. Perhaps because it had opened early, many people were unaware, so the cathedral was somewhat deserted today, with only a few priests cleaning at the entrance. Once inside the church, Eli pointed upwards. The task hall is on the 3rd floor. Are you here to take on a task? A kindly elderly priest asked. Yes. There are quite a few tasks piled up over the past 3 days. You can choose one with a high reward. Thank you for the reminder. Phil Gray returned a smile. He was planning to do just that, but he had to consider the difficulty of the task alongside the generous reward. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Phil Gray was immediately captivated by a massive mirror floating in midair. The mirror stood over 3 meters tall, adorned with green ornate edges. Reflected within was not a person, but rows of constantly scrolling text reminiscent of an electronic screen he had seen on Earth. Upon closer inspection, those words detailed specific tasks, each preceded by a number. How fascinating! Phil Gray couldn't help but exclaim. This is a segment of the holy artifact, the Mirror of Life, belonging to a bishop of the Church of Life. Every church in the cities of the Church of Life has such a segment, and the content on it can be shared in real time across dozens of cities, which is also to facilitate the blessed ones in carrying out cross-region tasks. Eli explained, his tone tinged with reverence. Is the holy artifact really that powerful? Of course, while holy artifacts can vary in quality, any holy artifact is extremely precious, and its power is formidable. How is the quality of holy artifacts categorized? There is no clear classification. The functions of holy artifacts from different deities are all different, making comparison and categorization impossible. For the blessed ones, the holy artifact that suits them is the most powerful. Naturally, a holy artifact from the God of Life wouldn't function as intended in the hands of a follower of the God of Death. Eli pointed at the mirror. Look to the left. There are the tasks for the local Dull City. If you want to take on a task, note down the number at the front and present it to the priest over there. Phil Gray glanced back. There was a row of tables on the south side of the task hall where a priest was seated. Apart from them, there were only 2 or 3 others there, silently gazing at the Mirror of Life. Cousin, I looked closely, and this task seems the simplest and easiest. Which one? It's 2203. Phil Gray focused his gaze, and the inscription read 2203. Please help a countess reunite with her lover. What kind of task is this? How could it be posted in the task hall for blessed ones? Just as Phil Gray was about to critique Patrick, he saw the reward behind it was 500 gold coins. That's quite a sum. Looking at the other tasks below, they were mostly escorting important nobles to other cities, collecting certain materials, or eliminating local plague spreaders, with rewards not exceeding 100 gold coins. Indeed, this task with 500 gold coins was the highest reward. Shall we ask about the specifics of this task? Patrick inquired. What happens if the task fails? Phil Gray looked at Eli, who casually replied, nothing will happen. You can inform the priest here that you wish to abandon the task, and it will reappear on the Mirror of Life waiting for the next blessed one. Well, it's worth trying. This task sounds interesting, Patrick said with a smile. Phil Gray nodded. At least the reward was the highest. I'll go ask first. You guys can look for any other more suitable tasks here. All right. Patrick and Ernest nodded while Eli still seemed lost in thought, wandering randomly in front of the Mirror of Life. Phil Gray approached the large table on the west side. At that moment, another person seemingly there to take on a task came over, but he didn't pay any attention. Hello, I'd like to take on a task. Phil Gray greeted first. The person beside him tapped the table, seemingly indicating he also wished to take a task. Which task would you like to take? 2203. 2203. Phil Gray directed his gaze towards the person next to him, who was dressed in a black tailcoat, a deep green gem brooch pinned to the front of his coat, and wearing white gloves. He exuded a strong aura of life, indicating he was a follower of the God of Life. The person glanced at him briefly before turning away. Are you two together? The priest asked hesitantly. No, I'm a noble. How could I be with a commoner? The person laughed and urged, hurry up, my time is very precious. Gentlemen, isn't one of you considering changing tasks? No, Phil Gray shook his head. This task had the highest reward and seemed safe, so how could he switch? I won't change either. This. The priest seemed a bit troubled. I need to ask the person in charge. All right. Phil Gray politely nodded and casually surveyed his surroundings. You a commoner, how dare you take on such a task? Are you trying to get close to a noble? He looked Phil Gray up and down. The person in front of him had short golden hair, an utterly ordinary face, wearing a brown cotton coat typical of commoners, and he exuded no divine power. Of course it was possible he was using something to conceal his divine power, but it was unlikely a commoner would have that. Phil Gray was utterly speechless. How could he encounter such a person just while trying to take on a task? If he were to argue with him, wouldn't he be stooping to Patrick's level, which would surely tarnish his dignity? Yet he couldn't ignore the provocation and swallow his pride. And you, as a noble, why are you taking on this task? Is it for the reward of 500 gold coins? A noble of stature needing such a small sum. You must be a fallen noble, huh? 'Tis how pitiful. Phil Gray said with a smile, his tone still light, but it sounded quite sarcastic to those around him. Who's fallen? I'm taking on this task for Miss Julie. The noble shot him a glare, his face turning momentarily red at the mention of Miss Julie, but he seemed to hold on to his dignity and said no more. Oh, then you must not be the lover mentioned in her task, right? What? A humble admirer. Phil Gray casually leaned on the table, appearing very interested. You. What's wrong? Is there a commotion over there? Patrick noticed his cousin seemed to be arguing with the person next to him, who shot a fierce glare at his cousin. His anger flared, and he stormed over. Ernest also pulled his gaze away from the numerous tasks, gripping his sword tightly. This sword was unearthed by Patrick from a corner of the space stone. Although somewhat antiquated, seemingly a relic from hundreds of years ago, it did not hinder the knight from using it to strike down foes. Al casually followed behind. Seeing the three individuals approaching with an angry demeanor, the noble felt a twinge of fear and took a small step back, filled with questions. Who are they? As a fellow chosen of the god of life, he could naturally sense that the person walking last possessed a denser divine power than himself, indicating a higher level chosen. The two individuals in front also appeared formidable, especially the one with a scar at the corner of his eye wielding a longsword, who radiated a fierce aura. They probably came to take on a mission, the noble thought to himself, trying to avoid provoking them. However, he saw the three of them walking directly up to him, and the red-haired man even grabbed his collar. "Let go, what are you doing?" the noble exclaimed in shock. Patrick released his grip on the collar, saying, "This is a warning. There are some people you cannot glare at. Be careful, or I might turn those green eyes of yours into mere decorations." The noble was taken aback. Had he truly glared at any significant figure? He then noticed the commoner beside them waving his hand, saying, "Don't be like that, he is merely mocking us for being commoners. It's not a big deal, though I won't hold it against him. Could it be because I glared at this commoner?" The noble suddenly felt a sense of grievance, but dared not speak up. Al chuckled quietly beside him. Phil Gray was not angry. After all, he had also retorted and thought that getting into a brawl over this would make them seem like they were bullying others because of their numbers, which would be unreasonable. Patrick shot a few glances back at that person before averting his gaze. The atmosphere became somewhat subdued. Fortunately, the priest who had just left returned, accompanied by the elder priest he had encountered at the door. He asked, "Are you all here to take the 2203 mission?" "Yes," Phil Gray nodded. The noble hesitated for a moment, cautiously glanced at them, and also replied yes. The earlier priest looked curiously at the noble, whose attitude had undergone a complete turnaround. "This is the specific content of the mission. Since you are all taking the mission simultaneously, I can't decide who should give it up. You all can complete it together. The reward offered by the mission's target is quite generous, and you can distribute it based on your contributions." The elder priest handed over a leather dossier. "However, this noble gentleman seems unwilling to complete the mission with us commoners. Who would want to complete it with him anyway?" Patrick also expressed his dissatisfaction. "That does make it somewhat difficult." The elder priest looked troubled. "What is your opinion, esteemed noble gentleman?" Phil Gray turned to the silent noble standing nearby. "Even if there are many of you, I will not give up this mission. I came specifically for Miss Julie." His voice grew softer under Patrick's gaze. "Then let's do it together." Phil Gray took the leather bag and extracted the specific information. The document introduced the mission target, a count's daughter named Julie, who claimed to have fallen in love with a carpenter. However, her father intended to marry her off to a young marquis of similar status. She was very distressed and planned to elope with the carpenter, but unexpectedly she could not get in touch with him and suspected her father had intervened. For this mission, she hoped to find the carpenter, confirm his safety, and find a way to be with him, avoiding marriage to the marquis. Specific details required face-to-face communication, but it was best to visit her home in the afternoon, as only her father, the count, would be out handling matters at that time. This matter should not be known to her father, followed by her name and residence address. This mission shouldn't appear in the Chosen One's mission hall, right? Could it be that this lady is also a Chosen One? Is that why she finds Chosen Ones more reliable? Phil Gray felt puzzled. Although the mission seemed challenging, it involved ordinary people without a trace of Chosen Ones. Miss Julie certainly didn't need to spend so many gold coins to hire Chosen Ones for such a task. What a touching love story. In the face of a lover's safety, no amount of gold seems insignificant. Of course, one must hire the most reliable Chosen Ones to accomplish it. Al also looked at the information and said with a melancholic tone, "Miss Julie is indeed a Chosen One, as she is at the listening level." The noble beside them quietly added, "How do you know the mission target is Miss Julie?" Phil Gray asked the noble. Ernest pulled him from the edge to stand in front of Phil Gray. "Isn't it obvious? Someone must have given some benefit to a priest here, informing him of any news in advance. That is why he hurried here as soon as the church opened, heading straight for this mission." Al stated without reservation, eliciting somewhat awkward smiles from the two priests. "Yes, I know a priest here." The noble adjusted his clothes, casting a somewhat timid glance at Ernest. "Take a look at the information." Phil Gray handed it to him. "Are you the marquis mentioned in here?" Patrick scrutinized him, saying, "You really don't seem like one. All the marquises I know are elegant and kind to others, unlike you, which truly tarnishes the noble image." "You? Of course not. I only met Miss Julie by chance at a gathering for Chosen Ones. I came after hearing about this mission she posted." The noble took the dossier and examined it closely, seemingly a bit saddened. However, Phil Gray no longer paid him any mind, saying, "Let's go back first and visit the mission target in the afternoon." "How are we going to help this lady?" Patrick asked. "We must first locate that carpenter," Phil Gray replied. "But whether or not we help them be together depends on the specific situation," Al remarked, playing with the pink flower in his hand. "Why? Aren't we supposed to help her be with the carpenter?" Patrick asked, puzzled. "Do you think a noble and a commoner can truly be together?" Al countered. Could the countess, who is accustomed to a life of luxury, accept making furniture under the scorching sun while dressed in coarse clothing alongside a carpenter whose status is even lower than hers? Al's retort left Patrick at a loss for words. In the afternoon, after estimating that the mission target's father had already left, they headed towards the address provided in the information. The Count's estate was not located in the bustling Rose district of the city center, but rather in the more remote Jasmine district. There was a large manor all belonging to the Count's estate. Phil Gray stepped down from the carriage and noticed the same carriage had also stopped at the entrance. Then that noble from the morning descended, patting his clothes and arrogantly handing a silver coin to the coachman. "Oh, isn't that the noble gentleman? Why are you riding in a rented carriage, just like us commoners?" Patrick laughed heartily, pointing at him. His expression soured. "I won't argue with you. This is not the behavior of a gentleman." "All right, focusing on the task is important." Phil Gray pulled Patrick along. They crossed a lawn adorned with green grass and yellow flowers, arriving before a gray-white castle. Phil Gray approached the door and rang the doorbell. Not long after the doorbell rang, the door opened. An elderly man resembling a butler stepped out, and upon seeing several people smiled and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Hello, we are looking for Miss Julie." The butler scrutinized them and replied, "All right, please come in. I will inform Miss Julie." Phil Gray and the others sat down in the living room, and a maid brought in fruits and tea. Shortly after, a woman descended the stairs. She appeared somewhat haggard with red circles around her eyes, dressed in a black dress and a butterfly-shaped hairpin adorning her short golden hair. "Hello there." Her voice was a bit hoarse, likely from crying over her missing lover and her father's insistence on marriage. "Miss Julie, hello." Before Phil Gray could greet her, the nobleman stood up first and extended his hand to Miss Julie. "Hello, who are you?" Miss Julie did not extend her hand to the nobleman, but instead sat down on the sofa opposite them. "Miss Julie, I am Shiza Isaiah from the Last Life Tribute Assembly." The nobleman was immediately silenced by Patrick's glare. Miss Julie returned a polite smile. "Miss Julie, we saw the task you posted in the Divine Favor Hall. Could you provide us with more details about that carpenter?" "Of course. I met him half a month ago when the corner of my bed was damaged by mice. My father hired him to make me a new wooden bed." Miss Julie gradually fell into her memories. He was extremely handsome with short brown hair and captivating sapphire-like eyes full of vitality. He asked about my preferred style to craft a unique bed for me. He was also very courteous, only willing to stay in the same room with me when the maid was present. As she spoke, a look of infatuation appeared on her face. Phil Gray felt something was off about that smile. "As we got to know each other, I learned his name was Peter, and he lived in a small town called Keaton near Der City. He lost both his parents and made a living through his carpentry skills. Yet he worked hard crafting furniture for nobles and saving up hundreds of gold coins. He said he would open a carpentry shop in Der City, and I would oversee the shop while he went out for business." Miss Julie blushed slightly, saying, "On the 5th day, he finished making my bed, and after that we would meet in the castle every night after my father fell asleep. We would gaze at the unchanged gray and white brick walls of the castle for hundreds of years, watching the twinkling stars in the night sky, expressing our longing and love for each other. However, one night my father discovered him. He chased Peter out of the castle and forbade me from seeing him, insisting that I marry Marquis Colin. He never came to the castle again, and I asked the maid to find him, but there was no news." Miss Julie began to cry softly again. "I see, then we should go to that small town you mentioned." Phil Gray had not finished speaking when a man's voice angrily shouted, "Take her back to her room." "No, father, why did you suddenly come back?" Miss Julie shook her head as two maids pulled her towards the stairs, and she struggled repeatedly, saying, "No, I want to find my Peter." "Count Turs, how can you treat Miss Julie this way?" The nobleman, named Shiza, stood up, angrily questioning him. "Oh, not treat her this way. Let her continue telling you about her love story with that little carpenter. Let me spoil their romance, and have you all search for a fictional character that only exists in a girl's mind." "A fictional character? What does that mean?" Phil Gray asked. Count Turs' gaze darkened, and he sighed helplessly, sitting down on the sofa. "Sigh, what carpenter? I have never hired a carpenter to come home." "Off." Patrick stared in surprise. "What?" Shiza exclaimed in disbelief. Ella's hand, which had been casually playing with a flower, also stopped. "So the carpenter Miss Julie spoke of doesn't exist at all, and this is all her imagination?" Phil Gray asked again. This was indeed somewhat unexpected. For a fictional lover, she had even posted this task in the Divine Favor Hall. Her mental state might be concerning. "Yes, for the past half-month, she has been crying and shouting for me to return her little carpenter, whom I believe is named Peter. But where can I find such a person for her?" "But she said she met with that little carpenter every night." Phil Gray asked, uncertainly wondering if this count was deliberately claiming the carpenter didn't exist. "No, she sleeps very soundly every night. Sometimes even the maid can't wake her up. How could she meet someone?" Count Turs shook his head. "You all came from the Divine Favor Hall, right? I heard she even spent 500 gold coins to hire someone. It's truly ridiculous." It seemed that the count had long known that his daughter had posted this task. No wonder he returned promptly this afternoon. He might have known someone had taken the task. "As for the truth of my words, you'll know if you take a look at this." Count Turs signaled to the butler with his eyes, and the butler pulled out a book from his pocket. The cover of the book illustrated a very handsome young man and a beautiful lady with the title Peter and Anna prominently displayed below, which were the words, "A noble lady and her carpenter lover, a deeply entwined love story." Could it be that Miss Julie fantasized a lover after reading this book? Patrick was somewhat speechless. Phil Gray casually flipped through the book, and the content inside was similar to Miss July's description. The noble Lady Anna's bed was broken, and her father hired a carpenter to make a new bed. Anna fell in love with the carpenter, but her father disapproved. Flipping to the ending, Anna was forced to marry someone else and left her city. 20 years later, after her husband's death, she returned to the city where the carpenter was, who had opened a carpentry shop and remained unmarried, waiting for her. They happily reunited. Indeed, just as Miss Julie said, we intruded. However, Miss July's mental state may be concerning, and the Count should consider consulting a professional. Phil Gray stood up and suggested that since the task was like this, they could not complete it and should take their leave. All right, you have worked hard as well. Count Turs also stood up. The butler took out a bag of gold coins, saying, I will ask them to cancel the task worth 500 gold coins. Please take this. Thank you, Count Turs. We will take our leave now. Goodbye. Phil Gray accepted the gold coins and led everyone out the door. Only Shiza still looked reluctant to part. After getting into the carriage, Patrick sighed. I didn't expect this outcome. How much gold did the Count give us? Phil Gray counted 40 gold coins. Well, it's not a wasted trip after all. I always feel something is off about her. Isn't it understandable given her mental state? What a touching love story. No wonder it made a young girl fall into such an illusion. Eli held the book, reading it carefully. Wait, a book? Why did you bring this book back? Isn't that inappropriate? Phil Gray looked at Eli helplessly. I just wanted to see what kind of magic this book possesses that even a listener level favored by the gods is so deeply entranced by it. Are you suspecting there's something wrong with the book? Phil Gray pondered. No, the most likely scenario is that Miss July's mental condition was already concerning, which led to the illusion under the stimuli of this love story. Eli was still reading the book. The sound of him turning pages filled the carriage. Just before reaching the tavern, Eli put down the book, casually looking around only to see a figure standing by the street. With a lean physique, short brown hair, and a pair of sapphire blue eyes, the handsome face adorned with a charming smile looked exceptionally dazzling in the sunlight. Wait, you guys see that person? Doesn't he look like the carpenter described by Miss Julie? Eli pointed in a direction. Phil Gray looked, but saw no one. He looked at Eli with a strange expression. There's no one there. Are you seeing ghosts? Patrick laughed heartily. Stop. Phil Gray quickly called for the carriage to halt. The coachman, though puzzled, still stopped. Impossible, that person was so vividly real. Eli frowned, staring intently at the spot. Then he relaxed, concentrating his divine power in his eyes, and the figure gradually faded, transforming into a burst of colorful bubbles that vanished before his eyes. He disappeared, turned into countless bubbles. Eli felt a bit dazed. Then he and Ernest spoke in unison, cult of dreaming. The others in the carriage exchanged glances. This book can cause illusions in readers, possibly through the arrangement of words or some other means. Eli said, even someone at your level of divine favor can experience illusions, thus Miss July's mental state is not the issue, but rather the influence of this book. Phil Gray said, then asked, so her date with the carpenter last night was real, just happening in a dream? That should be the case. The favorite of the god of dreams are quite strong in the realms of illusion and dream-making. I was once deceived by their illusions. Ernest's voice was somewhat heavy. To the Count Tursberg's residence. Phil Gray shouted to the coachman, when we arrive, I'll give you double the pay. The coachman was puzzled. Hadn't they just come from there? Why were they going back again? However, he didn't voice his thoughts. After all, there was money to be made. The carriage turned around, heading in the opposite direction. Do you think it's the followers of the god of dreams causing this? Count Tursberg watched the group return, lifting his teacup. Yes, this book can induce illusions in readers, allowing them to see the characters within clearly. Phil Gray handed over the book. I haven't taken a close look at it. Count Tursberg received it. Ivy, where did the young lady get this book? The maid standing beside pondered for a moment, then replied, over half a month ago the young lady attended a gathering, and after returning, she brought this book with her, claiming it was a gift from a friend. What gathering? The young lady didn't take me with her. She said only those chosen by the gods could participate. You can step down for now. Yes. It seemed to be a gathering of the favored. Thinking of what the noble named Shiza had said, it should be the gathering they were familiar with. If it was a gift from her friend, then this book must be circulating within the noble circles, making the nature of the problem far from simple. Count Tursberg's expression grew serious. Phil Gray thought the same, wondering how many copies of this book had been printed and how many noble young ladies had fallen into illusions. It's not appropriate for me to go. You and my daughter are both favored. Please inform the Church of Life about this matter. Count Tursberg was just an ordinary man, though he was well aware of various religions and matters regarding the favored. All right. Thank you. How can my daughter break free from this illusion? Phil Gray shook his head. We're still unclear, but rest assured the Church of Life should have a way. Eli, being male and a favorite of the listener level, could see the truth through divine power. However, Miss Julie had been deeply affected by this book. It wasn't just seeing an illusion. Her story had progressed to the point where her father intervened, making it quite challenging for her to escape the illusion. Then we'll head to the Cathedral of Life first. Phil Gray bid farewell to Count Tursberg, and together with everyone set off towards the cathedral. Things are getting more interesting. Eli stretched as it was already nearing evening. They had spent almost the entire afternoon traveling in the carriage. Fortunately, there were still people at the Cathedral of Life in the evening. After entering the third-floor task hall, they saw the priest from that morning. He was dozing at the table, seemingly having had few visitors. Phil Gray politely woke him. It's you guys. This priest had a memorable impression of them. We have important matters to discuss about today's task. Phil Gray briefly recounted the situation. You probably can't make the decision, neither can your supervisor. Get your bishop here. Eli said. The bishop isn't in the church right now. Oh, I'll inform the supervisor. First, you all wait here for a bit. This priest was also favored and realized the seriousness of the issue. The supervisor of the task hall was an older priest, and after a short wait, Phil Gray saw him walking over with a hurried expression. He's already informed me, this matter is indeed worth paying attention to, and we will handle it after reporting to the bishop. The older priest's demeanor was solemn and concern was evident in his eyes. You've worked hard. When you come to accept the next task, the church will provide you with an additional 20% of the reward as compensation. He added, well then if there's nothing else we'll be leaving. Phil Gray said. The group exited the church together. Next task. Tomorrow. Eli raised an eyebrow. Of course, apart from those 40 gold coins, there's nothing else gained today, Phil Gray replied with a smile. May the God of destiny above help that young lady return to normal, Patrick said, while drawing the pattern of the flower of fate with his finger. Eli smiled, but said nothing. They finally returned to the tavern without any issues. Returning to the tavern, the four sat by the table chatting idly. Phil Gray casually flipped through the book, eager to study how the devotee of the God of Dreams used a book to ensnare people in illusions, though he dared not delve too deeply. It was only when Eli stood up that they saw a young lady dressed in a sky blue dress and draped in a cotton cloak enter the tavern. This is the lady who sponsored you with 3 gold coins that day. Patrick grinned. Miss, do you remember me? Eli said, curling his lips as he offered her a blue iris. Miss, it's that person from last time, exclaimed her maid in surprise. Oh, it's you. She accepted the flower, her smile revealing 2 dimples, placing her cloak on the tavern table beside them. So did you win first place at the flower exhibition? Of course, thanks to your sponsorship, miss. Eli smiled, revealing 9 gold coins in his palm. This is yours. The maid took the gold coins on behalf of the lady, looking at him with admiration. You don't know I won first place. Did you not attend the flower exhibition? Eli sat beside her. He felt that this lady had not attended the flower exhibition, whether it was the one in the square or the one at the cathedral. Yes, my sister has been acting strangely these days, always calling out a name into the air and sneaking out of the house. I'm worried about her, so I've been taking care of her. The young lady in blue spoke with a hint of sorrow. Calling a name. Is it Peter? Phil Gray suddenly interjected. I think that's the name. How do you know? She looked at Phil Gray in surprise. Has your sister read a book called Peter and Anna? Eli asked softly. It seems so, but sounds familiar. A few days ago she read a book. She didn't like reading before, but I didn't remember what it was called. The young lady in blue looked around. How do you know? Eli recounted the situation, earning a worried gaze from the young lady in blue. She stood up. So that's how it is. I knew something was off with my sister. I need to go back and keep an eye on her. Haven't you read this book? She shook her head, her face slightly flushed. I've never been interested in books, not even novels. That's good. Also remind your family not to read it. If possible, get your sister to the Cathedral of Life as soon as you can. Phil Gray advised. All right. After she left, Patrick remarked, I didn't expect this book to become popular among the upper-class ladies, but it has nothing to do with us. The Church of Life should be able to handle it. Indeed, we just need to take care of ourselves. Eli raised an eyebrow and ordered another bottle of wine from the tavern owner. Come, let's drink to our heart's content. Ernest remained silent beside them. Though he despised the devotees of the God of Dreams who committed evil at random and wanted to track them down, his current task was to protect the Pope. It was a calm and peaceful night. The next day, they headed to the Cathedral of Life again, intending to take on a more reliable task. The cathedral had a bit more activity than usual today, with over a dozen people waiting to take on tasks in the task hall for the devout on the 3rd floor. Before they could reach the Mirror of Life, a voice came from behind. How fortunate. You arrived just in time. I was just about to find a way to locate you. Phil Gray turned around and saw the elderly priest from yesterday. He was the head of the task hall. Is there something you need? Follow me. They followed the priest into another room where another person was present, dressed as an ordinary person rather than in a priest's robe. He appeared to be around 30 years old, with a layer of black beard on his chin. This is Captain Maury of the Tulip Knights from Dur City. He is in charge of investigating yesterday's incident. The priest introduced. Hello. Maury extended his hand to Phil Gray. Phil Gray nodded, and after the handshake, he asked, hello, is there something you need from us? You took on task 2203 yesterday, so I assume you understand some of the circumstances. Moreover, I am short-handed here. Many core members of the squad have gone with the bishop to handle last week's flower exhibition. I would like to ask you to assist me in completing the investigation. After it concludes, I will not only give you the original 500 gold coins for the task, but also the 20 promised to you by Priest Horn yesterday, which is 100 gold coins. Maury said, seriously looking at them. What do you think? Phil Gray was somewhat tempted. 600 gold coins were hard to earn in other tasks. Cousin, we can assist in the investigation. I have no problem either. Eli waved his hand. Ernest was even less likely to have any objections. All right, we are willing. What do you need us to do? Phil Gray asked. You mentioned yesterday that the person who gave Miss Julie the book Peter and Anna was a friend from the gathering she attended. Can you find this person? It was Miss Julie's maid who said so. That gathering was for devotees, and she hasn't mentioned the participants to either her maid or her father. Only she would know who it was. Phil Gray replied. No, cousin, do you remember that noble from yesterday? He also attended that gathering, claiming he met Miss Julie there. Patrick slapped his forehead and suddenly exclaimed. How rare for you to be smart this time. Eli chuckled. Yes, he might know. Phil Gray nodded. Why did you seek me out? Zeiser sat awkwardly across from Phil Gray and the others. He had just gotten up when the Knights of the Church of Life dragged him to the cathedral. To his surprise, the 4 people who had taken the same task as him yesterday were also present. What terrible luck, he thought to himself, but he dared not show any sign of it. Hello, I am Captain Mori of the Tulip Knights. Mori introduced himself first, and then asked, did you attend the same gathering for devotees as Miss Julie? Yes, every Sunday at 3 in the afternoon we gather at the Lake Garden in the Rose District to share our experiences from the week and discuss matters related to the devotees. Zeiser explained. Do you know which female friends Miss Julie was particularly close to at the gathering? Mori asked again. I only know she always sits with a lady named Sheila. They might be close. Is it Sheila Gilbert? Mori asked. Oh, is she from the Gilbert family? Zeiser showed a look of surprise. Gilbert, the family with gray hair that I introduced to you when we first arrived at the Life District, is one of the more influential families within the Life Church. However, their location is in the city of Zam, where the main headquarters of the Life Church is situated. This should be a branch. Patrick whispered into Phil Gray's ear. Phil Gray nodded in understanding. What was the condition of those 2 at your last meeting? Mori continued to inquire. They did not attend the last 2 meetings. It was because of this that I accepted yesterday's task, wanting to find out what happened to Miss Julie. Shiza said, oh, besides those 2, was there anyone else who did not attend? There were 2 other young ladies whose names I do not know. I only joined the meeting last month. Shiza felt somewhat awkward. All right, you can return now, but you are not needed anymore. Thank you for your cooperation, Mori said. All right. Shiza stood up and noticed Patrick looking at him with a somewhat irritating smile. He hurriedly pushed the door open and left. I will send someone to check on Miss Sheila's situation. Mori looked at the notes he had just taken while asking Shiza, you all wait here for a moment. It seems at least 4 young ladies obtained that book through the God's Chosen Assembly, Phil Gray remarked. I wonder how that young lady in the blue dress obtained it, Patrick casually commented. Yes, she might have some new discoveries there. But we also do not know which family's young lady she is. Eli, why don't you ask her name? Such a beautiful young lady, and you don't want to get to know her. Patrick clicked his tongue. Who knew this would happen? Didn't you say yesterday that it had nothing to do with us? Eli rolled his eyes at Patrick. Perhaps we can ask the tavern owner. He should know the identities of the tavern's guests very well, Phil Gray pondered. Not necessarily, he might not know us. That day when we returned wearing masks, he didn't recognize us, and we booked a room again. Patrick laughed. No, after all, we are outsiders. It's normal for the owner not to know us. That young lady in the blue dress is local, so the owner is likely to know her. Phil Gray shook his head. Should I go ask? Ernest suggested. No, let Patrick go. He might gather some other information. Phil Gray said. Sure, I can definitely talk better than him. Patrick cheerfully walked out. What about us? Eli asked. Let's wait for their news first. After a while, Mori was the first to push open the door. The person I just sent says Miss Sheila is currently in a state of stupor. Stupor? Yes, Mori said as he sat down a few days ago. She also experienced hallucinations, clamoring to find a carpenter. However, the Gilbert family's rules are very strict. After several priests examined her and found no physical or mental harm, she was locked in a small chapel of the family. After that, she fell into a stupor and has been sleeping for a full 2 days now. Are you implying that the final stage of hallucinations leads to stupor? Will Miss Julie also end up like this? Phil Gray asked. After all, it's only in dreams that they can meet that carpenter, isn't it? Eli propped his chin on his hand and said, that should be the case. I will request a list of God's chosen from the bishop regarding those in the city of Duel. Mori said as he took out a green notebook. Anyone who becomes God's chosen in Duel City should come to the cathedral to register regardless of whether they join the church or not. Although not many actually come to register, there should still be some. I have selected a few noble young ladies from among them and have sent people to verify the situation at their homes. Perhaps a few of them also attended that assembly. Whom we also have a lead yesterday. Phil Gray briefly mentioned the situation of the young lady in the blue dress. That's great, another lead. After waiting for nearly an hour, Patrick ran back panting. In back, the tavern owner does know her. That young lady is the daughter of a viscount named Beth and lives not far from the tavern. I also visited her home. You're quite fast. Eli laughed. Of course, I gave the coachman a little extra money. The horse was almost worn out. Patrick scratched his head. Miss Beth's sister is also a God's chosen, but she did not attend the assembly that Shiza mentioned. I wanted to ask how her sister obtained that book, but Beth said her sister had finally fallen asleep and asked me not to disturb her. I took a look. Her sister was indeed sleeping soundly, a smile gracing her lips. I didn't have the heart to wake her, but I asked Beth to inform us once her sister wakes up. Her sister probably won't wake up anytime soon, Eli said. Once one falls into hallucinations, they become addicted to dreams, which is the terrifying aspect of the dream god cult. Phil Gray sighed, pondering for a moment. However, those who obtained this book currently share another characteristic besides being noble young ladies. What characteristic? They are all God's chosen. Oh right. Like Miss Julie and Miss Sheila, they attended the assembly, but Miss Beth's sister did not attend, yet she obtained that book. And they are all God's chosen. As for ordinary people, have we heard of any daughters from any family having mental issues during our days at the tavern? No, Phil Gray gently tapped the table with his fingers. But a romance novel like this should be more widely circulated among ordinary people. Indeed, Mori nodded in agreement. After a moment, someone walked over. Captain, I just went to the few places you mentioned. Those young ladies have all fallen into a deep sleep, looking particularly peaceful with smiles on their faces, which is why their parents did not notice. A young man entered looking lively and energetic. He was likely one of Mori's subordinates. It seems you were right. At least these young ladies currently affected are all God's chosen. Maury addressed Phil Gray. Have any bookstores in the city sold this book? No, last night I had someone inquire at 4 bookstores in the city, and this book has never appeared in any of them. Maury shook his head. Then where did this book come from? Phil Gray contemplated. Is there a place where God's chosen can obtain this book while ordinary people cannot access it? Suddenly Phil Gray thought of something and exchanged glances with Patrick. There is indeed a place. The Divine Blessed Exchange. Phil Gray spoke slowly. Maury paused in thought, then lifted his gaze. The commercial church currently operates 2 shops for Divine Blessed transactions in Dull City. We'll split up and investigate both. Phil Gray's eyes suddenly lit up. Come to think of it, I saw the shopkeeper speaking with a cloaked figure near the tavern the other day. The cuff of that person's robe bore an embroidered bubble motif. Could it be linked to the dream deity cult? Maury gathered the documents from the table. Let's go now to this one first. Phil Gray and the others followed without hesitation. Soon they stood before the shop's entrance. The shopkeeper spotted them and warmly stepped forward, smiling at Maury. You're captain of the Tulip Knights, aren't you? Do you know me? Yes. I was fortunate enough to witness you apprehending a plague forger recently. Truly remarkable. You safeguard Dull City itself. We've come to ask, have you ever sold this book? Maury produced Peter and Anna and handed it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper accepted the book without glancing at it, then turned toward the interior. Please come in. All Divine Blessed who sell here pay in gold coins. I do not inquire what they trade. That is the commercial church's principle. Just as though this district falls under the Life Church's jurisdiction, I cannot bar devotees of the Death God from conducting business here. She placed the book upon the counter. I handle countless transactions each day. I cannot recall whether this title passed through my hands. Yet this volume has already triggered anomalies among several Divine Blessed in Dull City. The Life Church holds full authority to conduct a search of your premises. Maury let out a cold snort and thrust open the oil-painted door. Inside now. Phil Gray and the others entered the inner chamber. Though today's exchange was bustling with patrons, the commotion outside had gone unheard. The atmosphere remained lively and undisturbed. The shopkeeper trailed behind them, face stern and lips sealed in silence. Phil Gray scanned the stalls. Goods glittered in dazzling variety, but the devotee of the Death God was absent, likely having returned to restock, and perhaps to seek the right hand of the dead. Just as they continued their careful search, Ernest drew his long sword and leveled it at a woman clad in a crimson gown. Every trader in the hall instantly turned their gaze toward him. What is the meaning of this? She cried, flustered. Dare you draw steel within the exchange? And what book did you just conceal within your spatial stone? Ernest's voice was low and unyielding. No such thing. What business is it of yours? She shot him a glare and tried to shove aside his blade. Other vendors scowled at Ernest, branding him an interloper intent on disrupting the exchange. Maury strode forward swiftly. His icy gaze swept across the hall before settling on the woman. I am captain of the Tulip Knights of the Life Church, and I now demand inspection of your spatial stone. I possess no spatial stone, nor could I possibly hide any book. It must be your eyes deceiving you. She shook her head dismissively. Impossible. As I approached, a stack of books sat plainly upon her table, yet they vanished in an instant. Where else could they have gone if not into a spatial stone? Ernest held her gaze unwavering. Shopkeeper. Maury called over his shoulder. What is it? She replied, curtly, still frowning. Search her person. On what grounds? By what right does the Life Church presume such authority? The woman shrieked. The shopkeeper too looked distinctly unwilling. If you'd rather avoid public humiliation at my hands, hand over your spatial stone for inspection, now. Phil Gray mused. This captain of the Tulip Knights seemed rather authoritarian, yet perhaps only such resolve could uncover the book's true origin. You, and others in the crowd stirred, protesting. Is trade not meant to be free? Where is the commercial church? Will you simply stand by while the Life Church acts thus? Ladies and gentlemen, you stand now within the Life Church's domain. To protect Dull City's safety, I hold full authority to act as necessary. Those very books she carries have already harmed multiple Divine Blessed. I cannot stand idle. Maury fixed his gaze upon her once more. How will you choose? And she said nothing, only overturned the table and fled toward the exit in a blur. After her now, Maury dashed in pursuit. Phil Gray hesitated for a breath, then followed. Bursting from the shop, the woman darted like a wraith, vanishing down alley after alley. Yet before a knight captain elevated to divine revelation, she was soon cornered in an empty courtyard. Phil Gray arrived, breath ragged. Patrick wiped sweat from his brow. Yet the veteran knight and Eli moved with effortless, unhurried grace, as if strolling through a sunlit garden. I'll need to strengthen my physique soon, Phil Gray thought. And Maury seized the woman. Then she whispered 4 words, daylight dream. Maury froze, trapped in illusion. As the woman lunged to escape, Ernest's blade sliced through the air, gashing her arm. She staggered, just long enough for Maury to snap back to awareness. His palms flared emerald. Life entanglement, and vines of living green coiled around her limbs. She thrashed wildly, yet the bindings held firm, unyielding. Cease your struggle. Only a divine revelation to your cultivator could break free. Hand over the books, now. Or shall I end you outright? I've heard it said when a devotee of the dream deity dies, her illusions dissolve with her. As he spoke, a spear coalesced in his grip, forged of raw divine power. And I'll give them to you. Just spare my life. Tears glistened in her eyes, her expression heartbreakingly fragile. Soft pink radiance shimmered, and 4 books appeared upon the ground. Patrick picked one up. It's Peter and Anna. You used these volumes to ensnare noble-born divine blessed. What was your purpose? Did you act alone, or are there others involved? Maury pressed further. Alone, I acted alone. I simply despise those noble ladies. Please, release me. I'll dispel their illusions at once. I swear they'll suffer no harm. She pleated her disheveled hair framing tear-streaked cheeks. Against the vivid crimson of her gown, she resembled a rose battered by rain. Phil Gray's vision blurred. Suddenly the world narrowed to that single vivid red bloom before him. Something was wrong. He shook his head, sharply channeling divine energy into his eyes. Clarity returned. Looking again at the woman sprawled upon the ground, he saw only cunning in her gaze. Not sorrow, not fragility, but sharp, calculating guile. Turning back, he saw Patrick looking somewhat dazed as well. He hurriedly grabbed his arm and shouted, "Hey, don't get caught in an illusion." He swayed slightly. Cousin, I think I just saw Miss Edith. She looks just like Miss Edith. Shouldn't we treat her this way?" Patrick seemed a bit reluctant. "Concentrate your divine power in your eyes." Oh. Though he didn't understand what his cousin meant, he complied and saw the woman before him instantly change in appearance. How could this happen? The Dream God sect only knows how to play these tricks, Ernest coldly snorted. Maury seemed unaffected. Group illusion. Stop wasting your thoughts. It seems these few have no love in their hearts, so they naturally cannot understand the taste of love. How could they comprehend the true meaning of books? The woman's lips curled slightly as she struggled again, but the green vines remained as sturdy as ever. Maury frowned. What exactly do you want to do? Nothing much. I already said I just can't stand them. Just kill me, and their illusion will naturally be broken. The woman said, nonchalantly winking at Maury. What conspiracy does the Dream God sect have? None. It's all my doing. Do you think the sect would send someone as incompetent as me if they intended to act against you? The woman's expression seemed weary of being bound. Hurry up and act. I am eager to return to the embrace of the Dream Goddess. Maury coldly snorted and instead retracted his spear. Though I don't know what you are plotting, I will not let you have your way. Oh, will you just watch as those young and beautiful divine, favored ladies perish in the dream? The woman revealed a provocative smile. Staying in the dream for 3 days means they will never awaken again. Phil Gray thought to himself that Miss Sheila had already been in a deep sleep for 2 days. If this woman wasn't lying, she might soon be unable to awaken. With this thought, he looked worriedly at Maury. Maury's hand, gripping the spear, trembled slightly. He wasn't afraid to kill this woman, but if there were others behind her after she was dead, then the clues would be cut off. What's the matter? I wouldn't mind letting those ladies explore the path to the abyss before I die. The road to the realm of the deceased is very dark indeed. The woman raised her chin, looking at Maury triumphantly. Eye of Fate. Phil Gray's gaze turned to the woman, wanting to see if the Eye of Fate could yield any useful information. The river of fate began to flow slowly. Before him appeared a younger version of the woman dressed in luxurious clothing, with a white veil on her head, seemingly a noble lady. He saw her resting her head on a young man's shoulder, wearing a blissful expression. Looking again at the young man, he resembled Peter from the book she had written closely. Could the story in the book have originated from her own experiences? Then he saw the woman marrying another man whose face was somewhat blurred. This person was likely unimportant in her memory, hence indistinct. Next, she was seen in a white wedding dress, crying as she ran to a wooden house. She pushed the door open only to find the body of a decaying young man lying on the floor. Phil Gray was startled. The corpse looked extremely grotesque, evidently having died in agony. Then came the scene of the woman crying out in despair. Phil Gray frowned before seeing a figure in a black cloak standing behind the woman, extending a hand toward her. Regrettably, the scene abruptly ended here, preventing him from seeing who the figure in the black cloak was and what they did to the woman. However, it was certain that they must also belong to the Dream God sect. There was no useful information to be gained from this. Phil Gray sighed. Maury and the woman were still in a standoff. He was filled with hesitation, picking up and then putting down the spear. Every second you delay could mean one of the ladies dies. The ladies who bought my book are not limited to those you found. There were others before them. This finally elicited a reaction from Maury. His spear pierced through the woman's delicate neck, blood gushing out, soaking into her red dress, vibrant and glaring. The woman's lips moved slightly, seemingly saying something. Her gaze was intensely focused on a certain point, and a smile appeared on her face. Her words, "Peter, your Anna has finally come to find you," dissipated into the air. Eli frowned, a look of confusion on his face as he saw in the direction of the woman's gaze the very Peter he had seen yesterday. Peter's eyes were also turned towards the woman, filled with nostalgia and love. Was it a spirit or an illusion? Because it seemed no one else could see it. The woman's body fell to the ground while the illusory Peter reached out his hand towards her, but his form dissolved into countless bubbles once again. "I will go check if those ladies have awakened. Please help me take care of her body," Maury said to them, his expression hurried as he left. "All right," Phil Gray and the others nodded. After Maury's figure disappeared, Ernest sheathed his long sword and approached the corpse. "I will drag her. You guys think about where to bury her." "Wait." Phil Gray suddenly thought of something. "I think dragging her out like this will definitely scare the ordinary people. Let's first store her in my space. As for her final resting place, since she is dead, all past has vanished, we should bury her in the White Chrysanthemum District Cemetery." "That makes sense," Ernest nodded. The woman's body was bloody and Phil Gray turned his eyes away, enduring his fear as he stored her in the spatial stone. "You two go back and help Captain Maury. Eli and I will go to the cemetery." "All right," Ernest hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Patrick said, "Cousin, you must protect yourself well." "Sure." Eli revealed a strange smile. They boarded the carriage heading to the White Chrysanthemum District Cemetery. Eli produced a silver dagger from his palm intricately engraved with patterns forming a complex design exquisite beyond measure. "Here, I guess you need this now." Eli handed over the dagger. "What?" Phil Gray decided to feign ignorance. "Did you not need the right hand of the deceased before?" Eli blinked. "This woman's hand is so fair and delicate, doesn't it meet your requirements? Wouldn't it be a bit wrong to cut off her hand?" Phil Gray was indeed hesitating, although he had planned for this. Bringing Eli along was also for this purpose. However, after spending such a long time on Earth, it was still hard for him to accept cutting off the hand of a person who had just been alive. He didn't expect Eli to see through his intent at a glance. "Oh really?" She showed no such hesitation when targeting those noble ladies. Eli met his gaze again. "Well, shall I do it for you?" "And no, I'll do it myself." Phil Gray had made up his mind to ascend swiftly in power. This was but a trifling matter. In time he would slay his enemies with his own hands. Never would he burden comrades with deeds his conscience shrank from. Phil Gray accepted the dagger. "And this blade never stains with blood. Given your particular predilection, consider it my welcome gift to the new employer." Eli folded his arms behind his head, eyes glinting with playful mockery. "And I have no such peculiar tastes," Phil Gray muttered, though the protest rang hollow. At the cemetery, Eli strolled idly, while Phil Gray severed the woman's hand at the gate. He then buried the remainder of her body behind the last row of tombstones, planting a single flower atop the grave, the bloom naturally courtesy of Eli's friendship. "What kind of flower is this?" Phil Gray asked casually. "Phoenixdale blossom, symbolizing sincere, eternal love, a passion so profound it lingers beyond death." Eli's voice drifted on the wind through the silent cemetery as delicate pink petals unfurled in the breeze. Though the aftermath remained unknown, the woman's early life had been unbearably tragic. In the chronicle, Anna, after 20 years of marriage, reunited with the carpenter who had waited faithfully for her, yet this woman beheld only his lifeless corpse. Sighing softly, Phil Gray and Eli set off once more, this time toward the grand cathedral of life. "And how fares it? Have the noble ladies awakened?" Phil Gray pushed open the door to find Moray seated motionlessly, lost in thought, and Patrick animatedly recounting something to Ernest. "Cousin, you've returned so soon." Patrick sprang to his feet, delighted. "The ladies have all regained consciousness, fully lucid. They recall only a beautiful dream of love, yet feel no lingering affection for that illusory carpenter." Patrick continued, then glanced at Moray. "What troubles Captain Moray? Has this truly ended?" "Everything lately feels unnervingly strange. This woman sought death with singular resolve. Her motive remains obscure. And now layered atop the Bloodscar plague." Moray rubbed his temples, weariness etched across his brow. Indeed, the Bloodscar plague had first substituted the bloom of life, then the dream cult had ensnared divine devotees. Both calamities erupted within mere days, an impossibility in dull cities' quiet annals. All of it bore the unmistakable hush before a storm. "How proceeds the investigation into the Bloodscar plague?" Phil Gray asked. "The high priest leads the inquiry, but has uncovered no leads. His focus has shifted inward, scrutinizing personnel of the Church of Life. Without an insider's aid, the bloom of life could never have been swapped." Moray turned to Eli. You were the champion of the floral exhibition that day, weren't you?" And Eli merely arched a knowing eyebrow. Moray smiled faintly. "A remarkably capable young man. Today's thanks are heartfelt. Even if the matter remains unresolved, your due reward shall not be withheld." With that, a heavy sack of gold coins appeared in Moray's hand and passed into Phil Gray's. Yet Phil Gray felt strangely undeserving. They'd contributed little, and the task had been disconcertingly simple. "Should further discoveries arise, we may need your counsel again. Of course, we're lodging at the Dots Inn, centered in the Peony District. Its ground floor serves as a tavern. Feel free to join us for a drink." Phil Gray accepted the coins with a courteous smile, then stored them within his spatial vessel. Agreed. And on the return journey, Patrick bubbled with excitement. "Now we needn't fret over coin. Forgive me, I'll require some of these coins to purchase certain items. How much remains I cannot promise. Naturally, you're the employer. You command the purse. I raise no objection, though my monthly wage of 20 coins must remain intact." Ernest added quietly, "My gold is yours, no reservation." "Na loyal knight, indeed." Phil Gray mused, a quiet smile lifting his lips. His gaze then settled on Patrick. I've no objection either, though cousin, might you spare us enough for rent and meals?" Patrick ventured timidly. "Of course, here." Phil Gray handed 20 coins to Eli and 50 to Patrick. Instantly the carriage filled with cheerful song. After a simple supper at the inn, Phil Gray retired to his chamber. He placed the woman's right hand upon the table, the pale slender limb preserved perfectly within his spatial stone, untouched by decay. Concentrating divine energy into his right hand, he intoned solemnly, "Hand of the Fallen." Black divine light poured steadily into the palm. Before his eyes the flesh transformed. Within moments only a pristine white glove remained upon the table. A description shimmered into view before him, a hand borne by a devotee of the god of dreams. Though illusions remain ephemeral, they deceive even those whose hearts already yearn. Upon donning it, he found the glove fitted his right hand flawlessly, neither tight nor loose. Not bad at all. But how potent is its effect? A wry smile crossed Felgray's face, yet now was no time for testing. Opportunity would come later. He named it the Daylight Reverie, a fitting title recalling the illusions the woman had woven in life. Would others wielding it evoke identical visions? He resolved to test that soon. I wonder whether the trader at the exchange can procure something more formidable. With that thought, Felgray slipped into slumber. He slept soundly through the night. At dawn, a flock of winter-defying sparrows alighted upon the inn's windowsill, trilling joyously in the golden light. Cousin, I must speak with you. A brisk knock roused Felgray from dreams. Blinking awake, he opened the door. What is it? I contacted the family last night, Patrick announced, brimming with excitement. And Felgray poured steaming water into a cup. Mist curled, gently veiling his sapphire eyes. Father confirmed it. The Homless family backing Wendell is deeply involved in the manhunt against you. They seek to install Wendell as pontiff. The Foster family leans their way too, though Bishop Dominic remains neutral and appears to favor your return. Patrick spoke in one breath, anxiety tightening his features. However, now they are all being open and honest, and Wendell, that old fox, does not even hide his intention to become the Pope. He pretends to sincerely tell others that he only wishes for the church to develop better and that it is only natural for a high-level divine, favored one to become the Pope. Patrick clenched his fists tightly. Although I do not covet the position of Pope, I will never allow him to take it. One day, I will personally kill them to avenge my fallen friends. A cold glint flashed in Phil Gray's eyes. But cousin, don't worry. Our Gray family is not to be trifled with. If they make any moves, our family's high-level divine, favored ones will not let them have an easy time, even if it costs their lives. Father said that several families are still negotiating, and there will be a formal negotiation meeting in a few days. The result will be known then, and my father will always support you. I also told my father that you have become a divine favored one, and he was very happy. However, my paper crane has already been ruined. It's all my fault for using it too frequently before. Patrick patted his head in frustration. So how do we contact them afterward? I told my father our temporary address. He should have a way. It seems we have no choice. Phil Gray felt again the urgency to increase his strength. After going down the stairs, they had a simple breakfast, and soon others arrived one after another. Good morning, boss. Eli changed into a green suit today, wearing a black hat. What's the matter? Is there something going on today? Patrick looked at him. I need to go back to gather some things. I haven't brought my seeds and jars for nurturing flowers yet. Who knew that after the competition that day you guys would drag me here? Eli looked at Phil Gray again. Boss, can I take a day off today? Of course. Ella's figure grew more distant. This guy is so mysterious, Patrick remarked. By the way, when I went out for a walk this morning, I saw the mark of the traders on the wall of the street. Cousin, should we go participate again tonight? He seemed to have a strange excitement about being an undercover agent. It is also good to gather information. Last time they learned about Ernest because of this. Sure. They are still looking for the exiled knight, yet they do not know that the knight is already one of us. Patrick chuckled, glancing at Ernest. By the way, we still have a mask from that day which was originally meant for Jean, but he is an ordinary person, and it's inconvenient for him to act with us, so there is no need to hide. This mask should go to Ernest. His appearance is too similar to Duke Sari's, and it would be troublesome if someone recognizes him. Okay, Ernest took the mask. They never asked Ernest about the matter of Duke Sari, although Phil Gray had already seen with the eye of fate that he was indeed the son of Duke Sari. But why would he rather wander than return? However, considering that this is a knight's personal matter, they cannot presumptuously inquire. You guys are here. I didn't expect to find you drinking so soon. A familiar voice came from behind. Turning around, it was Captain Moray. What's the matter? Is your team so idle? Drinking so early in the morning? Patrick laughed. Of course not. Yesterday, the commercial church accused me of breaking their rules and disrupting the trade fair, and they reported it directly to the Holy See, even threatening that the two shops here should withdraw from Dull City and no longer serve Dull City. Moray shrugged helplessly and ordered a bottle of wine. What will happen to the trade fair? Phil Gray frowned. So I have been suspended for a week, but it's just for show with them. What does the commercial church matter? Don't they need the people from the Life Church to treat them? Moray laughed. Don't worry, their shops will not withdraw. They just want an explanation from the Life Church. It turns out I got a week off for free. I can visit old friends in the remaining days. The tavern was instantly filled with the laughter of a few young people. Daylight passed quickly, and the children of the night soon covered the earth with darkness, leaving only scattered stars slowly drifting. Phil Gray and Patrick walked on the empty street, holding lamps, their destination being the large red door at the end of the alley. There were more people coming to participate tonight, and there should also be some new members. Mr. Allen and Mrs. Dean had also arrived long ago, and were talking beside. To express his gratitude for Mr. Allen letting him ride in the carriage last time, Phil Gray approached to greet him. Oh, Mr. Kane, how have you been lately? Mr. Allen asked with a smile. Mrs. Dean also smiled and greeted him. I'm good, Mr. Allen, you seem to be in good spirits. Phil Gray smiled. After chatting for a while, the middle-aged leader from last time entered, and everyone's attention gathered on him again. Good evening, everyone. I have gathered you here tonight because there is an important matter. I know that everyone has suffered persecution from the Church of Fate, yet in this situation our deity has not sheltered us. The leader began to speak slowly. The god of fate has not descended for a long time, and many people say he has abandoned us. Although we resent him, we have been searching for reasons why he would abandon us, and where he is now. We are stationed in the Dull City area of the Life Church because there was a relic left by the god of fate here 1,000 years ago, but the exact location of the relic has never been clearly recorded. Of course, those of you who joined later may not be aware. Now the exact location of the relic has been clarified. Although 1,000 years have passed since the deity once descended and stayed here, there must still be divine power remaining. Moreover, other forces may also learn of this news and come to meddle, so this action is extremely dangerous, and thus I do not force you to participate. He scanned every person present. If any of you want to stay after the meeting, I will tell you the time and place in detail. Phil Gray lowered his gaze while Patrick tugged at his sleeve, quietly inquiring about his decision. He seemed somewhat interested, but then he added, "Cousin, although I am quite interested, safety comes first. We must participate," Phil Gray said firmly. He had always remembered the contents of the letter from the original owner. At every place where the god of fate once stayed, both I and the deity have prepared a generous gift for you. This is your reward and a gift from fate. Since the god of fate once stayed here, could he find the gift the deity prepared for him? Phil Gray curled his lips. After a moment of silence, everyone seemed to be in deep thought. A lady asked, "Can ordinary people participate?" The leader shook his head. "I forgot to mention, I advise ordinary people not to participate. I cannot guarantee your safety." She let out a regretful "oh," shifting her gaze to the others, seemingly trying to discern from their expressions who among them was favored by the divine. Most of the apostates here were first-level favored ones, and their numbers were few. They whispered among themselves, and Phil Gray could see the troubled expressions on a handful of faces. Madam Dean and Mr. Allen had not said anything, and it was unclear whether they would participate. Today is mainly about this matter. If anyone doesn't want to participate, you can leave directly. The leader calmly awaited the crowd's decision. Soon some began to leave, and the basement became dimmer. In the end, only Phil Gray, Patrick, Madam Dean, Mr. Allen, and a somewhat disheveled long-haired gentleman remained. Phil Gray had never noticed him squatting in the corner during the meeting. "Indeed, we few are quite familiar with each other," Madam Dean said with a smile. Phil Gray nodded. The only one he did not know was the long-haired gentleman. "It surprises me that you all can stay out. I actually do not wish for any of you to participate, but I cannot change the headquarters decision." The leader then looked at Phil Gray and Patrick. "I forgot to ask earlier, what are your names?" Indeed, to a leader of divine revelation, they as first and second level favored ones were like small fry. Their presence would only hinder the effort. But how could I refuse the gift offered by the divine? "I am called Cain, and he is Milu," Phil Gray introduced. "Good." He then scrutinized Patrick. "What is your blessing level?" Patrick nodded yes. "All right." He patted the shoulders of the two. "I wonder if we can bring 2 companions. Our levels are relatively low, but those 2 companions are of higher levels. If they join this event, should go more smoothly." Phil Gray asked tentatively. The leader pondered for a moment. Of course, his eagle-like gaze fixed upon them, but this information must not be disclosed to anyone else. "Okay." Phil Gray nodded, somewhat surprised. This leader seemed to trust them too much. However, it should be due to confidence in his own strength. With the power of divine revelation, he would surely not fear, even if he brought the knights of the church. "Gather at the city gate tomorrow at noon." The leader turned and said loudly, "I do not mind what attendants or servants you bring, but this information must not be spread. Once we arrive, everything will be under my command. Anyone who acts independently will find themselves in the embrace of the divine." Okay. Everyone nodded. "Is it the ruins between Dull City and Guck City?" The long-haired gentleman, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "How did you know?" The leader turned his head, and the others also looked at him. Phil Gray, aided by the light, finally got a clear look at the long-haired gentleman. His black and white hair covered half of his face, revealing a wrinkled visage that seemed somewhat aged. From his voice, he appeared to be around 50 or 60 years old. "Aside from this ruin, I cannot think of where the god of destiny had been in Dull City." The long-haired gentleman smiled, a flower blooming on half of his face. "Only a few rare books have recorded this ruin, and even then only in a few lines. That you know of it is already beyond my expectations." The leader's eyes held admiration. As a scholar in pursuit of knowledge, ignorance in any aspect is shameful. The long-haired gentleman did not seem pleased by the gazes of admiration. Instead, he spoke quite nonchalantly. "Are you a favored one of the god of knowledge and wisdom, Manzo?" Madam Dean exclaimed. Yes, the long-haired gentleman nodded. "The god of knowledge and wisdom is indeed very selective. He chooses favored ones not merely from his devout followers, but according to legend, only the wisest individuals. How could a fool represent a god of wisdom? How could one fulfill the divine's proverbs and seek knowledge and wisdom among countless ancient texts? The church formed by his favored ones is called the Light of Wisdom. However, rather than being a church, it is more like an academic organization similar to a commercial church without a pope. According to them, knowledge and wisdom are the true pope, and no one can surpass them. The Light of Wisdom has only one leader, known as the prophet. In my youth, I did not worship the god of wisdom, nor was I a favored one. As for which god I am worshipping now that I stand here with you, I believe you know. In fact, anyone can become a favored one. The key is whether you choose the god that suits you." The long-haired gentleman laughed again, but the others seemed to disagree with his philosophy, revealing odd expressions. Phil Gray began to ponder. "Prepare well and arrive on time. Afternoon, or I will not wait." The leader reminded again. "All right." Watching the leader and others depart, Phil Gray turned to the long-haired gentleman, who had not left. "Your thoughts are quite interesting, and may I ask your name?" "Just call me Duhai." He laughed heartily again. "Do you think what I just said was correct? Over the years, you are the only one who has looked down upon this theory. Is what you said incorrect? Phil Gray asked again. Of course it is. Their theory states that the divine chose us, and under the divine's guidance, we became favored ones, right? What about my logic just now? Your logic just now was that we choose a belief and a deity that suits us, Phil Gray murmured. Earlier, standing on the perspective of a person from Earth, he naturally did not see anything wrong. But now it seemed. You meant that it is not the divine that chooses us, but we who choose the divine. That's why I said what I said was incorrect. Just consider me a person who has gone mad from reading too much spouting nonsense. Delace's long hair covered half his face, yet his eyes were remarkably clear. Nonsense it may be, but I believe many here are a true reflection of that nonsense. He shook his head with a smile, his arms sweeping through the dark basement, the light flickering momentarily, his gaze seemingly lost. Don't listen to his nonsense. For families like ours deeply intertwined with the church, if we do not worship the God of destiny, which deity can we worship? Patrick shouted from the side. Oh, Duhai looked at him with a probing gaze. Patrick, realizing he had misspoken, fell silent. Fortunately, Madam Dean and Mr. Allen had already left, and now only a few of them remained. We were once disciples of a certain family within the Church of Destiny, but after suffering persecution from other church members, we joined the apostates. Phil Gray explained calmly, easing Patrick's earlier anxiety. The Fate Church was once glorious, with several prominent families blessed by the god of fate, well known across the eastern and western continents. Now, however, even the church is but the smoldering remnants of its former vitality. Yet every decline has its reasons, and the truth will eventually come to light. Dwyer did not express whether he believed their excuses, he merely sighed. It's late, you should head back to rest. My old bones can't keep up with you young folks. All right, Mr. Dwyer, see you tomorrow. Phil Gray watched the old man's figure disappear into the distance. To think a heretic from a small city could hold such wisdom and that high-ranking divine favored leader. I can't help but wonder how the church hasn't been overthrown by heretics all these years. Not all heretics are that powerful, and their member vetting is quite lax. Those who infiltrate could very well be infiltrators like us. Patrick said, raising the lamp in his hand and looking around. Now it's just the two of us. I want to see if there's anything else hidden here. Besides the church, what other forces would be interested in these heretics? And as for the church, from what I see, they're too busy infighting to bother sending spies here. Phil Gray remarked. Patrick knocked and felt around, but this was just an ordinary basement with no hidden mechanisms or anything else. He chuckled, saying, aren't we just the spies ourselves? They should feel honored that His Holiness the Pope came personally to be a spy. Shoo. Phil Gray felt a bit helpless. It's best if you mention our identities less. If there's a listener here, we're all done for. Patrick patted his face. All right, I'll be careful from now on. He walked out of the basement, looking at the dark corridor outside, shaking the light in his hand, and finally said with relief, fortunately, there's no one eavesdropping, as you said. Let's head back early. We need to prepare for tomorrow's departure. They returned to the inn, considering that the others had already gone to sleep, deciding to inform them about going to the ruins first thing in the morning. A night passed without incident. In the morning, Patrick notified Eli and Ernest one by one. Thankfully, Eli had returned after they attended the gathering yesterday, though he looked somewhat sleepy. Should we bring some food? And warm things? The ruins will surely be cold. Let's take some blankets, and some hot water and wine. Patrick was incredibly excited, as if they were not heading to a dangerous place, but rather going on vacation. This young master, who had always stayed at home, had never participated in such activities. As you wish, your spatial stone is large. Oh, we certainly have no objections. Eli yawned, waving his hand. But I'm quite interested in that Mr. Dwyer you mentioned yesterday. I wonder if he knows where the golden butterfly flower grows. What do you need so many flowers for? Patrick asked curiously. The God of life gave me a revelation to praise the miracle of life with 100,000 different flowers. Collecting 100,000 kinds of flowers. Patrick's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Yes, I have only collected 20,000 kinds over the years. It's impossible to gather that many flowers by my own strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of leveraging the life flowers to upgrade. However, I am quite interested in a legendary type of flower. Eli took out a colorful book. The book states that there is a golden butterfly flower on the western continent that grows under the sun and has never seen shade. A flower that has never seen shade. How can it always grow under the sun? Do you think the child of night is just a decoration? However, the God of Life's revelations are indeed very straightforward and clear, unlike our God of Fate, who always speaks in riddles. Oh no, God of Fate above, I mean no disrespect to you. Patrick hurriedly pretended to pray. The others all chuckled in silence. Let's go. Phil Gray and the others got into the carriage, heading toward the city gate. The time in the carriage was quite leisurely. Eli was catching up on sleep. Ernest stared silently at the scenery outside, while only Patrick excitedly discussed various unrelated topics. Phil Gray picked up a few new books to pass the dull time. As soon as they exited the city gate, they saw a few figures, the ones who had stayed behind after the gathering yesterday. You all have arrived, Mr. Allen said, carrying a suitcase and not bringing any attendants. Mr. Allen, these are my two friends, Eli and ORL. Fearing the leader would discover Ernest's identity, he casually came up with a name. Good to meet you, gentlemen, Mr. Allen said, smiling and nodding at them. Has Mrs. Dean arrived yet? Phil Gray scanned the surrounding people, spotting the leader sitting on a dirt mound, gazing into the distance, while Mr. Dwyer was organizing a cloth bundle. Not yet. Let's wait a bit longer, Mr. Allen replied. The sun was gradually tilting westward, and just as noon was about to pass, the leader was about to say they should set off when a breathless figure came running from the city gate. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, everyone. My husband has been quite insistent, and it took me a lot of effort to persuade him," Mrs. Dean said apologetically to the crowd. She held a small bag and wore a snug black outfit, presumably for ease of movement. "All right, let's set off. The ruins are located near the area of ancient K City. From here it will take about 2 days to arrive." The leader took out a leather map and said, "You take the carriage and I'll ride a horse." Phil Gray looked in the direction the leader was heading. It was a broad carriage that could seat many people, pulled by 3 strong white horses, each compartment having 4 seats with a black canopy that covered the carriage tightly. Below were glass windows that blocked the wind and snow while not obstructing their view. Next to the carriage was a large, sturdy black horse with flowing mane proudly raising its head. As the leader approached, it affectionately nudged his cheek. The journey was lined with white snow covering the farmland and winding paths. Once they left the area of Dull City, it was hard to see lush trees and flowers. They occasionally saw a few manners and farmers wandering outside. "Where will we rest tonight?" Mrs. Dean, sitting in the front row, asked. "Let's see what the leader decides. I'm not sure if there are any resting spots around here, Mr. Allen replied. As the sun was about to set beneath the horizon, they spotted the outline of a village in the distance. The leader's voice was heard. "Let's speed up and head to the village ahead." Outside, Ernest flicked his braid, channeling his divine power into the 3 horses. The carriage's speed instantly increased, catching up to the leader, who had almost vanished ahead. The village finally appeared fully before their eyes. This small village along the road was quiet, everything contrasting with the bustling city. The carriage was parked at the village entrance, and they wandered around assessing which house could accommodate so many of them. Unfortunately, the scattered houses were all in a state of disrepair, teetering on the brink of collapse under the night's embrace, lacking even a flicker of light to fend off the darkness, appearing particularly desolate and cold in this frigid winter. Fortunately, after walking along the small path for a short while, they spotted 2 larger courtyards closely adjacent to each other ahead, surrounded by a fence with 2 or 3 wooden houses inside, warm light spilling out. In one courtyard, a little girl was feeding chickens. Upon seeing them approach, she shouted loudly, "Someone is coming, someone is coming." The chickens scattered in fright, and the little girl ran towards the house. Looking at the 2 courtyards, they seemed to belong to 2 different families, but the 2 or 3 wooden houses of one family clearly could not accommodate so many people. The leader, walking in front, said, "We should split up to find lodging." Saying this, he walked towards another rather quiet courtyard, followed by Mr. Allen, Mrs. Dean, and Mr. Dwyer, while Phil Gray and the others remained in place, watching as the little girl came out with a few adults. A sturdy farmer dressed in rough clothing opened the fence. His skin was dark, his hair somewhat disheveled, and he looked to be in his 40s. "Are you passing travelers?" "Yes, this is a remote area without any inns. We would like to borrow a place to stay for one night. Of course, we will compensate you." Phil Gray took out 5 silver coins from his pocket. This amount was equivalent to several months' income for the farmer. He smiled. "Of course, under the grace of the God of life, we are more than willing to assist a few esteemed guests." After receiving the silver coins, he turned to the 2 women leaning against the door and said, "You 2 go prepare some dinner for the guests." Only then did Phil Gray notice them, one older woman and a girl around 17 or 18 years old, with the woman holding the little girl who had just fed the chickens, who was looking timidly at the group of strangers. They entered the house. Although the wooden house was not large, it was very warm, with a roaring fire and a cast-iron pot boiling something on top. In the center of the wooden house was a worn wooden table presenting an irregular shape due to one corner being missing. The farmer busied himself outside for a while and brought them several wooden stumps to serve as temporary seating. "We only have this to eat. Please have some hot soup to warm yourselves." The farmer received a large basin from his wife and took out a bowl for each of them, while his wife presented a plate of somewhat yellowed flatbreads, with the little girl directly grabbing a piece to eat. "Don't act like that. There are guests present," Bits impolite. Her sister, the girl of 17 or 18, shot a glare at the little girl. The little girl only smiled mischievously. Patrick rubbed the little girl's head, looking at the unappetizing food before him, feeling somewhat troubled. He walked to the door, turned back, and said to everyone, "We brought some food in the carriage. Go get it." "Isn't this also edible?" Phil Gray inquired. "He'll show you a magic trick," Eli said casually, while grabbing a piece of flatbread to eat, addressing the little girl, who was also eating flatbread. He pulled a lily flower from his pocket, and the little girl's eyes widened, eagerly gazing at his hand. "Wow." Eli handed the lily to the little girl, eliciting a joyful smile from her. He then noticed the sister standing beside the little girl, hesitated for a moment, and took out another lily, saying, "Sister can have one too." The girl shyly glanced at him. "Thank you," she said before pulling her sister away. Patrick returned with his food and utensils. Even Phil Gray had to admire his thoughtfulness. A feast of food was spread out on the table, and Patrick took out a bottle of wine, its exquisite bottle suggesting that it was a fine product. The farmer and his wife gazed enviously at the food on the table until they heard Phil Gray's voice, "You should join us for a meal. He brought too much food." "Thank you, kind sir." The farmer looked at him with gratitude and called out to the sisters, who had just walked away, "Ella, bring your sister over. The guests are treating us to a feast." The girl and her sister sat down in a corner nearby and accepted some of the food they were offered. Patrick felt quite proud of his preparations. "Those over there can enjoy this." He pointed at the adjacent courtyard. Just as he finished speaking, a knock sounded at the door. The farmer opened it to reveal a long-haired, peculiar old man. He is also our companion, may we invite him in to sit? Phil Gray said as Mr. Dwyer stood at the door. Of course. Mr. Dwyer entered and upon seeing the good wine and food chuckled and presented a yellow card to Eli saying, earlier on the carriage you asked me about the habitat of the golden butterfly flower. I thought about it and listed a few books. These may contain the answers you seek. Eli stood up to receive the card which depicted a flower. Though somewhat abstract, it was clear that its petals resembled those of a butterfly looking exceptionally beautiful. Below the flower was its description and several book titles. Can I take a look at the butterfly flower? I used to see many when I was tending to the farm, said the girl named Ella. Knowing that what she had seen were only ordinary butterfly flowers, Eli still handed over the card. The girl examined it and touched the card. I've never seen such hard paper, but this flower really looks like what I've seen, pink and purple, very pretty. If you're looking for this flower, I can take you there. She glanced at Eli again, seeming a little shy. Thank you, but we have other matters to attend to this time. Eli said apologetically. You're still drinking wine? Let me see what kind it is. Oh, this is wine produced by the Food God Church from the Eastern Continent. You really know how to enjoy life, even carrying such fine wine with you. Mr. Dwyer picked up the wine bottle from the table, turned away, and examined the bottle in the light of the fire, even opening the lid to sniff it, looking as if he wanted to pour it into his mouth. We haven't drunk any yet. Patrick hurriedly said, I'll pour you a glass. He snatched the wine from Mr. Dwyer's hand, not wanting to enjoy it alone, and poured a glass for everyone present, whether in bowls or his own cups, including the little girl of 5 or 6. This is wine. Even the little girl can drink it, Patrick said with a grin, but joy turned to sorrow as the remaining third of the wine and the bottle were snatched away by Mr. Dwyer, leaving only Patrick's guffawing silhouette. Oh, that's too much. Eli rolled his eyes at him and tucked the card into his space stone, which of course appeared to the farmer's family as another of his magical tricks. I think I'll rest now, you all eat. We have 2 other rooms. Tonight our whole family will squeeze into this one. You should take the other 2. Eli, please show this guest to his bed. The farmer said. Eli hastily drained the wine poured for her. The sweetness had barely brushed her tongue when she met her father's look. She bowed her head and told Eli, sir, please come with me. Eli frowned, but still followed Eli into the adjoining room. It appeared to be the little girl's sleeping quarters. On a wooden rack hung a faded pink dress. 2 beds were set against the wooden walls on either side, neat and clean. You and one of the gentlemen can rest here, Eli said. Beside this is my parents' bedroom. The other 2 gentlemen will sleep in the other room. This does not seem proper. How can you make the 2 young ladies share that room while we take your beds? Eli protested, intending to refuse. Eli shook her head frantically. No, sir, you paid for this lodging. It would trouble our conscience to make you crowd together. My sister and I used to sleep with our parents when we were small. It is nothing. Please, you must not refuse. She looked up at Eli with a faint blush. Thank you for the lily, she murmured. It is nothing, he replied. Then very well, I will rest here. Eli could not refuse the girl's kindness. Eli returned to the lively common room and noticed 2 more strangers had come in, a greeny gentleman and a noble woman. Madam D. and laughed, you are feasting here and did not call us. Fortunately, Mr. Dwyer told us about it. Mr. Lewin said nothing to agree or disagree. Come, let us share the meal. If it is not enough, I will fetch more from the carriage. After all, we are fellow travelers. Pate-lee-ku chuckled. Pate-lee-ku chuckled mirthfully. Dinner did not last long. Although Pate-lee-ku produced his treasured wine, and they drank heartily, they needed to rise early to continue their journey. At the farmer and his wife's direction, Eli and Pate-lee-ku took the leftmost room, while Onisite went to find Eli. The hearth still burned bright, but the lamp had been extinguished. The village at midnight lay in profound silence. Fay ergo lay hushed, the slightly drunken loquacious Pate-lee-ku, and drifted into sleep. At dawn the moon shyly hid behind clouds, and the room was pitch dark. Eli was dreaming of his golden butterfly flower when he felt a pair of hands fumbling over his face, warmth pressing against his neck. He muttered, your bed is over there, which fool is this? Yet the hands would not stop. He even felt a soft warm touch on his cheek. A chill ran through him. Sensing something awry, he sat up, his drowsy eyes cleared the instant he saw the figure before him. It was Ayla. The girl before him looked at him with affectionate eyes, her clothing half undone, a shy expression coloring her face. The lily he had given was still pinned in her slightly curled brown hair. What on earth was this? Her cheeks were flushed, she closed her eyes and sought to press her lips to Eli's face again until he pushed her away with a hand. The drunken knight awakened at the commotion and could hardly believe his eyes. On his companion's bed sat a young girl, her garments half discarded, softly weeping. Considering his companion's usual rakish air, the knight decided to watch a while longer. Eli was furious. Though he often said that flowers and beauties must not be wronged, he was not a man to sleep casually with any woman. What are you doing? Eli rose, his gaze cold as he faced the crying girl. Only then did they notice, stirring outside, a sudden flare of firelight and clamorous voices in the dark courtyard. Someone kicked open the door. Eli threw the blanket over the girl's body to cover her and saw who had come in, the farmer who had hosted them earlier. Anger burned in the farmer's eyes. Behind him shuffled a white-haired old man, leaning on a cane, his face equally furious. Village chief, the farmer said to the elder, I felt uneasy tonight. He kept leering at my daughter and even gave her flowers. My younger daughter discovered them entering her sister's room. I could not stand against so many, so I came to seek your help. The elder's gaze lingered on the lily in the girl's hair. How ridiculous, the farmer cried. She plainly offered the room to me and even seduced me while I slept. Eli no longer felt anger, Folding his arms, he watched the farce before him with amusement. He had never imagined that the ludicrous plot of some cheap romance might unfold in his own life. It was all his fault for liking to give flowers. He swore he would never do so again. Although you do not appear to be ordinary folk, but noble gentlemen, the village chief said, you still cannot let this poor girl's reputation be ruined. Either you marry AI Law or you offer compensation. The village chief pondered for a moment, glanced at the farmer, and signaled him to accept the settlement. It seemed he suspected the truth, but still favored his own villagers. Eli looked again at the girl. Her eyes were pleading. I will marry you, she said. If your household already has a wife, I will become your mistress. Outside the door, the crowd grew loud. Many villagers had gathered, and ugly whispers filtered in. Onisite stood by in silence, almost invisible. Eli could only admit he had misread the girl. He remained silent. Any explanation would be futile. This had all been contrived. Yet he did not want their ridiculous scheme to succeed. He shoved past the farmer, blocking the doorway, intending to summon his companions and depart in haste. But a cry rang out, followed by the farmer's lament and the old man's cane striking the floor in fury. Turning back, they saw the girl who had been weeping now go ashen green. Thick viscous blood welled from her lips, and she collapsed on the bed, utterly motionless. My daughter, the farmer cried, falling before the bed. How could this be? You. It was you who killed my daughter. He pointed at Eli and shouted. Eli was perplexed. Though angered, he had not acted. He had no wish to quarrel with common villagers. What could this possibly mean? The cacophony of noise had already awakened Phil Gray and Patrick. They dressed and arrived at the scene just in time to witness the scene of the girl's lifeless body in the room, accompanied by a series of wails and cries. Eli was surrounded by a farmer and numerous villagers, seemingly demanding an explanation from him. The farmer even attempted to grab his clothes, but a mere ordinary person was no match for a divine favored one, and Eli easily dodged. Phil Gray's expression darkened. After questioning Ernest, he learned what had transpired. He firmly believed that his companion would never harm an ordinary girl. Divine power gathered in his eyes as he focused his gaze on the farmer. The river of fate flowed slowly, encompassing the entirety of one's destiny throughout their life. It was his first time using the eye of fate on an ordinary person, and the results were surprisingly effective. He saw the farmer's life filled with petty thefts and misdeeds. Prior to Ellis' arrival, he had used the same tactics to swindle over 10 gold coins from 2 passing travelers, building the largest house in the village. However, the farmer also enjoyed gambling in Dural City, squandering all his remaining money, which led him to repeat his old tricks. He witnessed the scene of the girl desperately pleading and sighed. However, at the end of the day, the farmer simply wanted to swindle some money. What could have led to the girl's death? He pushed aside the villagers blocking the door and approached the girl's body. The farmer's wife was weeping over the corpse, and upon seeing him, she shouted, "You are all in cahoots. What did you do to my daughter?" Ernest drew his long sword from his waist, the cold glint reflecting off the faces of everyone present, and with a swift motion, he drove it into the ground. The clamor ceased. "We have no need to kill her," Phil Gray stated. "It was him. He set his sights on my daughter, forced his way into her room, and after we caught him, he killed her out of rage." The farmer hesitated for a moment, but still pointed at Eli, exclaiming loudly, "Ha! That merchant wearing the blue silk hat also had his eyes on my daughter. And what about that noble riding the red horse? Aren't you afraid of offending someone ill-tempered one day and facing dire consequences?" Phil Gray stared into his eyes, speaking slowly. The farmer's eyes were filled with disbelief. "How do you know?" He pointed at him again. "It was him. He killed my daughter. With all due respect, if we wanted to kill her, the longsword would suffice. Why waste a vial of poison?" Patrick glared at him. "Enough, enough." The village chief's cane tapped the ground again. He looked at the onlooking villagers. "You should hurry and report to the Church of Life. Have them come and investigate. That will take quite some time." The villagers hesitated. The nearest Dural city was a day's journey away. "We must go. I told you it was a mistake to bring you along. Truly troublesome." The leader frowned as he stepped forward, his demeanor exuding authority, the aura of a high-level divine, favored one, intimidating everyone present. The others present dared not move. "We will continue our journey tomorrow. The matter concerning the ruins cannot be delayed. We will address these issues upon our return. The problem is they won't let us leave right now, and the cause of this girl's death has yet to be determined," Phil Gray said helplessly. A few individuals lodging in the nearby large courtyard had been observing the entire situation. Mr. Dwyer stepped forward to carefully examine the girl's corpse. "She died of poisoning. The toxin is extremely potent, having seeped into her organs, turning her entire body a shade of blue. As for the specific poison, I cannot ascertain." Disappointment showed on their faces. "We indeed have no need to kill her. Feel free to inform the Church of Life to investigate. However, we have pressing matters to attend to and can only cooperate upon our return. I suggest we keep everything at the scene as it is until the Church of Life arrives to handle it." Phil Gray spoke as patiently as possible before exchanging glances with the others and following the leader toward the carriage. "You can't leave," the farmer and some villagers shouted. Yet how could these ordinary people possibly stop a group of divine, favored ones from departing? The carriage drawn by 3 white horses vanished into the night. "Damn it, I should have just stayed out here in the wild for the night. We leave like this, and they might think we are fleeing in guilt," Patrick said, crossing his arms and looking at Eli, who wore a frown. "Can the Church of Life truly uncover the truth? What if they directly pin the crime on us?" Phil Gray pondered, gazing at the village that had already disappeared from view. "Let's wait until we return." Phil Gray looked at Eli. "Don't worry, once we come back from the ruins, we will thoroughly investigate. I will ensure you are not wrongfully accused. You trust me that much? Eli asked with a smile. Of course. How could a divine favored one of the god of life harm a young life with poison? Is that all? It's also because you are our teammate. The heavy atmosphere was momentarily lifted. How exactly did she get poisoned? Sitting in the carriage, Phil Gray thought about the events of today. The girl had eaten the same dinner and drunk the same wine as them, and none of them or the girl's parents were affected. In the scenario he viewed through the eye of fate, they had eaten their meal and returned to their rooms to rest. The girl had been sitting by the fire with her younger sister until her father came to let her act as she usually did. She cried for a while, then went directly to Eli without anything unusual. Throughout that night, it could be said that the girl had indeed only interacted with their group. Moreover, where did this poison come from? He believed that ordinary villagers could not possibly obtain such poison, especially since even Mr. Dwyer, a favored one of the god of wisdom, did not recognize it, indicating its preciousness. Could it be? He pressed his lips together, his gaze shifting toward the front row. The three of them were catching up on sleep and had no special thoughts regarding the matter, as they were not familiar with the two divine favored ones that Phil Gray had brought along and were unaware of the truth. Sighing, Phil Gray also closed his eyes. In the time that followed, they traveled at a frantic pace, only stopping occasionally to let the horses rest and feed them some food and water. It was not until the dawn of the third day that the leader halted. Everyone disembarked from the carriage, gazing at a cave that appeared strikingly ordinary. We have arrived. This is the place, the leader announced. No wonder the specific location had always been hard to pinpoint. Who would notice such an ordinary cave? The entrance was somewhat narrow, and they lowered their heads and bent their waists to enter, with the leader leading the way and Ernest bringing up the rear. After walking for quite a long distance, the cave grew increasingly dark, but fortunately, they had brought torches. After a while, they felt the cave widening, allowing them to walk upright. Phil Gray observed the walls of the cave as he walked, but found nothing special, just ordinary soil without any patterns. Eventually, they reached the end, which opened into a vast space at least several meters high, making the few of them appear incredibly small. Such a realm exists within, Patrick exclaimed. There are rock sculptures above. Mrs. Dean pointed upwards in astonishment. Unlike the earthy passage, the surroundings here were all rock, intricately carved with a multitude of patterns. At the top, a circle of luminous orbs illuminated the otherwise opaque cave, brightening it like the outside world. Above them were carved statues, and upon closer inspection, they realized it was a statue of the god of destiny accompanied by another deity. Patrick and Ernest immediately felt the urge to kneel and pray, but considering their current undercover identities, they suppressed their impulses. Who is the other deity? Phil Gray asked. Dwyer replied. This should be the deity worshipped by the eternal church, the god of time and space, Phaeton. It seems this place is not just a relic of the god of destiny, but also of two deities. The leader's eyes gleamed with surprise. Phil Gray, like the others, looked around until he noticed vibrant murals on the far left. The others also saw them and walked over. The murals depicted two deities drinking, their faces unpainted but surrounded by golden divine light. Judging by their forms and attire, they were indeed the god of destiny and the god of time and space, with a person kneeling beside them. Next, the mural showed the kneeling person earnestly looking at the deities, seemingly speaking. The following mural depicted the god of destiny, Ansair, taking out a scale with divine light, surrounding it, illuminating the kneeling person. Here are some words. Patrick pointed to the small script below. The writing was somewhat blurred, but the ancient text from 1,000 years ago bore little difference from modern script, and Phil Gray could easily understand the contents. This is the greatest honor for a believer. The deity I worship has descended to the mortal realm and has enjoyed the fine wine I brewed for him. If anyone is fortunate enough to see this record I leave behind, please spread this matter. I am Duke Pope, a favored one of the god of destiny. The god of destiny and the god of time and space descended here. I offered fine wine to both deities, feeling ashamed that earthly wine could not match their grandeur, yet unexpectedly received praise from Ansair and Phaeton. I also expressed my wishes to the deity's life is limited and years later I will grow old and frail, but I still wish to traverse the veil world and brew more fine wine for the deities. Phaeton said that the authority over life lies in the hands of the god of life, and that the authority to avoid death rests with the god of death, and he cannot grant me eternal life. However, my deity has a way. He took out the scale, and the divine light shone upon me. I knew that even in another 10 years I could still offer fine wine to him. What does this mean? The god of time and space could not help, but the god of destiny could. Phil Gray asked in confusion. However, he noticed the others looking at him. Can you understand all of it? Patrick asked. This is ancient text from 1,000 years ago. Although it has evolved close to today's writing, some parts still bear the style of ancient characters, like this part here, which we don't quite understand. Mr. Allen pointed at the last passage. The Veil world has a recorded history of civilization spanning 10,000 years, but the most ancient histories are written in primitive script. Later writing evolved into ancient characters from 7 or 8,000 years ago, then into a transitional form of simplified characters from nearly 1,000 years ago, and finally, to the simplified characters used today. This passage is precisely situated in the transition from ancient characters to simplified characters. They could understand most of the characters, but some remained obscure. Yet Phil Gray found that he understood all the characters within. Could this be a privilege granted to me by the god of destiny? Phil Gray thought to himself, but did not show it on his face. He smiled and explained, "You all know I enjoy reading. I had previously bought a book on ancient characters and learned a bit from it." He then shared with everyone the specific meanings he had discerned. Phil Gray pointed to the last passage. This believer requested the deity to grant him eternal life. Vaton considered this request disrespectful and refused his plea, but Anser agreed. He took out the scale, and the ending states that after another 10 years he could continue offering fine wine to the deity. He then looked at Dwyer, who as a favored one of the god of knowledge and wisdom would surely understand ancient characters better, wishing to have him verify the content he had described. "Mr. Dwyer nodded after listening to him. "What is written indeed reflects this. If I were Vaton, I would refuse him as well. For a deity to enjoy his fine wine is the greatest blessing. To request eternal life in return is truly asking for too much," Patrick remarked. "So the purpose of the scale from the god of destiny is to grant eternal life. The god of destiny should not have that authority." The leader fixed his gaze on the scale depicted in the mural. "That remains uncertain. However, I haven't heard of any believer who lived a long time collecting fine wine. His name is Duke Pope, right? I've never heard of this person." Patrick shook his head. Setting aside their curiosity about the text, they began to explore once more. Phil Gray's hand brushed over the intricately carved patterns around him. Some patterns were quite familiar, resembling the emblem of the god of destiny, the flower of destiny, while others with rectangular shapes were less comprehensible. "This is the emblem of the Eternal Church," Eli explained. "I had thought their emblem would be an hourglass or a clock. The churches of the 6 major deities date back as far as the history of this continent. At that time, none of the things you mentioned existed, so naturally, it wouldn't be their emblem." Eli was explaining when he saw Phil Gray glancing at him, pointing at the indentation among the many emblems. It was the shape of the flower of destiny. Eli had a flash of inspiration, and a flower of destiny appeared in his hand. For Eli, the master of floral collections, this was his forte. Phil Gray took the flower and gently placed it into the indentation, arranging the petals neatly, fitting it perfectly. Just as he was about to comment on his childish act, he found himself engulfed in white light, and the sounds around him faded away, leaving the entire cave in silence. The scene before him began to clarify. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, bringing with it a chilling sensation. Phil Gray then realized he was standing on the mountainside, and when he turned around, he saw others with him. "Where is this place?" Lady Dean's voice came from behind. "It doesn't seem like the wilderness outside Dull City. Oh, look, there's not a trace of snow here." Phil Gray pointed at the surroundings. Given the temperature of their location and the different environment compared to the wilderness and the city, the white snow would take at least over 10 days to completely melt. Yet here, even in the shadow facing away from the sun, there were no signs of snow. It was as if that heavy snowfall had never occurred days ago. "Could it be that we have been transported to another place?" Patrick asked. "It's also possible we have entered an independent space." Eli pulled a withered grass from the ground. "The plants here are not different from those in Dull City." "Then we might not have been transported too far, Mr. Allen said. "No," the leader shook his head. "This is indeed an independent space, likely created by the god of time and space." "Follow me." "A space created by the god of time and space," Dwyer murmured. The leader walked towards the mountain peak, and they followed him up. After a somewhat arduous climb, they finally reached the summit. From the summit, the entire region appeared mountainous, with 2 high peaks flanking either side. They were on the northern peak, with a valley in between, and further out, there were only vague wavy boundaries, while in the real world, they could clearly see farther. "How do we get into this space?" Mr. Allen wiped his sweat and asked, slightly breathless. Phil Gray recounted how he had placed the flower of fate into the groove. "There seems to be a small town in the valley." Patrick looked down and found clusters of buildings near a patch of farmland densely packed with roads. From this mountaintop perspective, they appeared particularly small, yet thankfully his eyesight was decent. "Perhaps this is the true relic." The leader's expression showed a hint of excitement as he sprinted towards the valley. Just then Lady Dean, who had just caught up, sat down on the ground. "Climbing the mountain is so exhausting. God of life, grant me strength. Try to channel your divine energy. It should alleviate some fatigue." Mr. Allen helped her up. The group followed the leader's pace, walking along the mountain path, until the leader suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Patrick asked. "I hear someone calling for help." "What?" The leader turned and walked down at an angle where they could see a large rock. "Where is anyone?" There were no signs of anyone around the rock. However, Phil Gray heard a rhythmic knocking sound. "Could there be someone beneath?" "Let's try to push it aside," Patrick suggested. Together they easily pushed the rock, half a meter, revealing a deep pit underneath. Light streamed into the pit, and they heard a hoarse voice from within. "Finally, someone has come. Please pull me up." "There really is someone here," Patrick exclaimed. He then took out a long rope from the space stone, which looked particularly sturdy, and lowered it down. "Grab the rope." Seeing everyone looking at him, he smiled. When it comes to adventure, one must always bring along useful tools. The person in the pit grabbed the rope and was pulled up, and they finally saw who it was. It was a thin, emaciated boy around 10 years old with short brown hair and somewhat cloudy eyes. So pitiful. Lady Dean helped to brush the dirt off him, but the boy pushed her away. "Don't touch me." The boy glanced at them with gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. I've been down here for almost 3 days. If I hadn't come out soon, I might have died." As he spoke, the boy rubbed his stomach. "Is there anything to eat? I'm so hungry." "Here." Patrick handed him a chicken leg. After he devoured it hungrily, Patrick offered him a cup of water. "Young man, how did you conjure this?" The boy looked at Patrick curiously after finishing the water. It's rude, you should call me big brother. Huh? Is your brain malfunctioning? The boy shot him a disdainful glance. How can you talk like that? Patrick patted his head. Can you still move? I'll carry you, he said, lifting the boy up. The leader, seeing that they had rescued someone, continued to march forward without stopping. Are you a resident of the town ahead? Patrick asked. Of course, who else could I be if not from the town ahead? Wait, you look unfamiliar. I've never seen you before in all these years. You are outsiders. The boy struggled and jumped out of Patrick's arms. You're still young. It's normal not to have seen us, Patrick said. What are you talking about? Come on, talk to me with a brain that functions normally. You're already 4 or 5 decades old and still speak nonsense. The boy shot him a glare. Wait, oh, by the god of fate, take a good look at me. I'm at most 20 years old. How did I become 4 or 5 decades old in your mouth? Patrick picked him up again. Stop messing around, let's go, or we'll fall behind the group. You are definitely outsiders. I've seen every person from Pop Town in the last 70 years, and you are certainly not residents of the town. The boy continued. How on earth did you get in here? His words finally halted the group, which had been focused on their journey. What did you just say the name of the town was? Phil Gray asked. The boy was set down. He looked at everyone and slowly said, Pop Town. How did you outsiders get in here? Duke Pop, what is the connection between the town and the believer who recorded the descent of the gods? Phil Gray muttered to himself. Have there truly been no outsiders here? Dwyer asked. You little boy adults are talking and don't butt in. Go play aside. The boy pointed to a nearby dead tree. Hey, how did I become a little boy? Dwyer furious puffed his cheeks. Every person in our town has crossed high mountains to touch that boundary. Though we are born, grow, and die here, we know there may be another world outside, but we cannot leave, nor can they come in. The boy's gaze flashed with confusion. As time passes, more and more people question the existence of the outside world. Now the younger generation born here is almost no longer curious about the outside world. We will ultimately accept our fate of being here forever. Perhaps this is all the arrangement of the god of fate. Hearing the boy's words, they all felt a strange dissonance. How could a 10-year-old speak with such maturity, his voice tinged with the weariness of ages? How do you know there might be another world beyond? Patrick asked. It is passed down through generations, oral tradition. A millennium ago, our ancestors may have come from that outer world, though the truth has faded into legend. The boy sighed wistfully, then turned his gaze upon them. Yet I never imagined, on the very brink of returning to the embrace of the god of fate, I would still behold outsiders. True outsiders, from the world beyond. His expression flared with fervent emotion. His hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. Yes, we are indeed from beyond. Might you tell us something of this town? Phil Gray asked. There is little to recount. You need only look for yourselves, the boy replied, striding ahead with quickened steps. The townsfolk will welcome you most warmly. It is nothing short of a miracle. At last the god of fate has remembered us, the long forgotten. They hurried after the boy toward the town. At the town's entrance, an elderly man stood sweeping fallen leaves with a broom. Upon seeing this unfamiliar group, he froze in place. Then spotting the boy, his eyes lit up. Grandfather Jack, where have you been these past days? Who are these people? I seem to have forgotten again. Could you introduce them? This time I swear I'll remember every soul in town. The boy stepped forward. Put the broom aside. These are visitors from the outer world. Hurry and summon your elders. What? The outer world? The broom clattered from the old man's hands as he shrieked and bolted away. Just then another group passed by, elders and children alike, and upon glimpsing their unfamiliar faces they cried out in shock. Soon the strangers found themselves encircled by an ever-growing throng. Doesn't something feel deeply amiss? Here the aged behave like children, while children are addressed as grandfather. Mrs. Dean pressed a hand to her mouth. Indeed, it defies reason. What accounts for it? Phil Gray frowned in bewilderment. How old are you? Patrick gently tapped the boy's shoulder as he chatted with villagers. 77. Wait just a moment. The town elder will arrive shortly, the boy replied. 77. Good heavens, everyone here undergoes reverse aging. The older one grows, the younger one becomes. Patrick exclaimed, astonished. Others stared incredulous. Even the seasoned leader's eyes flickered with startled wonder. Just as the crowd thickened, pressing in 3 layers deep, gawking as if at rare beasts, the town elder finally appeared, another boy. Golden-haired with soft infantile cheeks, he looked almost endearing. His arrival instantly stilled the murmuring townsfolk. They are truly outsiders. The elder's voice trembled with excitement as he scanned the strangers. How did you pierce the barrier to enter? In our world, there is a cave. Placing the flower of fate into its hollow triggers passage directly here. Phil Gray answered, gazing at the golden-haired boy before him, unable to fathom that such a youthful vessel housed an ancient soul. The flower of fate. Do you all worship the god of fate? Phil Gray glanced at his companions. Among present apostates he hesitated. Was it wise to affirm allegiance? No, we follow other deities as well. Other deities? Are there gods beyond the outer world too? That reply ignited a fresh wave of clamorous speculation among the townsfolk. Silence, commanded the elder. Come with me. This is no place for discourse. He led them along the town's winding lanes trailed by a sea of curious residents. They observed the town's architecture, indistinguishable from dwellings beyond. 1,000 years ago our ancestors arrived here, and never left. The elder sighed. Such is the price of divine wrath. What? Was your ancestor Duke Duck Pop? Phil Gray asked. Ah, he was one of them. Yet several families entered together, otherwise our lineage could not have endured to this day. How could they have incurred divine wrath? Did he not offer fine wine to the god, and receive blessings in return? Patrick frowned. The elder paused. That remains obscure. The events are too distant, our knowledge too scant. We only know this: we were imprisoned here as punishment for offending the divine. As they walked, the elder recounted the town's plight. Roughly 1,000 souls now dwelled within. Isolated in this sealed realm, generations had intermarried closely, resulting in rising infant mortality. They also learned the truth of their reverse aging. Upon entering, one appeared elderly. With time, one grew progressively younger, until reverting to infancy and finally death. Truly miraculous, Patrick murmured, awestruck. Phil Gray walked grim-faced and silent. Ever since fully stepping into the town, the god of fate's whisper had echoed ceaselessly in his ears. The sacred dictum he'd first heard upon attaining the level of auditory attunement. They were never meant for such a fate. Could this place hold the key to his ascension? Did they refer to these townsfolk? And how, precisely, was this decree to be fulfilled? To alter their fate? Phil Gray gazed across the quiet town, troubled. After Duke Duck Pop received the divine light of the scales, what transpired next? How did he provoke the god's fury? Eli murmured beside him. The elder assigned them lodgings and offered provisions. Townsfolk gathered outside his door, peering in with eager, pleading eyes, some even clamoring to enter, until the elder sternly dispersed them. Do you possess a way out? The elder asked, hopeful. They exchanged glances. Their leader spoke. This is a self-contained dimension, sustained by a central core. Only by locating that core can we uncover the path of departure. The elder fell silent for a long moment. I have traversed every inch of this land, yet never encountered such a core. He studied them, a faint, unsettling smile playing on his lips. Still, perhaps remaining is not so dire. We have many fair maidens. Choose freely. At least the town shall not perish so soon. What? We must leave. Patrick's eyes widened in disbelief. Leaving would be best, of course. The elder nodded. I shall consult my elder companions. Perhaps one recalls a place where such a core might lie. Relying on them won't work. We must find a way ourselves, Patrick said. What are we looking for? A way out. The leader glanced at him. We are not in a hurry to leave. What we should be looking for now is the information left by the god of fate to uncover what truly happened 1,000 years ago. Perhaps the god of fate is capricious, toying with the destinies of others, rewarding them with immortality one moment and punishing them to live eternally in this confined space the next. Dwyer said with a hint of melancholy. Immortality. The balance's function may not be immortality. Seeing the residents of this town age in reverse, I suspect the true function of the balance might be to exchange a person's youth and old age. Phil Gray pondered. Oh, that seems somewhat reasonable. Cousin, you are too clever. The god of fate holds dominion over destiny. By your reasoning, it does make sense. The leader seemed lost in thought. If the residents of this town have been aging in reverse for generations, it indicates that the balance is continuously at work. This means the balance possibly is what maintains this space attributed to the god of fate. The leader exclaimed in delight. This relic contains a holy artifact. The holy artifact is the balance. Oh, perhaps the god of fate has not taken it back to his divine realm, but has left it here. Upon hearing about the holy artifact, the faces of the crowd lit up with excitement. The rarity of such an artifact would surely spark a conflict between the two churches. Phil Gray noticed the expressions of Mrs. D. Mr. Allen and Mr. Dwyer. The fleeting glimmers of eagerness and greed in their eyes were understandable, yet he narrowed his eyes. All of this is based on speculation about the balance's effect. I cannot be certain. Perhaps there are other reasons that could explain the residents' reverse aging, such as the involvement of the god of life. That's possible. Others nodded in agreement. However, at this point, it only involves the god of fate and the god of time and space. Phil Gray continued. Let's split up this afternoon to investigate. If the balance exists, as devotees of the god of fate, we should be able to sense where it is located. Patrick suggested. Did you all not notice? The leader said calmly. Our levels have all been confined to the listening level. What? Phil Gray felt nothing unusual. He himself was at the listening level. He looked at Eli and Ernest, and they both nodded. This actually benefits me, he thought with some delight. If there truly is a holy artifact balance, the leader would not be able to exert his divine level power in this space, and with 4 of us, we would undoubtedly have the advantage. But one cannot be sure. If the leader has other means, it would be best to avoid him. The residents of this town seem to be ordinary people. Mr. Allen said. Those punished by the gods cannot become devotees, and in a space that restricts power, even if one accidentally becomes a devotee, it would be difficult to break through the listening level. What luck is there? Don't forget, the people here only know of the existence of one deity, that is the god of fate. Eli tried to channel his divine power, but found it difficult to revert to the listening level all at once. Let's do as he said and split up this afternoon. Pay attention to any fluctuations of divine power and any records regarding 1,000 years ago. The leader pointed at Patrick. The others nodded. Unfortunately, after inquiring all afternoon, Phil Gray made little progress. The townsfolk were indeed friendly, sharing many stories about the town, but as the mayor had said, there was nothing peculiar. Everything was just like any ordinary town outside. He also tried to channel his divine power, walking around trying to sense any similar divine power, but the entire town failed to respond to him. With a disappointed sigh, he shared the dinner prepared for them by the mayor with the others, realizing that they too had made little progress. Just as they were about to return to their rooms to rest, someone knocked on the door and shouted, "Mayor, it's bad. Many people have fallen ill." "What?" The mayor, who had been dining and chatting with them, stood up and opened the door. "What's going on?" The person, looking middle-aged, anxiously glanced at the mayor. "They have developed many red spots on their bodies, and soon after they died, those who came near them also perish. Almost 10 people have died now. How is that possible?" The mayor frowned, his small face filled with sorrow. "Hurry, take me to see them." The middle-aged man, however, did not heed his words and pointed at Phil Gray and his group. "They are outsiders. The diseases they brought, we have never had such an illness before. It appeared as soon as they arrived. It must be them. What illness do we have? Look how healthy we are. There are no little red spots, as you say." Patrick retorted angrily. "It's the god's punishment. You shouldn't have come." The middle-aged man collapsed to the ground. "Get up. You look ridiculous." The mayor scolded, pointing at him. "Hurry, take me to see." The middle-aged man then sobbed and led the mayor outside. "Should we go have a look?" Mrs. Dean asked. "Mr. Allen nodded. "I am a devotee of the god of life. Oh, perhaps I can help them." They followed suit. The firelight illuminated the dark town. Cries echoed around them as they stopped in front of a courtyard where more than 10 townsfolk were watching. "Everyone disperse. Don't you fear death," the mayor shouted angrily. "Those who are ill as well as the dead are locked inside." A small boy approached, his mouth covered with white cloth, seemingly afraid of contagion. The mayor also covered his mouth with cloth and opened the courtyard door. "I am a devotee of the god of life, capable of curing some diseases. I will go in first. You all wait outside." "Mr. Allen said, "I will go too." Eli followed, turning back to Phil Gray and saying, "You all stay back. Be careful not to get infected." Phil Gray could only wait with the others. It wasn't long before Eli came out. "How was it?" Eli shrugged. "It's somewhat tricky, but Mr. Allen's abilities happen to be able to heal, so I didn't need to. My abilities lean more towards nurturing plants." The leader nodded, saying nothing further, while the others breathed a sigh of relief. Eli walked up to Phil Gray and, taking advantage of others talking with the townsfolk, whispered, "Their illness is highly contagious and deadly, clearly infused with residual divine power. This type of divine power causing disease. I suspect a plague bringer has infiltrated." Phil Gray glanced at the others who were conversing, giving a slight nod. Before long, Mr. Allen was helped out by 2 individuals, his complexion pale and beads of sweat on his forehead indicating he had overexerted himself using divine power. The town mayor followed closely behind, gratitude evident on her small face. "Thank you, sir. The god of fate will bless you." The man who had previously informed them of the news scoffed. "If it weren't for them, our town wouldn't have suffered so many deaths." "Shut up," the mayor snapped with anger. The man glared at them in resentment before turning to leave. "Please do not mind him." The mayor glanced at the darkening sky. "It's already getting late. You should rest early." Phil Gray returned to the room prepared for him by the mayor, closed his eyes, and contemplated the events of the day. He fell into a deep sleep until he felt his body jolting up and down. He opened his eyes, feeling a splitting headache and heavy eyelids, as if he were about to fall asleep again. "You actually woke up, which is beyond my expectations," a hoarse voice came from beside him. His mind instantly cleared, and he realized he was being carried on someone's shoulder. The night was deep, and the person carrying him was holding a lamp, moving quickly along the road. He saw they had already left the boundaries of the small town. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" "Haha, who am I? Guess." The man's voice was hoarse, yet his strong physique showed no sign of struggle as he carried Phil, maintaining his speed effortlessly. Phil Gray fell silent, then asked, "Where are you taking me?" "You should feel honored. I was the first to find the core location of this space, possibly the core of the ruins, and am willing to share it with you." The man laughed. "You see me as someone who understands ancient texts, don't you? You want me to help you translate, right?" Phil Gray replied calmly. The man did not reply and continued on his way. Phil Gray had no idea how long he had been walking, the fog in his mind, and the increasing heaviness of his eyelids made him realize this person might have given him some sleep-inducing drug, and its effects had not yet worn off. He could only sense that the man was circling around, walking back and forth in some place, seemingly climbing, yet he was steady, ensuring the person being carried did not fall. Finally, the man stopped and set Phil Gray down on the ground. Phil Gray opened his eyes, astonished by the scene before him. It turned out that the core of the space they were looking for was on the mountain. This was evident because there was a cave here that looked identical to the outside world. The outer layer of the cave was likely covered by a layer of divine power, forming a shallow barrier, which had just been broken by this man revealing the cave. Without divine favor, one could not see through this barrier. No wonder the townspeople never mentioned it. "Ha, this is the mountain to the south. Do you know how I found it?" The man laughed, not waiting for Phil Gray's response, before continuing with his own words. "The people in the town have been affected by divine power, leading to the phenomenon of reverse aging. The divine power that spills out after their deaths returns to the so-called core, allowing this space to exist for thousands of years, and the direction the divine power travels is here." His tone was filled with pride and fervor. "Look what wonderful divine power. It gathers in little by little, and when the townspeople give birth to new lives, it enters the new life's body, thus creating a cycle." "I see now." Phil Gray thought his doubts largely resolved. He circulated the divine power within him, and indeed sensed it in the air, continuously flying towards the cave. The man continued, "See, the divine power has entered, guiding us in our direction. Ha! So it's you who brought the disease to those townspeople, and then you acted again, and they are still dying." Phil Gray felt a surge of anger. Yes, the divine power flew so fast that it almost disappeared in an instant. If it weren't for my keen eyesight this afternoon, I wouldn't have seen the direction of it. But now there's no need to worry bit. The man's words suddenly halted. What's going on? Why has it disappeared? Phil Gray couldn't see his face. The man was cloaked in a black robe that covered his entire body with a layer of black cloth over his face. He seemed quite surprised. Never mind, we're at our destination anyway. He pushed Phil Gray into the cave. This cave was no different from the one they had visited earlier, still adorned with rock sculptures and murals. However, there was only one mural here depicting the cycle of life from birth to death, but the newborn was an old man, while the deceased appeared as an infant. Nothing special, the man mumbled, pointing at the words below the mural. What does this say? Don't try to deceive me, I can take your life at any moment. Phil Gray shot him a cold glance, then looked up at the text and began to read slowly. Greed will lead to destruction, turning devout followers into despicable traitors. Duke Pop stole the scale of fate, while drunken Ansile attempting to alter the destinies of his loved ones. However, every gift of fate comes with a price. Shameful betrayal leads to disaster. The great god of time and space, creator of the endless void, eternal being of the past and future, punishes the friends of Ansile, and their kin, fates reversed, no longer favored, eternally imprisoned here. Executor Matt Pullman. Ha ha ha, the hypocritical god of fate, the ridiculous god of time and space, merely through theft has imprisoned this clan here for 1,000 years. He sneered. Only the great god of pestilence would not be so hypocritical. He no longer focused on the words and murals, his gaze sweeping over other parts of the cave, finally resting on the giant statue of the god of fate. The statue's left hand was raised high, holding the radiant scale of fate that emitted a faint white light. A holy artifact. He laughed maniacally, a bottle appearing in his hand, pouring out green powder towards Phil Gray. You are of no use now. Phil Gray collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, and instantly lost consciousness. Ha ha ha. He walked step by step towards the statue, his agile movements allowing him to quickly climb up the statue and directly seize the scale of fate. The scale still radiated white light, and his gaze was entranced until he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The scene before him became clear. He held no scale of fate in his hand, only a stone, and the painful wrist was tightly gripped by another person. Not Phil Gray, but Patrick. He looked in disbelief at the statue. The scale of fate still hung high above. How could this be? How could this happen? Phil Gray smiled at him, his right hand gloved in white, holding the vial of poison. Didn't expect this, did you, Mr. Dwyer? Impossible, how could this be? How do you know my identity? D-Whale revealed his face, staring intently at Phil Gray. However, it was not the visage of an elderly man, but that of a middle-aged man with eyes filled with unwillingness and ferocity, yet a long sword was pressed against his throat. To his left stood the knight Ernest. Of course I know, did you think you were hiding it well? Phil Gray smirked. That mysterious Miss Era who died unexpectedly, you killed her too, didn't you? That day we all drank the same wine and ate the same food, yet Miss Era ended up dead. It's too strange. But I also thought of one thing. She had previously come into contact with that piece of cardboard you brought. Your friend also touched the cardboard and carried it with him, yet nothing happened to him, did it? D-Whale scoffed. Yes, that's because he didn't drink that bottle of wine, otherwise he would have ended up like that poor lady. Touching the cardboard won't kill you, drinking the wine won't kill you, but those who satisfy both conditions will be poisoned. This must be the mixed poison created by you plague makers, right? You smeared poison on the cardboard and deliberately took away the remaining bottle of wine that day, also to cover up your act of poisoning, didn't you? Is that all? Where's the evidence? Moreover, you are not a chosen one of the god of knowledge and wisdom. Understanding ancient characters is a basic requirement to draw wisdom from ancient books. For his chosen ones, this is fundamental. However, in the first cave, I deliberately misstated one point. I said that the god of time and space refused Duke's request because he found him rude, but in reality the meaning of those words was that he refused because he has no authority over life and death. When I asked you about the accuracy of the translation, you affirmed it, which only proves that you truly cannot comprehend those characters, can it? D-Whale said nothing, merely glaring at him with reddened eyes. Yet all of this is merely my speculation. It need not be so complicated. The god of fate bestowed upon me the eye of fate. Your past and future are all within my sight, and no matter how well you disguise yourself, you cannot escape my gaze. Phil Gray smiled faintly. Although a friend once reproached me for prying into others' fates without permission, the events of these days have led me to suspect that a traitor has infiltrated our midst. Thus I had no choice but to use the eye of fate on you, Lady Dean and Mr. Allen. The results did not disappoint my expectations. Indeed, it was you, a certain plague maker, who stole D-Whale's name and identity. The real Mr. D-Whale is still researching ancient texts at the light of wisdom, completely entangled with no traitors. From the fate scenes he saw, Mr. D-Whale was quite famous at the light of wisdom, especially his theory of believer selection, which sparked quite a bit of controversy. It's no wonder this nameless plague maker could utter such grandiose words, winning my favor. However, this group of people lacked insight, which is why they failed to see through his impersonation. Of course, he also discovered many unexpected things with the eye of fate. He saw that Mr. Allen led a double life, attending high society parties in women's clothing at night. The unfortunate Lady Dean, on the other hand, preserved the corpse of her deceased husband through some means, living her daily life as if he were still alive. Indeed, everyone has their own privacy, though under normal circumstances he certainly wouldn't pry so indiscriminately. The way you targeted the townsfolk today made me suspect you discovered something. Tonight, I also informed my 2 friends to keep an eye on my room. If I am taken away, they just have to follow behind. Of course, fearing that you might poison me, I sought another friend who is a chosen one of the god of life, and took some detoxifying flowers in advance. However, I didn't expect you only use sleeping medication on me. D-Whale fell silent. All right, now search his spatial stone for that bottle of wine, and we will have evidence to prove Ellis' innocence. As for him having caused the deaths of so many townsfolk, let him go meet his great god of plague. Phil Gray's gaze revealed a chilling coldness. Let you enjoy your triumph for a few more days. Great god of plague, you who sow the seeds of pestilence, let the wailing echoes through the world, let the sweet cries of crows sound the horns of death. The spreading disease is a tribute to you. Only through suffering can one reach the true divine realm. He sang madly the hymn of praise to Beta until Ernest's sword cut through his throat. Oh, we haven't asked him why he targeted that girl or Eli yet. Patrick said. No need to ask. I saw with the eye of fate that his previous family was persecuted to death by the Holmes family, so he harbors hatred towards those families of the Fate God sect. That day you almost exposed our identities. He thought we were from those families and intended to poison us. But who would have thought that we had no interest in the flowers Eli was looking for? Instead, it was that girl who took a glance. Phil Gray shook his head helplessly. While his spatial stone should have quite a few good things. Patrick began to search his belongings and finally found a belt at his waist with a small blue gem on it. Such a small spatial stone shouldn't hold too many valuable items. Patrick said, somewhat disappointed as he used divine power to extract its contents. The wine bottle is here, and the remaining wine is indeed unused. Oh, let's keep it safe for now. Also 20 gold coins, how poor. And some bottles and jars, probably all poisons. Oh hey, race a book, an ancient character book. Give it to me. Phil Gray took it, noting that the book was somewhat worn with the title Tales of the Gods on the cover. Yes, he had seen this while peering into this person's fate. It seemed to be this plague maker's theft of Mr. D-Whale's work. Poor Mr. D-Whale, he should not have been on the same chariot as this plague maker. However, which bold believer would write a book like this? Phil Gray couldn't help but feel curious about its content, but it wasn't the time for reading. He stored the book in his spatial stone. He gazed at the fate balance, still emitting white light in the air. What would happen if I took down this balance of fate? Phil Gray's gaze was firmly fixed on the balance. But before he could ponder further, something unexpected occurred. The balance unexpectedly floated in midair and flew directly towards him. Phil Gray reached out his hand, and the balance landed steadily in his palm. Patrick and Ernest stared dumbfounded. Did the god of fate personally deliver a gift to him? Phil Gray decided he would no longer complain about this deity in his mind and apologized for his rudeness since he had just crossed over. Cousin, how could this happen? Why is it like this? Patrick was utterly incredulous. I don't know, perhaps I have some resonance with the divine power of this balance. Phil Gray shook his head. Patrick gave a thumbs up. The balance was not large. He took off the Dreamland gloves and touched every part of the balance. Gradually, information about the balance emerged in his mind, indicating that he needed to recognize the master and connect the balance with his soul. Soul. How do I connect with the soul? Just as he was puzzled, the balance flew above his head with a hum, and he heard a childish voice in his ear. Master, please quickly establish a connection with me. How do I connect? He asked aloud. Off. Patrick, who was counting the poison bottles he had just collected, looked at him in confusion. It seemed he couldn't hear the voice. It's nothing. The balance wants me to establish a connection with it. Patrick displayed a look of shock and envy and gave another thumbs up. Master, close your eyes, empty your mind, and feel your soul drifting out of your body, touching me with your soul, the voice said in a childish tone. All right. Phil Gray tried it, and it was indeed a magical feeling. He had meditated before on Earth, but it always ended with him falling asleep. Today he felt his entire body lift and connect with the balance floating in front of him. Okay, it's done. Master. The voice of the balance was filled with joy. Phil Gray opened his eyes, feeling a solid sense of grounding. Until Ernest stopped him from running out. Your Majesty, this cave is going to collapse. Rocks were falling, giving the sensation that the sky was falling and the ground was sinking. Even after exiting the cave, it was still the same. Oh no, I took the core of this space. It's going to collapse. Phil Gray's expression changed. They climbed to the mountainside close to dawn now. The morning light slowly illuminated the earth through the clouds. They saw the transparent boundary of the water waves crack open and the entire space began to shake. What happens if the space collapses? Phil Gray asked. I don't know, but might disappear. Or connect with the real world. Patrick speculated. Phil Gray furrowed his brows. Fortunately, the space soon returned to calm. From a distance, they saw that the boundary of the water waves had vanished, revealing an endless wasteland with scattered houses and several neatly arranged farmlands. Great. This space has reached the real world, and the residents of the town can see the outside world they long for now. Patrick said with delight. Yes, and since I took the balance away, they should no longer regress. They can live like ordinary people now. Phil Gray smiled. We can't tell the chief about our acquisition of the balance. Of course. Cousin, trust me, my acting skills are also quite good. Patrick patted his chest and assured him. Master, I have maintained this space for nearly 1,000 years. I can hardly hold on any longer and need to rest for a while. Will this balance still be usable? Phil Gray asked, somewhat disappointed. Of course. The remaining divine power can be used once a day. The balance can exchange the fate of 2 items or 2 people. The higher your level, the more abundant the divine power and the longer the exchange time, but it also depends on whom it is used on. The balance's words seemed to be unfinished before the voice completely vanished. Seeing Phil Gray frown, Patrick asked, "Cousin, what's wrong? Did the connection succeed?" "It succeeded, but the consciousness of this divine artifact has fallen into a deep sleep and needs time to recover." Consciousness. This divine artifact has actually produced a divine spirit, Patrick exclaimed with delight. Divine spirit. He'll call you Little Tion from now on. Phil Gray spoke to the balance, but the divine spirit inside probably couldn't hear him. "Let's go find them," Patrick suggested. "Wait, we need to take his body. It won't be good if the chief comes here and sees him." "All right." The violent fluctuations in space were felt by everyone in the town gathering in the town center. When Phil Gray rushed over, he saw the mayor and others in tears. "Finally, we can finally see the outside world." The chief frowned, looking at Phil Gray and the others approaching. "What happened?" "The core of the space is missing." "It was that Mr. Dwyer. He is not a follower of the god of knowledge and wisdom, but rather a plaguemonger. The poison in the town was set by him, and he indeed found the core of the space. Last night I was captured by him, but fortunately I was rescued by 2 friends, although he escaped." Phil Gray said with a bitter smile, his face pale. The chief looked half convinced. "That burst of divine power earlier is the core of the space at North Peak." "Yes." "Is there a balance of the god of fate there?" The chief fixed his gaze on him. "I'm not sure. I was poisoned by him. My mind was hazy, and I didn't even know what happened." Phil Gray shook his head. "Do you have a space stone? Show it to me." Phil Gray and the others hesitated, looking somewhat displeased at the chief, but given that the chief had regained his divine-level strength after the space collapse, they still handed over their respective space stones. However, there was nothing inappropriate in their space stones. He fixed his gaze on Phil Gray's eyes, murmuring, "Fate rewind." Phil Gray's heart tightened. This couldn't be a skill similar to the Eye of Fate, could it? But before he could think any further, he saw the chief looking at him in disbelief. Why did it not work? What happened? Phil Gray said nothing, looking at him with some dissatisfaction. The chief frowned. "You all go back and rest. Last night, he poisoned the residents of the town again, and your friend is still treating the townsfolk." After speaking, he walked towards the North Peak. "Master, I really have to sleep now. Thank you for the name. Little Tion likes it very much." The voice of the balance echoed in his mind, or it turned out that the balance had just used the last of its divine power, which caused the chief's skill to fail. The balance had already connected with his soul and was deeply embedded within it. "Phew, you're still the smartest, cousin," Patrick whispered. Phil Gray smiled, knowing that the body of Dwyer was hidden in his own space stone, still placed under the stone slab at the town entrance, and Eli must have gone to retrieve it. This was what they had agreed upon last night. The town remained in chaos, with some residents flocking towards the mountains, seemingly eager to witness the outside world, while others mourned, weeping over the bodies of their deceased loved ones. A flock of crows flew over the small town, bringing a rough and hoarse lament. "What's going on?" Phil Gray looked at Eli as he approached. "Over 100 townspeople died last night, but thankfully the disease has been contained." Eli sighed with relief, standing beside him, quietly passing him a spatial stone. "I wonder if our arrival is good or bad for them." Those were 100 vibrant lives, nearly 1/10 of the town's population, not just simple numbers. They paused to reflect, preparing to leave, when they saw the previously rescued Jack, the old man, who resembled a little boy, running towards them, holding something in his arms. "Hello, outsiders, do you know what happened?" His tone was filled with urgency and concern, and the object in his arms was revealed to be a crying rosy baby, a real infant. "Why does my grandson look so old right after birth? What should I do?" Eli laughed heartily, explaining to him how life in the outside world grows. Phil Gray also chuckled, the whisper of the god of fate echoing in his ears. "They should not have such a fate. The inversion of destiny has finally been rectified." A faint divine light radiated from him, though it was just a moment. Eli caught it. "You broke through," he raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Phil Gray nodded happily. He had finally reached the blessing level. He had just learned that the second skill granted by the god of fate was called Fate Blade, which could manifest divine power as a blade to be thrown, inflicting physical damage on enemies and causing them to be extremely unlucky for a period. A rare attack-type skill, as most skills granted by the god of fate leaned toward support. He was quite satisfied. "Cousin, you've reached my level so quickly. The god of fate must be quite partial to you," Patrick muttered beside them. "So you must hurry to fulfill the divine's prophecy. Surely the god of fate dislikes lazy individuals," Eli teased. Patrick raised his hand, wanting to duel with him. "Mrs. Dean," assisted Mr. Allen as they approached. "It seems this space has already entered the real world." She had been helping Mr. Allen tend to the patients and was unaware of what had transpired. Phil Gray explained to them again, using his previous words. "Is that it, eh?" Mr. Allen asked weakly. "Had he come to this ruins just to treat and save people?" "Yes, the core of the space has disappeared. I don't know if Duel took it," Phil Gray said solemnly, then looked at Allen. "Regardless, thanks to you, the townspeople were spared from being harmed by the plague." Mr. Allen smiled, satisfaction evident in his emerald eyes. Phil Gray recalled what he had seen with the Eye of Fate, his expression momentarily strange. The leader went to check the space core. "I don't know when he will return." After waiting for a while, they saw the leader return, holding a piece of white paper. Upon seeing Phil Gray, he appeared slightly surprised, as if he had realized he had just broken through the blessing level, but then continued, "The cave collapsed, but I still found a piece of writing, and I've copied it down for you to translate." "All right." Phil Gray took the white paper. It was indeed the text from the mural, and he recounted it faithfully. So the town was sealed in this space 1,000 years ago because of this. The others were enlightened. The god of time and space and the god of fate are friends. The leader furrowed his brow. This was the only information related to the god of fate, but it seemed of little use. Since that's the case, should we head back early? Mrs. Dean inquired. I just checked, the southern peaks connect to the cave we first entered. The carriage is parked over there, you all go back first. I will stay here a bit longer to see if I can track down the person who escaped. After the leader finished speaking, he walked away somewhat dejectedly. The leader stayed in Dural City solely to find this ruins, but he didn't expect us to gain little. Instead, we were deceived by that plaguebringer. He must be quite frustrated. Mrs. Dean remarked, watching his retreating figure. Phil Gray nodded, absently unsure if the leader would discover anything else. The day and night spent at the cave left the horses thirsty and hungry. After feeding them, they set off on their journey back. We should report to the Church of Life, since they suddenly have an extra town in their parish. This should be a significant matter. Patrick said, looking at the town gradually disappearing from view. Of course, and we should also resolve the matter of that village. I don't want to carry the label of a murderer. Eli leaned back in his seat, speaking lazily. Phil Gray smiled. The gains from this ruins truly exceeded his expectations. Not only had he acquired a sacred object, but he also broke through a level. He just wondered when he might hear the prophecy for entering the notable level again. After 2 days and nights of travel, they finally returned to the Door's Inn. The tavern was still bustling, and the owner served fine wine and dinner, reviving the weary travelers somewhat. Just then a soldier knocked on the tavern door and headed straight for their table. Gentlemen, we have been waiting for you for quite some time. The leading knight's eyes were cold and unapproachable. The patrons in the tavern quieted down, looking over. You are here because of the death of Miss Ella a few days ago, right? Phil Gray inquired. The villagers said you killed someone and then fled. According to our investigation, you are temporarily staying at this tavern. A man resembling an official stepped forward from behind, seemingly the constable of Dural City. He smiled and said, as for whether you are the ones who committed the murder, further investigation is needed. Please come with us to the Investigation Bureau. Investigation Bureau. Shouldn't we go to the church? I remember the villagers reported this to the Church of Life at that time. Oh, murder violates the laws of the Puna Kingdom, so of course the church handed it over to us. The constable patiently explained. Phil Gray reluctantly stood up, whispering in his ear, but it might still need the church to handle it, as this matter involves the divine favored ones. You should know what a divine favored one is, right? The constable's expression showed disappointment. By what you said, it is indeed so. You go notify the church people. He pointed to the knight. He sat down, complaining. Oh, the church, it's always the church. Do we not get to do anything? Are you all so idle? Phil Gray asked. Yes, whenever something happens, people turn to the church, and the priests and knights are overwhelmed. But they forget that they not only live in the parish, but are also members of the Puna Kingdom. The constable downed his drink in one go. Before long, the church's people arrived, and they were familiar faces. The knight under Mori, a member of the Tulip Squad. Is it you? He clearly recognized Phil Gray and the others. After taking out the cardboard and the wine bottle, and with some explanation, the knight temporarily believed their words and took the evidence to the church for verification. Once they left, Phil Gray let out a sigh of relief. Until the tavern owner approached. I almost forgot, someone sent a letter for you 2 days ago, but you weren't here. He took the envelope, which was blank, and did not indicate to whom it was addressed. Upon taking out the letter, it was also blank. What is going on? Is someone playing a prank? Ah, cousin, this might be a letter from my father. This is a secret method of the Gray family. You should try to heat it with fire. Patrick whispered his suggestion. All right. There is a method on Earth where writing with juice containing vitamin C on white paper can create an invisible effect which only becomes visible when heated. He wondered if the letter used the same method, but in this divinely infused world there should be other ways to achieve this. He glanced at the others and returned to the room with the envelope, and Patrick followed. In the room there was a small fireplace, and under the gentle flames the writing gradually revealed itself, with the envelope addressed to the beloved His Holiness the Pope. To His Holiness the Pope, I am your faithful believer, Anthony Gray. I feel deeply guilty for allowing you to be cast out. The shameful traitors have taken control of the church, and the wicked Holmes family attempts to support the traitors to ascend to your throne, which rightfully belongs to you. However, the Gray family will not compromise, as your many believers are still waiting for your return. During the negotiation meeting 2 days ago, Wendell eagerly expressed his covetousness for the papal position, attacking your ascension to the papacy as contrary to divine will, but he did not anticipate that you have already become a favored one of the gods. This news played a significant role in the negotiations, causing those who supported Wendell to hesitate. However, the final outcome may still disappoint you, as they wish to make an agreement with you only if you can break through to the divine manifestation level. Within 5 years, will they willingly support you and forbid the Gray family from providing any assistance. They have publicly declared that His Holiness the Pope is out for training, and if you reach the divine manifestation level, in 5 years you will return in glory. If not, they will support Wendell's ascension to the papacy under the pretext of your disappearance. I know how unfair this outcome is for you, and the Gray family finds it equally hard to accept. However, the neutral faction has also accepted this agreement. Regardless, our family will do everything possible to purge those traitors and bring you back as soon as possible. Fortunately, they have ripped off their hypocritical masks and promised not to search for your whereabouts under various pretexts, greatly ensuring your safety. However, I still advise you not to return to the jurisdiction of the fake god cult for the time being. May the God of fate bless you, my dear His Holiness, your uncle and believers. 5 years of agreement. Did not expect the Gray family to be powerless either. Phil Gray sighed. He was confident he could reach the divine manifestation level within 5 years, but the inability to eliminate those traitors immediately still disappointed him. To reach the divine manifestation level within 5 years is too absurd. Patrick, having read the letter as well, sighed. Cousin, the families supporting Wendell and the neutral faction indeed hold significant power. Our Gray family stands alone. Otherwise, how could there be such an agreement? Few can reach the divine manifestation level within 5 years. I know and I am grateful for everything my uncle has done for me, but I also believe I can reach the divine manifestation level within 5 years. Look, I am already at the blessing level, right? At that time, I will personally kill those traitors. Phil Gray said with a smile, yet his eyes held an unprecedented fierceness. Right, cousin, you might not even need 5 years. You could reach the divine manifestation level in just 1 year. You are the one sought after by the spirit of the balance of fate. Patrick chuckled. Now that our crisis is temporarily lifted, even though I cannot return to North City, you can. You must miss your parents. Perhaps you can go back and see them. Phil Gray looked at his cousin, who was originally just attending a wedding, but ended up hiding with him, forced to stay away from family and face various dangers. Patrick shook his head. No, I cannot go back. I must protect you, take care of you. This is my responsibility as a cousin, and even more so as a believer. I will also strive to enhance my strength. 5 years is not a long time. By then we will kill our way back together. Let me try being a bishop too, Patrick said, excitedly blinking. Of course. Phil Gray smiled gently. Since they are no longer chasing us, can we write a letter back? Cousin, is there anything you want to tell my father? Phil Gray pondered for a moment and said, ask uncle to help find someone named Barry in Cow City. For that poor deceased old woman and the foolish yet kind Barry, he always felt guilty. All right. Patrick nodded, likely going to write the letter. Phil Gray gathered his divine power and attempted to use the skill Fate Blade. A blade as thin as a cicada's wing formed in his hand and was thrown towards the vase by the window with incredible speed. The vase instantly shattered into 2 halves, and the flying blade passed through the vase, carving into the iron railing of the window. Upon closer inspection, the divine power of the blade gradually dissipated, leaving only the broken railing. The effect is quite good. For those with weak defenses, if I can directly slit their throats, it would be a fatal blow. Phil Gray nodded in satisfaction. To improve the hit rate, he still needed more practice. He wondered if there were any places to practice in Dewar City. He would ask Eli later. Wait, he suddenly remembered a matter. He almost forgot the deal for the hand of the deceased. Because he missed the agreed trading time due to attending the ruins, he didn't know if that person was still there. He must have thought he was a fraud. He thought to check tonight. Nightfall quickly approached as Phil Gray donned his cloak and headed towards the trading fair. Recognizing him from his previous search alongside Maury at the trading fair, the proprietress did not greet him warmly this time, merely coldly stating, please come in. Upon entering the trading hall, he glanced at the booths on either side and found the usual spot where the skulls were displayed. However, it was now empty, without the presence of that death god's follower. Could it be that he left because I did not come to trade? Phil Gray felt a twinge of disappointment as he looked towards a neighboring booth occupied by a plump man. Hello, may I ask if the vendor is not here today? He glanced at Phil Gray and cheerfully replied, no, he hasn't been here for over 10 days. Are you looking for him? The proprietress was preparing to reclaim his booth. It would belong to someone else next time. He had long since wished to stop selling items next to that death god's follower. He revered life and did not wish to see various parts taken from bodies displayed for sale right next to him. All right then. It had been over 10 days, and it seemed that ever since he left last time, the vendor had not returned to sell anything here. Phil Gray stepped out of the shop. The moonlight cast a chilly glow, reflecting his shadow on the pavement. Suddenly, he noticed a vague shadow beside his own. Turning around, he found no one there. Phil Gray frowned, and just then a whisper of wind brushed past him as a figure in a black cloak seized his arm. The fateful blade had already formed at his fingertips, ready to strike at the stranger's throat at the slightest provocation. He heard the raspy voice say, you finally came. I've been waiting for 2 or 3 days for you. It turned out to be the person he was looking for tonight, that death god's follower. Turning around the corner of the street, he asked, why weren't you at the trading fair? I was hiding. I can't expose my whereabouts, so I had to wait for you around here. If you hadn't come today, I would have left Dull City. What major trouble did you get into? Phil Gray inquired. That's none of your concern, but I've brought you something big. As soon as he finished speaking, a corpse appeared on the ground. The corpse belonged to an elderly man clad in a golden robe adorned with sun patterns. Despite being dead, Phil Gray could still feel the dense divine power emanating from the corpse. Quick, put it away, he urged. Phil Gray stored the corpse into a spatial stone. The man softly remarked, this is the complete body of a follower of the downgraded sun prophet. A glint of obsession flashed in his eyes. Downgraded divine power. Phil Gray was somewhat surprised. However, a downgraded divine corpse should be an exceedingly rare item for a follower of the death god. Why did he give it to himself when he only needed one hand? For something so precious, I feel that just gold coins will not suffice. You must also provide me with some other valuable items. His eyes were fixed on Phil Gray. I only need the hand. No, you are a follower of the death god too, right? You'll understand later, the skills we acquire are always related to the dead. You need a hand now, which must be related to the skills, but who knows if your next skill will require a head. It sounded reasonable, but why wouldn't he keep such a precious corpse? Phil Gray felt it was strange, yet since it had come to him, he found it difficult to refuse. I have 400 gold coins here. He took out the coins. The man shook his head, not enough. Phil Gray then produced a white glove which he had crafted from the corpse of a plague bearer after dinner. The skill attached to it was called disease spread, capable of poisoning a person and enabling them to infect those around them. However, this skill was merely a listening level skill, effective against ordinary people, but nearly useless against divine followers. Even a life God's follower like Mr. Allen could easily dispel it. Thus he felt it was of little value, so he presented it, explaining its duration and effects. The man took the glove, appearing quite interested. This is all I have, and I truly only need a hand. If you think it's insufficient, then I have no other options. Phil Gray said indifferently. He was indeed very poor and had nothing else. All right, I'll let you have it at a bargain. I'm leaving, but please don't mention our transaction to anyone. Okay. Watching the man disappear into the shadows, Phil Gray slipped his hands into his pockets and walked towards the inn. Back in his room, he took out the corpse and laid it on the ground. He couldn't tell how many days it had been since the man died, but the rich divine power made him appear as if he were still alive without a hint of decay on his skin. Phil Gray took out a dagger and gently sliced off the right hand. The blood had a faint golden hue, warm like beams of sunlight on a winter's day. With the operation of divine power, the skilled right hand of the deceased activated, and the palm slowly transformed into a golden glove. Phil Gray's complexion turned pale. He felt dizzy and weak as his divine power was nearly exhausted, making him feel faint. Without the time to examine the glove's functions, he quickly stored the remaining corpse back into the space and collapsed onto the bed. Morning light filtered through the gaps in the window bars as Phil Gray rubbed his eyes. Upon waking again, he found that only a small portion of his divine power had been restored. Unable to contain his excitement, he inspected the glove on the table. Sunblade can be condensed into the sunblade using divine power. Furthermore, this deceased person had been skilled with a sword in life, and after donning the glove, he would become a master of swordsmanship. The accumulation of experience should not be left in the grave. Old man, just wait for me to carry on and elevate your sunblade to greater heights, Phil Gray said with a smile. After washing up, he was about to head down for a meal when he suddenly noticed a small golden sun on his wrist, about the size of a fingernail, nearly unnoticed. What is this? When did it appear? Phil Gray's heart tightened as he rinsed it with water again, but the mark showed no change. He tried channeling his divine power to the mark, which emitted a faint glow. What on earth is happening? The sun is the mark of the sun prophet. Could it be because I severed the body of that downgraded follower yesterday? Phil Gray's expression grew serious. Does disturbing his corpse result in this mark? What could its purpose be? With heavy thoughts, he descended the stairs and overheard Eli discussing something with Patrick while holding a newspaper from within the Church of Life. Good morning, boss. What would you like to eat? Eli pushed over a plate of bread adorned with red berries. Patrick then presented a glass of milk. Phil Gray sat down and picked up his knife and fork. Is there something important? I noticed you were discussing something quite animatedly. Patrick chuckled. Were we really that animated? Oh, Eli just saw in today's newspaper that the bishop of the Morning Dawn Church was severely injured and sought treatment from the Life Church, but not only did the Life Church fail to save him, but the bishop also died and was lost during the transport of his body back to the Morning Dawn Church. Yes, but after all, it's the Life Church's newspaper, so naturally the report is filled with various cover-ups and excuses like being attacked by the Church of the Dead. No matter what, the reputation of the Life Church is bound to decline after this incident. Eli also spoke up. Although he was a follower of the God of Life, he had not joined the Life Church. Upon hearing about the lost body, Phil Gray's knife and fork froze in midair, and his expression turned peculiar. Could it be that the body given to him yesterday belonged to that bishop of the Morning Dawn Church? He discreetly touched the sun mark on his wrist. Worry and concern welled up in his heart. What's wrong? Seeing Phil Gray suddenly in a trance, Eli asked. Phil Gray stood up, his expression serious, looking at the still laughing Patrick. Stop laughing and come with me. Oh, I have something to tell you. Back in the room, he locked the door tightly to ensure no one could hear. He revealed his wrist. Cousin, what is this? Eli frowned. The sun mark. Did you touch the body of someone from the Morning Dawn Church? That's not good. They can track your location through that mark. Surprised that Eli knew about this mark, Phil Gray recounted what happened yesterday, including the fact that he was a follower of the God of Death. Mainly because if he didn't explain why he was collecting corpses, and if Eli was right, they were about to face a pursuit by the Morning Dawn Church. It was his own actions that caused such a big issue. He couldn't let his teammates follow him in confusion during their escape. Yet they weren't surprised that the body was that of the stolen bishop, but rather they were shocked as they looked at him. Cousin, how is that possible? How can one person be a follower of two gods at the same time? Impossible, impossible. Patrick shook his head vigorously. Eli also stared at him with a serious expression. He had never seen Eli like this before. Even when he was framed that day, he remained calm. Do you know what it means to be a follower of two deities? Phil Gray nodded. I know, but this has never happened before. Eli shook his head. No, you don't understand. This overturns the history of the Veil world for millennia and disrupts the entire religious system of the Veil world. All churches will be shaken, and even the deities will be questioned. Off. Phil Gray did not expect it to be so serious. Besides us, you must not let anyone else find out. Eli instructed sternly. I understand, but what should we do now? Phil Gray raised his wrist. Eli frowned. In the past, when the Church of the Dead wanted to use their corpses as materials, they would always control some lifeless beings like skeletons or undead to place the mark on them, then throw them back into the abyss of the dead, making it impossible for the Morning Dawn Church to track them. How do you know this so well? I didn't even know. Patrick asked curiously. Eli shot him a glance and continued, this mark lasts for a month. During this month, the people of the Morning Dawn Church will be able to track your location, making it difficult to hide. A month. Is there any way to remove it in advance? Eli shook his head. I haven't heard of any way to remove it. If anyone on this continent hates the Church of the Dead the most, it would definitely be the Morning Dawn Church. That's why they created something like this. They detest the use of bodies after death. Eli sighed. I thought the Life Church was the most opposed to the Church of the Dead. Patrick said, no, life and death are interdependent. Although the Life Church despises death, they coexist peacefully with the Church of the Dead. Eli explained. Knock, knock, knock. A voice came from outside the door. Boss, are you awake? It was Ernest's voice. Should we tell him about these matters? Patrick asked. Phil Gray nodded. Where did you go so early? Patrick was the first to ask. Oh, I went to the Cathedral of Life. The little priest who welcomed us last time told me there was a very lucrative task available and asked if we wanted to take it. Ernest replied, glancing at them, seemingly puzzled as to why they were in the Pope's room. How did he tell you? Patrick asked curiously. Cough, when I left last time, I gave him a gold coin to notify us of any high-paying jobs. Ernest was clearly inspired by that Mr. Shiza and what Eli had said last time. Was there a good task this time? Phil Gray inquired. Yes, I looked it over. It's to escort a noble to the capital of the Puna Kingdom. The specific task details can only be seen once the task is accepted, but the departure point is not in Dewar City, but in a neighboring city, and the reward is 1000 gold coins. The reward is indeed quite generous, but I have something to tell you. Phil Gray repeated what he had just said. Then he stared intently at Ernest. He wasn't quite sure how this loyal knight with firm beliefs would view His Majesty the Pope, who was also a follower of the God of Death. To be honest, I haven't prayed to the God of Death, nor do I believe in him, but I really don't know why I can hear his words of wisdom, and unexpectedly, I have fulfilled his words under surprising circumstances. However, since I can receive his favor, I certainly won't give up this path to increase my strength. Phil Gray gazed into his eyes and said sincerely. Ernest stood there silent for a long time, finally speaking. You are a follower of two deities, do I have no objections. No matter how the people of the Morning Dawn Church pursue you, I will keep you safe. Patrick patted his shoulder and smiled. That's right. Being a divine follower is a choice made by the deities, and we certainly cannot interfere. This is enough to prove how exceptional my cousin is being sought after by two deities. Phil Gray smiled. Now shall we go see the lucrative task you mentioned? They arrived once more at the Grand Cathedral of Life. The task hall was sparsely populated. We wish to accept task no. 2445, Ernest said to the priest. The priest nodded and gestured affirmatively, then produced a leather pouch. Ernest handed it to Phil Gray, and the others gathered closely around. Opening the pouch revealed detailed documents for the escort mission. No sooner had they glimpsed the name of the charge than Phil Gray and Patrick exchanged startled glances and hastily closed the dossier. Ernest's curiosity was piqued. What is it? Is this mission unsuitable for us? Not unsuitable, merely that our charge. Patrick hesitated. He is the illegitimate son of Duke Sari and Princess George Sari. Phil Gray added, turning to Ernest. We do not know what transpired between you and Duke Sari. If you would rather avoid encountering his illegitimate son, we may withdraw from this mission. Eli watched Ernest with quiet interest. This man's identity seemed unexpectedly layered. Ernest paused in silence for a moment, then replied, It's fine. We'll take the mission. I wear a mask, they won't recognize me. Very well. Rereading the dossier carefully, George has come to the Church of Life to seek the hand of the Grand Bishop's daughter and negotiate their marriage. Upon its conclusion, the Church of Life arranged for his safe return to the capital of the Puna Kingdom. The designated route begins in the neighboring city of Damon, traversing, broadly, the territories of the Church of Life, the Nightshade Cult, and the Plague Wardens before reaching the capital. Why such a generous reward? No less than 1,000 gold coins. He appears to be an ordinary man, as surely no great danger awaits him. Patrick voiced his bewilderment. On the contrary, danger looms. First, we must cross the Plague Warden's domain, where recklessness reigns supreme. Poison is administered without cause or conscience, and George is far from immune to their whims. Second, do you recall the matter of Duke Sari's succession? He is for now the Duke's sole publicly acknowledged son. Should he perish, how then shall the Duke's vast estate be apportioned? Phil Gray asked. He also has a daughter, Patrick observed. Precisely, so she too may harbor motive to eliminate this illegitimate brother. Ernest lifted his head, voice edged with quiet fervor. No, she would never do such a thing. She is a kind-hearted girl. Ah, then the peril may lie elsewhere. Perhaps the Grand Bishop's daughter herself disdains this betrothed and commissions his assassination. Patrick scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Indeed, such a sum could only reflect extraordinary risk, Phil Gray affirmed with a nod. Yet we ourselves are already hunted by the Dawnlight faith. Accepting this mission will only deepen the chaos, and perhaps paradoxically allow us to leverage our charge's influence against them. Eli smiled. Surely, even the illegitimate son of a duke and princess does not travel unguarded. The priest overseeing the task hall approached. Your acceptance of this escort mission reassures us greatly. From your prior assignment, you have proven yourselves trustworthy. Others sought this commission, but failed our vetting process. We shall do our utmost, Phil Gray replied with a courteous smile. The official departure was scheduled for tomorrow night, leaving little time to reach Damon City. After a swift packing, they boarded the Grand Train, a courtesy extended by the Church of Life, sparing them any personal expense for the mission. Following a day and night aboard the train, they arrived in the afternoon. At Damon City gates, attendants awaited them and identified them with uncanny precision. Greetings. Are you the divine blessed individuals who accepted the commission? The Church of Life has informed us. Please follow me, Master George awaits. A servant, polished and deferential, addressed them thus. Phil Gray and the others nodded and followed him into a sprawling manor estate. There they met their charge. Master George possessed a rakish charm, dark eyes, dark hair, and a languid, effortless smile playing upon his lips. He doesn't resemble Duke Sorry much, at least not as much as Ernest does, Patrick murmured. Perhaps he takes after the princess instead, Phil Gray replied. When introduced, George extended his hand. Good afternoon, sirs. I entrust my safety entirely to your vigilance during this journey. Phil Gray shook his hand firmly. We shall safeguard you with unwavering diligence. George's gaze swept over the group before instructing the servant. Prepare dinner for these gentlemen. We depart immediately after the meal. At once, sir. As dusk settled, Phil Gray and his companions strolled idly through the manor grounds after dining. Much of our journey will be aboard the Grand Train, but between certain cities no rail lines exist. There we must rely on carriages. Patrick observed, I've calculated the distance. Barring unforeseen delays, full-speed travel should bring us to the capital in just over 10 days. Yet I doubt the road ahead will be tranquil. They halted abruptly, ducking behind a wooden fence to conceal themselves. Why won't you take me with you? Before them stood a woman cradled in George's arms. Her hair black as polished jet fell like liquid obsidian. Her face remained partially obscured, but her waist was slender, graceful. George flicked her forehead lightly. What nonsense. You'd come with me and our affair would be exposed. Once the Grand Bishop learns, he'll slay us both to protect his daughter, and even my own mother couldn't shield me. Then, if you inherit the ducal title, will you return to marry me? She asked, voice trembling with tears. No, that old man will never let me inherit, and I wouldn't stoop to claim it anyway. I was born noble. I have far grander prospects. George declared with smug self-assurance, lifting her chin with a fingertip. She rose suddenly, brushing his hand aside with finality. Then all this time, you've been deceiving me. No, I'll tell everyone. You'll never wed the Grand Bishop's daughter, or gain the Church of Life's favor. George's expression turned glacial. In one fluid motion, he struck the base of her skull. She collapsed instantly. Return her. Dispose of her as usual. Yes, sir. A shadow detached itself from the periphery, hoisting her limp form and vanishing into the gloom. George lingered a moment in silence, then strode away. That man is truly ruthless, Patrick murmured. We cannot intervene. Let the young woman see him for what he is. It's time to go. Phil Gray gazed toward the servant approaching in the distance, his tone calm, detached. Gentlemen, where have you been? It's time to depart. The servant's smile barely masked his irritation. Well, your master hasn't left yet either, Patrick muttered under his breath. On the moving train, the nobles sat in their respective compartments, either enjoying the music or savoring the refreshments. Phil Gray and others sat in the compartment behind George, ready to take action should any unexpected events occur regarding their escort. However, the journey had been overly calm. They had already passed through 3 cities of the Life Church and were about to leave the Life District, entering the territory of the Dark Knight Divine Church. It has been 3 or 4 days. The Dawn Divine Church must have tracked us by now. We need to remain vigilant at all times, Phil Gray whispered. Yes, in these few days, a large number of divine followers from the Dawn Divine Church have rushed to the Life District. They must be quite curious as to why the bearer of the sun mark has been changing positions constantly, right? Well, we might have to run with them on our tail, Eli said with a chuckle, casually opening today's Life newspaper, which had just arrived before boarding. The front page headline was about the progress of the discussions between the Dawn Divine Church and the Life Church regarding the missing bishop's body. It had already been determined that it was the work of the undead church, but the whereabouts of the body remained unknown. Just as Eli was about to say something to Phil Gray, his peripheral vision caught a different headline on another page. Pope Phil Gray of the Fate Divine Church has announced his recent travels. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and confirmed that the name was identical to the signature on his work contract. He then glanced over the article in detail. This news has been confirmed by the pastor stationed in North City from the Life Church. Pope Phil Gray of the Fate Divine Church was captured by a heretic from the church and recovered several days ago, but he claims to have felt the call of the God of Fate and is determined to spread the holy word of the God of Fate across the eastern and western continents. He has recently left the Fate District. No wonder that name sounded familiar earlier. The Life Church and the Fate Divine Church have a good relationship, and the newspaper often mentions matters concerning the Fate Divine Church, so I must have seen it before. The name is the same, but this experience seems a bit different. He looked at his boss, who was engrossed in reading, and placed the newspaper in front of Phil Gray, raising an eyebrow. Esteemed boss, I think you owe me an explanation. Phil Gray lowered his gaze from the book he had just opened, Divine Anecdotes, which had left him somewhat puzzled, only to see the newspaper in front of him. Phil Gray's name was written there so prominently. Traveling outside. Wendell indeed played a good hand. He no longer needed the power of the Fate Divine Church to search for himself, but openly announcing that the Pope was traveling for training would surely attract those hostile forces, such as the Scarlet Calamity and the Pestilence Maker, to join in searching for someone to assassinate him. Phil Gray's expression became serious, but seeing Ellis' inquisitive gaze, he could only helplessly say, "Eli, it is indeed as you suspect, but it's not convenient to discuss it here. He'll explain it to you when we get back." Patrick and Ernest, sitting nearby, also saw the headline on the newspaper and nodded, looking somewhat awkward. Eli had intended to probe, but he hadn't expected the boss to admit it directly. As for the two companions, since they had long followed the boss, it was not surprising for them to know his true identity. Yet he was still somewhat surprised and, of course, a bit angry for being kept in the dark. He stood up, slightly bowed, and murmured, "I have met the esteemed Pope of the Fate Divine Church." Before Phil Gray could respond, Eli turned and opened the adjacent window, leaning out to admire the scenery. Sighing, Phil Gray walked over to his side. The cold wind from outside blew into the warm carriage, causing him to shiver. "My identity puts me in a lot of danger. Initially, it was not convenient to tell you, but I didn't expect to hide it. After all, haven't you already learned my true name?" "That is indeed the case. I was more surprised than anything else. I didn't expect my boss to have such a powerful identity." Ellis' hand reached out the window, as if to touch the distant mountain peaks. "This identity only places me in a dangerous situation. If I had a choice, I would rather not have this identity." Eli replied, "It seems the boss is also someone with a story just like me." Eli withdrew his hand from the window, unbuttoning the cuff of his sleeve to reveal a forearm covered in scars, slightly reddened by the cold wind. "Are those burn marks?" Phil Gray asked, looking at him with curiosity. "Yes, my fate was supposed to belong to death, but I chose life." Eli replied with a smile, but Phil Gray did not understand his meaning. "Perhaps in the future I will tell you my experiences. Now is not the time." Eli turned his head, ready to close the window, when the train suddenly came to a halt. "What's going on? Why did it stop, eh? We are not there yet. Outside is a wasteland. Did something happen?" The compartments all erupted in noisy discussions. A loud voice shouted, "Dear passengers, due to unknown reasons the train's energy supply has suddenly run out. We are uncertain if any passenger has stored blue crystals. We are willing to purchase them with gold coins." Blue crystals are a higher grade energy source, extremely precious, and can even be used as higher value equivalents than gold coins. The operation of the train relies entirely on consuming blue crystals, which is why the tickets are only affordable for nobles. Generally, passengers would store enough blue crystals in advance to avoid situations like this. How could they have run out so suddenly? Patrick asked curiously. Other passengers also expressed their dissatisfaction, and the carriage became restless with sounds of people moving back and forth and discussing possibly some passengers going to contribute their blue crystals. However, even the passengers carrying blue crystals only brought a few, which added up to little, making no difference to the operation of the train. After a while, the staff maintaining order on the train continued to shout, "Dear passengers, please be patient. We have already notified others to bring blue crystals. Does that mean we will have to wait a long time?" Some passengers were a bit angry. "What's wrong with you? Why didn't you stock up on more blue crystals?" "Yes, we have traveled on this train many times and have never encountered such a situation. It's truly ridiculous. Isn't the Eternal Church supposed to worship the god of space? Surely they wouldn't be out of space to store energy, right?" This passenger was overly angry and even began to openly attack the Eternal Church. "This was our mistake. We promised to refund everyone half of the fare once we reach the next city. Please remain calm." Thud, thud, thud. Someone knocked on the partition of Phil Gray's compartment. "What's wrong?" Patrick stood up and inquired. "Young Master George is missing," said the servant, panicking. "What? Wasn't he just sitting inside? How did he disappear?" Patrick was puzzled. "No, the train suddenly stopped and young Master happened to have some blue crystals on him. He asked me to take them to them while he went to the restroom next door on the way. When I came out, I waited at the door for a long time, but he never came out. I pushed open the restroom door and there was no young Master." The servant was nearly in tears. "It must have been too noisy earlier, and we didn't hear any movement from their compartment." Phil Gray said, "He is a grown man. How can he not understand to call us when he goes out? He really doesn't fear death." Patrick sighed in exasperation. "It's fine, he should still have someone to protect him." Phil Gray recalled the shadow who had dealt with women for George that day. He should not be an ordinary person. But in just these 3 compartments, where could he possibly go? "What are you waiting for? Keep searching." Ilgo asked the train conductor whether any passenger disembarked midway. Patrick ordered the servant. "Yes, Master George. Where are you?" The servant called out as he walked down the aisle. Curious glances followed him from every compartment. Eli and Ernest dispersed to search other carriages. Phil Gray entered the compartment where George had been seated. A long sofa lay horizontally for reclining, and on the small table before it rested a cup of coffee, still warm to the touch. No useful clues remained. Any progress? They gathered at the door of the conductor's cabin, exchanging silent, disheartened shakes of their heads. The conductor said several passengers had disembarked, but he didn't notice their appearances, Patrick admitted helplessly. Other travelers had remained sealed within their compartments, none had paid attention to who passed by, or who left. Phil Gray and the others gazed out the window. Barren wasteland stretched endlessly. Withered grass, gnarled trees, and jagged boulders dotted the desolation. A few figures stood beneath one such tree, engaged in some obscure activity. But clearly none was George. "We'll search outside." Eli, you and the manservant continue scouring the carriage. Check for anything we might have missed. Having spoken, Phil Gray pushed open the train door and stepped down. Beneath the tree stood a couple with a little girl at play, while 2 men lingered nearby, puffing coarse tobacco. "Over there." Patrick suddenly pointed toward a massive boulder. Phil Gray shifted his gaze and saw a figure emerge slowly from behind it. None other than George himself. They rushed over. "Master George, what happened to you?" George met them with a faint amused smile. "Oh, I simply found the train stifling and stepped out for some air." Phil Gray and the others exchanged wordless, exasperated glances. "You should have told us. You had us convinced you'd been abducted." "No matter. As the minor son of a duke, I'm hardly worth kidnapping, especially not within the sacred territory of the Church of Life." George dismissed it with casual indifference. Patrick snorted in disdain and strode back toward the train. Phil Gray brought up the rear, his eyes lingering thoughtfully on the dust smudged across George's clothing. At that very moment, he noticed the two men beneath the tree. Suddenly, two bows materialized in their hands, drawn taut arrows aimed squarely at George. "Danger!" The arrows hurtled forward. Ernest's longsword flashed, cleaving one cleanly in two. A white light flared from his palm, Fate's ward. A shimmering, semicircular barrier of pure white light enveloped Phil Gray and George. Then with Patrick, they sprinted toward the two archers beneath the tree. The couple crouched low beside the trembling girl, frozen in terror by what they'd just witnessed. "How could this happen?" George cried, panic tightening his voice, sweat beading upon his brow. At that instant, two more men burst onto the scene, evidently having just descended from the train. Their faces were grim cold, and each gripped a heavy broadsword. Phil Gray pivoted, just in time to see their blades lunge toward George. The white barrier flickered violently, its radiance dimming rapidly, moments from shattering under the onslaught. His thrown fate blade spun through the air, only to be deflected again and again. War prison. One assailant intoned low, and instantly an iron cage coalesced around George, sealing him inside. "No, don't kill me," George screamed, watching in horror as the cage shattered the barrier, and as those heavy swords arced downward, his limbs locked fast, helpless to move. Phil Gray slipped on the gauntlet of the sunblade. Divine power surged and coalesced into a blazing greatsword wreathed in roaring flame. And yet, an uncanny familiarity filled him, as if he'd wielded such a blade for decades, every motion instinctive, effortless. He parried both attackers' strikes. His sword arm moved with autonomous precision, slashing, thrusting, hooking, engaging them in fierce, seamless combat. Meanwhile, Patrick and Ernest had subdued the archers beneath the tree and now sprinted toward the melee. War spike. One attacker's expression hardened, then froze. He hurled his sword aside and pointed directly at George, trapped within the cage, his gaze resolute, unflinching. Phil Gray struggled under the dual assault. Seeing the incantation unfold, he knew disaster loomed. He swung the sunblade, its searing flames erupting across the man's chest. Blood gushed forth, he collapsed lifeless. Yet, behind him, a sharp cry pierced the air. Turning, Phil Gray watched in sickened disbelief as a thick spear-like spike, nearly the width of a fist, pierced straight through George's chest. Still, they had failed to stop it. Ernest arrived just in time to subdue the last remaining assailant. Gods above, how did this happen? Patrick stared stunned at George's body, slumped lifeless inside the iron cage. The cage and the spike, both forged of divine energy, were already beginning to dissolve into wisps of fading light. George's wide, unblinking eyes stared skyward as his corpse slumped sideways, unsupported. Something was wrong. Where was the elite guardian who had always shadowed George? Phil Gray had assumed he lurked unseen, ever vigilant. Yet now, as his charge faced mortal peril, why had he not appeared? Ernest checked George's pulse. Dead. Huh. So our escort mission has failed. Patrick scratched his head, bewildered. Phil Gray's gaze settled on the captive. The man's eyes were hollow, mechanical, devoid of emotion. Ernest had already sealed his divine energy, rendering him powerless. "Who sent you?" Phil Gray demanded. The prisoner remained mute, jaw clenched in stubborn silence. "Judging by their techniques, they're devotees of the god of war and ruin," Ernest observed. "Wait, look at their swords." Patrick picked up the fallen warrior's blade. Etched along its hilt were tiny, precise characters, "Third Knightly Order of Puna." "That order answers directly to the royal house of the Kingdom of Puna," Ernest added. "But isn't the princess his mother? Why would the royal family seek his death?" Patrick's question hung in the air, when suddenly the captive kicked upward, sending his own discarded blade skittering into his hand, and lunged once more. Ernest moved like lightning. His blade flashed across the man's throat. All four were at the chant level. Devotees of the god of war and ruin are among the most battle-hardened of all divine adherents. So perhaps George's death, despite our protection, is understandable. Patrick offered weakly. What on earth happened here? The train's two conductors finally descended, staring aghast at the carnage strewn across the wasteland. Is this how you ensure passenger safety? Arriving only after someone's dead? Patrick snapped. "WL." The conductors exchanged uneasy glances, speechless. The couple clutching their daughter boarded the train, shaken but unharmed. "Enough. Let's go," Phil Gray said tersely, his face grim, and turned toward the train. The conductors began gathering the corpses. Ugh, what rotten luck on this journey. First the sapphire crystals, inexplicably depleted, now a passenger murdered. Should we preserve the scene? Notify the Church of Life? Yes, I'll contact them immediately. Ernest gave Patrick a subtle nod. He hurried forward. "Cousin, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Phil Gray shook his head. Back aboard, he returned to his compartment, where Eli stood speaking with the manservant. Upon seeing them enter, Eli asked, "Was Master George killed outside?" They'd witnessed the entire confrontation through the window, But the battle had unfolded too swiftly. By the time they could react, only George's body remained. Yes, truly tragic, Eli exclaimed, voice ringing with theatrical sorrow. Yet no grief darkened his features. He closed the compartment door, then bent low over the table and wrote quietly, "Do not worry. We've found the trail." "What do you mean?" Phil Gray's eyes sharpened with inquiry. Eli withdrew a small slip of paper and passed it to them. Scrawled upon it were these words: "All proceeds according to plan. Meet at Lunside Church of the Dark Knight." The manservant nodded softly. It's his handwriting. So was the dead George a fake? Was everything part of his long-prepared plan? No wonder the experts hidden beside him did not show up. "Where did you find it?" "Under the coffee cup," Eli wrote on the table. Phil Gray pondered for a moment and then murmured, "We can't determine the truth for now. We can only check with the night church later." Patrick spat softly and muttered, "What kind of person is this? Not telling us anything. Since he is so determined, why do we need to protect him?" "Shoo." Phil Gray gestured for him to be quiet. There might still be hidden assassins in this carriage. However, those pursuing George never expected the culprits to be from the royal palace of the Puna Kingdom. What could be the reason? "This has nothing to do with us. George is dead. Since we are already on the grand train to the night district, we might as well consider it a trip. I am quite curious about what it is like there. What do you think?" Eli yawned lazily. Everyone nodded. "Young Master George, how could you die? Woo woo woo." Although the servant knew this might be a scheme, seeing the body brought up by the two heads of the grand train still made him cry hoarsely. "We apologize for this incident. Currently the Knights of the Life Church cannot arrive in time, and the blue crystals needed for the grand train have already been delivered. The journeys of many travelers cannot be delayed, so we can only temporarily store the body in the grand train storage space and transfer it to the Life Church upon our return. Please forgive us." The person in charge looked at them apologetically and bowed. "That's fine." Phil Gray and the others had no objections. The servant took the possibly fake body of George to the grand train storage space. As night fell, the grand train on the wasteland finally began its slow journey. Under the brilliance of the stars, the travelers eagerly anticipated reaching their destination. This time there were no unexpected events, but when they arrived at the night church area to disembark, they heard the voices of the person in charge and the servant arguing. "What happened?" Patrick asked as he approached. "The young master's body is missing," the servant cried out. "We didn't expect this. Who would steal a corpse? Sigh, this trip really is unfortunate." The person in charge said with a troubled expression, then looked at them. "It's time to return. You all should come with me. Oh, I need to report to headquarters and the Life Church to investigate who dares to attack the grand train." "Well, you go back with them. We have some matters to attend to at the night church," Phil Gray said to the servant. "Someone has to verify it over there, and you are the best candidate." "Okay." The servant nodded. He was an ordinary person, and if young Master George was indeed at the night church, those divine followers would be more capable of protecting him, while he was better suited to confuse the assassins. "Woo woo woo, young master, we will return to seek justice for you. The one who stole George's body must be among those who pursued him, and George likely hoped to use this to confuse and shake them off." Watching the grand train gradually disappear, Phil Gray finally assessed the environment of the night district. The night church was once one of the 6 churches of the main gods, like the Church of Fate, but it fell earlier than the Church of Fate. Many cities it once controlled have been incorporated into other churches, leaving only this district. However, this district is still quite large, comparable to 2 or 3 cow cities, or simply a large city unified under the jurisdiction of the night church. According to the map, the night district is roughly oval-shaped with Luanshi Port on the outermost circle. They hired a carriage and headed toward Luanshi Port. Recalling the information previously gathered, the night church worships the son of the night Mungbu, whose image is that of a young boy. At night, he scatters a bag filled with stars across the sky and transforms into the moon to play with the stars. Thus, most buildings here are black with symbols of the moon or stars on their roofs, creating a unique architectural style. Coupled with the atmosphere of the night district, many people come to visit and tour. Luanshi Port has arrived, but the challenge for them is that the port is quite large with numerous shops and inns and various boats docked. Even in the evening, traffic is still bustling. He didn't specify a particular location. Where are we supposed to find him? Patrick looked at the shimmering Luanshi River, puzzled. "Let's walk around. He should be able to see us," Phil Gray said as he began to wander about. "Please follow me." Moments later, someone approached them dressed entirely in black, blending in with the surroundings. "Did young Master George send you?" Phil Gray inquired. "Yes." The person nodded, signaling them to follow. They followed him to the nearest inn by the river. The young master is inside. Upon reaching the 3rd floor and pushing open the ornate wooden door, they saw George sitting on the sofa, cradling a blonde woman in his arms, with fine wine and delicacies spread out on the table. Seeing Phil Gray and the others enter, he smiled and said, "I apologize, but this is the best way I could think of to shake them off. Otherwise they would swarm after me like ants in waves. I know you all have remarkable abilities, and they are no match for you, but constantly dealing with them is exhausting to think about." He shook his wine glass, expressing a bit of sentiment. "Those who are chasing you are from the 3rd Night Order of Puna?" Phil Gray asked. "Ah, yes, but that's my secret. You just need to ensure my safety. I have some people here as well, and if things get tough, I will ask for your help again." George clapped his hands, and 5 or 6 people in black appeared behind him, all radiating divine energy, but it was impossible to determine which deity they were followers of. "Shall we set off from here tomorrow?" Phil Gray asked again. "Oh, the scenery here is beautiful, isn't it?" You might as well rest here for a few days. Mainly because I still have some matters to attend to here, probably for 3 or 4 days, George smiled. We have no objections, but it's up to you. George arranged rooms for them with riverside windows that allowed them to see the port scenery, which satisfied them. We were worried about whether he was alive or dead, and here, he is embracing a beauty and drinking fine wine. Patrick couldn't help but laugh in anger. He has people protecting him, so he probably thinks he doesn't need us. After all, we are all hired by the Life Church to be forced on him. Well, whatever. As long as we reach the destination with him, we will have completed our mission, and then we can claim the reward of 100 gold coins. Eli admired the scenery outside and said, as night deepened, the entire port area fell into slumber. A thin mist spread over the river, and a small boat approached the shore from the hazy distance. It was so quiet here that even the sound of breathing could be heard. Where am I? Phil Gray looked at the approaching boat, which resembled a looming beast, and a sense of panic and oppression spread in his heart. Hadn't he just fallen asleep? The small boat drew closer, docking at the shore. Phil Gray wanted to retreat and hide, yet found himself unable to move. Looking around, he noticed several locals had appeared without him, realizing all equally frozen in terror as they gazed at the boat. It seemed something was descending from the boat, something that resembled a skeleton, stark white, with eerie blue flames flickering in its eye sockets. The bone swords they wielded reflected the moonlight, sending a chill through his heart. One skeleton after another stepped off the small craft, and it was bizarre how such a tiny boat could hold so many. However, Phil Gray had no time to ponder as the skeletons raised their bone swords and began to indiscriminately slaughter those around him. They were unable to move or resist. Phil Gray could even feel the warm splatter of blood on his face. He tried to summon the divine power within him, but it was as stagnant as still water. Phil Gray watched helplessly as the bone sword swung towards him, letting out a scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. He closed his eyes but felt a slight warmth spreading in his wrist, not sensing the forthcoming pain. Opening his eyes, he looked at his wrist. The sun mark of the morning dawn cult was glowing, and the skeletons before him dissipated like ashes. What was happening? He suddenly sat up, gasping for breath, and looked around. Thanks to the moonlight filtering through the glass, he realized he was still sitting on his bed. After calming his emotions a bit, he wondered if it had all just been a dream. Phil Gray exhaled, gazing out the window at the tranquil harbor, the moon reflecting on the Luanshih River, serene and peaceful. However, the dream felt too real. The panic and oppression had left him wide awake. He touched his wrist again and found that the sun mark was indeed warm. This was definitely not just a simple dream. Was it the dream cult or the undead church? Unable to fall back asleep, Phil Gray went downstairs, intending to take a stroll to clear his mind. Stepping out of the inn, he found that not a single soul was outside. The entire Luanshih harbor seemed to be in slumber, with even the surrounding shops extinguishing their lights. This didn't seem to fit the style of the dark district. Shouldn't it be livelier at night? He strolled to the riverbank, gazing at the calm water, feeling much better. Wait, what was that? He spotted a figure ahead, dragging something, appearing to be in a hurry. He approached quietly and finally saw that the person was carrying a woman on their back and dragging another. Their faces were obscured, making it impossible to tell whether they were alive or dead. The person suddenly whistled, and shortly after, a small boat approached him as they prepared to throw the two women onto it. At that moment, he cast a wary glance around and locked eyes with Phil Gray. Though the person's face was wrapped in black cloth, Phil could imagine the look of surprise and ferocity. This was bad. He had been discovered. Feeling awkward, he wanted to turn and run. The person casually discarded their burden and lunged at Phil Gray with claws for hands. Phil Gray quick-witted through a fate blade. The person was agile enough that the blade only grazed their cheek, tearing the black cloth, but not revealing their true face. Help! Phil Gray shouted, his voice piercing as if it could awaken the slumbering Luanshih harbor, while he dodged the person's claws. Since this person wanted to secretly deal with the two women, they must be afraid of being seen by others. Calling for help was undoubtedly the right choice. The person's gaze turned even more ferocious and their attacks became sharper. Fortunately, the misfortune buff from the fate blade activated, causing the person to stumble as they accidentally tripped over their own feet. Seizing this moment, Phil Gray donned a pair of white gloves, the flames of the sunlit blade illuminating the darkness. Someone come. Capture him. His sword swung unceasingly as he continued shouting. Damn it. The person hissed, attacking with both hands, transformed into green monstrous claws dripping with a viscous liquid and moving with increased speed. However, faced with the divine-level swordsmanship, they quickly found themselves at a disadvantage, struggling to hold their ground. Phil Gray frowned. Given that there were thousands of residents around Luanshih harbor, how could no one have appeared after he had been shouting for so long? But soon he noticed a light turning on in a house by the street. This won't do. Realizing they were no match for Phil, the person suddenly released a puff of pink smoke, creating a wall of fog between them before leaping onto the small boat and fleeing. Was it poison? Watching the pink smoke spread, Phil Gray held his breath. The person rode away into the distance. He couldn't catch up. Phil Gray felt a twinge of regret as he concentrated on forming fate blades in his hand and hurled them at the receding boat. The boat rocked slightly, but continued to drift away, disappearing from his sight. He pondered whether there was any connection between the strange dream he had just experienced and the person who had attacked him, feeling that the silence around him was unusually profound. It was as if everyone else apart from him and the masked figure was in a deep slumber. Back at the inn, he approached Patrick's door and knocked. There was no response. He knocked again, frowning slightly, but it didn't feel right to wake his cousin at this late hour. With that thought, he turned to leave. Suddenly the door swung open, revealing Patrick, who was panting heavily. "Cousin, what happened? Did you sleep well?" Phil Gray felt a bit silly for asking about his sleep, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Not well, cousin. I dreamed of being killed by a horde of skeletons over and over. My neck is killing me. Could you check if there are any marks left?" "No, that was all just a dream." Patrick, puzzled, touched his neck, finding it perfectly intact, and sighed in relief. "Oh, you also dreamed of skeletons. Could they be the skeletons that came from the Luanshi harbor?" Phil Gray asked solemnly. "Yes." They detailed their dreams to each other and discovered that the scenes were eerily identical, except Phil Gray had woken up from his dream due to the sun mark and hadn't felt the sensation of dying at the hands of the skeletons. Was it the work of the dream cult? Phil Gray's expression turned grave. "Yet the undead skeletons remind me of the minions of the god of death." Patrick rubbed his neck, puzzled. After a moment of silent exchange, they woke the others. Eli and Ernest looked equally exhausted. "Ugh, I feel like I fought a battle after just a nap." Eli rubbed his arm. "But constructing the same dream and pulling so many divine minions into it, the mastermind behind this must be formidable." Ernest's face glistened with cold sweat. "This is definitely the work of the dream cult. I sense that many others here have also fallen into a deep slumber." Phil Gray recounted the events that had transpired after he left. "What if everyone in this harbor has fallen into a deep sleep and can't wake up? Should we wake them one by one?" Patrick asked. "Let's wait a moment. It can't be just us who are awake. That person who escaped was awake too, right? And if the worst-case scenario is dying in the dream, even waking everyone one by one may be too late." Phil Gray gazed out the window. He had shouted so loudly at the harbor, yet only one house had turned on its light. The room fell into a hush, and a wave of anxiety washed over everyone. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the morning light streamed into the room, accompanied by the creaking of doors and footsteps in the stairwell, as a few shouts echoed from outside. The entire Lunsey port had awakened. They breathed a sigh of relief. "Let's go back and catch some sleep." Eli stretched lazily. "Maybe tonight we'll have the same dream again, and we need to conserve our energy." Phil Gray stepped outside and saw several hotel guests looking weary, ordering breakfast. After politely greeting them, he hesitated and asked, "Hello, did you have any dreams last night?" "Are you referring to that strange dream?" one of the guests asked with a look of disdain. "You must have just arrived at Lunsey Port, right?" "Yes." "Well, that explains your lack of understanding." He took the bread handed to him by the waiter. "This dream has probably been occurring for the past 2 or 3 days. Every night, everyone is forced into dreams where they are slaughtered by the souls coming down from the ships at Lunsey Port. Yesterday, it was skeletons. What was it the day before?" The female guest beside him replied with some complaint. "It was a vampire. I still remember the one that bit me. Its face was terrifying, nothing like the charming figure from the stories." "Does the night church know about this?" "Yes, they sent a priest to investigate yesterday, but aside from the residents here experiencing this bizarre dream, there is another matter being investigated at Lunsey Port." He lowered his voice. "What matter?" "It is said that around 70 or 80 young girls have gone missing here in the past month, and no one has been able to find out why. Just a few days ago these dreams started appearing, and Bishop Eugene, in charge of Lunsey Port, is nearly at his wit's end." The male guest looked at his female companion again. "You should leave early. Oh, what if something dangerous happens?" "I'm not an ordinary person." She winked playfully and walked away with a smile. Phil Gray felt a wave of unease. He knew the situation here was likely more complicated than they imagined. However, it seemed like this was not their concern, and in 2 or 3 days they would be escorting George away. He hoped everything would go smoothly. "Oh, Mr. King, what are you doing here? Have you had breakfast yet?" A familiar voice sounded beside him. Phil Gray saw George walking out of the tavern with several people. He appeared to be in high spirits, lively, and not at all fatigued. Was it mental strength, or had he not had that dream? "No, I'm ordering breakfast," Phil Gray replied with a smile. "All my apologies." The accident happened at that moment. The waiter carrying milk and cake nearly fell, spilling the food onto the back of one of George's attendants. The waiter hurriedly apologized sincerely, trying to clean the stains off the attendant. "Oh my, this is terrible. You need to change your clothes quickly." George frowned, but did not make things difficult for the waiter. "All right, young master." The attendant nodded and was about to turn around when he stepped on the liquid on the floor, losing his balance. He struggled to control his slipping foot, but only tilted further. With a loud crash, it went even worse. He not only fell, but also knocked over a porcelain vase placed at the entrance of the inn. George looked at him disapprovingly. "It's quite rare for a deity to favor someone like you. You don't have to follow us today. Indeed, you're having such a bad day today. How many times have you fallen?" Following the young master out would only bring him shame. Another attendant behind George laughed loudly. "Bad luck." Phil Gray glanced at the fallen attendant, whose face was indeed marked with abrasions, as if he had been beaten. Oh wait, why was there a small cut on his left cheek? If one didn't look closely, it would be hard to tell among the bruises on his face, but it distinctly looked as if it had been grazed by fine threads or a sharp blade. Could it be the mark of the Fate's blade? Was he the one from last night? Was the effect of the Fate's blade still lingering? Phil Gray's heart tightened as he watched the man awkwardly get to his feet, apologize to George, and hurriedly walk upstairs without making eye contact with him. "What happened, Mr. Kane?" "It's nothing. Oh, won't you be in danger going out like this?" Phil Gray withdrew his gaze and looked at George, whose face showed irritation. He relaxed his brow. "It's fine, and my other attendants are quite capable." Of course that unlucky fellow probably didn't sleep well last night. Please don't mind him. Still, please be cautious. All right, George turned around. Could this George be connected to the missing girls? Was that attendant the one from last night? What were their intentions? As he watched the man's figure about to leave his line of sight, Phil Gray finally couldn't help but use the eye of fate. The river of fate flowed slowly. A vivid scene appeared before Phil Gray's eyes. The location was a resplendent palace adorned with exquisite murals and carvings on the walls with golden chandeliers hanging, the decorations grand and natural. Looking at the figures in the scene seated on the throne, just about to place the crown on his head, that was clearly George. How could he possibly become king? The king of the Puna kingdom has his own son. George is merely an illegitimate child of the princess. Before he could think further, he saw George put on the crown and turn his head backward, clapping his hands. What was that? Something emerged from behind him, a massive monster that looked terrifying with a pair of red eyes glimmering with malevolence, sharp teeth dripping black, saliva roaring as if, and its rough skin was etched with many horrifying patterns evoking fear and oppression. Just a glance over the river of fate sent a tremor through Phil Gray. In the scene, George was laughing heartily, and looking beneath him, the resplendent palace was covered in blood and strewn with white bones. Is this a scene from the future? The scene abruptly stopped here. His expression became somewhat dazed until a long unheard voice echoed in his mind. To save the fate of this kingdom, change its future. Was this the oracle of the god of fate? Why was this so straightforward? But how does one save the fate of a kingdom? He had only wanted to explore what George intended to do. Who would have thought he would see a glimpse of him becoming king in the future? Though he didn't know if George was involved in the matters of Lunsey Port, the blood and bones beneath him certainly indicated that he was up to something sinister. Furrowing his brows tightly, he called over several companions, telling them about the oddity of that attendant and the information he saw with the eye of fate. It really can't be confirmed whether it was George attendant who encountered you last night. If it was, he should be able to recognize you and relay what he saw to George. I suspect it was George who did it. He is so fond of beautiful women that it wouldn't be surprising if he had his subordinates abduct so many young girls. But he wouldn't need to abduct 70 or 80 of them, would he yet? Ellis' lips twitched. Moreover, he might be plotting a rebellion. His identity is questionable, and wanting to ascend to the throne would undoubtedly require some sinister means. The bones and blood might be from those who were killed in resistance. However, I really haven't heard of the monster you described. Eli shook his head again. I too believe George's attendant was the one who fought me last night. Phil Gray added. Regardless, they would have to tread carefully around George and fulfill the oracle of fate's prophecy by preventing him from ascending the throne. Yet their intelligence remained scarce. Improvisation was all they could rely upon. Night fell once more. Though mentally prepared, stepping into this uncannily vivid and harrowing dream still stirred deep-seated dread. Phil Gray surveyed his surroundings. The others remained frozen in place, awaiting slaughter. The small boat drifted silently to shore. Tonight's arrivals were specters, swift, hovering midair, their near-transparent forms shimmering with eerie green luminescence. Each time one collided with a person, the victim contorted in agony before collapsing into a rigid corpse. Phil Gray raised his hand, revealing the sun's sigil, and indeed no specter dared approach him. Unexpectedly, this mark had saved his life. The Dayseer truly was the bane of the undead. A faint smile crossed Phil Gray's lips. Now he could seize the opportunity to examine the dream more closely, perhaps uncover a vital clue. Yet his immobile body posed the greatest constraint. Specters continued pouring ashore in unrelenting waves. Nearly everyone here was already dead. Still, Phil Gray made a new discovery. Each time a specter claimed a life, a deep emerald orb materialized above the corpse's head, only to drift and coalesce aboard the boat. What lay aboard that vessel? Phil Gray stared intently at the boat. But beyond the ceaseless stream of skeletal figures, its interior remained shrouded in impenetrable obscurity. At last Phil Gray stood alone, the sole survivor in the dream, as the specters encircled him in a tight, silent ring. What would they do? Phil Gray kept his sun-marked hand raised high. Suddenly the dream shifted, not with violence, but with disorientation. A wave of vertigo washed over him, and the world dissolved and reformed exactly as it had at the dream's beginning. Around him the others wore faces twisted in terror, awaiting the specter's slaughter and the inevitable emergence of those green orbs. How many cycles of death had passed before Phil Gray finally awoke? He exhaled deeply, gazing at the tangible reality surrounding him. The only concrete clue he now held was this: the boat harvested luminous orbs from the slain within the dream, and reset the nightmare repeatedly, each time gathering more. What dwelled aboard that vessel? And what purpose did those orbs serve? Phil Gray's mind felt like knotted rope. George, the surreal dream, all entwined and tightening. Yet he sensed an underlying connection, waiting only for the right thread to pull them taut. Today's travelers appeared haggard. The relentless dreams had sapped their vitality, leaving them listless even by day. Phil Gray ordered breakfast at random, then sat immersed in thought, piecing together fragments, seeking hidden links. Yet he noticed a young man seated across from him, golden hair cascading down his shoulders, features strikingly handsome, clad in a white robe unmistakably foreign to the Nightshade Parish. The youth extended a goblet of wine. Thank you. May I ask, what brings you here? Phil Gray accepted it with quiet courtesy. Greetings, chosen of the death god. Does your spatial stone contain the corpse of a Dawnlight Church archbishop? His smile was gentle, but his gaze piercing, his words a lightning strike to Phil Gray's core. Phil Gray instantly recognized him as an assassin sent by the Dawnlight Church. I'm afraid I don't understand. I belong to no necroclan. Why would I collect corpses? He met the youth's eyes calmly. Having fused death divine power with fate divine power, he appeared utterly ordinary to others, so long as he withheld active manifestation. The youth studied him closely, murmuring to himself, "Impossible. My senses confirm the sigil is on you. Yet you radiate no divine resonance. What hidden art conceals your nature?" At that moment, Phil Gray saw George descending the staircase, flanked by his attendants. Phil Gray turned and hurried up the stairs, greeting him with a deferential smile. "Young master, you're awake. Any orders for today?" "None. You're free to explore at your leisure. Lunsey Port has many charms, a famed fish and chip shop, for instance. Do try it." George replied, his mood seemingly light. "Understood. I'll take my leave now." With that, Phil Gray resumed his ascent. The youth followed, then paused, brow furrowed. George emanated a far denser aura of the death god, its purity unmistakably beyond that of any low-tier chosen. Recalling their earlier exchange, he fixed George with a sharp look. "Is he your subordinate? And have you encountered a chosen of the death god? Or are you yourself a high chosen?" "No. Mere proximity wouldn't infuse you with such profound resonance. Yet you two appear utterly mundane. What then is this corpse for?" In that instant, the youth suspected George was the mastermind. The sun-marked man must be his agent, and they possessed means to conceal divine rank. Everything clicked into place. George's expression darkened. "Corpse. Chosen of the death god. Does he know something? Has Jesse's affair been exposed?" A flicker of panic crossed his face. He offered no answers, only pointed fiercely at the youth and shouted, "He stole from me. Seize him." Chaos erupted. Attendants clashed with the youth, guests screamed, and fled the inn in terror. Among the attendants, several summoned undead, further confirming the youth's deduction. Phil Gray watched from the stairwell's shadow. He'd only meant to mislead the youth into believing George and he were allies, but the ruse had succeeded beyond expectation. Even George had escalated to outright arrest. Mulling over the youth's words and George's telltale unease, Phil Gray grew pensive. What precisely was George concealing? Was it tied to his bid for the throne? The youth bore the mark of the Daysir, and clearly ranked among the elite. In his hand spun a golden disc, where it passed searing solar flames ignited tables and chairs alike. The attendants wielded varied arts, some clearly chosen of the death god, others plague wardens, their techniques cruel, precise, and lethally efficient. All were at least votary rank, several even reached the rare luminary tier. No wonder George had dismissed their escort with such disdain. Under the siege of several divine favorites, the young man ultimately found himself outnumbered, soon on the verge of defeat. His lips moved slightly, and a pair of golden wings suddenly appeared on his back. Although he did not take flight, his speed surged remarkably, leaving behind only afterimages before he vanished from the sight of the crowd. The escape skills were quite impressive, thought Phil Gray, wishing he could get his hands on the young man if given the chance. "Chase!" A glint of cold light flashed in George's eyes. The attendants rushed out, pursuing the direction in which the young man had disappeared. The tables and chairs on the ground floor of the inn were nearly burnt to ashes, and Phil Gray saw a few companions who had come to watch the commotion, hastily calling them to help extinguish the fire. Fortunately, the fire did not spread to the upper floor. George stood on the stairs with a grim expression, lost in thought, before turning back into the room. After helping the innkeeper tidy up a bit, they gathered at the entrance. "Cousin, what just happened?" Patrick asked quietly. Phil Gray smiled as he recounted everything that had just occurred. "Ha ha ha, that's great. Let them fight, and we will hide in the shadows." Eli looked at the still chaotic and disapproving of the dust raised by the innkeeper cleaning the floor. "Let's go check out the fish and chip shop that George mentioned." "I agree. All right, but one person must stay behind to monitor George. We need to know his next move," Phil Gray said. Looking at the excited Patrick, eager to head out, and the annoyed Eli, Ernest took on the task. The daytime in Luanshee Harbor was particularly lively, with the aroma of delicious food wafting through the streets. "That must be the fish and chip shop he mentioned." Patrick pointed to a store where the queue at the entrance seemed endless. Phil Gray looked over. A golden ear of wheat was painted on the shop sign. "Isn't that the symbol of the food god sect? It seems the shop is opened by the food god sect in the night district. No wonder there are so many people." "There are so many people, as should we queue?" Phil Gray asked. "Of course." Patrick excitedly squeezed forward. "Cousin, you guys wait over there." "All right." Phil Gray and Eli walked to a secluded corner where the sunlight created a shadow. "What do you think our companion Ernest feels about his father's illegitimate son?" Eli asked with interest. "He has been silent as usual on this journey, making it hard to understand his true thoughts." "Did you guess he is the son of Duke Sari?" "Yes, you all made it very obvious. I'm not a fool." Eli huffed. "I'm not sure. He might regard George as just a stranger, neither hating nor liking him." "That's not necessarily true." George's expression didn't change when he was presumed dead, but it could also be buried deep in his heart. Some people place great importance on blood relations, while others despise the sudden appearance of illegitimate children. Who knows? Eli shrugged. "But he seems to care a lot about his sister. The other day, when we suspected there were assassins sent by his sister, he vehemently denied it. Well, to stop George from rebelling, it will require exposing his schemes and sabotaging his actions. We may soon find ourselves at odds with him. If George hasn't harmed anyone else in his rebellion, perhaps I can spare his half-brother for Ernest's sake." Phil Gray gazed towards the fish and chip shop. Ha ha ha, but how do you know Ernest isn't the one who wants George dead the most? Eli burst into laughter. Phil Gray felt helpless. He hadn't expected Eli to care so much about his companion's feelings. Someone approached and stood beside them, seemingly leaning against the wall to rest, a combination of an old man and a young boy. The old man wore a black robe with a giant moon depicted on his back, his hair a mix of white and brown curled short, and his brow furrowed. It has been nearly a month, yet there is still no progress, and I have had another strange dream. The young boy sighed deeply, his tone filled with frustration. He wore a refined silk outfit, and his green eyes were set on a face marked with freckles. As for the dream, it has been preliminarily determined that it was the followers of the dream goddess and the followers of the god of death acting together. They do not know what conspiracy is at play, but so far those who have entered the dream have not suffered any harm. The old man speculated again. Perhaps several devotees from these two churches are fulfilling the divine precepts. You know the specificity of the precepts. Several major churches have regulations allowing skills to be used within a certain range to fulfill the precepts, as long as no harm is caused to anyone. That's not necessarily the case. They have caused a significant impact on the mental state of Luanchi Harbor's residents. Definitely not good people. By the way, Grandpa, I heard that the son of the dawn god is coming to our night district. Can we ask him for help? Aren't the followers of the sun prophet the best at dealing with the undead? We are truly short-handed. We could also ask him to help investigate the missing girl. He might have a way. The young boy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. Phil Gray and Eli quietly listened nearby. It turned out that the young man from the Dawn God sect was actually the son. He indeed needed to inform the Night sect before arriving in the Night district. Back then our church and the Dawn God sect were equally powerful, even overshadowing them. Now we only have this small district, and we still have to ask for their help. The old man said with emotion. Grandpa, we are used to it. The time you mentioned when we stood shoulder to shoulder with them dates back 1,000 years. The young boy chuckled. Yes, but we will spend our lives wanting to know, did the son of the night truly abandon us? Why are there no more miracles from him? The old man gazed at the star and moon symbol on the black house, his eyes slightly moist. A silence fell over them. Did the son of the night also seem to have vanished? Like the god of fate, also suspected of having abandoned the believers. Upon hearing this, Phil Gray felt puzzled. The son of the night had disappeared 1,000 years ago, leading to the decline of the Night sect. However, as Patrick once mentioned, it was about 200 years ago that the god of fate had not successfully descended, which also caused the decline of the fate sect. What connection do these two deities have? Why have they not descended to the mortal realm again? Are there other gods in such a situation? A series of questions flooded Phil Gray's mind. At this moment, another person ran over, breaking the silence in the corner. Panting, he spoke to the old man leaning against the wall. Bishop Eugene, a young man, has arrived from the church. He says he is from the Dawn God sect. The son has arrived so soon. Ooh, let's hurry. The boy tugged at his grandfather's sleeve and moved forward. No, he had arrived a while ago and almost burned down an inn in Luanchi Harbor. Phil Gray thought. I wonder if that son will join forces with the Night sect to find you. You've caused a big problem for young Master George. What if it delays his important plans? Eli laughed, winking at Phil Gray. After waiting for a long time, Patrick finally came over with a jar of fried fish, looking dispirited, as if the long queue had drained all his energy. I don't want to eat anymore, cousin, you all go ahead. He squatted in the corner, letting out a long sigh. Back at the inn, the efficient owner had already replaced the furniture with new tables and chairs. They casually ordered a dinner. So has there been any news from George? Phil Gray asked in a low voice. He came down several times, but didn't go out. His face has been gloomy, as if burdened by heavy thoughts. His attendant returned as well, but failed to catch that young man. Let's take turns monitoring his movements tonight, first to figure out what he's doing and whether the disappearance of those dozens of girls is related to him. Alright, anyway, if we fall asleep at night, those spirits will bully us, so it's better not to sleep. Patrick smiled as he opened the jar of fried fish and looked at Ernest. Quick, have a taste of the fish I bought with my life force, standing in line. If it's not good, I'll have to chop off George's head. After saying that, he seemed to realize something ruffled his fluffy red hair and fell silent. Have you heard that aside from the god of fate and the son of night, which deities no longer descend into the world of Vale? Phil Gray asked. No, I only know that our god of fate has declined while other churches seem to be thriving. Patrick shook his head. Well, I know nothing besides the god of life and the god of death. Eli also shook his head. Phil Gray glanced at him, lightly puzzled as to why Eli was knowledgeable about the god of death. He was also very familiar with the markings of the Dawn Church and knew how the followers of the god of the dead used lifeless spirits to deal with the solar markings. I suspect the disappearance of the son of night is related to the goddess of dreams, Ernest said hesitantly. What do you mean? The Dream God Church suddenly rose to prominence 1,000 years ago. It was originally just a small church from a deity with few believers, but it then became one of the main religions in the Eastern continent. This time point coincides with the disappearance of the son of night. But isn't the goddess of dreams a subordinate deity of the son of night? After the son of night ceased to descend, it wouldn't be surprising for his followers to turn to the goddess of dreams, would it? Patrick asked. However, for a deity, their church represents their face, and the faith of their followers can influence their divine power and authority. How could the principal deity, the son of night, allow the church of the subordinate deity, the goddess of dreams, to surpass his own? Unless he has no ability to interfere with the mortal realm anymore, Ernest said, his tone somewhat grave. Moreover, after I dueled with the one who harmed me, I found a yellowed note in his space that should be several hundred years old. It said help the goddess replace the night. What? The other's eyes flashed with surprise. This means that the decline of the son of night and the night church could indeed be the doing of the goddess of dreams and the dream god church. Phil Gray said, slowly glancing again at the equally shocked crowd. If it's to gain believers and authority from the main deity, then the son of fate's subordinate deity. No, the god of fate only has one subordinate deity, which is the goddess of luck. Although everyone hopes to be a bit luckier, there are only those gamblers who truly regard her as their sole deity. Therefore, he doesn't even have an official church, just a belief group called the Worship of Luck. There have been no signs of it rising in recent years, and it has even helped us in the face of threats from other churches against the God of Fate Church. Patrick shook his head. The matters of the deities are too distant. Who can know whether the son of night is just playing around, or if there was some agreement with the goddess of dreams? Or perhaps your god of fate is just too tired and fell asleep. We know nothing about what happens in their divine realm. Eli smiled. The others nodded in agreement. Only Phil Gray still desperately wanted to know what had happened among those deities and what his own crossing meant. But it seemed that the truth could not be uncovered anytime soon. By the way, he still had that book in mind, recalling the anecdotes of deities which he had only read the beginning of that day on the carriage. After discussing how to monitor George's movements, it was already late at night. Back in his room, he opened the book again. The opening of the book contained a passage: if you are reading this book, you should thank the mercy of a certain deity who has allowed someone to record and spread their affairs. However, not all deities are willing for their stories, their vile and ugly aspects, and their human-like weaknesses and confusions to be known by their followers. Do all-knowing and omnipotent deities also share the same weaknesses as humans? Who is the deity that permitted this book to circulate? Phil Gray frowned, finding it hard to understand this passage which had troubled him since that day on the carriage. He flipped to the next page. Now I will provide a detailed introduction to the deities currently existing in the Veil world. Current existing deities. What does that mean? Are there deities that do not exist anymore? Phil Gray felt a jolt in his heart. He focused again on the introductions of the deities, beginning with the 6 principal deities: life, death, and so on, only to find that there were only 5. The son of night was not among them. Phil Gray felt as if he had uncovered a great secret. If currently existing means alive, then could it be that the son of night has already fallen? Is that why he is not listed? So he has not appeared since 1,000 years ago. He continued to frown as he pondered the truthfulness of what the book stated. The following pages contained introductions to the subordinate deities, but there were too many of them to read through in a short time. After yawning, Phil Gray felt increasingly drowsy until he heard Patrick's faint call from outside the door. He opened the door. Cousin, I just saw George leave with his people, and Eli and Ernest are following them. We should hurry and take a look. Okay. Phil Gray quickly ran out of the inn with Patrick. That direction. In the distance, they indeed saw George and a group of attendants hurrying along while Eli and Ernest stealthily followed behind. Let's keep our distance so he doesn't notice us, Phil Gray whispered. Thus the 4 of them followed George to the bank of the Luanchi River. George stopped there, standing still. Soon a small boat came over and George and the attendants boarded the boat. What should we do? Patrick asked. Can you swim? Phil Gray inquired. Isn't the noise too loud? Eli took out 2 deep blue flowers from his hands, saying, eating this flower allows us to breathe underwater temporarily. We can follow them while submerged. Only 2? Ernest asked. Yes. Phil Gray took the flowers, saying, Eli and I will go, you all stay here. Your Majesty, this is too dangerous. Ernest said in a low voice to stop him. Yes, cousin, we will go, you stay behind. If you keep talking, they will get far away. Phil Gray swallowed the flower and jumped into the Luanchi River. Eli followed suit. Patrick and Ernest looked on with some concern at their figures in the water. Phil Gray and Eli quietly submerged, following George's small boat. The winter river was a bit cold and piercing, causing him to shiver slightly. Fortunately, the small boat did not travel far and stopped. They looked up and saw a white passageway floating on the calm surface of the Luanchi River. It seemed George said a few words to his attendants, and they directly entered the passage. Let's go in, Phil Gray said, surfacing and speaking to Eli. The passage appeared to be suspended on the water's surface, yet felt solid underfoot. Inside was a seemingly endless path. They walked along the path until they saw a large black door. The door was heavy and ancient, carved with some unknown patterns. Should we push it open? Will we be discovered? Eli mouthed. Wait a moment. Phil Gray noticed a small gap in the middle of the door with a faint light seeping through. He leaned closer to observe the environment behind the door and found that there was no one inside. He gently pushed the large door, making no sound. Upon entering through the door, they finally heard George's voice. That turned out there was a corridor behind the door, and George and the others were at the far end. Not daring to advance further, they quietly crouched there, listening intently to their conversation. It was George speaking. All right, just tell me when it will be successful. It will take another 2 days, please be patient. This voice was extremely unfamiliar, sounding like an old man. How many women are needed? It should be at least 100, right? This was another person, his voice hoarse and somewhat grating. Tonight, I will have them send more. I will give you 2 more days. George's voice sounded somewhat gritted. Rest assured, feeding on the fear of tens of thousands, birthing a nightmare creature from the female divine, favored once born, it will possess the strength equivalent to a pseudo-divine level, at which point you can do as you please. It wouldn't be surprising if you became a pope after conquering a church. The hoarse voice laughed in a raspy manner. What? A nightmare creature? Phil Gray looked at Eli, who also wore a solemn expression. Conquer a church? Do you take me for a fool? There are many true divine-level figures in the church. Just because they are reclusive does not mean they do not exist. George retorted. You do not understand. Since the divine and quasi-divine favored have transcended mortal limits, they can visit the divine realm. Who would refuse to serve beside the divine? Therefore, there are not many divine-level beings in today's world of weir, so you can rest assured. I am not that greedy. Oh, I only want secular power, George replied. Well, then it will surely be as you wish in 2 days. That's good. You Elder Jesse, you are an elder of the Church of the Dead, and I trust your abilities. However, recently the Church of Dawn has been sniffing around. Oh, I don't know if they have discovered our actions. Bishop Eugene of the Church of the Night has been hindering us. We cannot afford any more delays. George smiled, speaking in a somewhat reassuring manner. Upon hearing the name, Jesse Ellis' face suddenly turned pale, and Phil Gray felt curious. Could Eli know him? Naturally, tonight, I will let more undead enter dreams, collecting more fears, so that our treasure can be better fed. The hoarse voice laughed as well. He seemed to be Elder Jesse. Ha ha ha, then I will intensify my efforts expanding the dream's reach further. May the dream goddess bless us, allowing her offspring to descend to the mortal realm soon. Another voice said with fascination. Phil Gray clenched his fists, realizing that the dreams and the disappearance of the girl were all orchestrated by him. Eli signaled to him with his eyes, we should leave. The voices inside had ceased, and George could emerge at any moment. They stealthily pushed open the large door, jumped down the passage, and swam back in the direction they came from. Patrick and Ernest were still waiting in place. The 4 of them hurriedly hid in the shadows. Sure enough, after a while, George's small boat returned, docking at the shore. George came down, his demeanor a complete contrast to the previous gloom as he scanned the silent night with invigorated spirits. He curled the corners of his mouth, saying sleep while immersed in beautiful dreams. Back at the inn, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. They never expected George to have such a grand conspiracy to nurture a pseudo-divine level nightmare creature. From their conversation, it seemed there were still 2 days left. We must stop them, Phil Gray said in a deep voice. That Elder Jesse is almost at the divine level, renowned in the Church of the Dead as a death summoner. He has made a pact with the Lord of the Abyss of the Dead and can summon numerous undead armies. Ellis' gaze held a strange emotion mixed with disdain and nostalgia. The other favorite of the God of Dreams must also be at the divine level. Phil Gray furrowed his brows. They were indeed not a match for them. What should we do? Cousin, isn't your counsel to prevent him from becoming king? Patrick asked with some headache. We cannot achieve this, others can. I will write 3 letters exposing this matter. Eli, you send one to the Church of Life, and Ernest, you deliver one to the Church of the Night. The last one, cousin, you can give to the Saint of the Church of Dawn. They should have a way to deal with the undead. Phil Gray thought for a moment and said, all right. The other 3 nodded. Remember to avoid exposing our identities. Phil Gray reminded. I hope they can take this seriously and resolve this matter within 2 days, though otherwise once the nightmare creature is born, we will be helpless. After a moment of silence came the sound of writing on paper. Daylight quietly arrived. By morning, several companions had returned. They had sent out the letter exposing George's conspiracy, as per Phil Gray's instructions. I handed the letter to the postman, but it would take a day for it to reach the nearest city of the Life Church. We can only hope for the other 2 parties. Elijah brushed away the snowflakes from his head. The second snowfall of winter had come at this moment. This is the territory of the Dark Knight Church. They surely won't sit idly by. Patrick said. George came down pretending to have just woken up. You guys are up quite early. Is it snowing outside? Yes, the dreams these past few days have been too terrifying. They just went out to relax and enjoy the snowy scenery of Lunsey Port. Phil Gray replied with a smile. George said nothing more, merely casting a sidelong glance at them without noticing anything amiss. Yesterday, one of his subordinates had hesitantly confessed that while transporting women, one of those escorts had seen him. He was unsure if Phil Gray recognized that it was his subordinate. Damn it, this important matter was only revealed yesterday. George felt displeasure in his heart, but that subordinate had already been fed to the fish by him. Yet even if they recognized him, what could they do? They could never imagine the monster he was creating. In due time, the entire Puna kingdom would submit to his rule. With this thought, George slightly lifted his head, lost in fantasies of the future. Keep an eye on them, he quietly instructed one behind him. The morning was very calm, and George went out again, leaving Lunsey Port to seemingly search for divine, favored women in other areas. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Ernest kept a close watch on the situation at Lunsey Port. The subordinate George sent to monitor them was not very capable and was easily confused by Patrick's fate forgotten and Phil Gray's daydream. By noon, Ernest hurried back to report to them. Boss, the son of the Dawn Church, took a boat to the center of the Lunsey River. What? Alone? Phil Gray asked. Yes. He only has the strength of a mere observer. How did he go there all by himself? Phil Gray frowned. Yes, we were still thinking of having him call his church members. How did he become so overconfident? Patrick was also somewhat speechless. Let's head to the Lunsey River. We can't let him die. Phil Gray said solemnly. Huh? Why save him? Isn't he still pursuing your cousin? Patrick asked. We need his strength to counter George, and if we save him, it would not be appropriate for a son of a major church to attack us again. But safety is our priority. Let's go take a look and help him if we can, Phil Gray explained. The Life Church is too far away and the Dark Knight Church hasn't made any moves. They may truly be unable to contend with those 2 divine favored ones, but perhaps this son might have some means. After all, the Dawn Church is one of the 6 major churches and has been developing well a natural nemesis of the undead, so they must have a way to deal with the undead dreams of Lunseyport. Yes, Elder Jesse can summon numerous undead armies. If not for the Dawn Church, it would be difficult to contend with him. Elijah nodded in agreement. Phil Gray donned gloves and cloaked the monitoring subordinate in another illusion. George would likely not return for a while, so they headed to Lunseyport. There were small boats available for rent, and they all boarded one with Patrick excitedly rowing. It feels great on the water. Cousin, can we go on adventures at sea together in the future? I want to see mermaids and sirens. All right, enough of that. How can you still think about playing at such a critical moment? Elijah shot him a glance. Phil Gray also smiled. The surface of the Lunsey River was covered in patches of thin ice, but due to its connection to the sea it flowed well and was not completely frozen. They quickly approached the passage, which was not very obvious during the day. Wait, cousin, do you hear? Patrick stopped. They heard the sounds of a fierce battle coming from the passage. Just then a figure fell out of the passage, illuminated by a flash of intense light. It's the son of the Dawn Church. Phil Gray squinted his eyes. Fortunately, they had rowed the boat a bit further away. They quietly hid in the boat, holding their breath. The sun seemed very disheveled, diving headfirst into the water. Soon another figure appeared, standing at the mouth of the passage, holding a staff inlaid with obsidian and wearing a necklace made of bone. How did you find out? From the voice, it was Elder Jesse. The sun remained silent, and the Lunsey River turned blood red. Jesse snorted coldly, and the staff in his hand emitted a black glow, summoning several ghosts to the river's surface. Though not as terrifying as in dreams, they surrounded the sun underwater, emitting piercing shrieks. Fortunately, only Jesse had come out. The divine favored one of the Dream Church must be guarding the things within the passage and would not come out easily. This made things easier. Phil Gray signaled to Ernest, who had just hidden nearby under the water wearing white gloves and holding the radiant sun sword, standing on a lotus leaf, courtesy of Elijah's friendship. Jesse, do you remember the sacred artifact of the Dawn Church you stole? Do you remember how despicably you signed a contract with the Lord of the Undead Abyss? Now you are creating such a nightmarish monster again. If the Church of the Dead finds out, will they still allow you to be an elder? Ernest recounted these words as instructed by Elijah, although he did not know how he came to know so many secrets about Jesse. Jesse's face changed. He glared fiercely at Ernest, jumped into the passage, and a black light flashed, revealing a small shark skeleton on the water's surface. He stepped onto the skeletal shark and charged towards Ernest. The lotus leaf under Ernest's feet was a very rare plant cultivated by Elijah that allowed quick movement over water, and he surprisingly held his ground against Jesse's skeletal shark. Stimulated by the words, Jesse no longer cared about the sun underwater, but instead relentlessly pursued the one who knew his hidden secrets. Taking advantage of their departure, Phil Gray and Patrick quickly dealt with the few ghosts, pulling the unconscious sun from underwater. Elijah fed him a piece of a white petal, then placed him in the small boat. Patrick, take him back to the inn. Phil Gray said. Okay. Patrick paddled the small boat away with the sun. Phil Gray and Elijah quietly climbed up to the passage and placed several explosive flowers on top. It is said that these flowers can produce a loud explosion, but they do not cause any harm. Elijah said they are only useful for scaring people. After using these, you'll have to spend time gathering more supplies. Elijah chuckled as he and Phil Gray jumped into the water. Let's hurry, I'm afraid Ernest won't hold out much longer, Phil Gray said. All right. They swam away, and Phil Gray threw the fate-flying blade, slicing the flowers in half. Then, relying on the effect of the diving flower they consumed last night, they swam swiftly away from the scene. A bang resounded, shaking the heavens. The sound alone stirred up waves on the water's surface. Phil Gray felt a buzzing in his ears, momentarily unable to hear anything else, only desperately swimming behind Elijah. Jesse watched Oneicete, who always seemed a step ahead, with mounting irritation. He swept his staff through the air, and a line of skeletal soldiers rose before Oneicete. Although the Lieri sword in Oneicet's hand had an advantage against the undead, its presence nonetheless slowed his pace. At that moment, a tremendous tremor sounded from the direction they had departed. Ripples spread across the water. Judging by the noise, it came from the passage. Could it be a diversion? Jesse startled and halted. Although there was another devotee of the dream goddess over near the passage, unease still gnawed at him. The matter of creating those nightmare creatures must never be exposed. He glared hatefully at Oneicet's retreating back, then turned and hurried toward the passage. They rescued the Holy Sun without catastrophe. After he was fed that petal by Eli, he awoke, though his wounds were grave. Aren't you in league with Xiaoji? The Holy Sun asked, bewildered as he looked toward Fair Goulet. We are certainly not his allies. That letter was written by me. The intention was to get you to find several senior devotees of the Chinsi sect to stand against Xiaoji. I did not expect you to act so rashly. Fair Goulet watched the snow grow heavier outside the window. They took the Holy Sun and quite at random found an inn to stay in. Given that it was they who had saved the Holy Sun, coupled with Xiaoji's prior suspicions of them returning now, would win them no trust at Xiao, she would be more likely to move against them. There was no need to remain beside Xiaoji and play at false civility. But how to prevent the birth of those monsters now? Then why did you steal the bishop's corpse? The Holy Sun fixed his gaze on Fair Goulet as if trying to discern any lie in his eyes. The corpse was given to me by Xiaoji. He ordered me to cut off that bishop's hand, which is why the sun mark is on my hand. At the time, I had not yet seen his true face. Fayer Goulet's ice-blue eyes betrayed sincerity, and an embarrassed flush crossed his face. Considering it was they who had rescued him, the holy son of the Chinsi sect nodded, though he coughed a few times. Very well, I believe you. Let me introduce myself properly. I am Wen Sun, the holy son of the Chinsi sect. I came here to track the bearer of the sun mark and to recover the bishop's corpse. In truth, he still harbored doubts about these people, but grievously wounded as he was opposing them would be certain death. For now he would trust them. Wen Sun, I am Cayenne. I think the most urgent thing is to stop Xiao Ji from creating those nightmare beings. You just went in, surely you saw them. Fayer Goulet said. Yes, rest assured, upon seeing your letter, I sent a secret summons to the elders of my sect. They will arrive soon. Wen Sun said weakly. In the passage I saw hundreds of beds upon which many female devotees lay as if lost in dreams, smiles upon their faces. Someone is using them to gestate abhorrent creatures. It's utterly vile. He spoke with fury which seemed to wrench at his wounds, and he began to cough violently. Fayer Goulet handed him a cup of water. Suddenly Wen Sin's description struck him as familiar, women lost in blissful dreams. Was this not what had happened in Duercheng before? Back then they had killed the woman who used books to conjure illusions, but her purpose remained unclear. Could she also have been manufacturing such creatures? They had been told those monsters fed on human fear, yet at the time there had been nothing genuinely terrifying. Fayer Goulet fell into thought until Wen Sun asked what troubled him. It's nothing. I will take my leave, you should rest. Fayer Goulet rose to go, but suddenly remembered something and willed it into being. A corpse appeared on the floor. It was the Chinsi bishop, missing his right hand. Apologies, the right hand is gone, Fayer Goulet said with some remorse. Wen Sun looked down at the corpse. I will take him into safekeeping for now. After placing the bishop's body into his space stone, he turned back to Fayer Goulet. For saving me, I can forgive you, but the elders who are coming may still make trouble for you. Fayer Goulet frowned. What? Didn't I already return the corpse to you? Yes, but the more venerable elders of my sect despise the desecration of a corpse, especially this bishop, who contributed much to our order in life. Wen Sun sighed. I will wait here for the elders to arrive, and we will deal with the nightmare creatures together. You should hide elsewhere for now. An elder of God-ascended rank is coming. If you are discovered, you will have no chance of escape. Is there any way to remove the sun mark? Fayer Goulet asked after a moment's thought. Under natural circumstances, it fades in a month. My companion also said it takes a month, but your elder will arrive imminently. Surely you have a method to remove it sooner. Wen Sun shook his head. There is no other means unless. Unless what? Wen Sun smiled faintly. There is in truth another way, but it is effectively useless. One could sincerely pledge faith to Bai Xian Ji, becoming his devotee. As his divine power enters your body, the sun mark would become part of your own godly power and thus vanish. Become a devotee of Bai Xian Ji. Isn't that absurd? Indeed. The sun mark appears only on those who have desecrated corpses of our followers, and such people are usually of the death cult and worship the god of death. For them that path is essentially closed. Fayer Goulet sighed. And your elders should arrive by tomorrow. Even if I were to hear the prophet's words in a single day, how could I complete the transformation? He hesitated for a moment. Yet I still want to try. You must have the sacred texts or a statue of the deity in your possession. Devout followers, especially true devotees, naturally carried statues of their god and prayed daily in hopes of receiving the next level of guidance. Wen Sun glanced at him. So you do not conceal any power. You are an ordinary man. But wait, you just removed the bishop's corpse from the space stone. Fayer Goulet nodded and spread his arms. Of course I am an ordinary man. Do your devotees not resonate with one another? Is there any divine fluctuation about me? I thought perhaps you used something to hide your godly power. No. My companions are all devotees, but I am ordinary. As for this space stone, a friend from the creation faith once helped me improve it. It can be used even without divine power. Fayer Goulet smiled with practiced sincerity. Wen Sun produced a palm-sized statue of the deity from his space stone with reverence and a book bound in golden leather. Thank you, Fayer Goulet said as he accepted them. The depiction of the Bai Xian Ji looked different from other gods. Why did it have only one eye? Fayer Goulet stared in quiet fascination. What's wrong? Vincent asked. Phil Gray returned to his senses and smiled. It's nothing, I'll take my leave now. Maybe tomorrow, I will be one of your Dawn sect members. Vincent did not respond, closing his eyes in disbelief of Phil Gray. Outside, the snow continued to fall heavily as Phil Gray lit a lamp and placed the statue of the Prophet of the Day on the table. The holy book given to him by Vincent was called The True Knowledge of the Day, filled with verses praising the Prophet of the Day, extolling his mercy that warms the world with sunlight and his courage that drives away the undead with flames. However, after reading it, Phil Gray felt nothing. Could it be that he truly was not suited to be a follower of the Prophet of the Day? It made sense, as he was already a follower of the god of death, and these two deities were said to be opposites. Yet he did not want to give up and took out the previous book, Divine Anecdotes, to learn about the Prophet of the Day. This book provided more information about the Prophet of the Day, describing him as an old man with only one eye, which matched the statue. His eye was located in the center, emitting a strong light, and people called it the sun. When the Prophet of the Day opened his eye, the sun rose, and when he closed it, the sun set. Upon reading this, Phil Gray found it utterly absurd. Isn't the sun a star? In this world, it had become the eye of a deity. Since arriving in the Veil world, though he had witnessed the extraordinary powers of various divine followers and heard countless legends of deities, he felt that at least in the mortal realm the cycles of day and night, astronomy and geography were not much different from those on Earth. He never expected that his imagination would be directly overturned now. Is the sun truly his eye? Phil Gray stared at the statue, noting the fiery patterns around the large eye. Despite the prophet of the day resembling an old man, his body was filled with powerful muscles. He touched the eye of the statue. Prophet of the day, is the sun really your eye? Do you know? In my understanding, the sun is a star composed mainly of hydrogen and helium, emitting immense energy through nuclear fusion, shining and heating the world. He rambled on about his previous astronomical knowledge to the statue, as if returning to that world he longed for. But he clearly knew that he was now in the Veil world ruled by deities. Sighing, he found it amusing that he was explaining scientific knowledge from his past life to the statue of a deity in this world. If the deity could hear him, it would be even less likely for him to become a follower, and they might even think he was blaspheming. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt the eye of the statue growing warm to the touch. Placing the statue on the table, indeed, that eye was radiating light. Is the deity here to condemn me? Phil Gray stared at the statue. Suddenly a voice of an old man echoed in his ears. No, what star? The sun is clearly my eye. Phil Gray was startled. Was that the voice of the prophet of the day? The voice carried the unique divinity of a deity, as if it were in his ears, in his mind, or perhaps in the depths of his soul. Go, every world sun is different. Listen to the truth of the sun in the Veil world. Excitement surged within him as he truly heard the prophet of the day's words of wisdom. Wonderful, but to hear the truth of the sun, did it mean he had to ascend to the heavens? He rubbed his slightly aching head. Unless he saw the truth of the sun with his own eyes, even after reading 100 books of divine anecdotes and hearing countless legends, his understanding from Earth would always leave him with a sliver of doubt about the sun. Then how could he know the truth of the sun? He fell into deep contemplation until he suddenly remembered his skill, Eye of Destiny. Previously, he had only used the Eye of Destiny on people, but did objects not have destinies? Take a stone, for instance. Some could be carved by masters into timeless masterpieces admired by many, while others could only serve as weight stones for neighbors to pickle vegetables. Did they not have their own destinies? What better way to see the truth than with the Eye of Destiny? However, using the skill on the sun seemed a bit reckless. If there were indeed life-threatening dangers, would he not have the chance to hear the words of the god of death? Phil Gray hesitated, but he felt this was the simplest, most convenient, and effective way. Using other methods such as hearing others' introductions or reading relevant records could not convince him. Having made up his mind, he walked onto the street. The snow had already piled up thickly, and there were hardly any people on the street. As he walked, he left a trail of footprints. Fortunately, this was solar snow, accompanied by falling snowflakes, and he still saw the gentle sunlight, which appeared even milder than usual. Phil Gray took a deep breath and drew the shape of a flower of destiny in the snow beneath his feet. Great God of Destiny, I ask you for the first time, please grant me your protection. Then divine power slowly flowed to his eyes as he directed his gaze to the sun in the sky, reciting, Eye of Destiny. The sunlight became dazzling. Unlike before when he saw the long river of destiny, the sun appeared immense in his vision, burning with fierce flames and emitting blinding light. What exactly is it? His eyes felt incredibly sore. At that moment, the sun revealed its true form. It was a gigantic eye, a cold and emotionless eye. It turned out that in the Veil world, the sun truly was the eye of a deity. Phil Gray's spirit was struck. As that giant eye gazed at him from millions of miles away across the divide of the divine realm and the mortal realm, his eyes could no longer bear it and bled. His eyes felt as if they were being burned by fire. He painfully shut them, and this pain spread throughout his body, causing blood to involuntarily spill from his mouth as he collapsed into the snow. The snow around him turned red. This was a serious matter. Phil Gray forced a bitter smile. Even so, he wanted to gather his spirits to see if he could hear the words of the god of death. However, as consciousness was swallowed by darkness and he was about to fall asleep, he indeed heard a voice, but it was not the god of death's, it was the voice of the god of destiny, which he had just heard not long ago. Accompanied by a sigh from the deity, "You are truly too bold." Elijah stood by the window admiring the snowy landscape. The black buildings of the Dark Knight district were blanketed in layers of white snow, presenting a unique charm. Until he noticed a spreading red hue on the street outside, and upon closer inspection, he saw a person lying there. "Phil!" Elijah exclaimed in surprise. He hurried outside, finding Phil Gray still lying in the snow, his face pale and blood on his eyes. His skin was red, not from the cold, but as if it had been burned. Patrick also came out, anxiously asking, "What happened? Why is my cousin lying here?" The two carried Phil Gray back inside and added more fuel to the fireplace. "I just saw him walk down by himself. I thought he was going to clear his mind. How could he have ended up like this in the blink of an eye?" Patrick felt a bit frustrated, saying, "I'll go ask the sun about what he did to my cousin." Before this, they had been napping inside, while Phil Gray went to discuss George matters with the sun. "Wait. Look." Elijah was about to feed Phil Gray some white petals. But a faint white light began to emanate from Phil Gray on the bed, the divine power of the god of destiny that Patrick was familiar with, and his red skin quickly returned to its original state. The two exchanged glances, utterly bewildered by what had just occurred. Elijah cautiously used his divine power to examine Phil Gray's body, discovering that his vitality was even more vigorous than before. He smiled with relief and was about to say that everything was fine when he saw golden light reappearing around Phil Gray's body. What is happening now? Elijah was completely bewildered. He didn't know what was happening outside, nor did he recall how he had returned to the bed in the inn from the snow. As his consciousness slowly returned, Phil Gray was still astonished to hear the voice of the God of Destiny, which provided an evaluation of his actions unlike any words that could be heard during the bestowal of skills or wisdom. The former represented the true will of the deity, while the latter resembled a preset system. Did this mean that the God of Destiny had been watching over them all along? Then why did the deity refuse to descend into the world of Vale? Was it unwilling, or could it not like the children of the night? Even in his unconscious state, Phil Gray was troubled by many mysteries. His body suddenly felt warm again, and he heard the voice of the prophet of day. You have come to know the truth of the sun. Go forth and spread the seeds of the sun. His soul and body were instantly invigorated, feeling golden divine power flowing into him, merging with the previous divine power. There was still no conflict. The golden gray and white energies blended together, gradually calming down, making him feel like an ordinary person. However, both his physical condition and divine power reserves had significantly improved. After becoming a divine favored one, he had discussed matters related to divine power with Patrick. If the divine power gained from listening was 1 unit, blessing was 10, gaze was 100, divine revelation was 100, divine descent was 100, and transcending the realm of mortals was 1,000,000, while the divine was infinite. The divine power consumed each time they used their skills depended on the quality of the skill, duration, target, and more. Now, as a level 2 favored one of the God of Destiny, a level 1 favored one of the God of Death, and a level 1 favored one of the Prophet of Day, he had accumulated a total of 12 divine power units plus 4 skills, absolutely surpassing 99. 9 of same level favored ones. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto his lips. Patrick quickly caught sight of this smile. Cousin, are you awake? What happened to you? Hearing his anxious voice, Phil Gray opened his eyes. I'm fine, but I have to believe in another deity now. Phil Gray sat up, feeling invigorated by divine power, and the punishment he had received was just lifted by the God of Destiny. Heartfelt thanks to the God of Destiny. Are you going to believe in the Prophet of Day again? Elijah looked surprised, and upon remembering that the person before him was the Pope of the God of Destiny, he felt even more incredulous. Yes. The sun told me that as long as I become a favored one of the Prophet of Day, this mark can be removed. The elders of divine descent are about to arrive. If we don't hurry to remove the mark, we will be forced to flee again. But, Patrick pointed at his wrist. What's wrong? The mark is still there. Phil Gray was momentarily stunned, seeing that the sun mark on his wrist still existed, and its color had deepened, leaning towards a golden red hue with flame-like patterns appearing around it. It looked exactly like the eye on the statue of the Prophet of Day. He wouldn't be deceiving you, would he? Patrick asked, somewhat angrily, rolling up his sleeves as if to confront Vincent. Phil Gray furrowed his brows, as well as shouldn't this mark have disappeared. He also got out of bed, and the three went to Vincent's room. If Ernest were here, he would probably have joined them, perhaps bringing along a long sword, but he was currently tasked with monitoring George and the movements in Luncey Port, so he was not present. Didn't you say that becoming a favored one of the Prophet of Day would remove the mark? As soon as Vincent opened the door, Phil Gray asked first. Yes, what's wrong? Have you become his favored one? Vincent examined him, but the person before him still looked like an ordinary person without familiar divine power. Phil Gray raised his hand, pointing to the table in Vincent's room, and instantly the tablecloth burst into flames. At that moment, Vincent indeed sensed a divine power fluctuation emanating from Phil Gray. You really have become a divine favored one. Vincent's eyes were filled with disbelief. Within a day from hearing the deity's wisdom to completing the wisdom and gaining skills, this was simply impossible. As the son of the Dawn God Church, he had seen many who were favored by deities, yet they all spent at least 3 days at the listening level, and that was due to various fortunate circumstances. Now, however, he encountered someone like Phil Gray. Yes, this skill was granted by the Prophet of Day, Ignition, but at the moment, I see it merely as a portable fire-starting tool. Phil Gray pointed again at the mark on his wrist. So why does it still exist? Vincent was still in shock from earlier until he noticed the mark on Phil Gray's wrist. This is impossible. He grabbed Phil Gray's wrist, staring intently at the mark as if he had seen something even more unbelievable. Let go. Patrick tugged at Vincent's collar, preventing him from getting close to Phil Gray. What's wrong? Why is it still here? Phil Gray asked again. Vincent looked into the icy blue eyes of the person before him. This is not the sun mark used to track the person who destroyed corpses. It is a mark of the deity. What? The others looked at him in astonishment. I know it well, for it was this mark on my body that identified me as the son of the Dawn God Church. Vincent said slowly. What? A divine mark signified the chosen saint, anointed by a deity itself. What was a saint? A candidate for the next pontiff. Phil Gray recalled reading about the divine mark in an overview of religions in the virile world upon his arrival. According to legend, the god of harvest and gastronomy, the patron deity of the gourmet faith, once prophesied through divine revelation that a saint bearing the divine mark would be born within the faith's domain. Indeed, moments after the prophecy, an infant clutching a sheaf of wheat was discovered in a parish, and that child later ascended as the 14th pontiff of the gourmet faith. He had treated it merely as myth. never imagining the mark would manifest upon himself. And not just any mark. This was the sigil of the Daylight Prophet. Yet he could not fathom why the Daylight Prophet had chosen him as saint, had it truly been for explaining celestial mechanics. Patrick and Eli were stunned beyond measure, unable to conceive such a possibility. Yet recalling Fel Gray's meteoric ascension, his unprecedented status as the first polytheistic devotee, the revelation suddenly seemed less implausible. Prove it. Show us your mark. What if it's merely a deepened scar and you're deceiving us? Patrick demanded, voice low and grave. Vincent shook his head. I'm afraid that's impossible. I can't reveal my mark to you. Why not? Fel Gray, Patrick, and Eli all fixed him with skeptical gazes. Because it's inscribed upon my buttocks, Vincent coughed awkwardly. Then hastily retrieving a sheet from his spatial storage, he unfurled it, revealing an exact replica of the sigil now emblazoned upon Fel Gray's hand. Behold, the Daylight Prophet's sigil. I have no reason to lie. Truth be told, I'm utterly astounded. Divine marks are bestowed at birth. None appear midlife, as yours has. Vincent frowned. They examined the diagram closely. It matched Fel Gray's wrist mark precisely. Beneath it, explanatory text confirmed its origin, the sacred sigil of the Daylight Prophet. At the very least, it's not the old tracking mark, Fel Gray murmured. Becoming a devotee of the Daylight Prophet was meant to shield him from detection by the incoming Hierophant, a divine emissary whose presence heralded imminent descent. Everything else, however, was inconsequential. No, it remains fundamentally a tracking sigil, Vincent countered. Do you wish to be struck? Patrick threatened. Wait, hear me out. It does not track enemies of the Dawnlight faith, but rather its own saint. Once the Hierophant arrives, he will locate you and bring you back to the Dawnlight faith. Vincent's gaze settled intently upon Fel Gray. You sense nothing of me, why? Perhaps neither will the Hierophant. No, I was injured and my divine energy depleted. That is why I failed to perceive you. But to a Hierophant of divine descent, you would blaze like the sole brightest star in absolute darkness. I swear, upon the moment your mark manifested, the Hierophant accelerated his journey toward this very place. Ah, cousin, you're to become the Dawnlight faith saint. Patrick's lips twitched. Eli offered an enigmatic smile. Vincent remained unaware, but they knew full well the man before them was the pontiff of the Fate faith. Did the Dawnlight faith truly imagine he would accept their saintship? Why not? You are the Daylight Prophet's chosen saint, and you shattered the threshold of audition in a single day. You stand among the most likely successors to my pontificate. Vincent spoke before Fel Gray could reply. If I become saint, won't I be your rival? Fel Gray smiled faintly. No, any act that advances the faith commands my unwavering support. Vincent's eyes burned with fervent intensity as he gazed upon Fel Gray. We'll discuss it later. For now, our priority is George. Rest well. Fel Gray departed the chamber. Vincent collapsed onto the bed, whispering to himself, how can one mortal be so divinely favored? In the long corridor, all stood astonished by fate's sudden unforeseen turn. I think you should take the title. Eliminate the other saints, ascend as pontiff of the Dawnlight faith. Then you'd rule both great churches. Tisk tisk tsk. Eli dearly wished to witness such a delightfully chaotic spectacle. Fel Gray shook his head. I travel under the name Cain and wear this mask. Yet I cannot guarantee concealment before a Hierophant level devotee. They will never accept the pontiff of the Fate faith as their saint. True, they may pierce through your guise, Eli nodded. Moreover, my status as a devotee of multiple deities would risk exposure. Many within the Fate congregation already know I serve the god of fate. All things considered, we shall await the Hierophant's arrival before deciding further. Fel Gray ceased pondering. Snow fell heavier, still blanketing the night, in serene, hushed stillness. Ernest, who had maintained surveillance over George, reported once that evening George remained lodged at the same and unmoved by their departure, patiently awaiting the birth of his abomination. At first light, as dawn's golden rays spilled across the land, sharp rapping echoed at Fel Gray's door. He opened it, to find two elderly men standing before him. One wore the robes of the Dawnlight faith, the Hierophant Vincent had foretold. The other donned pale green vestments, a representative of the Life Church had arrived as well. Clearly the sigil had guided them unerringly to his lodgings. Yet their arrival was astonishingly swift. Fel Gray had expected them not before afternoon, given the vast distance involved. Fel Gray appraised the two elders. Their divine power ran fathomless, rendering him as insignificant as an ant gazing upon a mountain. Yet their countenances radiated benevolence, gentle, kind, approachable. The Dawnlight Hierophant faltered for an instant. Then his eyes blazed with exhilaration and fervor. The Divine One led me here, child. You bear the sigil of the Daylight Prophet, do you not? Yes, I do. But elder, this is not the time for discourse. You must act swiftly, to halt the birth of the nightmare abomination. Fel Gray felt weary to his core. How did you know, Elder Gran? Two voices rang out in unison. Fel Gray watched as the saint burst forth from the room, rushing forward to embrace the elder with palpable emotion. Vincent, is this your friend? Did you tell him of the nightmare abomination? Gran asked. No, he uncovered the conspiracy himself, elder. And he is the saint anointed by the divine. Relief washed over Vincent as he beheld his trusted elder. Very well, Vincent. Were you wounded? How fared the matter of the prelate's corpse? Gran channeled divine energy into Vincent, restoring color to his pallid cheeks. Though speaking to Vincent, his gaze kept drifting irresistibly toward Fel Gray. At mention of the corpse, Felgray tensed momentarily. Ah, the prelate's body has been recovered. Vincent glanced sidelong at Felgray before replying. The perpetrator orchestrated it, the one birthing the nightmare abomination. His retinue includes devotees of the god of death and the goddess of dreams. Only then did Felgray exhale, relaxing into a quiet, genuine smile. Having gained a basic understanding of the situation here, Golan looked at Felgray with a more eager gaze, his amiable smile, carrying an irresistible undertone. Since the prophet of the day has chosen you, welcome to the Church of Dawn. From now on we are family. Elder, why don't we first address the matter with George and discuss further afterward? Felgray turned to the elder of the Church of Life, who was silently lost in thought, smiling. We can't waste the elder's time after all. He has nothing to do, but it is indeed better to deal with it sooner rather than later. Golan nodded. Where is the location you mentioned? Let us there, no worries. Indeed, there was no need for concern. The two elders with divine descent would easily overwhelm George and his group. The other companions had already emerged upon hearing their conversation. Upon seeing the elder of the Church of Life, Eli was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his usual demeanor. Do they know each other? However, the elder showed no reaction. Felgray took note of this. The group walked toward the port, and Ernest, who had been hiding nearby, rushed over. Boss, you arrived just in time, and George took a boat to the river passage. Good. Golan examined Ernest and asked, a knight of the Church of Fate. Ernest was momentarily stunned, looking towards his boss. He used to be, but now he follows me, Felgray replied. They stood at the riverbank. The elder of the Church of Life conjured a staff, gently waving it, creating a path of green grass that stretched across the surface of the Lunsey River. Felgray stepped onto it, feeling as if he were walking on ordinary grass. The elder of the Church of Life walked at the front, and the green path spread forward with his steps. In this icy, snow-covered world, a vibrant green path on the cold, clear river water formed a striking scene. As they strolled leisurely, Felgray shared with Ernest some events that had occurred during his absence. Soon the floating passage appeared before them. This is the place, Vincent said. This time George had learned his lesson, stationing 2 guards at the door, but they were swiftly eliminated. Felgray only saw a flash of golden thread, and then there were only 2 corpses left. Pushing open the door and passing through the corridor, they saw the scene inside. Indeed, it was as Vincent had described. Numerous female devotees lay on the beds, smiling, lost in dreams. Among them, one woman's face was strikingly familiar. She was the female guest who had conversed with him the day before, reluctant to leave Lunsey Port. When she claimed she was not an ordinary person, he had guessed she was a devotee, unaware that George sought to capture precisely such devotees. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Before them sat George, who was leisurely sipping wine, while seated, eyes closed in enjoyment. Truly despicable, humph. The elder of the Church of Life, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anger. If you do not intervene, these women will die after birthing monsters. Moreover, should the monsters successfully be birthed, George will utilize them to claim even more lives. A cold glint flickered in Felgray's eyes. Who are you? George's expression turned frantic upon seeing them enter, but it quickly twisted into a malevolent grin. Since you have discovered my Suntoba-born treasure, then perish. Let your fear serve as nourishment for my treasure. Jesse. He gestured to the person behind him, signaling him to deal with the intruders, only to find panic on Jess's face. The member of the Church of Dream also bore a troubled expression. George was an ordinary person, and thus could not sense the overwhelming divine power of their descent, but he noticed their unusual reactions. Jesse, we can be considered old friends, right? It seems you remain unrepentant. I still cannot comprehend why the Church of the Dead would accept someone like you as an elder. Golan enunciated each word distinctly, a golden thread appearing in his hand, coiling towards Jess's neck. We cannot win against 2 divine descendants. The member of the Church of Dream grimaced at George. Jesse, however, reacted quickly, barely managing to fend off the golden thread with a black sword. We have no chance of victory. Let the monsters emerge early. Jesse shouted with a fierce expression. Quick, let my treasure out. How can the offspring of the goddess be born prematurely? The member of the Church of Dream hesitated. However, he saw the elder of the Church of Life closing in. Though those of the Church of Life excelled at healing, they could not withstand the divine descendant's power for long. Resolutely, he began to chant, forming a strange rhythm, while Jesse beside him joined in with the same rhythm. In just a moment, pink and black mist began to envelop the entire passage. Interrupt them. Felgray shouted urgently. He never expected that the monster could be birthed early. The 2 elders understood, and their attacks quickened. A green light struck the member of the Church of Dream, knocking him to the ground, where he coughed up blood but burst into mad laughter. It has succeeded. O goddess, we have successfully brought your offspring to the mortal realm. Jesse was also ensnared by the golden thread, and could not move. His expression shifted from cold to one of obsession. The speed of summoning the monster is too fast. Patrick exclaimed in astonishment. It transpired in the blink of an eye. The expressions of the women lost in dreams suddenly turned to anguish. Their abdominal regions bulged with the thick pink and black mist, almost solidifying. Damn it. Everyone was filled with anger. These female devotees were doomed. Accompanying this was a piercing sound emanating from their bellies, a bizarre noise that seemed hypnotic, yet accompanied by irregular howls, as if pulling one into sweet dreams only to awaken them abruptly. Felgray felt somewhat uncomfortable. Eli whispered, cover your ears. Aunt. A chorus of piercing screams erupted simultaneously, nearly collapsing the passage and piercing through eardrums. With this scream, countless mists surged from the women's abdomens, gradually forming the outline of a monster. Gulan and the Elder of the Church of Life attempted to attack with divine power, especially Gulan's golden divine energy, which should have a restraining effect on such monsters. Yet they could not prevent the monster's formation. It materialized standing over 3 meters tall, with sharp teeth, a ferocious gaze, and strange patterns on its body. A truly terrifying flesh and blood monster. Though it looked equally unsettling, there was a notable difference from what Phil Gray had seen through the eye of fate, likely due to its premature birth. Patrick swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Ernest raised his sword, standing before the Pope. A grave expression also appeared on the Elder of Life's face. Ha ha ha, my treasure, my dearest treasure, kill them for me. George laughed maniacally, and the monster seemed to understand his words, charging toward Phil Gray and the others. Humph, had it been born any later we might have been at a loss, but now it is merely a downgraded deity, and we can easily subdue it. Gulan snorted coldly, a brilliant golden light emanating from his hand, as a shield materialized before the crowd, halting the monster's advance. It may be a downgraded deity, but as a combination of nightmare and undead, it possesses the trait of immortality. Even if you endure, it can still wear you down. How long can your divine power hold out? A day? A month? Or will you run away? Let the monster out to slaughter ordinary people and absorb more fear to grow stronger. Ha! Jesse let out a strange laugh. Eli chuckled and snapped his fingers. Shut your mouth. Your laugh is truly unpleasant. Jess's cheeks instantly puffed up, and he painfully expelled a cactus from his mouth mixed with saliva and blood. The monster was not to be outdone, roaring loudly, and each swing of its claws released a cloud of corrosive black mist. Life purification. The Elder of Life waved his hand, and a rich fragrance filled the air, quickly dissipating the black mist. Gulan again conjured golden threads that wrapped around the monster, binding it like a zongzi. Roar. The monster grew more furious, black flames igniting in its eyes as it struggled fiercely against the golden threads, letting out a howl of resentment. Gulan coughed softly, continuously channeling divine power to maintain this state. The Elder of Life held his staff, striking at the monster with green orbs of light that smashed against it, but the strange patterns on the monster's body absorbed all these attacks, as if they were black holes. The situation momentarily reached a stalemate. If we capture George, will this monster cease its attacks on us? And can we find a way to make them reveal the monster's weaknesses? Phil Gray frowned as he watched the rampaging George and the entranced Jesse lying on the ground along with the followers of the dream god. Let's give it a try. Eli circumvented the monster and charged towards George. Careful. As he was about to grab George by the collar, the monster broke free from the golden threads drenched in blood, lunging at him, but George quickly dodged. With my treasure here, do you really think you can catch me? George sneered, his gaze as venomous as a snake. Eli muttered under his breath, deftly avoiding the monster, while Gulan and the Elder of Life pressed forward, but this time the golden threads did not wrap around the monster, instead ensnaring George and dragging him towards Phil Gray and the others. I warn you, if you lay a hand on me, my treasure will swallow you whole. George's eyes filled with fear, yet he continued to spew threats. The monster attempted to charge at them, but Gulan again erected a golden shield, while the Elder of Life unleashed another skill. A flash of green light appeared and mushrooms began sprouting all over the monster's body. The monster felt an unbearable itch, forgetting to search for its master, rolling on the ground instead. Phil Gray and the others were astonished at such tactics, recalling how Eli had made Jesse regurgitate a cactus. They resolved never to offend anyone from the Church of Life again. What do you think? Your treasure is too busy to care for you now. Phil Gray stepped on George back. Now tell us, what is the monster's weakness? I won't tell you. George glared at them fiercely, then shouted at Jesse and the followers of the dream god. You two useless fools, come save me. Jesse and another follower, hearing George call them useless, felt a bit angered. However, they too were bound by the golden threads, giving a helpless expression. Eli, was it your skill that made that one spit out a cactus? Phil Gray inquired. Yes, this is a skill I gained after breaking through to the attention level. Most of the followers of the God of Life are not adept at attacking, but luckily, I acquired this skill. Bloom and wither, which allows flowers to grow within a 10-meter radius. Can you make flowers grow from a person's heart? Phil Gray smiled, glancing at George out of the corner of his eye. George's heart sank at this remark. Eli chuckled. If it's a divine follower protected by divine power, it might be tricky to break through their heart, but for George, an ordinary person, let's just say, I could even plant a rose in his head. Just think about how romantic it would be as the rose blooms the white brain matter. Before Eli could finish, George burst into tears. He cried heart-wrenchingly, his face turning pale. I say the monster's weakness is. Shut up, don't let them deceive you. Once they deal with the monster, they will surely deal with us. The follower of the dream god shouted anxiously upon hearing George about to reveal the monster's weakness. He could not let the offspring of the goddess perish like this, it was just born. Phil Gray glanced at the two elders battling the monster. Although they still had the upper hand, their divine power was being drained continuously, and if this continued, the monster would have a chance to turn the tide. Really? You're going to heed his words? Want to try the sensation of flowers blooming? We might be worn down by the monster, but before that you will definitely die a painful death. Phil Gray's gaze turned icy as he threatened. Meanwhile, Eli casually played with his fingers, as if about to unleash his skill at any moment. George hastily said, I'll tell you. Don't take action. The monster's weakness is the heart in the middle of its abdomen. It's the most vulnerable spot. Destroy the heart, and the monster will perish completely. Upon hearing this, Gulan thickened the golden threads to the thickness of hemp rope, letting out a roar as divine power surged forth forcefully, bringing the monster down to the ground, exposing its belly. His complexion turned pale, clearly having exhausted too much divine power this time. Seizing the opportunity, the Elder of Life swung his staff, transforming the green light into sharp spikes that penetrated the center of the monster's abdomen. He was afraid of hitting the heart, so he quickly released countless spikes that pierced into the monster's belly at an incredible speed. Roar! The monster howled in pain, its body beginning to flicker in and out of visibility. Jesse sighed resigned and closed his eyes. The follower of the dream god seemed unable to accept the fact that the monster was about to be exterminated, his expression turning frenzied as he writhed on the ground. No, it cannot disappear. Goddess, guardian of the night dreams, sovereign of slumber and indulgence, gatekeeper to the land of dreams, come and save your offspring. No, it was us who harmed your offspring. He madly struck his head against the ground until he passed out, seemingly trying to see his deity through this act. The monster ultimately vanished, and the black and pink mist cleared as if it had never existed, leaving no trace, like a dream. The group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Patrick chuckled as he lifted George up. Now it's time to deal with your matters, future king. George's pupils constricted. No, you cannot kill me. You are the one sent by the Church of Life to protect me. I am the future son-in-law of the Archbishop. George struggled as he spoke, his face filled with panic. Phil Gray shook his head. We would rather abandon this mission. Glenn mocked, glancing at the Elder of Life beside him. I also believe that the Archbishop of the Church of Life would never marry his daughter to someone like you. The Elder of Life nodded, his gaze sadly sweeping over the gaunt faces of the beloved women of the gods. From the moment the monsters were born, they had lost their vitality. He waved his staff, and pure white bellflower blossoms bloomed upon their beds, easing their expressions of pain, wishing that they could journey to their respective divine realms. Vincent produced a small knife, pressing it against George's throat, looking questioningly at the two elders. Glenn nodded, his gaze focused on Phil Gray. Having dealt with George, he wanted to quickly welcome back this unexpectedly acquired holy son. Just when Vincent was about to make his move, George shouted again, "Don't kill me. You have no right to kill me. I am of the royal family of the Puna Kingdom. Only the laws of the kingdom can judge me. You don't want to provoke a conflict between the church and the crown, do you?" Phil Gray nodded toward Glenn. He is indeed the son of the princess. Glenn snorted coldly. When has a bastard ever been recognized by the royal family? The Elder of Life turned around, his gaze icy. Fine, as you wish. We will take you to the Puna Palace for judgment. It would be too lenient to let you die here. You should perish in the contempt and disdain of the world. These threatening words made George tremble in fear, yet he felt fortunate to have temporarily saved his life. Once he reached the palace, his mother would surely protect him, she would. Patrick pointed at Jesse, who was feigning death, and the unconscious adherent of the Dream God Church beside him. What should we do with them? They deserve to die 100 times. I will explain to the Church of the Dead. The Elder of Live's staff swung down, striking Jess's chest as he looked on in terror. In an instant, the heart was severed, and this master of necromancy died in the narrow passage. Phil Gray looked at Eli, trying to discern something. Eli sensed his gaze and looked back with a light smile. What are you looking at me for? I feel like you know this elder. After all, you seem to know so many of his secrets, Phil Gray stated directly. I do know him, but not well. What connection could a believer of the God of Life have with deaths? Phil Gray felt a hint of self-mockery in Ellis' words. Following the same method, that beloved of the dream god could finally journey to the goddess divine realm in their dreams. As the group exited the passage, the followers of the Night God Church arrived late, riding in a small boat. Phil Gray recognized Bishop Eugene and his grandson aboard. A green path appeared on the surface of the lake as they stepped onto it, greeting the followers of the Night God Church. It has been resolved. We will take the mastermind to the palace for judgment. As for the poor girls inside, please give them a proper burial. Glenn said heavily. Standing at the forefront was an old man dressed in black satin, his face, stern hair, and beard white, exuding the aura of a superior being with immense divine power. Phil Gray speculated that he might be a divine manifestation or divine descent, the Pope of the Night God Church. It seems that even the Pope of the weakest church is of a higher rank than me. I need to work twice as hard, he thought. All right, thank you for your hard work, elders. The Pope of the Night God Church graciously responded. After some brief pleasantries, they departed. On the grand train to the palace, Phil Gray felt that he could finally sleep soundly. These past few days had been filled with the terror of undead nightmares or sleepless nights. He was truly exhausted. Soft snores soon resonated from the other companions. Vincent, unwilling to witness George's ugly face, directly knocked him unconscious and tossed him onto the floor of the compartment. Just as Phil Gray was about to drift into slumber, a blurred face suddenly appeared before him, magnified, allowing him to clearly see the wrinkles and the blossoming smile. Elder Glenn, is there something you need? You are called Cain, right? I see that this face should not be your true appearance, should it? Glenn said with a smile. Yes, for some reasons, I am indeed unable to use my true face. I see. Glenn sat down opposite him and poured a cup of water. Did you know? There are not many who bear the mark of the divine. It is quite possible that one appears only once in several hundred years. When Vincent was born, he already had a golden little son on his rear. At that time, the Pope, all the elders and bishops were incredibly excited, and personally went to his home to admire the mark directly, bringing him back to the church as a holy son. Phil Gray couldn't help but smile at the thought of that scene with a bunch of old men admiring Vincent's mark. Fortunately, his own mark was not in an embarrassing position. Each person bearing the mark of the divine is the most beloved of the gods, achieving remarkable feats almost guaranteed to reach the divine realm destined to serve the gods in their divine kingdom. Glenn continued. Yes, I have heard of it. The existence of Vincent in this generation has already made us ecstatic. Unexpectedly, we have you as well. This is a blessing from the daylight prophet to us. Glenn looked at Phil Gray, his eyes filled with excitement and fervor. But I cannot return with you. Phil Gray hesitated as he spoke. Why not? Could you allow a person of unknown identity to serve as your holy son, even as the next pope? In any case, I cannot reveal my true appearance or tell you my real identity. Phil Gray retorted. Glenn's gaze was sharp as a knife, his smile still present. How can you say your identity is unknown? The daylight prophet bestowed upon me a pair of eyes to see the truth. The moment I laid eyes on you, I saw through the true face beneath your mask. Phil Gray was startled by his words. At that moment, I felt that the face beneath your mask was very familiar, so familiar that it reminded me of an old acquaintance from many years ago, but I couldn't recall who it was. Glenn's gaze was distant, as if recalling something. On the way to the passage, I walked and thought, reminiscing about those past events until that little night appeared, and suddenly, I remembered. Phil Gray pursed his lips. That was over a decade ago, when there was also a man with ice blue eyes followed by that little knight. Back then, the little knight was still youthful and naive, but now he has become your mature and reliable subordinate, am I right? Phil Gray, your majesty. To his surprise, he still recognized his own identity. Yes, I see, I couldn't hide it from you. But I don't understand why you would want me, the Pope of the Church of Fate, to become your saint. Phil Gray asked in confusion. Gran smiled kindly. Because you are indeed the saint chosen by the prophet of day, it's as simple as that. Phil Gray was at a loss for words. Is my Church of Dawn not as good as the Church of Fate? I heard that 4 years ago you ascended to the position of Pope as an ordinary person, and not everyone within the Church of Fate submits to you. Moreover, your church has not provided you with the resources a divine favored should receive, right? But here at Dawn you will certainly receive so much more. Gran's face was filled with confidence in the Church of Dawn, showcasing the majesty of a great elder. Phil Gray felt somewhat tempted. It seemed there was no downside. Besides, he wouldn't return to the Church of Fate for 5 years, so it should have no impact. He just needed to keep his identity a secret, especially the fact that he was favored by multiple deities. Thinking of this, he looked at Gran with his ice blue eyes. I can become your saint, but not as Phil Gray, rather as Cain. Gran nodded, smiling. Of course, fate is fate, and dawn is dawn. I just hope you can truly see yourself as part of Dawn. Naturally. By the way, I heard the headquarters of the Church of Dawn is in the Eastern Continent. Phil Gray asked. Yes, the main churches in the Eastern Continent include the Dream Church, the Church of Dawn, and the Church of the Dead. After this, I will take you back to the Eastern Continent to report to the Pope and hold your ordination ceremony. Gran said, going to the Eastern Continent. Phil Gray suddenly felt a surge of anticipation, wondering if it was the same as the Western Continent, or if there would be people there who looked like those from the East back on Earth. After further discussion, Phil Gray learned that there were many temples abandoned by the Church of Fate in the Eastern Continent, and Ansar had once descended upon several of those temples. There might be divine gifts inside. His mood lifted further. The great train continued its journey, and when passing through the area of the plague bearers, they needed to disembark and take another train. The moment his feet touched the ground, Phil Gray saw a scene he would never forget in this lifetime. The streets were bleak with all kinds of colored mist filling the air, and they hurriedly held their breath. The pedestrians on the road looked sickly, some had decayed faces while others coughed painfully. With almost every step, he could see several people lying on the ground in agony. Even the 7 or 80-year-old boys looked despondent. Is this the area of the plague bearers? Patrick said, pinching his nose and speaking gruffly. Yes, the plague bearers are divided into 2 factions. One faction spreads diseases to others and offers sacrifices to the gods. They usually roam outside, while the other faction is eager to infect themselves, believing that this is the best way to pay tribute to the god of plague Bitta. Therefore, there isn't a single healthy person in this region. Gran said with a frown. It's truly terrifying. I can't understand their mindset, Patrick remarked with an expression of disbelief. The imposing aura of the 2 elder gods was so strong that even the mist in the air seemed to consciously veer away. They live here, constantly enduring the torment of diseases. In fact, ordinary plagues are ineffective against them, so they begin to seek and create even more deadly plagues. Thus, ordinary people shouldn't casually step into this area, otherwise they might meet their demise in just a few minutes. The staff of the Elder of Life emitted a green glow, shining upon them and alleviating their discomfort. This was their own choice, and outsiders could not interfere. Phil Gray sighed and quickened his pace. Once again aboard the train which departed from the area of the plague bearers, there were indeed pitifully few passengers, and the journey was extremely quiet. After passing through several cities and enduring days and nights of travel, they finally arrived at the capital of the Puna Kingdom just as dawn broke. The capital was exceedingly prosperous, the largest and busiest city Phil Gray had ever seen. After disembarking from the train, the streets were lined with shops and stalls, and the clamor was incessant. There was also a man wearing a tall black hat holding a magic wand, amusing a group of children. Hey, look, you've met your fellow magician. Patrick patted Ellis' arm. No, he is the true magician. Eli merely using the guise of a magician to conceal my divine favored abilities. Eli raised an eyebrow, seemingly unbothered to expose himself. Vincent was dragging the rope-bound George, who stumbled along disheveled. That person looks familiar. Yes, isn't that Duke Sally's son? No way, that person is the prince's treasure. Daring to tie up this one, the identities of this group are not simple. They whispered among themselves, and many people came over to watch. Until a squad of soldiers approached, and the leader asked, "Who are you? Why have you tied up young Master George?" To prevent the church from overly interfering with the royal authority, there were no stationed churches in the capital. All matters big and small were handled by the palace guards. The leader clearly recognized George. George cried out, his voice hoarse, "Help me. Quickly tell my mother and father." The leader was startled, looking at the two formidable elders before him. For some reason, he felt like an ant facing a mountain. How indeed, we need to summon the Duke and the Princess to let them hear what their son has done. Vincent tightened the rope, causing George to fall to the ground with a thud. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Grand slowly spoke. "I am an elder of the Church of Dawn, and we need to meet His Majesty the King." The soldiers' eyes widened, clearly not expecting that this elder before them was actually an elder of the Church of Dawn, one of the most powerful religions in the present day. A soft carpet of red flowers led towards the resplendent palace. A stately procession accompanied by elegant music formed the backdrop for their entrance. Their faith in the divine focused them on cleansing the impurities of their souls, solidifying their steadfast beliefs, but they also neglected the pleasures and joys brought by worldly power. Tisk, this palace is too lavish, gets dozens of times more beautiful than your cousin's palace. Patrick commented without holding back. Phil Gray shot him an exasperated glance. The king of the Puna Kingdom slowly approached, greeted them, and took his seat on the throne. Upon seeing the bound George, he frowned, then revealed a kind smile. "I wonder what brings the elder from the Church of Dawn here. This seems to be my useless nephew."